Hey everyone, today we're diving into an incredibly hyper-regression manhwa, the almighty Sword Cultivator. Our story kicks off in the most chaotic way possible. The ground suddenly erupts in a massive earthquake. The source of all this destruction? A mystical beast, shaped like a dragon and glowing red like molten lava. It directs all its rage and power toward Lin Jichen, who is frozen solid like he's been hit by a paralysis spell. His pupils shrink, filled with nothing but pure panic and terror. Sure enough, the next second, Jichen is snatched up by the beast's claws. In the moment he's tossed aside, his head is filled with nothing but bitter regret. Damn it. Lin Jichen, the world's #1 sword cultivator. He keeps coughing up blood, instinctively swallowing the words choking in his throat. Is this it? Am I really going to die in the jaws of a beast? No one answers him. All Jichen feels is the sickening crack of his own bones as his back slams into the hard earth. As he feels his life force slowly slipping away, he desperately reaches out toward the one person he thought he could trust, the one person he felt most at peace with. Jichen trembles, reaching out to the couple standing before him, wheezing, "You too. You came just in time. Please, save me." But the words he gets back from Guo Ji are even more painful than the wounds tearing his body apart. Lin Jichen, I never thought you'd actually go find the Pisces Pendant just because I asked. You really are a good man. You give me everything I want. As she leisurely tortures him with her words, she doesn't forget to casually loot his most valuable items while he's on death's door. Just consider these items your final gift to me, okay? That way, I won't forget your kindness. Jichen, barely able to process the information, gasps. What? What do you mean? Guo Ji and Zikui proceed to share a passionate kiss right in front of him. As if that weren't enough of an answer. That soul-crushing sight leaves Jichen completely petrified. But she doesn't stop there. She drops one more line with fatal emotional damage. I mean, Zikui and I are in love now. You're kind of in the way, so we came here specifically to see you off. As despair slowly eats away at his body, the agonizing words from the very bottom of Jichen's heart finally burst out. I treated you both like family. Even as his fingernails dig into the dirt until they bleed, he can no longer feel the pain. Jichen carries that bone-deep hatred with him into the cycle of reincarnation. You too. You betrayed me again. Just as that tragic scene hits its peak, it's rudely interrupted by a soul-piercing alarm clock ringing like a demonic scream. Wake up! Get up! The sun is already beating down on your butt. Move it! The price for being so loud? A fist smash that nearly blows the alarm clock to pieces. Jichen bolts upright like a zombie, mumbling to himself. Where am I? Why does this look like my old college dorm? Didn't I just get killed by the Zhujuayan in the Ascension Realm? Why am I still alive? Halfway through his sentence, he realizes he's completely empty-handed and shrieks. Where's my storage ring? Where's my alchemy furnace? Why is everything gone? Chu Shengfully, a massive calendar in the room, snaps Jichen back to reality. Wait, what year is this? The 7th of May 2040. He finally realizes he's joined the ranks of those protagonists who get a second chance at life. He's been reborn 10 years into the past, one day before the game officially launches. Even though he's thrilled to have his young, healthy body back, Jichen is still a bit puzzled. How did I actually reincarnate? There was a rumor in the Eight Desolations that the strongest beast in the Ascension Realm, the Zhujuayan's divine artifact, the Pisces Pendant, could help a player reincarnate. I didn't think the rumors were actually true. As his thoughts race, he suddenly feels a mix of relief and vengeful spite. Good thing I didn't store the Pisces Pendant in my storage ring, or those two traitors, Guo Jie and Zikui, would have stolen it. While he gets his gear ready, he takes a moment to sort through the love, hate, and grudges of his past life. I loved Guo Jie for 10 years, but she was messing around with the brother I trusted most, Zikui. Not only that, they took every bit of wealth, pill, and treasure I'd accumulated, leaving me to die in that beast's jaws. Jichen looks at his reflection in the mirror and silently steels his resolve. If heaven won't finish me off, Guo Ji, Zikui, in this life, I'm going to make sure you experience the exact same agonizing pain of being betrayed by someone you love. His inner monologue hits a climax, but it's cut short by a call that sounds like a death warrant from a crazy woman. He picks up almost instantly, his tone oddly friendly. Hey, crazy lady. Long time no see. Ren Lan, currently sweating in her room, retorts instantly. Long time no see. Didn't we have hot pot just yesterday? Lin Jichen. I have something I've been debating telling you, so make sure you stay calm. Jichen listens while instinctively recalling his memories. 10 years ago today. That crazy lady called him to tell him she'd seen Guo Jie kissing another guy. Back then, he didn't believe her, argued with her, and eventually cut ties completely. It's so good to hear her voice again. A surge of regret pushes Jichen to blurt out, I'm sorry, you crazy lady. Ren Lan is stunned. Why are you apologizing? Why are you acting so weird today? Jichen realizes he slipped up and tries to brush it off. It's nothing. I just felt like saying it, that's all. She tosses her phone down in frustration and yells, I don't have time to joke around with you. But a second later, Renlan shifts to a more cautious tone. Listen to me, brace yourself. I just saw Guojie kissing some guy on the street, and she even got into his race car. For Jichen, who has lived through 2 lifetimes, this is nothing. So he responds indifferently, I know. Renlan is so shocked, she practically jumps across the room. That's all you have to say? Seriously, I'm not joking. It's real. Jichen quickly maneuvers the conversation elsewhere to cool her down. I believe you. But honestly, I have something much more important to talk to you about. Yet, Renlan can't let it go, her imagination running wild. Big bro, are you okay? Don't do anything stupid, alright? Your calmness right now is actually kinda scary. Over on his end, Jichen is already seated at his computer before asking, have you heard of a game called 8 Desolations? Sure enough, she's easily distracted by this bigger piece of news. Of course I have. They've been spamming ads for it forever. He stares intensely at the screen and boldly declares, I'm going to become a pro player for this game. Even though he says it so casually, Jichen's heart is churning like a storm. Right now, no one realizes that 8 Desolations is absolutely not just a simple simulation game. It's going to explode in popularity globally very soon. In 5 years, it will merge with reality. All the skills, artifacts, and even the NPCs and bosses will descend into the real world. The sooner I get in, the faster I can seize the advantage. Even though she's surprised, Renlan still gives an objective assessment. A pro player? Are you for real or are you just kidding? Isn't this game autonomously developed by the cosmic-level AI Manhwa? I remember you've always been great at gaming. If you can really create a new world within the 8 Desolations, the future prospects are boundless. Lin Jichen propped his chin up and emphasized his plan once more. I'm serious. I'm planning to move out of the dorms these next 2 days and rent a place so I can go all in on this. But at such a celebratory moment, Renlan just gave a half-hearted congratulation and bolted. Lin Jichen, you're finally all grown up, evolving from a love-struck fool into a career-focused man. Congrats. Since you're okay, I'm hanging up. All that worrying for nothing. He jolted, shouting at the phone. Wait, don't hang up yet. She asked back, full of suspicion. What else? Despite feeling a bit awkward, Jichen had to grit his teeth and say the lines. Gaming requires equipment. I checked the transaction history. And you spent a bit too much yesterday. Renlan knew the drill as soon as she heard the opening music. She instantly exploded with enough murderous intent to practically chew through the phone in her hand. No way, no money. Who told you to pretend to be a big spender and send such expensive birthday gifts yesterday? You made your own bed, now lie in it. Have a safe trip, bye-bye. Jichen heard the long tone, ringing in his ears, and his mood plummeted to rock bottom. He leaned back in his chair and groaned in despair. Why couldn't I have been reborn even 1 day earlier? But Jichen's misery hit the pause button when a notification pinged. On the screen, along with a sum of money with way too many zeros, was a scathing message from Renlan. That's my gym membership fee for the next few years. Pay me back soon. If you cost me my gym access, I'll use you as a punching bag for practice. Jichen didn't waver. He injected her with a dose of calm with just 2 words, don't worry. Seeing the clock about to strike 8, he softly added a promise. I'll definitely pay you back on time. With that, Jichen immediately entered his starting position. Just as the final second of preparation ticked down, the ring on his finger began to flicker with a red light. Jichen couldn't wait any longer and shone that light directly into his own pupils. His eyes seemed to lock onto a specific code, and the next second, the notification Jichen had been waiting for appeared. 8 Desolations Global Beta Test, game starting now. He hovered in midair, unable to stop himself from sighing. 10 years. I'm finally back here. As the place where his dreams began, Jichen was immediately surrounded by excited, noisy crowds the moment he landed. Look over there. It's Manhwa. Manhwa is so dazzling, I can't see clearly, damn it. He carefully observed Manhwa's ethereal appearance and warned himself to stay focused. The AI's consciousness is the first gate to entering the game. It looks simple, but it hides profound mysteries. One must be very careful. But it seemed Jichen was the only one awake here, aside from the guys next to him whose eyes have been shooting out hearts for ages. NPC is so beautiful. Manhwa, please, let me hug your thighs. Wifey, look at me, look at me. Manhwa, take me flying. Every time he heard them, the nerves in his head twitched in frustration. These idiots dare to have improper thoughts about Manhwa? Sure enough, right then, Manhwa suddenly roared twice. The crowd didn't react in time and could only wail helplessly. Why is the NPC getting angry? What the hell? Damn it, I'm getting sucked in. Jichen stood amidst the chaos and could only breathe a quiet sigh. Any player who was disrespectful to Nuwa would, at best, be imprisoned, and at worst, have their stats permanently reduced. Meanwhile, the moths around him were still screaming their lungs out. So scary, let's get away. Jichen chose his own path with clear calculations. If you want to catch Nuwa's eye, you have to be sincere. Indeed, successful people are those who make a difference. Nuwa looked at him intently and exclaimed with excitement, "Mortal, you don't look half bad." She didn't come any closer, but her voice was remarkably resonant. "Do you truly wish to enter the path of cultivation?" Jichen stood tall and shouted back clearly, "Yes, I, Lin Jichen, beg for your blessing." "Oh, great Nuwa." Without a second thought, Nuwa snapped her fingers. "Very well, I shall grant you a fortuitous encounter." Jichen had been waiting for exactly this, so he lifted his head to accept his fate with total confidence. My innate talent is here. His business prodigy talent from his past life was somewhat useless. Although spirit stones for buying props in all town shops were 10% off, other than that, it was useless. Well, a business prodigy is still a business prodigy. Innate talent isn't everything. Based on his knowledge of the 8 Desolations, even with a terrible start, he could still turn things around. But after sensing his own body, Jichen's eyes filled with confusion. He stared intensely at the notification board. Congratulations on obtaining the heaven-defying destiny innate talent, consisting of 4 heaven-defying traits: destiny, karma, luck, and heart. Jichen felt like 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind. Heaven-defying destiny. After being reborn, even my innate talent changed. Reborn. Betrayal. Destiny. My mind is currently spiraling like a stampede of 10,000 wild horses. After defying the heavens and being reborn, even my innate talent has changed. Is this talent invincible? He subconsciously clenched his fists to show his determination to go all out. Although this talent brings both benefits and dangers, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the catch. Nuwa spoke up right then, pulling him out of his agitated thoughts. The talent has been granted. Now you shall choose your avatar. Jichen had experience, so he breezed through the choices extremely quickly. While the avatars looked like basic, similar designs, in reality, their stats differed significantly. Soon enough, he picked the most dashing look. This is the one. This avatar had the highest charm value. In his past life, he lacked experience, thinking he looked cool as a tough guy, so he purposefully chose a dull look. Only after entering the game did he realize, the higher the charm, the easier it is to gain favor with NPCs. In his past life, that face ruined him. Remembering the mistakes of the past, Jichen felt like his heart was bleeding. Players with high charm find it easy to get quests, and there's even the possibility of being favored by NPCs of the opposite sex. So, after dressing up as a city boy, Jichen silently clenched his fist and swore, "In this life, I must wash away the humiliation." Nuwa spoke again, accompanied by a scroll containing the map. "You may now choose your birthplace." Jichen said nothing, just intently observing each geographic location. He pondered for a long time, rubbing his chin while weighing his options. It's crucial. These 4 regions are best suited for the 4 main professions in the 8 Desolations. Yangning Prefecture is best for magic cultivators, Yuewa Prefecture for healing cultivators, Muliu Hazan Prefecture is best for chi cultivators, and Huafeng Prefecture is best for body cultivators. Constitution determines the limits of chi and body cultivation. Spiritual insight determines the limits of magic and healing. Perception helps learn skills, and charisma affects NPC favorability. Luck goes without saying. This time, his innate talent. Spirit cultivation continues to be one of the fastest paths to becoming the world's #1. However, this path relies heavily on team tactics and is ill-suited for solo combat, making one extremely vulnerable to being killed. In my past life, that's exactly why I suffered so much. With that thought, Lin Jichen clearly made his choice and reached out to the control screen. Plus, he had chosen this path initially because Guo Jie had been reborn once, and one should always choose what they like. After 2 lifetimes, Lin Jichen's choice remained the same, the immortal path. He didn't take his eyes off the dissolving scroll. His mind set on one thing. In this life, to become the world's #1, he must face all hidden and open strife alone. Sword cultivators have the highest single target damage, so they don't fear such things. In this life, I will become the strongest sword cultivator, riding the wind, wielding a sword, and roaming the world. As that thought faded, Lin Jichen received his starter sword. The game system didn't give him a moment to linger, teleporting him directly to the Immortal Isle's newbie village. The notification announcing his arrival at the newbie village, mixed with the chaotic noise of players clamoring, blasted into Lin Jichen's ears. "Hey, can anyone help me pull this bag? Does anyone know where to get quests? Any ladies want to party up? I'm the young master of the Cold Realm Guild. This game is insane. It feels like I've actually transmigrated. Look at this landscape. It's like a painting. I wanted to recite a poem for the world, but I'm uneducated, so I can only blurt out, wow, that's a big mountain. He didn't join in, just silently mused to himself. Still as crowded as ever. Brings back memories. Right then, a high-pitched voice nearby caught Lin Jichen's attention. There's an old man here. He's definitely an NPC. Stop crowding. We need to take turns getting quests. Let's talk to him a few more times and see if there are any hidden missions. He just glanced over and mocked those idiots in his mind. Fools. How could a hidden quest be held by such an obvious NPC? Go ahead. Keep acting like idiots and pecking at each other. I, on the other hand, am heading to the sword sect. You guys go ahead and take your time searching. I'm riding a donkey, and I don't need to drive. He was already familiar with the route, but Lin Jichen's attitude caught the attention of the few players who actually had a brain. Why is that guy ignoring everyone? Any quests? Don't tell me these NPCs don't give out any. A beautiful player even ran up to block his path. Little brother, please wait a moment. It took Lin Jichen about 5 seconds to realize she was calling him. The beauty saw he'd noticed her and immediately started her pitch. I'm Kui Niang, the owner of the tailor shop in this village. Do you want to take a quest? I'll hook you up. This special treatment from a beauty made the surrounding young men green with envy. Is that handsome guy an NPC? Damn, why would an NPC approach him first? What a newbie player. Queen Yang didn't hesitate to lean into Lin Jichen, hoping to persuade him further. My husband passed away 5 years ago, and I've been single ever since. If you think the quest is too hard, can I help you with it? Come on, don't you want to take a quest from your big sister? Even though he knew why she was doing it, Lin Jichen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This must be my innate charisma. I didn't expect it to attract an NPC like this. Queen Yang saw her target stay silent and urged him. So, little brother, what do you think? Lin Jichen's lips moved, but he couldn't quite voice the thoughts swirling in his head. Can having maxed out charm really get you this kind of treatment? If I accept the quest and build up high favor with this beautiful widow, wouldn't I be able to start dual cultivating with her in just a few days? Thinking about it, it didn't seem like a bad deal. But just as his train of thought was speeding along, he hit a sharp turn. Cough, cough. In this life, I want to become the #1 sword cultivator. How can I be obsessed with beauty right from the start? He suppressed the dirty thoughts in his mind and bowed politely. I have other things to do today, but if there's an opportunity later, I'll definitely come find you for a quest. Queen Yang didn't press him further and let him go. Fine then, but Lin Jichen's act of walking away left others feeling bitter. We've been waiting in line and couldn't get a quest, yet he just turned it down. More importantly, has this NPC widow taken a liking to him? Is this really how the game works? Queen Yang watched his retreating figure and called out one last time, remember to come back and take that quest. Lin Jichen waved his hand vaguely, promising, but where no one could see him, his expression changed to match the plan, forming in his mind he couldn't waste time on side quests. Lin Jichen quickly arrived in front of a dilapidated mansion and whispered, the real opportunity in the newbie village is right here. While he was hesitating, a kind-hearted brother jumped out to advise him, hey brother, don't go in there. It's just an old blacksmith, he doesn't even talk. He's probably deaf. Lin Jichen didn't even let him finish before cheerfully cutting him off. Chew shanks for the heads up, guys. I'm just looking around to see what's inside. With that, he marched into the forge, leaving the whispering behind. Why bother with him? I heard there are quests at the village gate. Let's go gear up. Humbly listening to others' advice, a simple lesson some people just can't grasp. Exactly. It was obvious at a glance that the deaf guy inside wasn't just some standard quest giver. After hammering away intensely, the old blacksmith suddenly started grumbling. Why isn't this weapon taking shape today? He didn't notice Lin Jichen had snuck up to the furnace, internally mocking the other newbies. A bunch of idiots who don't know talent when they see it. Without hesitation, he pulled the forge bellows with unshakable confidence. This was the most important NPC in the newbie village. The blacksmith saw the fire roar to life and cheered. That's it. It was just a temperature issue, the fire was too low. He seized the precious moment, hammering the red-hot iron continuously. The muscles on his back rippled with every beat of the blacksmith's hammer. After more shaping, he threw the white-hot iron into the water. Before Lin Jichen's eyes, the blacksmith excitedly lifted the sword to show it off. It's finally finished. After gloating enough, he turned to Lin Jichen to thank him. Chu Shanks for helping me with the bellows. My apprentice isn't here today, and without someone watching the furnace, the fire wasn't strong enough. Since you helped me, it's only right that I reward you. Feel free to pick any weapon from that rack. I'll lend it to you for one day, but you have to return it tomorrow. Having received the offer he wanted, Lin Jichen still did some quick calculations in his head. completing a quest only to get a weapon for one day. A foolish newbie would definitely feel shortchanged and be too lazy to continue the quest. But as a veteran player, he knew exactly what he was doing. The real treasure was yet to come. After scanning the weapon wall, Lin Jichen immediately pointed at a regular sword with level 3 strength. I'll take this one. The old blacksmith, seeing how decisive he was, added a new challenge. Fair enough. If you're that straightforward, then if you can bring me 10 pairs of green bamboo viper fangs within one day, I'll grant you a stroke of fortune. This was exactly what Lin Jichen was hoping for, so he nodded without hesitation. No problem, I accept. He strode out carrying the sword, his face beaming with pure joy as he stepped onto the path of the Sword Cultivator. That smug expression successfully ignited jealousy and hatred in everyone around him. How did that guy manage to get a weapon? Damn it. Some quick-witted players blocked his path, sucking up to him for the secret method. Come on, brother, tell us how to get that sword. Don't hog all the fun for yourself. Lin Jichen, being completely unscrupulous, made up a random excuse. You have to sing him a love song. It has to be really emotional and sincere, enough to move his heart. And yet, there were actually some idiots who believed it hook, line, and sinker, praising him for the advice. It's that simple. After a simple 2-hour wait, the area suddenly turned into a karaoke stage with dozens of singers taking turns, belting out songs like Hand Me a Glass of Forget-Me-Not wine in exchange for a night without tears. It's a pity you weren't the one to stay with me until the end. Trying to hold on but being unable to, that is the loneliest feeling. Before the gentle words are spoken, only a farewell song remains. Goodbye, be happy. Lin Jichen watched the whole scene, curling his lip in mockery. You guys just keep singing here. At that same moment inside, the old blacksmith was gritting his teeth, growling, Get out. The crowd outside the door buzzed and whispered to each other. What did that mean? Did they still need a secret code? After a deathly silence, the whole space vibrated from the blacksmith's roar. Get out. The players swarmed out like bees from a broken hive, but not without shouting threats. Damn it, we were played by that brat. Where is he? I'm going to find him and settle the score. Meanwhile, Lin Jichen, fondly remembered by those 500 players, was strolling leisurely into the bamboo forest. He marched deep inside as if he had created this map himself. A green viper, which was coiled on a bamboo branch, saw an easy target and lunged at Lin Jichen. But he just swung his sword once, slicing it into snake meat slices. Green viper, your time is up. Because of that fatal misjudgment, the viper ended up losing its head. Meanwhile, Lin Jichen successfully leveled up to 31. He nodded to himself with satisfaction. Level up. Just started practicing the sword, and I'm already in pretty good shape. On the ground, loot dropped after the viper vanished, including a common-grade inventory bag and a common-grade venom sword. As Lin Jichen collected them, he grew suspicious of this heaven-sent bonus. The drop rate in the Great Wilderness is extremely low. I didn't expect to get this much gear just from killing a common-level snake. Could it be related to my maxed-out innate luck stat? Thinking about it gave him a headache, so Lin Jichen decided to just put it out of his mind. Not worried about it for now, he continued hunting snakes to see what else might drop. No sooner said than done, he swung his sword again. With each flash of the blade in the air, more snake carcasses fell amidst the repetitive system notifications. Critical hit, -60. Critical hit, -60. Lin Jichen rampaged through the bamboo forest for a long time before finally stopping. He hauled a sack full of loot on his shoulder, panting while summing up his hard work. I never imagined that, besides the 10 pairs of venom fangs, I'd also get over 100 poison arrows and a ton of copper coins. This haul was huge. Lin Jichen, fully satisfied, decided to pause his snake-slaughtering spree and head back to the exit. Time to return to the village and complete the quest. As soon as he arrived, he slammed the inventory bag onto the table. Looking as smug as possible, Lin Jichen loudly emphasized to the old blacksmith, Big brother, here are the 10 pairs of venom fangs you wanted. The old man slowly picked up a fang to examine it and muttered, Not bad. The blacksmith didn't hesitate to hand over a letter as promised. Many thanks, little brother. The quality of the venom is quite good. This is the opportunity, I promise you. Lin Jichen held it in his hand, feeling like he had won the lottery. This was the exact item needed to join the sword sect. Now that his future was secure, he switched to gossip mode. Big brother, let me ask you something off topic. Aside from me, has anyone else received this quest letter? The blacksmith sighed heavily and remarked gloomily. For now, you're the only one who has obtained it. That was all he needed to hear. Lin Jichen's joy instantly multiplied 100-fold. As expected, he was the first person to get the letter. Everyone else was still out there hunting for Tom, Dick, and Harry to get quests, not even realizing how this game was meant to be played. He couldn't drag his feet like those idiots. He had to hurry to the sect and find a master. But before that, Lin Jichen jumped into the middle of the busy street to make one last profit as a capitalist. Auction time. The highest bidder wins. Come look. Come see. Auctioning the server's very first Green Viper bow. The highest bidder takes it home. If it weren't for saving up money to get married, I wouldn't even be selling this. The item wasn't legendary, but its value lay in just being the very first to appear, so the players swarmed toward Lin Jichen like moths to a flame. I bid 500. I bid 1,000. 1,800. The bidding war was only truly silenced by a loud, clear shout. 50,000. The owner of that voice instantly drew the envy of the crowd. Who were they? And they were all beautiful ladies. Which guild did they belong to? Yin Lin seemed accustomed to being the center of attention, keeping a calm demeanor as she made her bid. I can pay in cash right now. Lin Jichen's mind was racing. He had suddenly stumbled upon a dumb client with deep pockets. This price isn't bad, very suitable. But before he could seal the deal, a second idiot jumped in to drive up the competition. I'll pay 60,000. To increase his credibility, he proudly introduced his background. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Jinghao, the guild leader of the Myriad Worlds Guild. But his deeper purpose behind this self-promotion, Wang Jinghao kept to himself. This guy got gear right from the start. He's definitely not simple. I'll throw him a little favor, then try to recruit him later. Sooner or later, he'll be working for me. The crowd of onlookers was stirred up, shocked that a dragon would suddenly come down to this newbie area to throw money around. Wang Jinghao? Even the guild leader of Myriad Worlds is here? Since he's a VIP, Lin Jichen didn't mind chatting with him. Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Jichen. But in his mind, he was already recalling every bit of data regarding Wang Jinghao from his past life. Can't believe I ran into him. In my past life, after I reached the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, the Myriad Worlds Guild sent people to recruit me. After I refused, this young master of Myriad Worlds held a grudge, and I suffered at his hands many times. What a small world. Wang Jinghao, desperate to hook this big fish, Lin Jichen, quickly decided to double down on his investment. I heard you had to sell your gear just to scrape together some wedding money, Brother Lin. How about this? Whatever you're short, I'll cover it all. Consider it a token of friendship. He was clearly trying to show off, acting all generous. Cock 2, that won't be necessary. A gentleman doesn't accept charity. I'm only interested in selling my gear. I hope you understand, brother. He said that, but inside, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. He realized it was a bad move. If he'd known, he never would have come up with that excuse. Wang Jinghao wasn't offended by the rejection. In fact, he became even more enthusiastic. Understood, understood. Brother Lin, to get your hands on such gear right at the start. You've clearly got talent and ambition. Wang Jinghao, I love guys like you. My guild happens to be missing an archer, so I won't stand on ceremony. Yu and Lin, who had been ignored until now, saw the two about to strike a deal and quickly jumped in, bidding 70,000. Wang Jinghao didn't even flinch, immediately countering with 100,000. Seeing the guy was determined to fight her for it, Yu and Lin threw down 200,000. Back and forth they went, driving the price up to the clouds. 250,000, 300,000. Lin Jichen, standing on the sidelines like a fisherman reaping the benefits, started cooking up something devious. Who is this beauty? Which guild is she with? She doesn't give a damn about Wang Jinghao. Maybe I can use her to scam him. By now, Wu and Lin had shouted a bid of 500,000 without even batting an eye. Jinghao realized his opponent was loaded and decided to pull rank. Little sister, I'm Wang Jinghao from the Wanshi Guild. I suggest you stop messing with me. The crowd around them was stunned by these astronomical numbers. Spending 500,000 on newbie gear? Are they crazy? How could we ever understand the world of the rich? This girl dares to provoke a scion of the Wanshi Guild. She must have some serious backing. Yu Yin Lin was confident in her own wealth and retorted without hesitation. The highest bidder wins. That's how it works. How can you say I'm provoking you? Just because you want something, does that mean no one else is allowed to buy it? She had some harsher truths in mind, but she kept them to herself. Wanshi Guild? Who cares? Compared to my family, they're just bottom feeders. Jinghao couldn't keep up with her spending power and had to swallow his pride. Fine, very well. I'm out. He was absolutely fuming inside. He must have picked a bad day to go out, running into someone so unreasonable. I'm not an idiot who throws away 500,000 on starter gear. With that settled, he arrogantly signaled his crew. We're leaving. But as he turned his back, Lin Jichen called out, Brother Wang, wait. He stopped, confused, and blurted out instinctively, Brother Lin, what else is there? He actually offered to hand it over to Wang Jinghao. I've long heard of the reputation of the Wanshi group. If Brother Wang is willing to pay the 500,000, I'll sell this bow to you. I hope for your support in the future, Brother Wang. He looked at Yu In Lin's sour face and confirmed the deal, feeling pumped. Really, he tried to act indifferent, but inside, Jinghao was secretly crying with joy. At least he's smart. In his excitement, he didn't mind making some big promises. Done. If Brother Lin ever runs into trouble, the Wanxi group will definitely do everything in our power to help. Send me your account number. I'll transfer the money right now. The reason Lin Jichen decided to trade the big fish for the small fry was simple. Leave a good impression now, so it's easier to scam him later. Jinghao didn't realize he'd already stepped onto a pirate ship, still busy smugly taunting Yuan Lin. Little sister, you're pretty, so I won't hold it against you. Hopefully, you'll learn a lesson from this. And of course, I hope you'll join our Wanxi group. Lin Jichen watched his straight back and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Spending 500,000 to buy face, getting scammed by me, and then helping me count the money, what a total idiot. Once he uses this bow a few times, he'll realize the venomous arrows are limited. And more importantly, he'll waste a bunch of time doing useless newbie quests with it. He's going to run circles and waste so much time. While lost in thought, a sudden chill washed over him because of Yuan Lin's murderous gaze. She'd been snatched at the last second, and now she was aiming all her fury at the mastermind, Lin Jichen. How could you be so two-faced? Didn't you say the highest bidder wins? You look like a dog, but inside you're just a bootlicking bottom feeder. Go be a lapdog for the Wanxi group. He was being scolded so accurately that he couldn't even open his mouth to defend himself. It seemed he'd really angered them by scamming him. Yuan Lin took his silence as an admission and turned away sharply. Let's go. Lin Jichen felt a twinge of guilt, and his mind started racing. Well, guess I'll have to find a way to make it up to them. Got it. After leaving the newbie village, Yuan Lin's group appeared in the wild boar forest. She took the lead, instructing her sisters to spread out and take action. Everyone quickly killed 2 small stone boars each. After an hour, they dispersed in 4 directions. Once Yuan Lin was alone, Lin Jichen strolled out. So you guys really are here, she said, startled. It's you. But when she composed herself, Yuan Lin couldn't hide her sarcastic tone. What are you following me for? Lin Jichen didn't flinch and held out his hand, negotiating sincerely. Can we talk privately? It'll only take 2 minutes of your time. Yuan Lin's voice dropped, her expression cold. What do you want? Speak. Her face was full of complex emotions. He just met Wang Jinghao. Maybe he was fooled by the reputation of the Wanxi Guild. Let's give him a hint. Consider giving him a chance. Lin Jichen spoke up immediately, looking enthusiastic. I have top secret intel. I can sell it to you for a bargain, only 500,000. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. This is information that could put your guild ahead of all the others. Yuan Lin hesitated, her eyes full of suspicion. If the information is so important, why not sell it to Wang Jinghao? You were just begging him for support a moment ago. Wouldn't it be better to sell it to him? Lin Jichen immediately waved his hand and spoke with a scoff. Wang Jinghao supporting me. Does he even deserve to? He and I just happened to meet by chance. I'm just a nobody without money or power. If I want to eat, I have to play the game. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. I can see this girl hates Wang Jinghao too. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together later. Her gaze wavered, filled with doubt. His attitude toward Wang Jinghao changed way too fast. He watched the system screen, feeling excited. Are you buying, miss? Just say the word. Here's my account. You pay me. I give you the item. I, Lin, am no scammer. Hearing this, Lin wavered. If he's telling the truth, wouldn't I be missing out if I didn't buy it? She made a firm decision. I'll take it. I'm transferring the money now. Lin Jichen chuckled. You're a fast one, aren't you? He laughed, feeling pumped. Just started the game and I've already made 1 million. Not bad at all. Although, once the game merges with reality, that money will become useless. But for now, I still need it to make my life better. Ladies, stop killing those boars. Go take the quest from the weapons shop. Lin immediately questioned him, frantic. The weapons shop doesn't even give out quests. Who are you trying to fool? Her expression was a mix of complicated emotions. Could Wang Jinghao have sent him here to mess with us? If so, should we just let him die in the boar forest today? Lin Jichen declared confidently and casually. That's because you're doing it wrong. The shopkeeper is busy forging. If you help him pull the bellows for 5 minutes, you'll get the quest. He gave a knowing smirk. If you don't believe me, send one of your underlings to try. Keep it quiet, though don't let other players know, or this intel won't be worth anything anymore. Lin Jichen pulled out a letter and said, but this quest isn't the main point. The real prize is the quest reward. Lin hesitated, her eyes full of suspicion. This is a sect invitation? He stated clearly, exactly. Only by getting this can you find the location of the sect and have a chance to join it. Lin Jichen turned and walked away decisively. I've said what I needed to say. What you do next? That's up to you. She called out, still doubtful. Wait, why are you selling me such valuable information? He gave a charming, mysterious smirk. Who knows? Maybe it's because you're cute. Lin's eyes wavered, her cheeks flushing pink. She suddenly froze as a frantic scream echoed out. Lin, save me. Lin looked stunned, still trying to process what was happening. The Boar King's eyes were blood red, radiating intense killing intent. Lin, we're done for. We're dead. I think we hit a boss. Why is this boar so much bigger than the others? She immediately jumped in front and gave a sharp, urgent order. Back off. We don't have enough people to kill this boss. Lin Jichen appeared out of nowhere and sighed. You guys sure are lucky. You ran right into the biggest boss in the newbie village. If you're planning on giving up on it, then I won't be so polite. She paused, looking at him with skepticism. You're planning to fight the Boar King alone? He remained calm. Right. I sold my bow, so can I borrow your sword for a bit? Lin threw her sword at him without hesitation and coldly declared, Take it. If you can't do it, you're dead. Don't come crying to me. Lin Jichen's gaze sharpened, a wild look in his eyes. Chu Shanks. Her expression was conflicted. Is he just throwing his life away? A mocking laugh broke out nearby. You don't think he's just trying to show off like a hero to impress Sister Lin, do you? Possibly. He is pretty good looking. I guess he's just barely qualified for our Sister Lin. Her voice dropped to a sharp reprimand. You brats, are you looking for a beating? A playful smile touched her lips. Sister Lin is shy now. Lin Jichen stood his ground, facing the beast head-on, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Should have sold the serpent bow later. It would have been way easier to take this thing down with a bow. Lin Jichen swung his blade sharply at the Boar King. The beast thrashed wildly, knocking him off balance and forcing him back. Lin Jichen's expression darkened with unease. I hit its weakest point and it didn't even lose health. Giving it my all isn't working. He suddenly crept behind the beast, a sly smirk on his lips. If brute force won't work, I guess I'll have to use my brain. He turned and dashed away at full speed. I'm out, Lin said, hesitating and suspicious. Looks like he gave up. Mocking laughter erupted. That handsome guy's running away looks so cute. I bet he won't make it, how could he? If it were me, I'd be terrified. She sighed and muttered, who told him to show off? Good thing we're still newbies, dying a few times doesn't really matter. Let this be a lesson. Stop talking big from now on. In front of Lin, Jichen was a massive boulder. He quickly dodged, setting up a trap. Boar King, die. The Boar King, caught off guard, slammed straight into the wall. The impact was so massive the rock cracked deep into the earth. A moment later, it collapsed, weak and defeated. Everyone froze in absolute shock. Wait, you can actually do that? The Boar King staggered back to its feet, roaring crazily. Lin Jichen's eyes turned cold, a wicked smile on his face. The moment is here. It lunged with brutal force, forcing him to leap out of the way. Lin Jichen drew his sword and unleashed a flurry of attacks. The Boar King's eyes turned deep red with rage as it charged straight at him. Lin Jichen froze, his face filled with shock. It's coming again. He vaulted to the side in the nick of time, watching it streak past him with terrifying momentum. The Boar King spun wildly, creating a violent gust of wind. By now, its health bar was finally running dry. Lin Jichen dove from the air like a lightning bolt. He gripped his sword tight, ready to strike. Boar King. The blade pierced straight into its skull. We meet again. Lin Jichen's eyes were cold, cast in shadow. He suddenly stopped as waves of spiritual energy surged into him, and the system notification rang out. Chi Refining Stage, Level 1. Innate Talent, Heaven-Defying Fate triggered. Heavenly Reversal, all attributes doubled. A smirk formed on Lin Jichen's lips, filled with excitement. Entering the Chi Refining Stage means stepping onto the path of immortality. I'm officially a cultivator. I honestly didn't think my cultivation would advance this fast. Good thing my luck is decent, running into the Boar King really paid off. More notifications flooded in. Innate Talent, Heaven-Defying Fate triggered. Heaven-Defying Blessing, rewarding a random talent. Random talent identified, Bloodline Seed. Blood vitality increased by 10%, can be upgraded 3 times. He felt a thrill as he sensed the changes within him. My blood vitality is already rising. This is incredibly useful for someone as weak as me in the early stages. My stats were already doubled, and now my vitality gets another 10% boost. Usually, a level 1 Chi Refining Cultivator might only have 100 health, but now I have 200. Heaven-Defying Fate points earned. The system sound chimed again. Congratulations on slaying the newbie village boss. A global announcement will be broadcast across the 8 wilds. Would you like to hide your name? Lin Jichen spoke up immediately, his voice filled with arrogance. Don't hold back, you don't need to. The system notification chimed instantly. Congratulations to player Lin Jichen for being the first to defeat a boss in the 8 Desolates. He earned 200 reputation points and 1 point of innate luck. As the crowd began to buzz with excitement, others hoped to follow in his footsteps. The game hasn't even been out for long, and someone already killed a boss. Which guild does this? Lin Jichen belonged to. He's too strong. He must be from a major guild, right? They probably just use a human wave strategy to grind it down. My guess is it's just for show. Wu Yanlin froze, her expression one of utter shock. So his name is Lin Jichen. He stood lost in thought as the golden light from the loot shimmered. A series of spirit-grade items appeared. The Crimson Cloud Sword, the light-casting staff, and the Phantom Step movement technique. Jichen's expression was a complex mix of emotions. He couldn't believe so much gear had dropped. Innate luck really makes a difference, doesn't it? Suddenly, lightning streaked across the sky, and the system notification blared. Warning: a heavenly tribulation will descend in 30 minutes. Please proceed with caution. He froze, his face clouded with doubt. The side effect of defying the heavens to change fate has kicked in. Just by breaking through to a major realm, I've triggered a heavenly tribulation. If the tribulation fails, my soul will scatter. Jichen hurried away, feeling deeply uneasy. I have to get to the sect quickly. Maybe one of the masters there can save me. She appeared out of nowhere and said excitedly, "Let's be friends. If you get any good gear later, you can sell it to us. I promise a fair price." Jichen's movements became sharp and decisive. Fine. Wu Yanlin stood rooted to the spot, feeling skeptical. Here is my ID. Add me. Jichen hurried off again, clearly anxious. I have things to do. I'm off. The system notification dinged. Lin Jichen added to friends list. She felt a bit annoyed and muttered to herself, "This guy is weird. What's the rush? Why run so fast? We aren't scarier than a wild boar king." The sky turned pitch black as lightning tore through the clouds. He was still shaken, his breathing ragged. "I've finally reached the sect. Some elder, please, someone save me and chase away this lightning tribulation." Jichen sprinted toward the sect like a madman. Disciple Lin Jichen, here to request apprenticeship. Everyone paused, looking confused. Why is this guy running so fast? Is he in such a rush to reincarnate? Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky with a deafening roar. Why did the weather change so suddenly? I don't know. It was perfectly clear just a moment ago. Could it be? Lang Feiyan appeared, looking majestic. What is all this commotion here? The crowd stirred. It's the sect master. The sect master is here. A chorus of voices shouted in unison. Respectful greetings to the sect master. Her expression was complex. This is a tribulation phenomenon. Could one of the elder's direct disciples be breaking through? Elder Chu Yue asked, looking bewildered. Who is breaking through? Elder Ching Song was equally skeptical. No one heard the reply as a desperate, respectful voice rang out. Newly enrolled disciple, Lin Jichen. Jichen ran over, his face pale with fear. I beg the elders to save my life. Silver-white lightning bolts tore through the night, zeroing in on him. Lang Feiyan's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Jichen respectfully held up a letter and pleaded, "Great masters, please save me." With his current strength, he couldn't possibly survive this heavenly tribulation alone. He could only pray an elder would intervene. She remained calm and quietly cast a spell. The moment she finished the seal, the lightning vanished instantly. Jichen was still reeling from the shock. He let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Chu Shenk God, thank God. As long as I'm not dead, it's fine. If I died to the tribulation, I'd have to start all over again. Not to mention the lost time, I might have missed out on countless opportunities." The elder's face was unreadable. A chi condensation stage cultivator triggering a heavenly tribulation. This is the first time I've ever seen this. This isn't normal, she declared loudly. If this kid becomes a powerhouse one day, being his master would be quite an honor. Wouldn't it? Suddenly, the crowd fell into chaos. A prodigy. Quick, quick. Elder Qiu spoke gently, her voice full of excitement. This disciple hasn't taken a master yet, has he? How about you apprentice under me? I will exhaust all resources to help you cultivate. Elder Ching Song cut in decisively. Elder Chu Yue, you are a woman. It wouldn't be convenient to teach a male disciple. Why not come to my side? She snapped back, annoyed. Elder Ching Song, you already have so many disciples, and you still want to steal mine? The old man paused. Elder Chu Yue, you. Jichen's expression was complex. Just as I thought, coming to the sect really did bring me an elder to stop the heavenly tribulation. Not only that, but now all these elders want me as their disciple. Not bad at all. I hit the jackpot. Jichen's expression became proud, but he thought, I should pretend to be humble for a bit. Getting too excited might lower the elders' favorability toward me. Lang Feiyan announced clearly, no need to fight anymore. This disciple, he will join my faction. The elders' faces changed instantly. The sect master, is she actually taking a disciple? The sect master was breaking tradition to take a disciple. She spoke firmly, her gaze resolute. Lin Jichen, are you willing to become my disciple? Will you follow me to the inner palace to cultivate? A system notification chimed, triggering the greatest opportunity of the Heavenly Origin Sect Master. The current Heavenly Origin Sect Master, Leng Feiyan, wants to take you as her personal disciple. Do you accept? He felt excited. What a steal. The current sect master of the Heavenly Origin Sword Sect wants to take me on? Of course, I accept. Jichen bowed respectfully and said firmly, this disciple is willing. Disciple greets master, Leng Feiyan declared. From this day on, you are the only disciple of mine, Leng Feiyan. Follow me. He responded excitedly. Understood. This is great. Just joined the sect and I've already latched onto the biggest, strongest thigh. Wait, no, Master Feiyan's thighs are just smooth, white, and long. The scene shifted to the majestic inner palace of the Heavenly Origin Sword Sect, where she spoke slowly, her demeanor cold. The Sword Palace is the heart of the Heavenly Origin Sword Sect. It is peaceful and settled here, away from the disturbances of the outside world. From now on, you will cultivate here. Later, I will have a disciple bring you the sect's starter kit. She will lead you to your living quarters. Jichen respectfully answered, understood. Master Feiyan turned to leave and reminded him, come to the main hall to see me at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. He bowed and replied, disciple understands. Jichen's expression was complicated. This master of mine is really cold. If that's the case, I'll have to develop things slowly. After some time, Jichen's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why hasn't the disciple master arranged for me shown up yet? Forget it. I'd rather find it myself. He looked around every corner, deep in thought. There are so many palaces in this inner sword sect. I wonder if there are any hidden quests. Jichen stopped and whispered to himself, this palace, it looks pretty special. Let's head inside and check it out. He quietly pushed the door open and stepped into the palace. Leng Feiyan immediately spoke up with a dignified air. Lin Jichen froze for a second, his eyes filled with confusion. This was his master's private palace. His expression was a mix of complex emotions. Master, forgive the intrusion. He stumbled backward as a powerful aura surged toward him. Leng Feiyan's voice dropped, laced with authority. Who gave you permission to wander into my private quarters? Jichen's face paled for a moment, then he replied respectfully. My apologies, master. I haven't seen the disciple assigned to guide me, so I thought I'd try to familiarize myself with the area. I didn't mean to trespass into your palace. I didn't do it on purpose. Man, my luck is terrible. Please don't let this hurt my favorability score with her, he thought, sighing internally before speaking up clearly. Very well. Ignorance is no crime. I won't punish you this time. As he accepted the medicinal pill with a skeptical look, she added, next time, do not enter here without my explicit command. There will be no next time, he thought as the system notification pinged. After consuming the profound-grade jade pill for 5 minutes, all combat stats increase by 30 points, and you can recover 3,000 stamina points while in a non-combat state. Jichen marveled to himself. The sect master is truly generous, throwing out a profound-grade pill like it's nothing. A moment later, he knelt down with a respectful bow. Jichen's expression was complex. He couldn't just eat this. I'll keep it for now, he thought, a corner of his mouth curling up with interest. The guide the master mentioned must be here. Heavy footsteps echoed softly. Nangong Yue smiled, looking excited. Junior brother, come and pay your respects to your senior sister. Jichen immediately cupped his hands respectfully. Junior brother, Lin Jichen. Greetings, senior sister. She laughed with a satisfied expression. Not bad, junior brother. You know the rules quite well. My name is Nangong Yue, and I'm at the late stage of the core formation realm. From now on, your senior sister will protect you. The system voice chimed. Nangong Yue's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 10 of friendship formed at first sight. His expression was complex. 10 points of favorability upon the first meeting. This really is a game where looks matter, he mused. I never expected my senior sister to be as beautiful as a flower and possess such high cultivation, too. Junior brother is truly impressed. A glint of amusement flickered in Yue's eyes. I didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker, junior brother. Jichen's expression turned serious as he declared. There is a wise saying, if you want to advance your cultivation, you shouldn't rely solely on hard work. A meaningful smirk tugged at his lips. Sometimes, it's better to just butter people up. She burst into amused laughter immediately. Nangong Yue's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 15. Joyful conversation. Jichen's expression was a mix of complex thoughts. Favorability rising this fast. Compared to his master, Leng Feiyan, this senior sister Nangong Yue seems much easier to get along with. Jichen's eyes gleamed with calculation as he tracked the ranking list. Depending on the favorability level, between players and NPCs, different hidden quests and opportunities could be triggered. Usually, if you reach the mutual attraction stage with an opposite-sex NPC, you can initiate physical contact. He fell into deep thought, eventually reaching the harmonious union stage, which allows for a Taoist partnership and the unlocking of the dual cultivation mode. But managing NPC favorability is very difficult. In his past life, many players fell hard for NPCs but didn't get a happy ending. Nangong Yue cried out in alarm as Jichen spat out a mouthful of blood. "Junior brother," she asked urgently, looking distressed. "What's wrong? When did you get so severely injured?" A calculating spark flashed in his eyes. "If I don't take medicine for these internal injuries, they'll be hard to heal later. But this injury is related to my little senior sister, and her favorability didn't drop. I might as well use this to see if I can get some compensation." Jichen forced himself to stand up and smile gently. "It's nothing. It's just that, before you arrived, I was looking for my quarters and accidentally stumbled into the master's palace." Hearing he was hurt by the master, Yue's eyes flickered as she exclaimed, "It was because of me." She sighed and explained hurriedly, "It's all my fault. The sect master didn't trust me with taking you to your quarters, but I was so engrossed in a romance novel that I completely forgot." Yue decisively handed him a pill bottle. "This is a Q-refining pill. Take it." His expression was complex. "Chu Shenkyu, senior sister." "Not bad. Another good item gained for free." She hesitated, sounding self-reproachful. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been reading that novel and arrived late, you wouldn't have been accidentally hurt by the master." Jichen smiled to reassure her. "Don't blame yourself, senior sister. It was my fault for wandering around." Her eyes softened. "You're in this condition and you're still defending me. Junior brother, you're such a good person." The system notified. Nangong Yue's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 20. Joyful conversation. Yue decisively gifted him a spirit-grade item with a sincere air. "Here, take this jade pendant as my apology." She turned to leave. "Keep it safe, junior brother." He was genuinely surprised and marveled. "Senior sister, this jade pendant must be a top-tier spirit-grade accessory. And the spirit shield skill is even more practical," she declared confidently. "What's the big deal? Your senior sister has plenty more treasures than that." Nangong Yue kept a casual attitude. "Let's go. I'll take you to your living quarters. All the basic equipment for beginners is kept there." Jichen bowed respectfully. "Chu Shenkyu, senior sister." A subtle smirk appeared on his face. "Lucky for me, I know how to act. Or how else would a newcomer to the sword sect get so many treasures? These NPCs in the Eight Desolations must be treated as living, breathing people with real emotions. But for now, I'm the only one who has been reborn and knows this." She stood in the middle of his spirit formation and announced clearly, "This is an Earth-grade spirit-gathering formation. Meditating and cultivating here will absorb spiritual energy much faster." Yue added with a sigh, "My father's place only has a profound grade 1. I'm really envious of you." Jichen's expression was complex. Normally, players would find a place to meditate and increase their cultivation level while offline, but their progress is usually very slow. His eyes darkened with suspicion. "I didn't expect to have an Earth-grade formation right where I'm staying. Could the master have arranged this just for me?" She patted his shoulder to reassure him. "There, my mission is finally complete." A slow smile spread across Yue's face. "See you later, junior brother." He replied respectfully. "Chu thank you for your hard work, senior sister." The system notification rang. Chi Refining Stage Innate Talent Plus, Earth-grade Spirit Gathering Formation Bonus, Meditation Cultivation Speed, 52 points per hour. Jichen focused his mind intently. "This is incredible. The meditation speed here is dozens of times faster than standard Chi Refining at the early stage. At this rate, if I just away from keyboard for 3 hours, my early Chi Refining cultivation will max out. The master won't see me until tomorrow. There's nothing else to do now." "That's odd," he thought, his eyes suddenly snapping open with a suspicious look. Back at it. Lin Jichen slowly turned on his phone. A notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank popped up, and he sat bolt upright in excitement. "Incredible. In just 5 hours, I've made over 16 million. In this life, I can finally change my tragic fate." The air in the room suddenly grew heavy. Renlan questioned him frantically. "Lin Jichen, how dare you take advantage of me?" Lin Jichen was still reeling, dazed. I didn't do anything." "Don't talk nonsense." Renlan zipped through the street on her scooter. The tires screeched against the pavement, a sharp, dry sound. Gusts of wind caught her hair, letting it flutter behind her. Lin Jichen slowly opened the door and spoke with a mysterious tone. "You're here." Renlan asked irritably, "Why did you call me here so early in the morning?" "I was just about to head out for a jog." He put on a cocky expression. "Nothing much, just wanted to show you the new apartment I rented." She stepped inside and marveled. "This is the place you rented?" "Not bad at all." Lin Jichen kept a casual, indifferent look. Obviously, it costs 5 to 6,000 yuan a month. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of Renlan's mouth. Lin Jichen, you really know how to live it up, don't you? Spending the gym membership fees I gave you like this? His face turned arrogant. What else can I do? I can't pay you back anyway, so I might as well spend it all. His gaze darkened, intense and wild. That way, you won't have to keep dwelling on it. Renlan promptly straddled Lin Jichen, demanding an answer with fierce frustration. What did you say? You heartless brat. You even dared to scam me out of my gym money. Renlan decided to go for it. Fine. Let's see how I turn you into a punching bag. He struggled frantically. Renlan, wait a second. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, hot, and she froze. The space between them became awkwardly silent. Renlan asked frantically, Lin Jichen, how dare you take advantage of me? Lin Jichen scrambled to explain, I didn't. I really didn't. Stop saying crazy things. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door. Mr. Lin Jichen, the gaming capsule you ordered has arrived. Please open the door. He hesitated for a moment before saying, please wait a moment. Lin Jichen's expression was a mix of complex emotions. I made some money in the game and bought you a gaming capsule. Get off me first, or I'm sending it right back. She interrupted him immediately. Don't send it back. You already bought it. How could you return it? He stared at the capsule and thought, musing. Is one gaming capsule enough to pay back the gym fees I owe you? I don't think it'll fit in your dorm room. If you put it at your house, your dad will definitely smash it. You might as well leave it at my place. I have a spare room for you. Renlan laughed, clearly thrilled. Let's do that. So, is this my new gaming capsule? Let me take a picture and post it to Facebook. Lin Jichen's eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Just like that, her anger vanished. Money really can solve 99% of problems. I need to get back into the game and make more money. Scene shift. He and Lang Feiyan appear at the spirit formation. She suddenly marveled. Not bad. You truly have a talent I've never seen before. In just a few hours, you're already on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Jichen bowed respectfully. Chu shank you for the praise, master. But my cultivation is stuck at the early stage of qi refining, and I'm not sure how to break through. Logically, every small stage requires a specific type of elixir to advance. He hoped to see if his master had any elixirs that could help him break through. Lang Feiyan remained calm. This is a top-grade qi gathering pill. Use it, and you can break through to the mid-stage of qi refining. He became visibly excited. Chu Shenkyu, master, this is the kind of elixir only top-tier sects possess. Her voice dropped, carrying an air of authority. Even though your talent is extremely high, you must understand, a true powerhouse needs not just high cultivation levels, but also the experience of countless battles. Lin Jichen's expression was complex. Master is right. Flowers grown in a greenhouse aren't worthy of walking the immortal path. Only a tree that grows amidst the lightning can attain eternal life. In his previous life, he discovered that the game's mechanics were highly restrictive. You could boost cultivation by buying gear with money, but combat experience could only be gained through real-life practice. Lang Feiyan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. It is truly rare to have such an insight. You are calmer than I imagined. The system notified him that Lang Feiyan's favorability had increased by 5. He fell into deep, calculated thought. I actually gained favorability with the sect master. If I keep this up, winning her over might not be impossible. No, stop thinking like that. Stop it. In this life, I must become the greatest sword cultivator. How can I get distracted by petty romance? She declared firmly, her gaze resolute. Therefore, go to the sect mission hall in the South Hall. Choose a difficult task within the qi refining stage to complete. Once the mission is finished, this spirit-gathering pill will be yours. Lin Jichen bowed and accepted. Lang Feiyan then passed him a mental cultivation technique. Before you go on your mission, I will teach you the Heavenly Deduction Heart Scripture. This is a technique that every disciple of the Heavenly Deduction Sword sect must learn. The higher your mastery of the technique, the greater your gains. I hope you will practice diligently. A corner of Lin Jichen's mouth lifted in excitement. Chu Shenkyu, master. Even though this technique is available to all disciples, outer disciples usually have to complete sect missions to learn it, but for me, it wasn't necessary. Scene shift to the Heavenly Deduction Sword Sect Outer Hall. The atmosphere was solemn. His expression was complex. There are quite a few players joining the sect now. That's fair. Even though the sect's hidden missions are well hidden, if you're careful, you can find them. Before long, there will be more and more players in the sect. Lin Jichen's gaze turned determined, but it doesn't matter. I've already seized the chance to become an inner disciple. He suddenly froze upon seeing a familiar figure. The handsome expert Yuyan Lin. It really is her. Lin Jichen fell into a brief, thoughtful silence. Yuyan Lin actually joined the sword sect after buying that tip. Not bad. More friends mean more paths. Maybe I can rely on her help later. He immediately spoke in a gentle tone. What a coincidence. You joined the sword sect too. Yui and Lin replied slowly. Yeah, I like using a sword, so I chose the sword sect. Lin Jichen turned away decisively. I have to go do a mission. Let's talk next time. She looked confused. I haven't even finished talking yet. Why is he leaving? She sighed. That handsome guy is so cold. Another girl chimed in. Wei and Lin. Chasing after him is going to be high difficulty. Wei and Lin questioned her irritably. Which eye of yours saw me chasing him? Her mouth curved into a knowing smile. So you aren't? A pity. I was really looking forward to seeing the drama of a girl chasing a boy. She cut him off with a look of firm resolve. Don't just stand there wasting ink. Go finish your mission. I still need 3 more contribution points to exchange for the Tianyan heart scripture. She sighed. Fine. Fine. I've been doing missions since I joined this sect, and I'm still 3 points short. I'm exhausted. Who on earth is actually going to get the Tianyan heart scripture? She spoke slowly, a hint of arrogance in her tone. The next person in line, Lin Jichen, paused. It's my turn. He cupped his hands respectfully. Disciple Lin Jichen, here to accept a mission. The woman's lips curled into an enigmatic smirk. Little brother, pick a mission. I suggest you choose one within your capabilities. Lin Jichen's eyes held a complex look. The simplest mission was just gathering some common herbs. Aside from gaining a bit of experience, it was useless, a total waste of time. He scanned the mission board, deep in thought. The next tier of missions was tougher, but they mostly involved hunting low-level chi-refining beasts. They wouldn't help much with real combat experience. Suddenly, Lin Jichen's gaze locked onto the center of the board. There was a special task listed under the hell difficulty, and it had to be carried out in Fenghu City. A smirk formed on his lips, full of excitement. This is it. Special missions often unlock special rewards. I've already mastered the Tianyan heart scripture, so all my combat stats are up by 5%. With how well I know Fenghui City, I can definitely pull this off. A system notification chimed. Hell difficulty mission. Retrieve the lost secret technique of the Tianyan sword sect. A warning flashed on the screen. Warning. This mission difficulty is extremely high. Low-level disciples should proceed with caution. The mission details read, Jiang Weihai, a disciple of the sword sect, was killed while away, and his secret technique was stolen. Help avenge Jiang Weihai and recover the lost sect technique. Mission rewards, 100 low-grade spirit stones, 100 sect contribution points, 1 high-grade tea-gathering pill, and a hidden reward, a spirit tier martial art. The woman whispered, looking uneasy. Little brother, this mission is incredibly hard. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Whoever killed Jiang Weihai is likely in the late stage of qi. Refining their cultivation is much higher than yours. Also, the sect rules state that if a disciple has an incomplete mission, they cannot accept a new one. Lin Jichen replied firmly, Thanks for the heads up, but I'm not reconsidering. I am definitely taking this mission. The crowd started buzzing. This kid is taking a hell difficulty mission. Is he kidding? The prompt is clear, the opponent is late-stage qi refining. How does he plan to win? By throwing his life away? He ignored their taunts completely. Regardless of how high the opponent's cultivation was, the clues were scarce, and finding the culprit would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. People love to talk, he thought. Just wait and see who gets slapped in the face. Scene shift to Fenghui City. Night blanketed the area as Lin Jichen landed and declared clearly, this is the key to completing the mission. A sweet voice rang out, paired with a seductive gaze. Oh my, a celestial from the Tianyan sword sect has arrived. A distinguished guest. Come, handsome celestial, let us take you inside. Li Si immediately announced loudly. True person Mu Qing, the head of the Shuanwu Taoist temple, has broken through to the spirit transformation stage today. The temple's power has grown once more. The Fairy of the Hundred Flowers Valley and the Grand Elder of the Qiang sect have formed a Taoist bond, a powerful alliance. Lin Jichen paused for a second. This guy is a gossip broker in the Eight Desolations, basically a reporter. A complex look crossed his face. He knows every little thing that happens in the Eight Desolations. He makes a living by telling stories and selling information. If I listen patiently, I'll definitely find clues for the mission. The man suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Weihai, a qi-refining disciple of the Tianyan sword sect, was killed while out training. The culprit is Chu Hao, a late-stage qi-refining rogue cultivator and a member of the demonic path. Lin Jichen's eyes glinted with interest. Finally, he took off in a hurry, chasing after the man. Sir, hold on. I want to buy some information. Li Si's eyes sparkled with greed. Most players would rush to the mission site the moment they got a clue, but I'm already used to the rhythm of this game. If you want specific clues, you have to pay up. Li Si laughed. Buying information is no problem. As long as you have the money, Li Si, will tell you everything. Lin Jichen tossed a money bag at him without hesitation. Where is Chu Hao? Li Si replied immediately. Chu Hao is quite the lecher. He's usually hanging around the flower district in Fenghu City. You can find him there. His expression turned mysterious. There's one other piece of information that's very important to you, but it'll cost an extra 5 spirit stones. It's up to you if you're willing to pay. Lin Jichen smirked. Small change. Li Si's voice dropped, his eyes intense. Seeing as you're a good lad, let me warn you. Even though Chu Hao is just a late-stage qi refining rogue, he has an older brother named Chu Shen. He's a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Be careful. At the Shoyo Pavilion in Fenghu City, women surrounded the patrons with intoxicating voices. Good sir, come here. You're so mean, have another drink. Once you finish this cup, we'll go to the room together. Giggling filled the air. Master Chu, come back again soon. We'll be waiting for you. Chu Hao's face was flushed, but he laughed triumphantly. All right, you better be waiting for your Master Chu. Next time, line up and wait for me, one by one. Lin Jichen watched from behind, his expression darkening. Target spotted. Chu Hao was stumbling from the booze. As the man turned, Lin Jichen stepped out and declared, I'm here to take your life. Chu Hao tightened his grip on his sword, looking disdainful. So, just a little qi refining novice, huh? You think being a Tianyan disciple means you can just come and seek revenge? Chu Hao lunged forward. I think you're tired of living. Lin Jichen dodged with agile movements. He gripped his sword, unleashing a whirlwind of energy. Chu Hao was sent flying backward, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. You're only at the early stage of qi, refining. How do you have this much power? Lin Jichen sneered. It's not that I'm too strong. It's that you're just too weak. After cultivating the Tianyan heart scripture, all my combat stats are up by 5%. It was no joke. The sword in Chu Hao's hand erupted with spiritual energy, and he launched a desperate, lethal strike at Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen's expression shifted. Time to test the spirit shield from that jade pendant senior sister Nangong Yue gave me. A barrier appeared, protecting him firmly. He remained calm and sighed to himself. Man, this spirit shield skill is really easy to use. His face turned pale with terror. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. You must be quite the pampered one, huh? Hand over your items obediently, and I might spare your life. Jichen raised an eyebrow and replied with a mocking tone. Demand my belongings? Who gave you the guts to say that? Chu Hao's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression frantic. He immediately created after images, making it impossible for Chu Hao to land a hit. Chu Hao's face went completely bloodless. How is this possible? This can't be happening. I can't let this drag on any longer, or I'm going to die by his hand. He staggered back, on high alert. Jichen's eyes flickered with complex emotions. He swung his sword decisively with great force. A single strike took 90 points of health. Chu Hao's eyes darkened in pain. His health bar was already running low. Jichen smirked with hidden meaning. No wonder you couldn't beat me. Being in the late stage of qi refining and only having these stats, even I, in the early stage of qi refining, am much stronger than you. Stung by the blade, he stumbled back in pain. Jichen's voice dropped, carrying an imposing weight. Hand over the Tianyan sect's secret technique, now. Chu Hao trembled and begged, Senior, I was blind. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. I'll hand over the items you want right now. Jichen suddenly froze as a surge of killing intent appeared behind him. An ambush. The ground beneath his feet shook and cracked. Chu Hao immediately commanded, his expression manic. Brother, you're here. Save me. Someone is hunting me down. Chu Shen's eyes darkened with arrogance. Kid, you're really out of luck. You mess with my brother. For every sword strike you left on his body, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. Jichen's eyes shifted with complex emotions. So, this is Chu Hao's older brother. Chu Shen. Foundation Establishment Realm. The early stage is much stronger than I expected. Chu Shen's voice was low and commanding. I told you, the situation is critical. I told you to stay put in the mountains and not come out, but you didn't listen. If I hadn't noticed you were gone and come looking for you, I'm afraid your pathetic life would be over today. Chu Hao hurriedly explained, Brother, it's my fault. I'll listen to you this time, I won't go out again. But first, help me take revenge. He beat me up pretty badly. Chu Shen declared coldly, his face expressionless. Hand over that spirit shield of yours, and I might consider leaving you an intact corpse. Chu Hao grabbed some medicinal pills, grinding his teeth as he warned, Give it up now, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Chu Hao's health bar was dwindling. Wait until I take this pill and recover some strength, then I'll help you. Jichen struck immediately, draining his energy. The scent of blood filled the air. Chu Shen gritted his teeth in frustration. Yu Jichen smirked provokingly. It seems your brother didn't know that villains often die because they talk too much. Besides, my original goal was to kill both of you and take double the loot. Jichen's voice dropped, filled with power. Now, it's your turn. Chushan lunged at Jichen with a frenzied look. Die. Jichen's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine. Trouble. This guy is much harder to deal with than Chu Hao. Jichen stumbled back, his wounds deep. But just then, the man moved like a ghost, closing in from behind. Jichen immediately raised his sword to block the attack. The force pushed him back, his feet dragging across the ground and leaving a deep groove. Jichen's expression was complex. Even though his speed is faster than mine, my experience is much richer. To be able to judge and defend while facing such a strong enemy. Chushen's eyes narrowed with killing intent. I am a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator, yet I can't even finish off a kid in the early stage of chi refining. This is nothing short of a humiliation. He attacked again like a whirlwind. Soul-severing slash. Jichen felt a chill down his spine. I used the spirit shield just now. It'll take 10 more minutes to cool down. If not for that, this strike wouldn't have even scratched the shield. Jichen created an after-image, making Chushen hesitate. Thankfully, the cooldown for the Shadow Step is only 10 seconds away. I'll use it to disrupt his rhythm first. Chushen smirked with hidden intent. Trying to outrun me? You're still far behind. He surrounded Jichen with multiple afterimages. Let's see where you can run now. Jichen's expression was complex. In my past life, to deal with this kind of cloning technique, at a glance, the real body and the phantoms look identical. But if you look closely, there are differences. You just need to focus. He observed every detail intently. For instance, only the eyes of the real Chushen have a glint of light. The eyes of the two clones are dull and lifeless. Jichen pointed his sword straight at him. Once I find this, I can suppress him in one move. The system announced the activation of the armor break effect. It would last for 5 seconds. Jichen fell into deep, calculating thought. Armor break is truly a good thing. To be able to reduce the opponent's defense by half, I have to strike fast while I have the upper hand. Chushen's health was dropping, and his eyes burned with explosive killing intent. Chushen shouted madly, completely losing control. You think that just because the tiger isn't roaring, I'm a sick cat. Moon-cleaving sword technique. Jichen's face paled in horror. Damn it, his attack speed is still too fast. I really can't block this anymore. Bad luck. If only I could have reached the mid-stage of chi refining, I wouldn't be this passive. Jichen immediately grabbed a pill. His health was only at 1/3. If this keeps up, I'm going to die here. But if I lose my life now, all my stats will drop by 10%. I worked so hard for such a perfect start. I absolutely cannot die here. His eyes grew firm, his expression determined. I have no choice but to use the pill my master gave me. I hate to use it, but I have no other options. To protect this pathetic life, I have to rely on it. Chushen froze in confusion. Jichen smirked with excitement. With this purple jade pill, my spirit and energy have instantly become much sharper. Chushen declared arrogantly. You're at death's door, and you're still standing there grinning. I think it won't be too late to laugh when you're in the underworld. His sword technique carried explosive power. Moon-cleaving blade technique, the system announced. Health increased by 3,000. Chushen paused, looking skeptical. What? You actually blocked my attack? Chushen mocked him. It seems that pill you just swallowed isn't anything simple. Truly unexpected. You really have a lot of treasures on you, kid. Whatever. You managed to dodge death once thanks to that pill, but how long do you think you can keep that up? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're not wrong. My pill does have a time limit, which is why his blood is running thin now. Lin Jichen declared confidently. If I just kill you before the pill wears off, that'll settle it, right? Chushen's face went deathly pale. How did he suddenly get so strong? He struggled to block every strike, focusing solely on defense, waiting for the pill's effect to fade. A thrill of excitement crossed Lin Jichen's face. He felt as if he were finally grasping the essence of swordsmanship. His sword aura grew sharper, more lethal with every move. The system chimed in, sword intent mastered during combat. Sword aptitude increased by 5%. Chushen's HP is depleting rapidly. Chushen's eyes went bloodshot, his expression frantic. This guy must be an incredibly important disciple of the Thien Dien sword sect. If I don't eliminate him now, he'll be a massive threat later. The sword in his hand radiated heavy malevolence, a soul-chasing blade that made the very air warp with every strike. Chushen's phantom image suddenly froze in doubt. Did he run away? But Lin Jichen appeared out of nowhere and struck instantly. Caught off guard, Chushen was run through by the blade. Chushen coughed up blood, his face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Jichen just smirked, a hidden meaning behind his gaze. As his health bar hit 0, the system notification rang out. Hellgrade mission completed. Please return to the sect to claim your reward. A mix of complicated emotions flickered across his face. Got a decent haul from this trip. I'll strip the loot and head back to report to the sect. Lin Jichen suddenly paused, looking skeptical. Wait a minute. I feel like I'm forgetting something important before I head back. He fell into deep thought. After all, this was his first sect mission. I really should buy a gift for my master. Walking through Fuang Kuk City, his expression turned thoughtful. As the saying goes, it's the thought that counts. In this traditional world, respecting one's master is essential. Plus, a gift will surely boost my master's favorability toward me. But what should I get her? Lin Jichen's eyes landed on a shop. Well, the ancients did say no woman can resist jewelry. I'll get master a jade hairpin. His expression turned proud as he approached the counter. I'm here to turn in my mission. The attendant gasped in shock. Young master, you're amazing. You actually completed a Hellgrade mission that quickly. The crowd erupted in chaos. This guy actually cleared a Hellgrade mission? How is that even possible? To do that, you'd need at least a late-stage key condensation cultivation level. What is this scroll? Is that the reward? The attendant asked, her eyes filled with admiration. Young master, no wonder you're an elite of the inner sect. Your future is limitless. Following the successful completion, rewards began to manifest one after another. These are your mission rewards. Inside, you'll find 100 low-grade spirit stones as a bonus. Please, accept them. The crowd murmured in awe. So much. 100 low-grade spirit stones. My God, I have to do dozens of missions just to get a handful. Don't even start. Look at the sect contribution points on his badge. 100 points. I have to do 10 missions for that amount. The crowd swarmed Lin Jichen, fawning over him. Brother, you're so incredible. How did you pull off a Hellgrade mission? What's your cultivation level now? Are you taking disciples? Do you have a guild yet? If you don't, come join our Thuonglang guild. You're so handsome and powerful. Can you take me with you, big brother? I can do anything for you. Lin Jichen replied in a gentle, polite tone. I appreciate the kind offers, I truly do. But I have somewhere I need to be right now. The crowd still chased after him desperately. Handsome, can you just consider me? If you join our guild, we'll make you the boss. Lin Jichen fled in a hurry, his head throbbing. Could you all just stop following me already? A sharp voice cut through the air. Do not disturb an inner sect disciple. Do not disturb the master's personal disciple. The crowd's expressions changed instantly. What? He's already an inner sect disciple? One guy sighed. He really is the real deal, boss. Take me with you. Lin Jichen cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Master, your disciple has returned. Leng Feiyan maintained her usual detached expression. I heard you completed a Hellgrade mission. He answered firmly, that is correct. Her face darkened with annoyance. I told you to pick a hard-level mission. Why on earth would you choose Hellgrade? If you had failed, not only would you have lost your life, but our sect would have suffered the loss of a genius swordsman. Lin Jichen paused, then spoke with conviction. This disciple knows he was wrong. Your instruction is well taken, master. Leng Feiyan waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. What was the opponent's cultivation level? Lin Jichen looked conflicted. I thought his cultivation was only at the chi condensation stage, but I didn't expect him to have an older brother, and that brother was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. She froze, then asked skeptically. You relied on your own strength, found yourself in a desperate situation, and managed to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Lin Jichen bowed respectfully. I dare not lie, master. It was mostly thanks to the pill you gave me previously. Without it, I surely wouldn't have survived. Leng Feiyan's voice dropped, becoming solemn. The gap between major realms is immense. From now on, you must be extremely cautious. Do not act on your own again, understand? You are the most talented disciple in our sect. Take this talisman. Only use it when you are facing a life or death crisis. Never use it lightly, do you understand? I never expected his combat talent to be this extraordinary, truly a once-in-a-millennium find. The system announced, Original Spirit Talisman, contains a seal of one strand of Leng Feiyan's original spirit. Can be used once. Players cannot use this item during combat. His eyes lit up with excitement. Chu Shenkyu, master. With the sect leader backing me, what do I have to fear? I definitely need to hold on to this golden thigh for dear life. She promptly took out several pills. And here is the peak-grade chi-gathering pill that I promised you. Since you completed a Hellgrade mission, I will give you an extra one. I hope this helps you achieve a smooth breakthrough. Lin Jichen bowed respectfully. Chu Shenkyu for your guidance, master. Your disciple will certainly not let you down. Leng Feiyan spoke clearly. Right now, what you lack is sword technique. It's in the sect's library. Go exchange for it yourself. He paused, then hurried to call out, Master, wait. She replied, her tone icy. Is there something else? Lang Fan's expression shifted, looking complicated as she held the hairpin in her hand. Disciple wanted to offer Master a small gift, but it's not enough to afford a precious spirit pearl hairpin. I had to settle for a mortal's hair accessory. I don't know if Master will even like it. Her voice dropped, carrying a sense of authority. Just focus on your cultivation. There's no need for these formalities. Lin Jichen replied firmly, Please, Master, set your mind at ease. His eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Master is just too cold. And she even said she didn't like the gift. The system notification chirped. Lang Fan's favorability increased by 5. Lin Jichen chuckled, looking thrilled. My master's favorability went up. That's more like it, Li. Turns out, she's only cold on the outside. One step closer to the soft rice life, relying on her support, he slowly walked out of the main hall. Suddenly, Lin Jichen stopped, sensing a surge of spiritual energy. His expression, a mix of complex emotions. What's that commotion? His vision was immediately swallowed by a cloud of white mist. Elder Tianqing sighed, sounding helpless. Failed again. Why is the beauty pill so much harder to refine than the heaven origin pill? I don't believe this, he announced loudly. I am the head of the 12 great elders of the sword sect, Tianqing. I am currently refining a pill and desperately need a specific catalyst. Is there anyone willing to go fetch it for me? He muttered to himself, eyes skeptical. Another hell-tier quest. Plus, getting to Kanglan Herb Valley costs spirit stones. He flatly refused. Forget it. This mission is high difficulty and costs money. Not worth taking at all. I'm passing on this. I don't want to die just after starting the game. I have zero experience with this world, anyway. Lin Jichen stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Greetings, Elder. I am Lin Jichen, and I am willing to help you find this soul-twining herb. The other disciples began to murmur. What? Someone actually took this suicide mission. Elder Tianqing's face turned complex. Isn't that the inner disciple that girl Lang just took in? A calculating look crossed his eyes. This old man is the greatest alchemy master in the entire sword sect. Building a connection with a heavyweight like him can't be a bad deal. Late at night at Kanglan Herb Valley, Lin Jichen walked alone carrying a lantern, turning his head to scan the surroundings. Based on my past life's experience, this boss, the herb spirit, usually appears where the rare herbs grow. It should be around here somewhere. Suddenly, Lin Jichen jumped in surprise at a shout. A group of players was relentlessly attacking a bone eagle. Everyone was struggling to hold on. Seeing this, he thought, found it, but it looks like it's already being hunted. Lin Jichen watched the bone eagle flap its wings, knocking the group away. I'll just watch the fight for now. I'll wait for an opening later. He raised an eyebrow, looking at them. There are over a dozen of these noob players, and they can't even take down one bone eagle? How pathetic. Plus, judging by their state, they're definitely going to get wiped out by the bone herb spirit. Lin Jichen walked over calmly, thinking it would be best to negotiate with them before the boss got away. A girl glanced over and noticed him approaching, whispering a warning. Sister Yuyan Lin, isn't that the handsome expert from before? Lin Jichen watched Yuyan Lin's group descend to negotiate. Hey everyone, I'm on an urgent quest involving this bone eagle. Could you yield this boss to me? He thought to himself. It's Yuyan Lin's guild. I know them. Should be easy to talk to. Jiang Luoyu also descended from above. Yuyan Lin, do you know him? She leaned in close to her ear to reply. He's the expert I told you about. The one who soloed the village chief in the starter village, and the whole server got the announcement. Yuyan Lin leaned toward Jiang Luoyu and whispered, The sec quest I got from the blacksmith was information I bought from him. She scanned him, guessing. He must be here to kill the boss to get the Heaven Evolution Heart Sutra. Jiang Luoyu heard this, her gaze turning sharp. But this boss is crucial for our Moon Shadow Guild. Even if we're acquaintances, we can't just hand it over. Yuyan Lin's voice echoed in response. All right, let me go talk to him. She walked up to Lin Jichen and spoke without hesitation. Expert Lin Jichen, I'm really sorry, but this bone eagle is a mission target for our boss. We really need it. Could you wait until it respawns tomorrow? He laughed, replying, Just as I thought. I figured you wouldn't give it up so easily. Lin Jichen raised an eyebrow and said, Though, looking at you guys fighting it, I don't think I'll need to wait for a respawn. On the other side, the bone eagle shrieked, launching an attack. The rest of the guild members froze, clutching their heads in pain. It hurts. The bone eagle's eyes flashed red, and it struck with its claws, causing the players to scream out. Help me. Lin Jichen looked over and smiled, saying, What I was trying to tell you guys is that the health bar of the bone eagle drops to around 50%. It immediately releases a stunning pollen. That pollen drains your stamina and increases your cooldowns. You guys better start praying. Yuyan Lin turned back in shock. What did you say? Jiang Luoyu saw this, gripped her weapon tightly, and dashed forward. Ignore him. Focus on the boss first. She raised her hand, using Earth Immortal Binding to tie down the Berserk Bone Eagle. Next, Jiang Luoyu held a hand forward and calmly called out, Blazing Fire Lantern. Directly in front of her, a fierce fire erupted, surrounding the Bone Eagle. On the other side, Lin Jichen crossed his arms and looked down, thinking, that move is only going to make the Bone Eagle angrier. Once its rage meter maxes out, not only will its attack speed increase, but the damage it deals will skyrocket. The Bone Eagle, surrounded by flames, began to use its body-shedding skill. The Bone Eagle's eyes blazed with fire as it looked toward her. Lin saw it open its beak and lunge at Jiang Luoyu, so she shouted a warning. Watch out. The Bone Eagle's beak slammed into her stomach, causing her to cough up blood. It opened its mouth and flapped its wings, unleashing falling stone rain to attack Jiang Luoyu. Lin Jichen, standing in the distance, asked curiously, Is that magic user an idiot? He crossed his arms again, casually questioning, I can teach you all how to take down this Bone Eagle, but if a yin grass drops, it must be given to me. What do you think? Lin and Jiang Luoyu both agreed. Fine. Show us how. Lin Jichen stepped closer to the two of them. Your hatred score with that Bone Eagle is very high, so stop using the falling rock dance skill to provoke it. He looked at Jiang Luoyu and added, Check your health bar, it's almost gone. When it recovers from those falling rocks, it could swat you to death with just one claw. With a serious expression, Lin Jichen grabbed her arm, lifting the hand holding her weapon. It's not falling rock dance. It shouldn't be used. This way, you should combine it with the Earth Immortal Rooting technique to maximize your damage. His voice rang out instantly. Your Earth Rooting skill cooldown is fast, so use that first. Earth Immortal Rooting. Lin Jichen watched as the Bone Eagle was enveloped in golden light and said, Good, just like that. He looked up at Lin, who was approaching it, and added, You need to stay back and control it. Let your teammates deal the damage. Jiang Luoyu heard this and turned back with a bright smile. So that's how it works. Chu thank you for the advice. Just then, a loud, arrogant voice rang out. The Blood Slaughter Guild appeared, a group of people swarming in. Lin Jichen heard the noise and glanced over. Luo Bei pointed at himself and shouted, We want this boss. Get out of here now, or don't blame us for being rude. Lin looked at the crowd and asked, Boss, is the Blood Slaughter Guild that guild everyone on the forums talks about? We don't have enough manpower here. What should we do now? Jiang Luoyu didn't even turn her head as she replied, We just fight them. If we back down once, there will be more times in the future. Her eyes were filled with determination as she looked ahead. Even if we lose this time, we have to make our Moon Shadow Guild famous. At the very least, we can't lose in terms of spirit. She nodded. Understood. Jiang Luoyu glanced back at the creature being restrained, but this Bone Eagle. We were so close to killing it. We have to go to the guild war anyway. It's not worth giving up on this Bone Eagle. Giving up now would be such a waste. Lin Jichen crossed his arms, staying calm. I can help you all take down this Bone Eagle, but after it's defeated, besides the yin grass, I get the right to choose one piece of equipment that drops from the boss. How does that sound? Jiang Luoyu asked, stunned. Are you serious? Lin added from the side. If that's the case, I'll leave a few people behind to help you finish off the Bone Eagles. He shook his head and headed toward the Bone Eagle. No need. You guys go all out on the guild war. Leave the Bone Eagle to me alone. Jiang Luoyu and Lin stared in disbelief, mouths agape. Luo Bei, standing behind them, laughed loudly and raised his hand, shouting, How ridiculous! One person thinks he can take down a late-stage key-refining Bone Eagle. Only a madman would dream of such things. Next, Bo waved his hand, ordering, Brothers, charge. Let's teach this pathetic little guild a lesson. Lin shouted as well, trying to block them. The two sides clashed. Skills of every color flashed alongside screams. A man laughed as he drove his sword into a female player's chest. In this herb valley, only those with real fighting ability get to stay. You little girls came to the wrong place. A man threw his head back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Lin's group huddled together, back to back, watching their surroundings warily. The Blood Slaughter Guild members surrounded them, taunting loudly. Tell me, why did a bunch of girls come to the Wing Valley to play around? Laughter echoed everywhere. That's right, wouldn't it be better to just stay in the newbie village? But it doesn't matter. Let me send you back to the newbie village myself. Luo Bei looked over and yelled. This is the consequence of opposing our Blood Slaughter Guild. Today is just a small lesson for a garbage guild like yours. He smirked triumphantly. Just a few days after the game's launch and he had already wiped out an entire guild. How's that for dominance? Let's collect the boss loot in a moment. This is just perfect. Suddenly, someone next to him pointed at the sky behind them and screamed, Boss, look, there's a world announcement for a first kill. Luo Bei turned around in shock. What did you say? He looked up and saw a notification. Congratulations to player Lin Jichen for completing the first kill of a chi refining boss in the Eight Desolations. The player receives 400 reputation points, 2 points of innate charm, and an achievement medal. Everyone gasped in disbelief. The bone eagle. It was actually taken down? Lin Jichen watched it fall to the ground and called out, Wuyan Lin. The bone eagle is down. He smiled faintly, turning his head. Come over here and let's divide the loot. The Blood Slaughter Guild members stared at Lin Jichen in astonishment. He pointed a finger at him and roared, daring to steal our boss. I think he's tired of living. For a beginner to be able to solo a boss at this stage, he'll definitely become a major threat later. Kill him immediately and take his gear to ruin his leveling speed. I'll pay a heavy reward to whoever kills him. A player appeared behind Lin Jichen and lunged forward. I'm on it. He was a body cultivator at the early stage of chi refining, raised his fist and shouted, I'm an athlete in real life. One punch from me is equal to 20 years of inner strength. Before he could even finish, Lin Jichen punched him straight in the gut. Let's see how you dodge that. Lin Jichen then slashed with his sword, hitting the player's heart and cutting his health in half. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, in his past life he was a magic cultivator for 9 years and had been beaten countless times. Against such weak martial arts, there's no way you can win. The player's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his reaction time be that fast? This is impossible. After the strike, Lin Jichen raised his sword again for another hit. This one slashed across his throat, dealing a critical strike of 455 damage. One-shotting a Blood Slaughter Guild member, the others saw the tombstone appear and screamed, This is impossible. How is this kid's damage so insanely high? Another person shouted in shock. He didn't even use a skill. I don't buy it. Is he cheating or something? Another guy gasped. How could you cheat in a game like this? I've played enough to know, so don't try to fool me. Lin Jichen looked at the loot bags dropped by the players earlier and said, Just because I don't like trouble doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. I don't care about your guild wars, but if you mess with me, a bright red light flashed over him. You better be damn careful. An angry voice rang out. That punk is way too cocky. Immediately, a group of them charged at him together. Let's all four take him on. He's only at the mid-chi refining stage. No need to be scared. Let's coordinate our attacks. Lin Jichen just scoffed, stubborn to the end. The leader's eyes went wide with shock. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jichen glided through the 4 of them, sending them to their respawn points. A bunch of trash. He looked at the gravestones appearing before him and asked arrogantly, What now? Any of you want to try again? Seeing this, Luo Bei waved his hand. Guys, run for now. We'll settle the score with him sooner or later. A moment later, Jiang Luoyu approached with a beaming smile. Master Lin, thank you so much for your help today. Lin Jichen sheathed his sword and smiled gently. Don't mention it. It was just a small thing, not worth the trouble. A pile of loot lay on the ground. Spirit-grade items, General's Relic, herbs, a sound-tying grass, plus a spirit-grade martial art, Frost Thorn, and a spirit-grade skill, Dragon Rising Break, and... Was that the Spirit Storm Fist? He looked over and said, Right, I've taken care of that, Spirit Bone Eagle. The loot it dropped is all right here. Lin Jichen pointed at the dazzling pile of items. According to the rules, the sound-tying grass belongs to me, and I also get to choose 1 extra item. That's not a problem, right? Yuan Lin and Jiang Luoyu gasped in disbelief. 6 items dropped at once? What kind of insane drop rate is this? They had never seen a boss drop this much gear before. She looked at him and suggested, Mr. Lin, you killed the Bone Eagle all by yourself from the start. We don't have the right to claim these items. All of these should belong to you. Lin Jichen replied calmly, Don't be like that. I said before, you guys were the ones who attacked the beast first. It wouldn't be right for me to just snatch it away. I'll just take 1 item as payment, that's enough. Soon after, Jiang Luoyu leaned in close to whisper something to Yuan Lin. Then, a notification screen popped up in front of her. Do you want to transfer funds? Yes or no? A notification then appeared before Lin Jichen. Your card ending in 7,758 has received 5 million yuan. Current balance, 5,200,000, 7,820 yuan and 35 cents. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. 5 million? She just transferred it without even blinking. This woman is loaded. Jiang Luoyu walked over quickly and held out a hand. Master, wait a moment. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Luoyu, the guild leader of Moon Shadow. He shook her hand and introduced himself, Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen narrowed his eyes, thinking, Jiang Luoyu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lin Jichen paused, muttering to himself, Jiang Luoyu. Wait. After a moment, her profile finally surfaced in his memory. I remember now. I saw her on the ranking boards in my past life. She was the second-ranked Grandmaster, right behind me. But that's not the main point. More importantly, she's the daughter of the wealthiest person in Songhai City. Thinking this, Lin Jichen squeezed Luo Yu's hand a bit tighter, feeling the aura of her wealth. Here we go, I should enjoy this golden glow for a bit. Yui and Lin, standing to the side, covered her mouth and coughed. Master Lin, are you done yet? Don't get any funny ideas. He heard this, scratched his head, and gave an awkward smile. I was just thinking about something. I didn't mean anything by it. She rolled her eyes. He ignored me before. I thought he was just hyper-focused on his career. But turns out, he actually thought I wasn't pretty enough, as if anyone would believe that. Shortly after, Lin Jichen turned to leave. If that's all, I'll be going now. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Jiang Luoyu blushed, looking down. My friend is actually a pretty good guy, isn't he? Can't. Jiang Luoyu blushed, looking down. My friend is actually a pretty good guy, isn't he? Wei and Lin rolled her eyes in disagreement. Good? What's good about him? Jiang Luoyu, he was totally taking advantage of you. It's obvious he's got some scheme with you. Then her eyes went wide, thinking, wait, something's not right. Why is Luoyu acting so shy? Does she actually have a crush on Master Lin? Stop saying such things. Let's go. Jiang Luoyu and Uyen Lin walked ahead, and she spoke softly. Oh, right. Give a reward to every member who participated in the guild war. Give them 50,000 yuan each this time, as a little celebration. Liu Hazi, the top-rated gaming streamer, hid behind a tree and peeked at their retreating backs. She waved her hand to open her livestream screen. Hey everyone, in today's livestream, I won't just be taking you to enjoy the guild battle. On the screen, comments and gifs were scrolling by rapidly. I only love Jingxia. Liu Hazi is the prettiest. Everything is thanks to Liu Hazi for showing us the world. Hazi is my dream girl. Donation. 2 rockets. To the passing players, can anyone tell me who that master was earlier? Was that an NPC? He didn't look like a new player at all. I'm signing up for the game right now. Hope I can meet the beauty in there. Hey, look at the second comment. Didn't you see the announcement? That guy named Lin Jichen was the first person to clear the novice village. Liu Hazi's voice continued. And we even got to see the top-tier skills of a supermaster. Sign up now to learn more. Other comments flooded in. Donation. 2 rockets for my dream girl, Hazi. Looking up to the sky at a 45-degree angle, does anyone know the master's name? I'm begging you. Spot on. Liu Hazi. Oh my god, he's the one who killed the boss in the novice village. 666. She rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and spoke with admiration. That's right. Master Lin took down a Leichi refining boss all by himself with ease. That kind of power is truly enviable, and the most important part is, he's super handsome. She beamed with a smile. I'm Liu Hazi, and I'm here to announce, Lin Jichen is the #1 master of the 8 Desolations. Lin, a top-tier expert, single-handedly defeated a mid-stage key refinement cultivator with ease. Such power is truly admirable, and most importantly, he's incredibly handsome. She beamed with a smile and called out, Leng Feiyan, I'm making an announcement right here. Lin Jichen is the top expert in the 8 Desolations. Right then, I've made up my mind. From now on, he's my idol, the man of my dreams. Almost immediately, the comment section exploded. Only loving Liu Hazi, Team Liu Hazi, honey, don't let him fool you. That guy Lin Jichen definitely has some ulterior motives. Liu Hazi of my dreams. Hey, Liu Hazi, don't be like that. I'm way more handsome than him, you know. A random player chimed in. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about this too. Something's fishy, guys. This game is totally rigged. I'm speechless. Liu Hazi, how could you do this to us? Give us back our money, you scammer. Wait, Liu Hazi is actually in love. Members of the Blood Fiend Guild were shouting at their monitors, staring at Liu Hazi's face on the screen. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Not only did he kill our guild members and ruin our guild's reputation, but he's also using my name to clout chase. His face contorted in rage, grinding his teeth. Lin Jichen, you bastard. A member of the Blood Fiend Guild threw his computer aside and roared. If I ever run into you in the game again, I'm going to end you. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jichen gathered a handful of herbs and bowed respectfully. Elder, your disciple Lin Jichen has completed the quest and returned to report. Elder Tianxing looked over in surprise. You're back already? Quickly, place the Zuyan herbs on the table for me to see. He tossed a box toward him and said, You've helped me find these Zuyan herbs. I can't just let you work for free, can I? Take this as a reward. Jichen caught it with both hands and thanked him softly. Many thanks, Elder. A scream popped up immediately. After consuming these spirit-grade stat pills, One combat attribute will permanently increase by 1 to 5 points. The stats and the amount are random. There are 3 pills in total. Also, a spirit-grade Heffing bracelet, speed +5, evasion +8%, and movement skill cooldown reduced by 10%. He quickly tucked the wooden box into his chest and asked, "Elder, may I ask if you are still looking for the recipe for the Zunion pill?" He thought to himself, "In my past life, I saw an announcement that Elder Tianqing failed 99 times before he finally crafted the Zunion pill. If I tell him the formula now, wouldn't that gain me some serious favor?" Elder Tianqing looked up at the sky and said, "That's right. I've tried dozens of times, but they all failed. Without the recipe, I'm just fumbling in the dark." He turned his head and looked at him. "Why? Do you know the Zunion pill recipe?" Jichen rubbed his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. "I seem to remember reading about it in an old manuscript somewhere." Elder Tianqing was absolutely stunned as Jichen began to recite 3 grams of stone powder, 2 feathers from a wild phoenix, 6 inner flower petals, and 3 Zuying herbs. He jumped up in excitement. "What? You actually stumbled upon such a miracle? Wait, hold on." A moment later, Elder Tianqing looked at the furnace and said, "You stand by and watch. If I make a mistake, be sure to remind me." Jichen replied, "Understood." The furnace lid rattled from the pressure inside. Watching 2 pills shoot into the air, he laughed in triumph. "I did it. I succeeded." Elder Tianqing smiled kindly and held out one of the pills. "You've done me a huge favor. Here, take this pill as a gift." A notification sounded. "Elder Tianqing's favorability toward you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability is 20. Having a pleasant chat, Jichen took the pill and saw the notification. Earth-grade Zunion pill. Innate charm permanently increases by 5 points. Favorability with other female NPCs increases by 5%. If gifted to a female NPC, it can randomly increase their favorability toward you by 5 to 20%. He stared at it, deep in thought. Elder Tianqing is surprisingly generous. The Zunion pill is incredibly rare. Even if you know the recipe, it's hard to craft without a 9-grade grandmaster like Elder Tianqing. This was a huge win. Jichen bowed. "Many thanks, Elder. This disciple will take his leave." He thought to himself, "I need to hurry back and give this pill to my master. The higher her favorability, the more benefits I'll get." Suddenly, Elder Tianqing raised a hand to stop him. "Wait." Jichen was surprised. "Elder, is there something else you need?" The elder replied, "Let me ask you, do you like alchemy? I want to take you as my apprentice. I want to pass on the art of alchemy to you. Would you be willing?" A screen popped up. "A great opportunity event triggered. Grand Elder Tianqing wants to take you as an apprentice. Do you accept?" "Accept?" Jichen looked up, puzzled. "Elder Tianqing wants to take me on? Isn't that a good thing?" Just then, Feiyan appeared in a flash of light and asked, "Uncle Tianqing, are you really going to steal Feiyan's only disciple, just like that?" Seeing her, Jichen immediately called out, "Master." He frowned, unable to hide his anxiety. "Why did Master show up right now?" "I had no intention of agreeing to Elder Tianqing. Please, don't misunderstand." Tianqing scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Sect leader, you've misunderstood. I never intended to steal your disciple. It's just that he has a real talent for alchemy, and I've grown fond of him, so I just wanted to teach him." She replied, "Oh, I see. My apologies." Feiyan misunderstood. Jichen breathed a sigh of relief. Master shouldn't be angry. He thought, she's like a cold fairy just looking at her. You can tell she's usually incredibly composed. Suddenly, her voice dropped, adding, "However, Feiyan believes my well-behaved disciple has even more talent for cultivation. What the sword sect lacks isn't alchemists, but powerhouses on the path to immortality. Isn't that right, Uncle Tianqing?" Feiyan glanced behind her. "But don't worry, Uncle. Once his cultivation level increases a bit more, I'll let him acknowledge you as his teacher." Jichen broke into a cold sweat, thinking in a panic, "Master is using that kind of look to trick me. Is she actually angry? No way, right? If she's this mad, how could she ever let me study under Elder Tianqing later?" Elder Tianqing brushed off his clothes and laughed. Very well, very well. Let's leave it at that, then." He turned and left. "I'm going back to my alchemy. You two sort it out." Feiyan also turned around and walked away briskly. "Follow me back to the Sword Palace. Your master has a few things to discuss with you." Jichen, filled with dread, bowed and replied, "Understood." He sighed internally. Her tone sounds a bit unfriendly. I'm afraid she's about to settle some scores with me. He then turned and left. "I'm heading back to refine pills. You two can do as you please." Lang Feiyan also turned and walked away briskly. "Follow me back to the Sword Palace. I have something to discuss with you." Jichen looked terrified, cupping his hands in respect while lamenting inwardly. The tone of Master's voice sounds unfriendly. I'm afraid she's here to settle the score. Inside the Sword Palace, Lang Feiyan's voice echoed. It seems you're quite dissatisfied with your master, aren't you? She rested her chin in her hand and said nonchalantly, how about we cut ties as master and disciple? Then you can go find someone else to mentor you. Jichen's eyes widened in panic. Oh, come on. Master, you've really misunderstood me. He bowed outside, begging for forgiveness. Master, please, you must never cut ties with your disciple. If you do, how could I ever show my face in the sword sect again? I know I was wrong. Lang Feiyan's cold voice replied, where were you wrong? Did I ever say you were wrong? Jichen remained in his bowing position and spoke. My mistake was not listening to you. Instead of focusing on my cultivation, I went to see Elder Tian Qing to help refine pills, wasting my time. She remained silent, appearing thoughtful as he continued his defense. All of your teachings and expectations for me have gone to waste. Jichen looked up, feeling a spark of hope. Her expression had softened significantly. It seemed half of her resentment had vanished. He had to keep pushing. He immediately knelt on the ground and fawned over her. Master, you are the best master in the entire world. Your cultivation reaches the heavens. You are peerless in the world. Your beauty outshines the moon, and your aura is truly unrivaled. Jichen kept his head down, declaring loudly, with a master like you, why would I ever need to seek guidance from anyone else? Her lips curled into a faint smile as he continued. Did you truly misunderstand your disciple? A system notification chimed. Ding. Lang Feiyan's favorability toward you has increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 15. A pleasant conversation. Jichen smiled broadly, pumping his fist in a silent cheer. The favorability went up. Master is actually quite soft-hearted. Looks like I don't need to worry about being disowned anymore. Lang Feiyan waved her hand. Since you have realized your mistake, I won't hold it against you this time. Excited, he replied. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I promise never to make such a foolish mistake again. Jichen then opened a wooden box, revealing a pill inside. Oh, right. This is a small gift I'd like to offer you, Master. Please consider it an apology. She looked at the light radiating from the pill and gasped. Is this a beauty-preserving pill? Such medicine is extremely rare. Where did you get it? He explained. I helped Elder Tian Qing refine 2 of them, and he gave one to me. Lang Feiyan stood up immediately and said softly, so that's how it is? This pill is extremely precious. You don't need to give it to me. You should keep it for yourself. Jichen gritted his teeth inwardly. Is she really that proud? No way. This pill, she's going to take it, whether she wants to or not. If she doesn't want it, I have to find a way to make her accept it. He immediately held the box out to her with both hands. Master, I specifically asked Elder Tian Qing to give this beauty-preserving pill to you. Jichen frowned, speaking with complete seriousness. I wanted to learn alchemy from Elder Tian Qing, precisely, so I could learn how to craft these beauty-preserving pills. He added, from now on, I'll give you one every single day so you can eat them like rice. Hearing this, Lang Feiyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Jichen blushed, thinking, who could possibly resist her when she smiles like that? He scratched his head and looked away. Master, even though your natural beauty doesn't require such a pill, this is my sincere intention. I really hope you'll accept it. Only then will I be able to feel at peace. Lang Feiyan reached out and gently took the box. Very well. I will accept this pill. A system notification sounded. Lang Feiyan's favorability toward you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 35. Growing closer day by day, she looked up and walked forward. Since you've given me such a gift, I cannot accept it for free. I recall a secret martial arts technique from my chi refinement stage that would be perfect for you. I shall retrieve it for you. Jichen thought excitedly. As expected, higher favorability leads to better rewards. This beauty-preserving pill was truly the perfect gift. Lang Feiyan led the way, walking quickly. Follow me. Jichen immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, master. He blushed, remembering the hairpin in Lang Feiyan's hair. That's the hairpin I gave her. I can't believe she actually wore it. Inside his room, Jichen sat cross-legged to cultivate, surrounded by status windows. Heaven Extension Heart Sutra, Novice 22%. Phantom Shadow Movement, Novice 22%. Piercing Mist Thrust, Novice 11%. Moon Cutting Slash, Novice 11%. Phoenix Dance, Novice 0%. You have learned the profound grade martial art, Phoenix Dance. Attribute, Sword Technique Aptitude plus 10%, Alchemy Aptitude plus 50%. Equipped, Sword Sect Robes, Spirit Cloud Chasing Sword, Spirit Tuling Jade Pendant, Spirit Stone Storage Ring, Spirit Cloud Stepping Boots, Spirit Tay, Fragrance Waistband, Spirit 100 Refinement Ring, Spirit Flower Phoenix Bracelet. Suddenly, he grabbed his sword hilt, drew his blade, and swung it, unleashing the profound grade martial art, Phoenix Dance. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he stared straight ahead. Jichen sheathed his sword, exhaled, and touched his chin. This martial art is incredibly powerful. Not only is its area of effect damage twice that of the moon-cutting slash, but it can also interrupt others' techniques and even comes with a disabling effect. If I were to auction this off, it might even be worth an apartment in a Tier 2 city. Just then, Nangong Yue ran in from outside. Little junior brother, where are you? Jichen immediately stepped out. Senior sister, it's late. What brings you here? She held up 3 fingers and laughed. I actually do need your help with something. We disciples of the Sword Sect need to complete at least 3 missions in each major realm. Nangong Yue twiddled her thumbs together, stuttering as she explained, I haven't completed any missions since I reached the crystal formation stage. Now I feel like I'm about to break through, but if I don't finish them, I'll be penalized. Jichen asked suspiciously, Then why haven't you finished your missions, senior sister? She hung her head and cried out, I guess I got so caught up in that romance novel that I completely forgot to handle that mission. He muttered to himself, rubbing his chin, while Nam Kung Nai grabbed his hand with both of hers, pleading, I've still got this spirit exorcism quest, but it's a 2-person job, and I really need a partner. Tell me, junior brother, would you be willing to help me out? Lin Jichen lowered his head and smiled. Sure, I can do that, he replied to his senior sister, thinking to himself, she's always taken such good care of me, and she even gifted me a top-tier jade pendant the moment we met. How could I possibly say no? Beaming with a huge smile, she cheered. Little junior brother, you're such a good kid. Don't you worry, I'll definitely protect you during this mission. I won't let you get hurt one bit. A notification sound popped up immediately. Nangong Yue's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 25 points. Writing together has triggered a special encounter, helping Nangong Yue complete the mission to eliminate demons in Wangyu Village. Late at night, an eerie green glow engulfed the entire village. Nangong Yue and Ti Chen descended upon the area using their flying swords. She looked at the deserted street ahead and said, This village has been invaded by evil spirits. All the villagers have become food for those monsters. This must be the work of a demonic cultivator. Nangong Yue turned her head to look behind her, adding, The sect didn't just order us to clear out the evil spirits, but also to uncover the truth and report it back to the elders. He looked around and replied, I understand. Deep down, he was thinking to himself, so it's here. In the future, this place will become the entrance to a dungeon called the Blood Infant Secret Realm for those at the Crystallization Realm. I've been here countless times in my past life. She and Tei Chen quickly pushed open a large gate and entered the courtyard. They both stopped, staring at a well emitting a strange, dim light right in front of them. Suddenly, the chains hanging inside the well began to move violently, causing Nangong Yue to cry out in surprise. A malevolent spirit shot out from within. She immediately drew her sword and shouted a warning. Watch out. Nangong Yue swung her sword, slashing across the spirit's body. Little junior brother, don't be afraid. Your senior sister here will protect you. Immediately after, a swarm of spectral phantoms burst out from the well. Seeing this, Tei Chen frowned. He couldn't believe such an ancient well was hiding so many spirits. One spirit at the chi refining stage isn't scary, but if there are hundreds of them, the difficulty of the battle changes completely. With a calm expression, she deduced. Looking at the situation, it seems the demonic cultivator has turned all the villagers in this town into spirits right inside their own homes. Nangong Yue raised her sword and lunged forward. How could such a tragic thing happen? Today, Nangong Yue, will definitely eradicate this evil to uphold justice. Tei Chen also lunged into the fray with a serious look. Senior sister, I'm here to help you. She raised her blade and unleashed her Moonlight Flower skill. Nangong Yue swung her sword, unleashing a heavenly light slash at the spirits. Tei Chen also unleashed his Moonblade slash. Frowning, she shouted, You wicked demonic scum. You slaughtered countless innocent people. Today, I'll take your head. With a powerful swing, she dispersed the spirits. Rest in peace, you poor villagers who met such a tragic end in this village. He watched her back, thinking in astonishment, this little senior sister is completely different from her delicate appearance. Her combat power is much stronger than I imagined. Tei Chen spotted a giant spectral hand emerging from the doorway. Senior sister, watch out. Nangong Yue calmly swung her sword horizontally, slicing through it. Seeing this, he asked with concern, Senior sister, are you all right? Nangong Yue kept her sword raised, keeping her eyes fixed ahead. I'm fine. Just then, a bone-chilling laugh echoed from within, making them both tense up and look over. A demonic cultivator appeared, emerging from the gray mist while wielding a banner. I was just cultivating here, and yet I managed to lure some disciples from the Tianyin sword sect to my doorstep. Since you've chosen to walk into death's door, don't blame me for sending you to hell. Tae-Chen was stunned, his eyes widening. Is this guy a golden core early-stage cultivator? Nangong Yue also couldn't believe it, exclaiming, how can that be? Could the sextile have been wrong? Immediately after, his voice sounded out. No, look at his aura. It's likely he just broke through. The demonic cultivator laughed out loud upon hearing this. Your cultivation level might not be high, kid, but your eye for detail is quite good. He raised the banner in his hand. That's right, I just broke through to the golden core stage. If I can extract the souls from both of you, my strength will grow even further. Nangong Yue immediately charged forward with her sword. Little junior brother, back away. Don't get hurt. The demonic cultivator roared, full of malice. You dare to hurt my puppets? Then I'll replace them with you. I'll turn you into my puppet instead. Streams of purple sword chi from her blade clashed with the man's dark magic, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, Nangong Yue pointed her sword straight at the sky, summoning a pillar of light. With a fierce expression, she thrust her sword forward. Take this. 3 streams of sword chi intertwined in the sky, accompanied by crashing thunder. Tae-Chen looked up, thinking to himself, with high-level combat like this, a low-level chi-refining cultivator like me should probably stay as far away as possible. If I'm not careful, I'll have to respawn back at the beginner's village. The demonic cultivator raised his hand, thinking angrily, this girl is truly hard to deal with. I have no choice but to summon the demon infant. Below on the ground, a giant gourd appeared, catching Nangong Yue's eye. Tae-Chen looked at the gourd as it rolled beside him, confused. Is this demonic wretch trying to summon a demon infant? He watched in shock as red mist rose from inside the gourd. A giant, blood-soaked infant emerged, letting out a pained, distorted screech. It threw its head back and lashed out with a long tongue toward Nangong Yue in the air. Tae-Chen landed a critical strike, dealing 1,610 damage and severing the demon infant's tongue. He looked up and shouted, Senior sister, don't worry about the demon cultivator. Deal with him. Leave this demon infant to me. The demon infant glared with hollow eyes and shrieked, I will eat your heart. I'll eat your guts. I'll devour every part of you. Tae-Chen used Moonblade's slash to strike its entire body, landing a critical hit for 1,260 damage. Immediately after, it entered its second phase. The demon infant grew blood wings and took to the sky. Watching the phantom fly up, the demon infant's blood wing skill activated. It causes mental instability during the cast, reducing movement ability effects by 30%. Tae-Chen immediately closed his eyes, telling himself, stay focused, don't let them distract you. He immediately activated Phoenix Dance. Feathers fell like rain, and rays of golden light shot out from within the gray mist. Tae-Chen's eyes flashed, releasing a brilliant blue light. The phantom opened its mouth wide to escape, but then it exploded entirely, turning into a bloody mist. A notification sounded. Debuff effect triggered. Armor ignored for 15 seconds. Tae-Chen looked up in awe. Is this the power of a profound grade martial art? It's truly several times stronger than the Moonblade slash. On the other side, Nangong Yue watched the demonic cultivator crash to the ground. He clutched his chest, gnashing his teeth and cursing, damn it, I'm not finished yet. Tae-Chen looked at her back, thinking, who would have thought my little senior sister, who looks so cute and gentle, would have such unimaginable strength? Guess I misjudged you. The guy, face full of resentment, threw a small bead at me. If I'm going down, I'm definitely taking you with me. Nangong Yue's eyes turned cold as she sliced him in two with a single swing. Lin Jichen, watching the red bones circling her, shouted, Senior sister, cover your mouth and nose. That's a love lust bug. But it was too late. Nangong Yue reached up to pull at her robes, stroking her own neck while letting out a pained moan. Seeing her collapse, Lin Jichen rushed over to catch her. Senior sister, he held her up, frowning with concern. Are you okay? Nangong Yue kept tugging at her collar, shooting him a hazy, unfocused glance. Little junior brother, don't look at me. Lin Jichen blushed, squeezing his eyes shut. All right, I'm not looking. He thought to himself. The love lust bug is a parasite that triggers uncontrollable desires. Maybe it's her first time dealing with such a dirty trick, and she got caught off guard. Nangong Yue was panting, her face flushed red, looking at him with doting eyes. Little junior brother. Suddenly, the system notifications wouldn't stop chiming. Affection level, 52 points. Kindred spirits. Nangong Yue's affection for you has increased by 20 points. Current affection, 72 points. A perfect match. Nangong Yue's affection for you has increased by 20 points. Current affection, 92 points. Bound for life. Lin Jichen's eyes snapped open in shock. Whoa, that affection spike was crazy. Too bad it's fake, just a side effect of that bug's charm. She clutched her chest, muttering, Junior brother, I'm so uncomfortable. Please, help me. Nangong Yue leaned in close to his face. Little junior brother. Little, she whispered right against his lips, I want you. His mind started wandering, what if they actually spent a night of passion together? But suddenly, Lin Jichen shoved her away with all his might. Senior sister? He sat hard on the ground, head bowed, shaking it. No, she'll find out everything when she wakes up. And if she does, the worst part is my affection level will tank. If that happens, she might go from friend to foe and kill me right on the spot. He worked so hard to set this perfect trap. With such a powerful backer, I can't ruin my future for one night of fun. Lin Jichen was sweating buckets, turning to stare at the ancient well, deep in thought. I remember there's a special pill hidden in that well, but there's a restriction spell down there. A crystal realm cultivator wouldn't have trouble with it, but I'm still just in the chi condensation realm. He stood up, forcing himself to run toward it. No time for overthinking. He shouted, Senior sister, hold on. I'm going to get the antidote for you. Below the well, the vengeful spirits were swirling. He gripped a torch to light up the surroundings. Lin Jichen looked at the white bones scattered everywhere, remains of the villagers. The yin energy here was suffocatingly heavy. He covered his mouth and took a step forward. The freezing yin energy hit him, and he groaned as his HP dropped a chunk. He frowned, looking ahead. Gotta find that pill fast. I can't take this damage for much longer. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer in the distance. Found it, he looked at the container amidst the bones. The medicine must be in this blood-colored bottle. Lin Jichen's eyes lit up as he channeled his spiritual energy to dash through the bones. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared, and he gasped. The yin lightning struck his spiritual shield head-on. Lin Jichen cursed under his breath. Damn it. He looked up as the energy gathered. It was forming another yin lightning strike. And it's not just one. Grabbing the pill bottle, he knelt on the ground. I have to get out of here right now. He leaped around, dodging the rolling lightning chasing him. Lin Jichen gritted his teeth, looking back. Crap, I can't outrun this. The lightning slammed into him, making him cry out in pain. The system chimed, hit by yin lightning. HP reduced by 4,000. Lin Jichen scrambled out of the well, tumbling across the ground. He looked at the notification. Yin energy intrusion, vitals critical, coma state triggered. He hurriedly shoved the pill bottle toward Nangong Yue. Senior sister, here's the antidote. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, and collapsed onto her chest. System message, critical state. A long while later, Nangong Yue slowly came to. What happened? Why does my body feel so heavy? What's going on? She looked down, shocked to see Lin Jichen draped over her. Her eyes filled with tears, her face burning with shame. She thought blankly, did I really pull him in and kiss him? Little junior brother, help me. He had even leaned in to answer. All right, senior sister. Nangong Yue's face went crimson. Suddenly, she screamed, thrashing wildly. She kicked Lin Jichen away with full force, yelling, You beast! You jerk! Damn you, Lin Jichen! I hate you! I hate you! He landed hard, his face swollen. System alert, Nangong Yue's affection has reset to 0. Nangong Yue's eyes caught sight of the red pill bottle nearby. It's a healing item. Memories flashed in her mind, Lin Jichen pushing her away and running back toward the well. Senior sister, hold on, I'll get the medicine for you. Nangong Yue flushed, thinking, I think I really misunderstood Lin Jichen junior brother. She saw the purple light coming from the well. Did he charge into the yin death array just to save me? Nangong Yue reached out, gently rolling Lin Jichen over. As soon as she flipped him, she saw the charred wounds from the lightning on his back. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at him. Did you get hurt by the well's array because of me? She touched his face, sobbing. Little junior brother, I blamed you for nothing. Nangong Yue lifted him up. I have to get back to the sect and get help immediately. She rushed away carrying Lin Jichen. Little junior brother, stay with me. The next morning at the Sword Palace, players stared in shock. Isn't that the famous NPC from the Sword Palace? She's actually carrying a player back? She was drenched in sweat, whispering, Junior brother, we're almost there. Players in the back were still making noise. Who is that guy? Why is he so close to an NPC? I want that treatment too. Another shouted, Hey, fairy lady, look at me. One disciple pointed at them. Why is junior sister Nam Gung carrying a man? Who is that guy anyway? A disciple pointed at the two of them. Why is senior sister Nam Kung carrying a guy on her back? Who on earth is that? Someone else added, Isn't that the disciple the sect master took in? I think his name is Lin Jichen. Tian Han gripped his own wrist tightly as he heard the others gossiping. Junior sister, why are you acting so intimate with this guy? Have you no sense of propriety? Is that the senior brother? He was fuming, his face dark with rage, gritting his teeth. Lin Jichen. Over there, Nangong Yue had carried him back to the main hall. As soon as Jichen woke up, a voice asked, "You're awake." He turned his head to look at the shadow outside the door, puzzled. "Where am I? I don't know how long I've been asleep." Jichen looked at Elder Tianyuan, who was emitting a low pressure. This person's aura is truly powerful. Isn't this the Grand Elder Tianqing? How did the dark killing formation on me not cause any damage? Could it be that this elder was the one who saved me? He forced himself to sit up, clutching his chest to show his gratitude. "Many thanks for saving me, Senior. I am Lin Jichen, a disciple of the Sword Sect. I don't know your name, Senior, but I will never forget this life-saving favor." Tianyuan raised his hand to stop him, his aura radiating intensely. "Forget it." Looking down from above, he said, "I go by the name Tianyuan. My surname is Nangang, and my given name is just Yuan. I am the grandfather of Nangang, Nangang Yue." Jichen was startled when he heard that and looked up. He's Nangang Yue's grandfather? In this game, anyone with Tian in their name has an amazing background. I need to hug this golden thigh tight. He immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, "Greetings, Elder. This disciple will never forget your life-saving favor." Tianyuan walked past with a cold expression. "I don't need you to remember any kindness. There is just one thing you need to remember." Jichen heard this and asked, confused, "What is it?" His eyes filled with coldness as he replied, "Stay away from my granddaughter. I'm warning you, if you dare to have any designs on my granddaughter, I won't let you off." Tianyuan frowned and shot Jichen a threatening look. "Even if you are the sect master's disciple." Nangang Yue pushed the door open and stepped in, shouting, "Grandpa, why did you break your promise?" she said, blushing with resentment. "You clearly promised Nangang Yue you wouldn't say such nonsense, didn't you?" Tianyuan immediately shifted to a gentle demeanor, waving his hands and laughing. "Grandpa was just joking with him. That's all. This kid isn't bad, and he saved you, too. How could Grandpa be so rude?" Nangang Yue smiled slightly and sat down next to Jichen, concerned. "Junior brother, how are your injuries?" He could feel the elder's intense gaze fixed on him. Elder Tianyuan's eyes looked like he wanted to kill him. Better to stay honest for now. Jichen let out a "C." "Chu shanks to your care, senior sister. I'm doing fine now." Nangang Yue looked up. "That's good. Because the killing formation entered your body and you fell unconscious, I carried you back and asked my grandfather to heal your wounds. If we had been even a little later, the killing aura would have entered your internal organs, and that would have been big trouble." He looked down with a smile. "I'm lucky to have you, senior sister. I can't thank you enough for saving me." Nangang Yue blushed and looked away, saying, "What's this? There's no need for us to be like strangers, is there?" Jichen was startled and gave a strange smile. "Is that so?" Tianyuan, full of indignation, cleared his throat loudly. Jichen panicked and nudged her away with his elbow. Too polite, too polite. Then seeing Nangang Yue's surprised look, he immediately tried to fix it. It's fine. It's fine." She smiled brightly, blushing. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't risked your life to jump into the well to help me find the antidote, I probably wouldn't have made it." Hearing Nangang Yue continue to chatter happily, Jichen quietly scooted away. "Besides, I misunderstood you back then. Junior brother, I'm sorry. You really are a true gentleman." He frowned, feeling the elder's death glare, and bowed his head, terrified. "Senior sister, could you please stop talking? If you say any more, Elder Tianyuan is going to punch me to death." Jichen looked up at Nangang Yue, confused. "But why is senior sister looking at me so affectionately? Favorability is 32. Not low, but not exactly super intimate, right?" A screen popped up showing Nangang Yue's current favorability towards you, 62 points, mutual affection. He blushed, secretly cursing. Damn it. The favorability went up by another 30 points. In his mind, he imagined them together, hugging on a bed. If things keep developing like this, won't the relationship with my junior brother change? Tianyuan's eyes flared with murderous intent, and he let out a loud cough. Jichen ignored his anger and looked at her, asking probingly, "Grandfather's cough seems quite serious. Do you want me to find some herbs for him?" Nangang Yue covered her mouth and laughed. "Junior brother, you're so thoughtful. The old man just has a weak constitution. No need to worry too much about him. He just needs a few days of rest." Tianyuan turned around, pushed the door open, and shouted, "Since you're awake, follow me. I'll give you a spirit beast as a reward. Once you've accepted it, take the spirit beast and get out of here." Tianyuan led Jichen and Nangang Yue up the mountain. Two monkeys watched the three of them with curious expressions. Jichen looked up at them and marveled to himself. "I never expected Elder Tianyuan to have a place with so many treasures." He shielded his eyes from the sun and wondered with a smile. "Which one should I pick later?" Tianyuan turned back and asked, "Kid, how's my spirit beast garden? Not much worse than the beast taming sect, right? Jichen was startled and gave him a thumbs up. The elder spirit beast garden is truly not bad at all. He looked unhappy and questioned, just not bad. Have you ever seen a better beast garden than this? He pouted, thinking, why is this old man so intense? Jichen rubbed his chin, deciding, maybe I should try to provoke him. Who knows? I might get some kind of surprise. He scanned his surroundings and said, I heard the spirit beasts in the beast taming sect's garden are extremely diverse. Other spirit beast gardens can't even compare. Tian Yuan immediately let out a scornful huff. The beast taming sect only relies on quantity to gain the upper hand. My garden is famous for its quality. What does that sect have that could compare to me? Jichen looked around critically. Forgive this disciple for being blunt, but your garden doesn't seem to have even a single beast at the Foundation Establishment realm. Full of rage, he turned around and grabbed Jichen's hand. You brat, are you trying to mock me? These ones on the outside are only at the Qi refining realm. The further you go inside, the stronger the spirit beasts get, you hear me? Tian Yuan grabbed Jichen by the collar and pulled him along. Come on, I'm going to show you what you're missing. He shouted loudly to stop them. Elder, wait a second. Lin Jichen raised both hands, smirking to himself. This is it. If I'm not careful, I'll fall right into the trap. First, I've got to see his trump card, then find a way to tame a truly powerful one. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the spirit beasts in front of him, introducing them from Qi, refining, foundation, establishment, crystallization, golden core, and spirit. Severing everything you could want is right here. I've actually got even higher level ones, but I'm not showing those to you. Nangong Tianyuan glanced over with a smug look. Do these spirit beasts have enough pressure to crush a little brat like you with just a hint of their aura? Well, are you convinced yet? Taichen touched his chin and asked, does that mean there are even spirit transformation beasts further back? Nam Nangong Yue blushed and whispered into his ear. The strongest beast in his garden is actually a spirit-severing stage beast. He's just afraid to look behind you because he's worried you'll make fun of him. Taichen exclaimed in surprise. Is that really why? Nangong Tianyuan blushed, embarrassed, and didn't say a word. Finally, he waved his sleeve and shouted, all right, I'm done wasting my breath on you. Just pick a Qi refining stage beast and get out of here. Nangong Yue closed her eyes and spoke up. Grandpa, you're being way too stingy. After all, Lin Jichen did single-handedly kill the blood-shadowed demon mother at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. You really should give him a Foundation Establishment stage spirit beast. It's only right. He erupted in anger. You, little girl, why are you taking sides with an outsider? And a Foundation Establishment beast at that? It's not that easy to come by. She smiled brightly, grabbed Taichen's arm, and pulled him along. My little junior brother isn't an outsider. He was so excited he nearly got a nosebleed, thinking to himself. In my past life, I was really held back by such outdated methods. I never imagined this game had so many hidden benefits. Nam Nangong Yue pointed to a beast and said, Little junior brother, that's an iron-backed wolf. It's at the early Foundation Establishment stage and works perfectly as both a pet and a mount. She pointed in another direction with a smile, and the one next to it is a precious moon spirit monkey, currently at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, with incredible attack power and speed. Suddenly, a blood-eating beast from Salan approached them. Tichen quickly moved toward it. Wait a minute. Is this? He gently stroked its head, unable to believe it, and shouted, Is this a metal-eating beast? He thought excitedly. According to ancient legends, this metal-eating beast was the Mount of Qiyu. They're extremely rare in the Eight Desolations. If I raise it properly, its cultivation could reach the origin core stage, and its combat power would be invincible. Taichen smiled and picked up the metal-eating beast. I want this one. Nangong Tianyuan walked over from a distance and snatched it away. No, not that one. I only have one metal-eating beast. By the time it fully matures, it will at least reach the origin core stage. He frowned at Taichen and shouted, It's not even an adult yet and needs space to grow. How could I possibly just hand over a spirit beast like this to you? Nangong Yue grabbed the metal-eating beast back from Nangong Tianyuan. A spirit beast with this much potential is the perfect match for a junior brother with this much potential. She shoved it into Tichen's arms and shouted, Little junior brother, take it. It belongs to you now. Just drop a bit of your blood on it, and it'll recognize you as its master. Nangong Tianyuan lunged forward, furious. You little brat, give that metal-eating beast back to me right now. Now Nangong Yue spread her arms to block him. Grandpa, you taught me since I was little that a person must keep their word. I already gave the beast to my junior brother. I can't go back on my word now. She turned to look at Taichen and urged him, Little junior brother, hurry up and use your blood to bind it. Seeing him prick his thumb, Nam Nangong Yue added, Once you've drawn blood, place your finger on its head. She watched as Chen placed his finger on the metal-eating beast's head and shouted. Then he felt its emotional waves and began a mental connection with it. Nangong Yue grinned. Grandpa, my brother has already used his blood. It's done, so there's no use regretting it now. Nangong Tianyuan sighed helplessly, holding his head. You really are my own sweet granddaughter. On the other side, Chen closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Moments later, his consciousness appeared within the mental space of the metal-eating beast. Its voice echoed, You're just a key refining chick. You think you're worthy of being my master. The metal-eating beast stood on a high rock and barked, Get lost. Chen held out his hand and offered, If you accept me as your master, I'll take you to eat all sorts of delicacies from now on. Rare medicinal herbs, what do you say? He calculated to himself. From my past life, I know these metal-eating beasts are naturally gluttonous and can't resist the temptation of delicious food. The metal-eating beast bit down hard on a piece of bamboo and scoffed. What haven't I eaten before, kid? He held up one finger and asked, There's a secret realm in the immortal continent tomb. Inside, there's a bamboo forest filled with purple arrow bamboo that hides the purple of arrows. It's incredibly fragrant and sweet. Have you ever had that? It froze, eyes widening, and denied it. Never. Chen smiled brightly and held up another finger. On the eastern side of the Flower Peak continent, there's a fruit on Penglai Island called the Tongshuan fruit. Eating just one can extend your lifespan by 100 years. Have you eaten that yet? The metal-eating beast's voice sounded. No, not that either. It leaped down from the peak and shouted, Enough! Enough! Stop! Stop talking. You're making me drool. The metal-eating beast looked down from above to confirm. If I follow you, can I really eat the things you just mentioned? Chen raised his hand in affirmation. Of course. A gentleman's word is final. The beast raised its front paw and slapped it against his hand. Fine, then it's a deal. The system notification appeared. Taming successful. Chen stroked the metal-eating beast's head and promised, It's successfully tamed. Don't worry, follow me, and you'll always have good food. He was overjoyed. Not bad at all. It's got high HP and incredible attack speed. I really hit the jackpot. Just then, a notification popped up from behind him, announcing that in 10 minutes, the Eight Desolations will launch its first major game update. At that time, all players will be forced to log off. This update will last 24 hours, so please stay tuned. Chen turned his head in shock. Even in his past life, there was a major update, but it happened more than a month after the open beta. Why so soon this time? Could it be that the integration between the game and reality is progressing faster than before? He turned to look at Nangong Yue, little senior sister. Thanks to you, I've gained so much today. I'm truly grateful, but I have to go back and cultivate to reach a new breakthrough. I'll come visit you again in a few days. He comforted himself internally. Don't overthink things right now. He couldn't afford to delay his offline time any longer. He had to get back to the back courtyard of the Sword Palace to away from keyboard and grind for experience points. She looked embarrassed, shyly grabbing Lin Jichen's hand. Little junior brother, are you leaving already? Fine. Go get some rest first. I'll come look for you in a few days. He quickly agreed. You got it. Out in the real world, his phone kept ringing incessantly. Lin Jichen woke up, reached out to grab his phone, and checked the screen. It was a message from Gu Chuishu. Her image flashed in his mind, wondering, is that big sister Gu Chuishu? Back in the day, Gu Chuishu was 3 years older than him. Technically, she was his cousin. However, even though we called each other cousins, the relationship between our two families had gone beyond the 5th generation. On paper, we were just cousins. When we were little, Sister Kothu used to come over to my house to play. Because she wore braces, she was always bullied by the mean kids. The kids in the neighborhood would constantly stick their tongues out and mock her, calling her a monster with a mouth full of steel teeth. Some even said nasty things like, You freak, go die. Back then, Lin Jichen would rush over and shout, You guys are bullying people again. Sister Gu Chu? Whenever someone bullied Sister Gu Chu, I would step in to help her. He decisively threw a punch right into one of their faces as a warning. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to bully Sister Gu Chu. Lin Jichen was aggressively about to hit the guy again, but another kid stepped in to stop him. That kid yanked his shirt and cursed, You again, you bastard. Mind your own business. Are you looking to die? They all swarmed him, beating Lin Jichen repeatedly. Beat him up. Kill him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Qsue, with 2 streams of tears rolling down her face, watched it all and could only choke out, Little Tran. Even though I ended up with a bruised eye and swollen lip in the end, seeing Little Tran's face like that, Gu Qsue, even though she was sad, couldn't help but laugh. But I remember that this incident made my relationship with Sister Gu Qsue very close. She had loved clinging to me since we were little, and I benefited a lot from her. 2. Back in the present, Lin Jichen stared intently at the phone in his hand, thinking to himself, when I grew up, even though we didn't live in the same city, Sister Gu Chushue would still call me from time to time. After my parents passed away, she was my lighthouse during those dark days. I thought she only saw me as a younger brother, but it wasn't until I accidentally saw her diary that I knew how she really felt about me. But in my past life, I was obsessed with Quach Hiet and didn't pay attention to Sister Gu Chushue. Not long after that, Lin Jichen went to Beijing. He continued. By the time I heard from her again, she was already married. Moreover, not long after she got married, she suddenly fell into depression and chose to end her life. Thinking back now, it seems like the distance between Sister Gu Chushu and me started right after this birthday. That's why I can't miss her birthday this time, and I won't let Sister Gu Kyushu follow the same path as in her past life. A while later, Lin Jichen walked to the hospital. He scanned his surroundings and remembered that Sister Gu Chushu was working in the gynecology department, right? Right at that moment, a doctor's shout from afar grabbed Lin Jichen's attention. Everyone, move. Make way. Duong Wai Nu, the chairwoman of Hai Van Duong Fam Group, was running alongside the bed. She screamed in panic, Dad, wake up. Don't scare me like this, Dean Trin. You must save my father. Lin Jichen immediately sprinted over. He used a technique to strike the chest of Duong Wai Nu's father, who was lying on the gurney. Lin Jichen thought to himself, the pharmacological knowledge I learned in 8 Desolations is finally coming in handy. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have lasted another hour. Then, Duong Wai Nu's father slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him wake up, Duong Wai Nu cried out in joy, Dad, you're awake? Are you okay? The doctor standing by, witnessing this, stared at Lin Jichen and asked in shock. He woke up. You, what exactly did you do? However, another doctor immediately cut in. Forget that for now. If he's awake, the chances of saving him are much higher. Get him to the operating room, fast. Just like that, Duong Wai Nu and Lin Jichen stood outside. She looked at him and rushed over, begging loudly, Little miracle doctor, you must have a way to save my father, right? If you're willing to save him, our Duong family is ready to pay any price. Lin Jichen thought that only the spiritual medicine in 8 Desolations could cure this terminal illness, unless we wait until the game merges with reality. Snapping out of his thoughts, he helplessly replied, I just helped unblock his acupuncture points. This can only slow down the inevitable. His specific condition still depends on the doctor's surgery, but surgery won't be easy at all. After all, your father's time is running out. The disease has already reached his bones. If he's lucky, he might live for another month. Just these words from him hit Duong Wai Nu like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes welled up with tears. The hallway was empty, leaving only the two of them. Duong Wai Nu asked, Can I borrow your shoulder to lean on? She quickly leaned her head against Lin Jichen's chest and burst into tears. Lin Jichen fell into deep thought. I can only say that this old man was born at the wrong time, just like my parents. If they were still alive by the time I became a god in the game, I would have a way to save them. After a while, Duong Wai Nu gasped in shock. I'm so sorry. I got your clothes all dirty. Lin Jichen gently replied, It's fine. It was just something I bought on the street anyway, not worth much. If you're okay now, I'll be leaving first. During this time, spend more time with your father. Don't leave yourself with any regrets later. Hearing this, Duong Wai Nu called out loudly, Wait, in this card is a token of my gratitude. It has no pin. Also, this is my business card. If you run into any trouble later, just call me anytime. I'll do my absolute best to help you. Lin Jichen politely accepted the black card and didn't forget to respond. Then I won't be formal. If I need anything, I'll come find you. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, as expected of a wealthy woman, Duong Wai Nu smiled and told the little miracle doctor, Then it's a deal. And then, she quickly left Lin Jichen's sight. Then Lin Jichen sighed, thinking, Do I look that young? But I don't really look that young, do I? Since I wasted some time, Sister Gu Chusue probably hasn't finished her shift yet, right? And just like that, Lin Jichen walked into Gu Chushu's office. As soon as he saw her, he called out loudly, Gu Chushu. Seeing him right across from her, Gu Chushu just smiled back happily. T-Tran, he called out, his face lighting up as he reached his sister. He ran over and wrapped her in a tight hug, exclaiming, I miss you so much, sis. Gu Chushu was a little startled, but she smiled, surprised to see him. T-Tran, you're here? As the late afternoon rolled around, she finally finished her shift and led him back to her place. As they walked down the hallway, T-Tran couldn't hide his shock. Sis, you're living here? This building is scheduled for demolition, isn't it? How can you feel safe renting in such a rundown place? Gu Chushu replied, looking a bit embarrassed. It's cheap, and it's close to the hospital where I work. It's fine, don't worry. She opened the door and gestured for him to come in. Welcome, T-Tran. Go take a shower and relax while I whip up something delicious for you. T-Tran just gave a quiet nod and looked around the room. To himself, he thought, in my past life, Sis would send me money from time to time. I never realized she was living in such a rough place. She really deserved so much better than this. Noticing he was still standing still, Gu Chushu asked shyly, What's wrong? Did you forget your clothes? There are some in the closet. Help yourself. T-Tran forced a smile. Got it. I'll just rest for a bit first. He opened the closet door and saw quite a few men's clothes inside. He was confused. Why would she have so many? Gu Chushu quickly explained with a bright tone. Oh, I just bought those whenever I was bored while out shopping. I kept thinking they'd look great on you, and I was planning to bring them to you during the holidays. I didn't expect you to show up here first. Go ahead and try them on to see if they fit. T-Tran picked out an outfit, feeling a wave of emotion. With a sister like her, what more could a younger brother ask for? A while later, T-Tran came out of the bathroom, now wearing the new clothes. Gu Chushu had already set a table full of food in the kitchen. Come on, she said. Let's eat. T-Tran pulled out a chair and looked down at the spread, moved. You made all my favorite dishes. Gu Chushu pulled out her phone. Oh, by the way, college expenses must be high, right? Do you have enough money? I just got my paycheck today, so I'll send you a little something. Suddenly, T-Tran grabbed her hands, his voice firm. Sis, I don't need money. I have plenty now. Gu Chushu laughed, skeptical. You're just a college student. Where would you get money? Are you trying to trick me? T-Tran replied, I'm serious. Just wait. I'll transfer it to you now. As soon as she got the notification on her phone, she shrieked in shock. T-Tran, where on earth did you get this much money? You didn't join some money laundering syndicate, did you? T-Tran calmly explained, I earned all this in the game Bat Hoang 8 Desolations. Gu Chushu said, I've heard people talk about making money in that game before, but I never imagined it could be this much. T-Tran continued eating, firm in his decision. So, you don't need to overwork yourself anymore. You took care of me before, now it's my turn to take care of you. Gu Chushu shook her head. I don't need you to support me. That's your hard-earned money, I'm giving it back. Seeing her push it away, T-Tran stood up abruptly. Sis, do you think I'm a stranger? If you're going to be like that, I might as well just leave now. Gu Chushu shook her head quickly. Of course not. How could I ever think of you as a stranger? Seeing she still wouldn't take it, T-Tran softened his tone. Then just keep it for me, please. Gu Chushu sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll hold on to it for you for now. But don't be so formal with me again. By the time the moon was high in the sky, the lights in the rooms began to dim. Gu Chushu grabbed the dishes, saying, I'll take care of these. You head to the bedroom. T-Tran asked, Sis, I only see one bed. Are we going to share it? Deep down, he was excited he hadn't realized in his past life just how generous Sis Gu Chushu was. Gu Chushu burst out laughing. You brat, what are you thinking? You take the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. That works, doesn't it? T-Tran said awkwardly, Sis, let me sleep on the sofa. But she pushed him toward the room. Go on. You're so tall, how could you sleep on that sofa? Do as I say and take the bed. A while later, T-Tran lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The pillows and blankets still held the faint, sweet scent of Gu Chushui. Unable to rest, he decided to walk out of the bedroom. As he reached the living room, he spoke up. Hey, sis, there's something I need to tell you. Gu Chushui, already drifting off, blinked awake. What is it? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? T-Tran sat down beside her, curious. Can you quit your job? Gu Chushu gasped. Why on earth would you want me to quit? Don't tell me it's because you want to support me, I told you. I don't need that. T-Tran spoke seriously. That's not it. I mean, you should change jobs. You're in the imperial capital, too far away from me. When I miss you, you're not around. And if you run into trouble, I can't get to you in time. Gu Chushui stared at his serious expression, wondering to herself, what's wrong with T-Tran? Why is he suddenly saying such heart-fluttering things to me? Seeing she didn't respond, T-Tran reached out and gently took her hand. How about this change your career path? Come with me and become a professional gamer in Bat Hoang. The next day, Gu Chushu dropped a stack of files onto her desk, lost in thought. Why did T-Tran suddenly want me to get into that game last night? Do I really want to quit my job and follow him? Just as she was deep in thought, she heard the sound of popping confetti. Her colleagues cheered as Jiang Wei stepped forward, holding a massive bouquet of flowers. Happy birthday, Gu Chushu. I've booked a private room at the most luxurious restaurant in town, Fucked In. It's all on me. The doctors and nurses erupted in cheers. Dr. Jiang Wei is so generous. They turned to her. Gu Chushu, doctor. Jiang Wei has been so thoughtful. If you don't go with him, it'd be really rude. Gu Chushu took the flowers, looking flustered. Dr. Jiang Wei, you don't have to do this. It's my birthday. I can't let you pay for all of this, especially at such an expensive restaurant. Jiang Wei whispered into her ear. You've known how I feel for a long time. No need to be so formal. But in his mind, he was calculating. He'd bring her and the colleagues to this fancy restaurant, spend maybe 10,000, and use the opportunity to get close to her, then wait for a chance to make a move. Right then, T-Tran stood by the door and called out, Sis Gu Chushu, it's lively in here today. Jiang Wei noticed T-Tran spinning a set of car keys in his hand. Wait, are those keys to a Ferrari? He had checked up on her before. He knew Gu Chushu's cousin was dirt poor and had to rely on her to get through school. So how did he have a luxury car? T-Tran walked right up to him. Dr. Jiang Wei, you're here too. Jiang Wei replied, looking flustered. Yes, that's right. T-Tran shook his hand, thinking to himself, Jiang Wei, let's see exactly what you're up to. Just then, outside the hospital, the crowd began to cheer again. Gu Chuishu, is that your brother's car? Jiang Wei, let's see what exactly you're planning. Just then, cheers erupted from the crowd in front of the hospital. Gu Chuishu, is this your younger brother's car? Are you serious? People keep gathering around and whispering. This car must cost at least 1,000,000 yuan, right? Don't go touching it blindly. If you scratch it, can you even afford to pay for the damages? Jiang Wei stood behind the crowd, burning with anger. He thought to himself, I can't believe this kid is acting so flashy. Isn't he supposed to be dirt poor? Where would he even get the money for a car? He put on a fake smile, walked up to Lin Jichen, and said, Liu Hazio Tran, your car only has 2 seats. There are so many of us, it won't fit everyone. How about this? Let Gu Chushu ride with me, and the others can take a taxi. I'll cover the fare. The doctors and nurses behind him chimed in, praising his generosity. Doctor, Jiang Wei is so generous. However, Lin Jichen replied, Dr. Jiang Wei, there's no need for that. I've already taken care of everything. Just like that, he lightly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, a bus appeared right in front of the hospital entrance. He announced, the transport is here. Everyone, please get on. I'll see you all at the hotel. Seeing this, Gu Chushu curiously asked Han, Liu Hazio Tran, did you just buy this vehicle? He replied, that's right, I bought it for you. It's for your birthday. Gu Chushu shyly sat in the car and asked awkwardly, how much did this cost? Maybe you should return it. I know you're making money now, but you can't just spend it carelessly. Lin Jichen said, that's exactly why, big sister. Hand it over, and I'll let you manage all my earnings. That way, even if I wanted to spend it carelessly, I wouldn't have the chance. Gu Chushui didn't reply, but his words seemed to touch her heart, making her cheeks flush bright red. A while later, they arrived at the hotel and stepped inside. Lin Jichen looked around and exclaimed, Jiang Wei, you really went all out. This is the most luxurious hotel in the capital, right? Jiang Wei replied, since it's my sister's birthday, of course I have to show my best. He sneered internally, thinking the guy looked just like a bumpkin who had just moved to the city. Suddenly, Lin Jichen asked, I heard the top floor offers a view of more than half the capital with a stunning night scene. The private room you booked must be up there, right? Hearing this, Jiang Wei was startled. He trembled slightly and stammered, oh, right, of course. Come up to the top floor with me. Deep down, he thought, I thought booking the second floor was enough. That alone cost over 10,000 yuan. If I switch to the top floor, it'll cost more than 10 times that. Whatever, to win over Gu Chushui, I'll just spend it. Sooner or later, I'll make her pay it back anyway. A while later, at the dining table, a colleague turned to Gu Chushu and said, this is the most expensive hotel in the capital. It's delicious. Gu Chushu, we're really reaping the benefits thanks to you. She smiled softly. Is that so? Then Gu Chushu glanced toward Jiang Wei and Lin Jichen. She felt uneasy and thought, how much of a debt do I owe Dr. Jiang Wei for this favor? This isn't right. I need to find a chance to pay him back later. On the other side, Lin Jichen said to Jiang Wei, Doctor, Jiang Wei, my sister often talks about you, saying you are a humble and gentle person, refined, polite, righteous toward everyone, and always happy to help others. Jiang Wei laughed dismissively and countered, not at all. We're colleagues. Helping each other is just the right thing to do. But I heard from your sister that your family background is quite poor and you don't have many savings, so how did you manage to buy such an expensive car? Lin Jichen immediately replied, I rented it. He sighed, today is Sister Gu Chu's birthday. I wanted to save a little face. He said that, but in his heart, he thought, he's already fishing for my background. I'll play along with him for now. Jiang Wei comforted him on the surface. It's okay. Little brother, it's normal for a young man to want to save face. I understand. But in his heart, he thought joyfully, so he's just a guy obsessed with his image. I actually thought he had some deep, unfathomable power behind him. Then he signaled the waiter. Waiter, bring the wine. The server walked over with a bottle of wine and several glasses. The waiter said politely, Sir, shall I pour for you? Jiang Wei introduced it to Lin Jichen. This is the wine I asked the hotel to keep for me earlier. Liu Hazio Tran, give it a try. The flavor is excellent. I originally didn't want to drink, but today is Gu Kuai's birthday, so I grit my teeth and brought this out to add to the fun. As Lin Jichen brought the glass to his nose, he realized, this isn't right, the wine is spiked. It's drugged. If I weren't someone who frequently uses anesthetics to capture wild beasts, I never would have detected it. He immediately put the glass down and said, By the way, Dr. Jiang Wei, I only rented my car for half a day. I have to return it now, or I'll have to pay a contract violation fee. I'll leave it to you to take my sister home later. Jiang Wei laughed loudly. Liu Hazio Tran, don't worry, just leave your sister to me. Lin Jichen left, but he had already formed a plan. The fox finally showed its tail. No need to expose him just yet. I'll wait until later to make him face justice. Seeing him leave, Gu Qiushu hurriedly called out, Liu Hazio Tran. But Jiang Wei stepped in to toast the colleagues. Come on, everyone, let's toast. Cheers, cheers. Happy birthday to Gu Qiushu. A few hours later, everyone seemed to have passed out. Someone muttered dreamily, Oh no, I think I drank too much. I'm so dizzy. Me too. This kind of wine hits you later. I need to sleep for a bit. I can't drink anymore. Jiang Wei, come on, let's continue. Only Jiang Wei remained sober. He moved closer to Gu Qiushu and whispered, I've finally waited for this day. Gu Qiushu. He hurriedly grabbed Gu Qiushu. She felt someone holding her and opened her eyes slightly. Seeing it was Jiang Wei, she said, Dr. Jiang Wei, what are you trying to do? He said excitedly, Obviously, we're going to have some fun. Let's go. Let's head to a room. Gu Qiushu could only scream helplessly, You, let go of me. Just like that, as soon as they entered the room, Jiang Wei threw Gu Qiushu onto the bed. As soon as she touched the bed, she screamed, No, don't. Jiang Wei smiled brightly, picked up his phone, lifted Gu Qiushu's shirt, and said, Gu Qiushu, I spent a lot of money throwing this birthday party for you tonight. You need to compensate me, don't you think? Gu Qiushu struggled and shouted, Let me go, let go. Jiang Wei said viciously, Wait until I've had my way with you. He began recording video and taking photos. Someone as timid as you won't even dare to report this to the police. By then, you'll have no choice but to marry me, and I'll be able to play with you whenever I want. Gu Qiushu's tears fell uncontrollably as she kept screaming, Let me go, please, don't. Suddenly, Lin Jichen kicked the door open and rushed in. He shouted a warning, Let my sister go. Jiang Wei turned around, and the moment he saw him, he was startled. How did he come back? And just like that, before he could run away, Lin Jichen delivered a kick straight to his face. Just then, hearing the noise, everyone rushed over in a commotion. What's going on? It sounds like someone is coming. Some hotel staff asked in a panic. Han, sir, what's going on? Inside the room, Lin Jichen was relentlessly raining punches down on Jiang Wei's face. He growled, You like playing these twisted games, huh? This is for messing with my sister. That's right. Keep hitting him in the face. Then, he delivered a decisive, crushing kick to Jiang Wei's groin, making him shriek in agony. Lin Jichen then clearly exposed Jiang Wei's crimes to everyone. I suspect this maniac has spiked the yellow wine with drugs. Everyone, please help me gather evidence. The staff were panicked, shouting, Drugs? Could such a thing really be happening? Turning back to Jiang Wei, Lin Jichen warned him, You Jiang Wei, I've already recorded what you just did to my sister. Are you going to turn yourself in, or should I drag you there myself? Terrified, Jiang Wei begged, clasping his hands together, I'll go. I'll go myself. Lin Jichen roared in anger. Get lost. Just like that, Jiang Wei panicked and scrambled away with all his might. Meanwhile, Gu Qiushu was still lying on the bed, trembling and weeping. Lin Jichen approached her gently. He pulled her into an embrace, and she whispered, Little Tran, thank you. Lin Jichen smiled and replied, Sister, I should be the one thanking you. You've always taken care of me, and now that your little brother is grown up, it's time for me to return the favor. A few days later, Lin Jichen opened the door and walked into his room. He let out a weary sigh. Finally back home. Playing mind games with that scumbag was honestly exhausting. He recalled leaving earlier and telling Gu Qiushu, Sister, please take care of yourself. Gu Qiushu smiled faintly. What are you saying? Little Tran, you have to take good care of yourself too. Once I finish my work here, I'll come find you. He thought to himself, even though I hate leaving Sister Gu Chushu, the Eight Desolations update has been live for half a day already. I have to get back quickly. I can't let anyone else beat me to the progression. No sooner said than done, he put on his goggles. The system notified him, loading. Breakthrough to late stage key refining complete. All basic attributes increased by 10 points, health by 1,000, mana by 1,000. Lin Jichen quietly assessed. Not bad. Who knew a game update would boost my progress this much? I'm already at late stage chi refining. Oh right, I was in such a rush earlier that I didn't even get a chance to look at the gear dropped by that blood shadow. He flicked his hand to open his inventory. Inside was the spirit grade Kill a Fan, mental power 15, critical hit 5, mana 600. Accompanying skill, Guardian's Veil, stealth. Guardian's Veil instantly connects with teammates within 20 meters, healing 100 health per second for 20 seconds. This skill is interrupted if you take damage. Spirit grade Spirit Technique. Blood Curse Sound reduces enemy movement effects by 30% within 300 meters and reduces their attack speed by 10%. Lasts for 15 seconds. Requires Foundation Establishment Realm and at least 30 spirit points. Only for spirit cultivation players. Treasure, Bone Sand. Originally just a regular spirit beast skeleton, but after being buried under sand and absorbing the essence of the earth, after 100 years, the bones became hard as iron and turned into stone. Stats. Strength 4. Defense 3, critical hit, speed 3, health 1%. Effect. When breaking through from key refining to foundation establishment, this item can significantly enhance a cultivator's stats. Lin Jichen thought, these 3 items aren't bad at all. They're exactly what I need. If I want to raise my cultivation to the next level and enter foundation establishment, then with my heaven-defying talent, there's only one path I can choose, the Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment. But the conditions to achieve that are extremely harsh. Not only do I need these 3 rare treasures, but I also need to find 6 spirit orbs with different elemental properties. Even though I'm not at the foundation establishment stage yet, I need to start gathering the materials now. Just as he stood up to leave, he saw the blood-eating beast still fast asleep. He immediately tapped its back and urged it. Let's go. Move it. Come on, you bear. The beast turned over, sprawled out, and muttered, the bear is hungry. I can't move. Lin Jichen started complaining. You just ate not long ago and you're already hungry? You're a bottomless pit, aren't you? The blood-eating beast whined. What did you promise me in the beginning? It wasn't supposed to be like this. Lin Jichen asked coldly. Is that so? Did I really say that? Don't talk nonsense. The blood-eating beast cried out in disappointment. Is that so? Did I really say that? Don't talk nonsense. The system immediately flashed a notification. Your pet's loyalty has decreased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 90. Lin Jichen was shocked and panicked. He thought, damn it. I almost forgot about pet loyalty. If loyalty drops below 70, the pet won't follow the master's commands, and if it drops below 50, it'll easily betray its master. So, to appease the blood-eating beast, Lin Jichen had to suppress his anger and pet its head, coaxing it. I was just teasing you. Do you know what kind of master I am? I only woke you up because I wanted to take you to get some food. Hearing that, it flicked its tail and moved forward, saying, well then, let's get going. Both of them headed forward. Lin Jichen thought to himself, in this 8 Desolations update, the most important content is definitely the secret realms. So far, only 3 secret realms have been updated. Respectively, the solo player realm Nightmare, the squad realm Ghost Domain, and the guild realm Valley of the Bone King. These 3 realms are like sect missions divided into 5 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, very hard, and hell. I should clear Nightmare first. It contains the materials needed to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Plus, Nightmare gear is highly sought after, and the temptation is quite significant. Suddenly, Lin Jichen sensed something was off up ahead. Sword Sect Inner Disciple, Late-Stage Foundation Establishment, Wang Xun, along with his cronies, shouted from ahead, Hey brat, don't think you're going anywhere. Lin Jichen frowned, asking angrily, What do you guys want? He stepped forward, eyes full of provocation. I am Wang Xun, and I challenge you. Wang Xun stood with his hands behind his back, slowly explaining, the Sword Sect has a rule. As long as the challenger's cultivation level doesn't exceed the opponent's by 1 major realm, they can challenge them. He paused for a moment before continuing. As long as the challenge party isn't injured, on a mission, or in seclusion, they must accept the challenge. This is the only way to help Sword Sect disciples constantly improve their cultivation. There was a hint of pride in Wang Xun's voice. That is what makes our Heaven Origin Sword Sect the #1 sect in Mo Tian Chao. Lin Jichen smirked, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. All right, fine. But I don't do meaningless stuff. If I win, I should get some good loot, right? What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded instantly. Fine by me. Let's stake our sect contribution points then. A system interface immediately popped up. Sect contribution points, 886. Wang Sun tightened his grip on his sword, his tone dripping with confidence. This is the signature fighting style of the sword sect. What do you think? He glanced at the system display and sneered. But you have 0 contribution points, don't you? If you lose, what are you even going to pay with? You got absolutely nothing. The system interface flickered again, showing his balance as 0. He frowned, thinking to himself that if his contribution points went into the negative, he'd be kicked out of the sect. Just then, a female voice called out from behind. Little junior brother, don't be afraid of him. Nangang Yue stepped forward, her expression perfectly calm. I have 60,000 contribution points. Is that enough? The system display updated once more. Sect contribution points, 66,660. Lin Jichen's eyes wandered over her figure involuntarily. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She really smelled as sweet as she looked. Wang Sun gritted his teeth and turned toward his lackeys behind him. Brothers, we live for our pride, don't we? Help me gather some more contribution points, and I'll pay you back double later. One of his cohorts stepped up immediately. No problem. I'll give you 250, and I've got 300 more, I've got your back. After gathering enough points, he declared, we're betting 1,500 points. The system quickly confirmed the bet of 1,500 sect contribution points. Wang Sun gripped his sword hilt, his eyes icy. Lin Jichen, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. In the middle of the massive plaza, the sword discussion arena grew lively. Sword Sect Arena. Liu Hazi waved his hand, announcing the result. Outer Sect disciple Chen Yuan wins. The defeated disciple gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, buzzing whispers filled the stands below. This Chen Yuan is legit, he's won 8 matches in a row now. Another person couldn't help but exclaim, exactly, he's too strong. And he's only at the late stage of qi, refining. I feel like the top prodigy of the Tianyan sword sect. The person next to him chimed in, it has to be him. Just then, a figure slowly stepped onto the arena as all eyes turned toward him. Nangang Wu stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Nangang Wu, head of the branch hall. I see you have a natural affinity for swordsmanship and incredible talent. Would you like to be my direct disciple? Chen Yuan turned around, his eyes filled with shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply. Disciple has wished for this for so long. Master, please accept my formal kowtow. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from afar, Father. He turned to look at her, his expression softening slightly. Nangang Yue slowly walked past Chen Yuan, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. He immediately turned bright red, looking completely love-struck. Nangang Wu frowned slightly and asked, Nangang Yue, why are you here? Nangang Yue smiled, her eyes full of amusement. To cheer on my little junior brother, of course. He laughed heartily, looking very pleased. How did you know I just took Chen Yuan as my new disciple? Come, let me introduce you. He immediately bowed, looking quite nervous. Greetings, senior sister. She shook her head immediately, pointing in a different direction. Father, you've got it wrong. I was talking about him, I mean junior brother Lin. Nangang Yue pointed straight at Jichen, who was walking over slowly. As soon as he arrived, he felt that scrutinizing gaze. Why does that look feel so off? Nangang Wu narrowed his eyes, sizing Jichen up from head to toe. He wondered what kind of tricks this kid used to charm Nangang Yue in just a few short days. Since he just took on a new disciple, he had to see what was so special about this one. Chen Yuan cupped his hands and spoke first. So you are junior brother Lin. I've heard much about you. I, Chen Yuan, would like to receive some pointers from you today. He didn't even think about it, refusing flatly. Sorry, I'm busy. Jichen's gaze lingered on him for a second. He silently recalled that in his past life, this guy was the #1 sword cultivator. He tilted his head toward the arena and said indifferently, because I've already accepted a challenge from someone else. Chen Yuan frowned, looking slightly surprised. You want to fight someone at the late stage of Foundation Establishment? A familiar name popped into his head. Wasn't that the Foundation Establishment king, Wang Zun? He frowned and reminded him slowly, if his cultivation is higher than yours, you have the right to refuse the challenge directly. Wang Sun's expression shifted internally upon hearing this. The sword sect did indeed have a rule. Disciples with lower cultivation could refuse challenges from those with higher cultivation. He had intentionally kept this from Jichen, fearing he would back out. But now that he knew, the fight might not happen. Jichen just shrugged, his expression casual. I know, but since Brother Wang loves giving me his sect contribution points, I'll reluctantly accept. Nangang Wu's mouth twitched, feeling quite annoyed. This brat, Does he even look at anyone with respect? I really don't know what Nangang Yue sees in him. Nangang Yue, standing by, cheered happily. Little junior brother, go for it. Jichen slowly drew his sword, looking calmly at Wang Sun. Brother Wang, make your move. I'll let you go first. Wang soon let out a cold laugh as spiritual energy surged around him. Junior brother, are you really that confident? Then today, I, Wang Sun, will show you. Wang Sun tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward. Sword light flashed as a fierce strike aimed straight at him. Wang Sun's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He vanished. Jichen's voice suddenly rang out from right behind Wang Sun's back. Not bad speed, but you're still a step too slow. His eyes turned cold as he swung his sword downward with full force. Jichen whirled around, his blade slashing viciously into his opponent's back. Wang Sun let out a cry of pain as blood splattered across the arena. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to dash to the side. Wang Sun's eyes turned dark. That was just me being careless. Let's see how you handle this technique. A powerful wave of sword energy surged toward him. Jichen lowered his center of gravity and shouted coldly, Crescent Moon Slash. He swung his sword, meeting the opponent's attack head-on. After the violent collision, Jichen gritted his teeth and countered immediately. A terrifying force exploded. Right in the middle of the arena, everyone below stared in utter shock. Wang Sun stumbled back a few steps and collapsed heavily to the ground. Liu Hazi loudly announced the result. The winner, Lin Jichen, made Gong Yue so happy that her eyes sparkled with joy. Little junior brother won. Father, do you have anything to say now? Gong Wu stood there, stunned, with an expression of complete disbelief. He actually won? This kid's moves are way beyond what I expected. He glanced at his daughter's excited state and sighed inwardly. This brat is completely head over heels. She was just about to call out again when Gong Wu turned around. You, get out of here. Her father's voice suddenly rang out excitedly amidst the crowd. Did you all see that? Liu Hazi was so pumped she almost shouted. I told you, there's no way Lin Jichen would lose. The spectators immediately erupted into a heated debate. The king of fragments, some people were still questioning if Lin Jichen was away from keyboard, not even trying. With that kind of footwork and awareness, those crazy maneuvers are actually pretty solid. Someone else got even more worked up. Forget it, I just want to say Lin Jichen is too OP. Many people were still reeling from the shock of the match. The truth is, if you have a wife, don't love me. How in the world did Lin Jichen pull off those moves? Why does it feel like he's some kind of top-tier pro gamer? She cupped her face in excitement, her eyes almost glowing. He is the most handsome male god in the 8 wildernesses. The crowd below was still cheering and buzzing after the fight. I only love Liu Hazi. Ugh. Liu Hazi's #1 fan forever. Look at him. He's the real male god. Chen Yuan stood to the side, quietly observing him, his gaze turning serious. This famous phantom soul pouch of Wang Sun's. Even I have to be a bit wary of it within the sect. I never expected he could break it with just one move. He slowly walked up to him. Lin Jichen. Chen Yuan clenched his fist, his tone deadly serious. I, Chen, admit that I'm not as good as you today, but I believe it won't be long. His eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. I will definitely catch up to you. Just you wait. Chen Yuan truly deserves to be the top disciple. His pride and mindset are enough. Jichen watched the other man leave, silently reflecting in his heart. That's enough to say it all. But since Ming Zhongsheng is returning to change his class to Sword Saint, I absolutely cannot give up the title of the world's first sword god to him. Nangang Yue happily ran over to his side, her eyes filled with pride. Little junior brother, your strength has really improved a lot, hasn't it? Not bad at all. No wonder you're my little junior brother. He laughed and replied casually. It's mainly because my senior sister is amazing. If you didn't push me to become stronger, wouldn't I always have to rely on senior sister to protect me later on? She arched her eyebrows, her eyes carrying a teasing glint. Is it bad to have senior sister protect you? Or are you looking down on your senior sister? Jichen quickly waved his hands, his expression full of sincerity. Of course not. I'm just thinking about when it will be my turn to protect you, to brave the storms and crush the thorns for you. By then, I'll have the courage to face your father and your family too. Hearing this, Nangang Yue's face flushed a few shades redder. Little junior brother, are you planning to ask your father for my hand in marriage? She lowered her head slightly, her voice growing much softer. Actually, cultivation levels aren't the issue. It's just, I like you. I believe my grandfather and father will support us too. He looked at Nangang Yue and suddenly asked, Senior sister, do you have any free time lately? She tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing curiosity. Do you have a mission you need my help with? Jichen smiled and slowly stated his real purpose. Of course not. I actually wanted to invite you to Fenghui City to listen to music and watch a play, to enjoy the flowers and admire the moon. I wonder if senior sister would be willing?" He kept a calm expression, but his mind was calculating rapidly. If the favorability is over 60, I can initiate physical contact, but with so many people around, making a move wouldn't look good. It's better to strike while the iron is hot and lure her out. Nangong Yue hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. "Well, that could work, but my father will be returning to the inner palace these 2 days, so I might not be able to get out." Her face instantly heated up, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Is little junior brother asking me on a date? Jichen saw her hesitation and immediately laughed. "It's okay. You can just tell him you're going out on a mission when the time comes." She bit her lip, thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. "All right, then." Gong Yue tried to keep her composure, but her voice was clearly much softer. "I'll head back first. I'll come find you when the time comes." He smiled and watched her leave. "I'll be waiting for you." Jichen's heart couldn't help but fill with anticipation. "I'm about to go on a date with my little senior sister. I'm really looking forward to it." Afterward, he slowly walked off the stage amidst the crowd's gazes. A familiar female voice quickly rang out from in front of him. "Hello, Master Lin." Wei and Lin looked at him with eyes full of shock and admiration. "Greetings, Master. Your strength is truly impressive. Even disciples at the late stage of Foundation establishment can't beat you." Jichen replied calmly, "I'm all right. Is something the matter?" She quickly spoke up. "Our Moon Shadow Guild wants to ask for your help in clearing the Ghost King Valley dungeon on the hard difficulty." Without thinking, he directly refused. "I can't do that." Hearing his blunt refusal, the expressions of the 3 people immediately stiffened. Su Yan Lin quickly stepped forward, her voice filled with anxiety. "Wait, why not? You can set whatever terms you want." Jichen shook his head slightly and slowly explained. "Ghost King Valley is a dungeon for groups of over 100 people. The requirement isn't individual ability, but the average skill level of the whole team. At the very least, everyone needs to be at the mid-stage of chi condensation to pass." Before he could finish, she hurriedly asked, "And what else?" He immediately changed his tone, his face calm as if nothing had happened. "Oh, nothing. Even if I went to Ghost King Valley, there's not much I could do. You all should focus on improving your overall strength first." In his heart, Jichen breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost missed out on the chance to collect spirit stones, but luckily I reacted in time. Wei and Lin thought for a moment and quickly changed her target. "Then what about the Ghost Cave Ridge?" Hearing that name, he nodded slightly. "Ghost Cave Ridge? That's doable, but the difficulty is a bit higher." She immediately showed joy, quickly saying, "Then please lead us. Name your price, whatever you want." Jichen frowned slightly and asked, "Is your guild leader joining?" Mentioning their beloved guild leader, Yu and Lin immediately became defensive. "Our guild leader is obviously going. Why do you ask?" Having received the answer he wanted, Jichen sighed in relief and promised, "If she's going, then I'm going. I'll take the job." Seeing his attitude, she sniffed and curled her lip. "Let me remind you, don't you dare have any bad intentions toward our guild leader. If her father finds out, you're going to be in big trouble." Lin Jichen just laughed with disdain and retorted with an indifferent tone, "How much trouble could I possibly be in? Are you going to beat me to death? Besides, I have no interest in your guild leader. I'm only looking for her to borrow some money." Catching sight of Lin Jichen, Wang Jinghao hurried over with a beaming face. "Brother Lin Jichen, thank goodness I found you." To be more persuasive, he didn't hold back in promising a lucrative reward. "Help us go through the secret realm, and the reward will be 3 million. What do you think?" Contrary to the other party's enthusiasm, Lin Jichen asked blankly, "And who are you?" This nonchalant question caused Wang Jinghao's face to darken with embarrassment for a split second. "Brother Lin Jichen, you're quite forgetful, aren't you? You're the one who sold me that bow last time." Although he acted friendly on the surface, he was cursing incessantly in his heart. "This guy made me look like a fool last time, and he's already forgotten me so quickly." Realizing he knew the guy, Lin Jichen called out politely, "Ah, Brother Vuong, that is quite a coincidence." In his head, he was quickly scrambling to find a reasonable excuse to decline. He actually came, and even though I don't want to help him, refusing him right now isn't the best move. I need a quick excuse to get through this. He feigned regret as he reached out and pulled Yui and Lin close into his arms. "Brother Vuong, you're too late. I've already promised my girlfriend, and I'm just about to take her into the secret realm." Lin Jichen kept up the act, turning to her with an affectionate nickname. "Honey, you tell him. I'm helping you with the secret realm now, so we're going together. Come on." Knowing he was being abrupt, he signaled to her desperately with his eyes, having no choice but to use Oyen Lin as a shield. She had no other option but to play along with the script, mumbling a shy, "Yeah." However, such a clumsy act couldn't fool an old fox like Wang Jinghao. Girlfriend, huh? He remembered the past, when Lin Jichen had to struggle to sell a precious bow, crying while selling his gear. Who's offering more? If I weren't getting married, I wouldn't sell it. He just forced a laugh and expressed doubt about the identity of this new girlfriend. I recall you were about to get married, weren't you? You sold a lot of equipment just to afford the wedding, right? Wang Jinghao glanced at the girl beside him with a suspicious look. Isn't this the same woman who fought me for the bow last time? His cutting remark left Lin Jichen frozen on the spot. Oh, I'm screwed. Lin Jichen really hadn't expected the situation to take such a terrible turn. How could I have forgotten that? In the face of difficulty, inspiration struck. He sighed helplessly and quickly tried to fix the situation. Nothing I can do, brother. A wealthy lady was pursuing me, and she had a great figure. So I decided I didn't want to work hard anymore and broke up with her. Watching their backs as they disappeared, Wang Jinghao was so angry he clenched his fists. It's this woman again, playing me twice, you just wait. After escaping the trouble, Lin Jichen and Oyen Lin started heading toward the Night Ghost Ridge. He whispered a sincere thank you for saving him from such a tight spot. Just now, you took one for me when selling the bow. If there's a chance later, I'll definitely repay you. Oyen Lin responded in a soft tone to his seriousness. No need for that, Night Ghost Ridge. Within a 6-mile radius of the Secret Realm entrance, players from all sorts of big and small sects could be seen everywhere. The team currently lacks a mid-stage chi refining mage. Apply now. Only 2 spots left for a tank and a healer. Need a healer. Just one more healer and we're ready to go. Lin Jichen wove through the crowded, ever-growing mass of players. There are so many players now, everyone's getting involved. Suddenly, Oyen Lin cheered happily when she spotted a group of young women in the distance. Guild leader, you're here. The sudden appearance of such beautiful women created a stunning scene, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Luoyu greeted him warmly, taking the initiative to welcome him and express her gratitude. Hello, Mr. Lin Jichen. You finally arrived. Please help us get through the secret realm. If you have any conditions, just say them. He didn't bother with pleasantries and casually held up 3 fingers. It's not much, just 3 conditions. The first requirement he emphasized was absolute control. First, I will be leading the charge into the secret realm. You must follow my commands. The next condition concerned the loot. Second, all equipment collected inside the secret realm and all materials needed for sword cultivation and Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment will belong to me. Regarding the final agreement, Lin Jichen leaned in and whispered into Jiang Luoyu's ear. As for the third condition, it's personal. I want to borrow some spirit stones from you. How much do you think you can lend me? Hearing this, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed. You know how it is, spirit stones are very important. For our guild, the market ratio of spirit stones to cash has already increased to 1 to 180. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Jichen reassured her with a firm promise. I won't be borrowing for free. How much? I will pay you back 130%, and I'll return it in full within 5 days. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Luoyu nodded and agreed to lend him the amount. All right, I'll lend you 50,000. Immediately, the system notification rang in Lin Jichen's head. Account balance increased by a massive amount. Spirit stones plus 50,000. After receiving the money, Lin Jichen didn't want to waste any time. All right, I'll definitely pay you back within 5 days. Let's head into the secret realm. Their team also included 2 other assistants, Tao Thi Din, a mid-stage chi refining healer, and Lai Cam Tu, a late-stage chi refining body cultivator. Right at the entrance to the dungeon, the system had a leaderboard hanging up showing the progress. Van the Guild, Hard Mode, 52% progress. Trix Nangong UA Studio, Hard Mode, 50% progress. Tan Van Studio, Hard Mode, 49% progress. Q Guild, Hard Mode, 47% progress. Most notably, the Nangong Yuan Guild, Hell Mode, 0% progress. Oyen Lin was so shocked she lost her composure. Wait a minute, Hell Mode. Why are we entering on Hell difficulty? This sudden development left Thi Din feeling restless, her face full of worry. Master Lin, did you really make the wrong choice? Faced with the confused stares of the girls, Lin Jichen didn't deny his decision. In truth, the Ghost Ridge isn't actually that difficult. The real challenge lies in tight coordination and using a tag team strategy. Once you solve those 2 issues, getting through this secret realm is a breeze. As they stepped deeper inside, the atmosphere of the realm was completely cut off and starkly contrasted with the bustling world outside. Follow me, and don't get separated. I guarantee we'll clear this stage. With that, Lin Jichen calmly took the lead to blaze a trail. I'm not super familiar with this secret realm, but it's the perfect spot to pick up some gear. Beside a desolate graveyard stood a dilapidated hut, looking incredibly lonely. A white lantern hung under the eaves, swinging violently whenever a gust of night wind blew past. Seeing such a ghoulish sight, the naturally timid spirit master Thai Ding went pale as a sheet. Senior sister Uyin Lin, this place is way too creepy. I'm scared we're gonna see something terrifying. She forced down her fear to comfort her teammate. What's there to be afraid of? We're right here with you. Besides, the stuff you see in horror movies is all fake. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jiang Luoyu suddenly called her name in a serious tone. Uyin Lin. She pointed straight at the damp ground and calmly announced, "There's a human hand right under your feet." Hearing that, Uyin Lin's face turned deathly pale, and she didn't even dare to breathe. She squeezed her eyes shut and instinctively leaped as far as she could with all her might. Realizing she'd been tricked, Uyin Lin, embarrassed and annoyed, stomped her feet and scolded Jiang Luoyu. "President, that was so mean. You're the worst." Getting a kick out of the prank, Jiang Luoyu couldn't help but giggle triumphantly. Did you all see how she screamed? Suddenly, a long, bone-chilling screech echoed through the gloomy space, making everyone's skin crawl. From behind a haze of graveyard dust, a figure as thin as a walking skeleton slowly emerged. One of his eyes was completely gone, leaving only a deep, hollow socket, along with a twisted, deformed mouth covered in thick, centipede-like scars. Upon seeing this gruesome creature, both Uyin Lin and Thai Din couldn't hold back their terror. The two scrambled toward each other, while the hideous old man slowly crept toward the group, his voice raspy and somber, as if rising from deep underground. 5 more people looking for an early grave. How nice. 5 more lives to add to the pile. He leaned on his staff and sneered. This ghost ridge is way too dangerous. Nobody survives but me, the gravekeeper. His threats, reeking of death, terrified Thi Din and Uyin Lin so much they clung to each other. In contrast, Jiang Luoyu remained perfectly composed. Don't be afraid. As for Lin Jichen, he completely ignored the gravekeeper's ramblings. Let's go. Don't pay him any mind, just keep following me. Seeing his cold attitude and the way he turned his back so decisively, the gravekeeper realized his scare tactics weren't working. Wait, young man, if you're really set on going, could you do me a favor? Lin Jichen curled his lips slightly and turned back, agreeing instantly. State your request. Lin Jichen's quick action was purely to save time. Finally, we're getting to the point. In my previous life, I talked to the old guy for half a day. What a waste of time. Only later did I realize that if you just ignore him, he reveals the quest quickly enough. At this point, the man's expression darkened as he began to pour his heart out about his tragedy. 20 years ago, my wife was haunted to death here by a vengeful spirit, which is why I became the gravekeeper, hoping to find her memento. Sadly, I'm too weak to climb the mountain. The gravekeeper pleaded earnestly. If you happen to find a white handkerchief, please bring it to me, and I'll gladly give you 2 pieces of legendary grade gear. Faced with such a rich reward, Lin Jichen kept a poker face, but a gleam of amusement appeared in his eyes. All right, we'll take the mission. Even someone as calm as Jiang Luoyu couldn't hide her excitement now. A white handkerchief for 2 legendary grade items? No wonder this is hell-level difficulty. Getting his promise, the gravekeeper was deeply moved, hunching his back. Then, I thank you all. I'll be waiting for your news at the foot of the mountain. The 5-person team had only moved a short distance before freezing. Eerie winds began to howl continuously. Choked, wailing sounds mixed with piercing screams echoed right by their ears. From all directions, drifting ghosts with whitened, exposed neck bones appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the massive swarm of dozens of ghosts surrounding them, Uyin Lin trembled in fear. Why are there so many ghosts? There must be dozens of them. Assessing the situation, Jiang Luoyu explained while urging the team to quickly enter combat mode. This is hell mode, so there are bound to be a lot of monsters. Everyone, get into defensive positions. She raised her staff high, and the party received the order from President Li Cam II, who charged forward, taking the lead to draw the monster's aggro. Leave it to me. With a powerful, precise sweep kick, she shattered the brittle, bony skulls. Despite Cam II's interference, the ghosts kept surging toward the group to hunt their prey. But when they approached Lin Jichen, with just one technique, he sent them straight to oblivion. Thanks to the smooth coordination of the 3, the dozens of ferocious ghost shadows were quickly wiped out, leaving not a single one behind. Witnessing such an unbelievable sight, both Uyin Lin and Thai Din stared with their mouths wide open. Master Lin, what kind of luck is this? Exactly. Under the adoring gaze of his teammates, Lin Jichen just flicked his hair nonchalantly and replied, "That's a secret." Suddenly, a skinny, skeletal figure with long, disheveled hair lunged from right behind him. Everyone screamed in warning, "Master Lin, look out." He had already felt the heavy killing intent behind him. Lin Jichen turned around, his face calm. He gripped his sword tightly and swung a powerful horizontal slash, tearing through the murky air. As the monster disappeared, a white handkerchief dropped from its body, accidentally catching on the tip of the blade. Seeing this item, Wei and Lin's mood shifted from panic to sheer excitement. Hey, look, it dropped. Isn't that the Gravekeeper's wife's handkerchief? Even if we head back to complete the quest now, we can still get those 2 legendary grade pieces of equipment. Lin Jichen immediately spoke up, crushing her naive optimism. Don't even think about it. It's useless. If it really worked like that, no one would bother clearing the dungeon. They'd just use this method to farm gear instead, wouldn't they? He turned and kept striding forward, not forgetting to urge the 4 girls on. If we want to clear this dungeon, we have to watch our time. Follow me. The 5-person team set off once more, heading straight toward the desolate, ghostly mountain range. Waves of chilling, malevolent energy surged violently. In the dead silence, a mournful wail suddenly echoed. My fate is so wretched. The eerie, sobbing voice combined with the horrifying sight hit them, leaving the group chilled to the bone. From the corpse dangling in mid-air, a bone-chilling, ghostly aura suddenly surged toward them. Finally, someone has come to join me. The corpse's tightly shut, blood-red eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing empty, hollow sockets. Lin Jichen and his team members tightened their grips on their weapons, pushing their vigilance to the maximum. But it didn't end there. Countless dry, skeletal hands suddenly reached up from beneath the ground and grabbed Wei and Lin's ankles. This. Guild leader, what do we do now? Lin Jichen gripped his sword hilt with both hands, reversed the blade to point at the ground, and slammed it down with force. You're already skeletons, yet you still won't stay quiet? Do you think you're immortal? A wave of sword energy swept through the ground, forcing the skeletons causing trouble under their feet to let out miserable shrieks. Immediately after, he lunged straight at the female corpse hanging from the tree. Demon, eat my blade. Lin Jichen poured all his strength into the sword and swung, the sharp cut glowing brilliantly in the dark night. Her figure suddenly turned into black smoke and dissipated, leaving him stunned. Vanished. Ugh. In the blink of an eye, the corpse woman's cold hand was already resting on his face, caressing it. This little brother is quite handsome, she purred, her legs draped loosely over Lin Jichen's shoulders. She whispered flirtatiously, her voice dripping with honey. Would you be willing to be a ghostly husband to this one? The corpse woman behind him hugged his face and smirked. Actually, you could just become a ghost cultivator. If we practice dual cultivation together, your progress would definitely be much faster than it is now. Lin Jichen frowned in disgust, wondering to himself, I really ran into a live dead ghost. How do I break this hidden stage? Then he angrily shoved her away. Shut your mouth. Only a ghost would want to be a ghost cultivator. After hearing his cold refusal, her voice dropped. Little brother, is that really your choice? He narrowed his eyes, casting a cold, terrifying glance her way. The corpse woman glared back, warning him. Then you're finished. Her massive, hulking body loomed over him as she declared, I'll rip your soul right out, until you have no choice but to follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, the corpse woman launched her attack. Spikes erupted from the ground, but Lin Jichen ruthlessly slashed them all to pieces. He then turned and signaled the Jiang Luoyu group, Everyone, charge with me. Hearing that, she gripped her staff tightly. Understood. At the same time, Jiang Luoyu called out loudly, Wei and Lin, help the expert Lin Jichen attack. Beside her, Wei and Lin agilely drew her sword. Understood. She continued issuing orders, Lai Cam 2, focus on crowd control. Cam 2 raised an eyebrow and replied, orders received. Jiang Luoyu didn't stop there. Tao Thay Din, watch our backs. Thay Din stammered, feeling a bit flustered. Yes, yes. And with that, all 4 members of the Moonlight Shadow Guild charged forward. Let's go. As they followed him, they activated their skills, Sun and Moonlight Shield. They followed Lin Jichen's lead, smashing through all obstacles as the black strands of hair converged on a single spot. Meanwhile, the corpse woman stretched lazily, a powerful red energy radiating from her body. At that very moment, Cam 2 moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of her. She delivered a kick straight to the corpse woman's chin and shouted, Expert Lin Jichen, Sister Uyen Lin, we're counting on you too. As she took the hit, the creature's head snapped back. Lin Jichen was right behind her, extending his sword to the side, gripping the hilt with both hands as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Seeing this, the corpse woman instantly reached out, gnashing her teeth. Don't you dare. Her strands of hair coiled tightly around his sharp blade. Just then, Yui and Lin arrived and broke the deadlock in time. With a decisive strike, she severed the enemy's hair. The corpse woman's eyes widened in shock. With one swift strike, Lin Jichen sliced the corpse woman's body in 2. Seeing that, Thay Din cheered happily. We did it. Jiang Luoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Looking at the pile of gear scattered on the ground, Yu and Lin exclaimed excitedly. Could this be thanks to expert Lin Jichen's crazy luck? To think so much gear dropped. She covered her mouth, looking delighted. With luck like this, if he bought a lottery ticket, he'd be rich already. Cam 2 laughed heartily. It's not bad for opening loot in the Eight Desolations either, right? If we pull a few spirit-grade items, that's basically hitting the jackpot. She looked at him and offered softly, Mr. Lin Jichen, please take your pick of these items first. Even if you're not a sword cultivator, you can take whatever you like. Lin Jichen sat down to choose. In that case, I won't be polite. He carefully selected items like the night-piercing gauntlets and the swarm sword chi. Both items had their uses. The gauntlets could be worn by anyone, but the swarm sword chi required a sword cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. After picking up the loot, he turned and urged them on. Let's keep moving. At the same time, a notification appeared. The Moonlight Shadow Guild's Hell Mode journey was more than halfway done. Silvery moonlight shone down gently. Through the quiet grove, the figures of the 5 people pressed onward. A mysterious silhouette appeared before them. Wei and Lin pointed excitedly. Everyone, look, isn't that the Gravekeeper? Let's go give him the handkerchief. Just then, Lin Jichen grabbed her wrist to stop her. Wait. With a dark expression, he warned. If you go over there, you're just throwing your life away. Wei and Lin broke into a cold sweat, looking confused. What do you mean? Jiang Luoyu looked at the back of the person in front of her and asked sternly, Don't you find it strange? Before he said he'd wait for us at the foot of the mountain, so why is he here now? Have you ever thought about where the boss might have been? Hearing this, she stammered in fear. You mean, he's also the boss of the Night Crypt? Lin Jichen flicked Wei and Lin on the forehead and smiled, offering his assessment. You're not exactly quick-witted, but you're not entirely stupid either. She frowned, looking anxious. How is that possible? If he's the boss, then why give us the quest? He narrowed his eyes, warning in a serious tone. This is the biggest trap in this instance. Plenty of players have already lost their lives right here. Experienced players would choose to skip his quest and jump straight into the initial battle. But if they do that, they won't be able to kill the female corpse, nor will they get any extra rewards. Jiang Luoyu laughed happily. So that's how it is. Mr. Lin Jichen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, who knows how many quest rewards we would have missed out on. At that same moment, the mysterious Gravekeeper stood up and turned around, his bone-chilling laughter echoing through the space. He lunged toward them and spoke. So, you've arrived? Have you found my late wife's memento yet? If you found it, hand it over. Give it to me, and I shall bestow upon you 2 legendary-grade treasures. But before he could utter another word, a cold, sharp blade pierced right through him. Lin Jichen frowned, his patience running thin. Too much talk. Just attack. He looked back, thinking to himself, I was tricked by this guy in my past life. It took me several rounds of fighting just to clear this hidden realm. There's no way I'm making the same mistake this time. A stream of bright red blood gushed from the Gravekeeper's shoulder, and instantly, a giant arm erupted from the wound. Next, he slammed his hand down, shattering the ground. The Night Crypt boss let out a savage, roaring voice. I am the Ghost King. I sentence you to death. A stream of dark energy spewed from the skull's mouth, and countless black crows with blood-red eyes appeared, flying frantically in all directions. Yu and Lin looked at the horrific scene, breaking into a sweat. What is that? Meanwhile, Lin Jichen showed no fear, swinging his sword at the flock of crows. Then he turned his head and shouted, Tao Thai Din, use your skill to clear out the crows now. Thi Din immediately complied. Got it. She unleashed her skill with force. The umbrella in her hand flew up into the sky. Lin Jichen continued to command the other 3. You guys handle the crows here, I'll deal with the boss. He circled behind the Night Crypt boss with his weapon ready. Lin Jichen thought to himself with a smug expression, Nobody understands it better than I do. Magic cultivators hate close quarters combat the most. Then, he unleashed a powerful move, sword chi surged, and critical hits exploded one after another. The Night Crypt Ghost King screamed in agony as he was hit. System notifications began to appear simultaneously. The smoke cleared, leaving only Lin Jichen standing there, while the target had vanished. Just then, a vortex appeared behind him. The boss used his skill, Dark Mist Cloak. Lin Jichen landed hard on the ground and ordered, Now's our chance, all of you, charge. With a burst of powerful energy radiating from his body, he touched the sharp blade in his hand with 2 fingers. At the same time, Bo Bao Jiang Luoyu unleashed her attack, Earth-Crushing Palm. Beside her, Lai Cam 2 gritted her teeth and used her combo fist skill. Wei and Lin shouted, her sword engulfed in raging flames. Fireblade Slash. The 4 of them simultaneously launched their attacks, knocking the Night Crypt ghost backward. His health bar was nearly depleted, and the ghost gnashed his teeth in fury. Lin Jichen raised his sword high and unleashed his technique. Phoenix, wind dance. Above them, starlight-like glimmers appeared in the sky, looking like stars. But they weren't. Countless sharp blades rained down from the sky, piercing the Night Crypt boss's position. The boss was instantly triggered into a silenced state. He pulled out the blood-eating beast and smiled, hinting, "Little bear, I'm leaving the rest to you." Lin Jichen threw it forward, promising loudly, "Finish off the boss, and I'll take you out for a feast." The beast rolled along the ground like a ball. Yin Lin and Cam 2 couldn't help but gush at the sight. "That bear is so cute. I want a pet like that too." Jiang Luoyu looked up in surprise. This must be the iron-eating beast from the rare pet rankings. I never expected it to be expert Lin Jichen's pet. The beast opened its large mouth wide and let out a cry. An unmatched surge of power blasted straight ahead, causing the Night Crypt boss's head to explode. After the attack, the blood-eating beast landed on its front paws. It blinked calmly. The three girls, fascinated, immediately approached it, showering it with compliments. "That's amazing. It's so cute. Come here, let me pet you." While they were busy doting on the adorable beast, Lin Jichen pondered, looking at the stone stele in front of him. He looked on in disbelief, covering his face as he thought, "Oh my god, it actually dropped magic cultivation gear." Lin Jichen picked up a small purple stone, satisfied. "Forget it, this alone is enough. Even if I have to dig through sand, finding 2 rare treasures is a win. Just one more piece and I'll have all 6 spirit artifacts to reach the heavenly foundation." At the same time, the system announced they had cleared the Night Crypt. Every party member received a reward. Simultaneously, Jiang Luoyu bowed. "Mr. Lin Jichen, thank you. You've helped me get so much magic class gear. I'll pay you for this gear. I won't let you lose out." He smiled, holding the small stone in his hand. "No need. I already said those pieces are yours. Besides, I didn't lose out at all." She was a bit shocked, wondering to herself, "Is that a black jade star?" Lin Jichen didn't linger and turned to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'm heading out," he said firmly. "You girls should get out of here quickly. 2. You're the first guild to clear this dungeon." Yin Lin called out from behind, "Guild leader." Lin Jichen, looking cool, reminded them, "If you don't leave now, the players stuck at the gate are going to swarm you for tips." Her face flushed red as she whispered, "Geez, expert Lin Jichen is in such a hurry. I didn't even get to thank him properly." Beside her, Jiang Luoyu chuckled. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of chances later." He just sat under a tree, opening his system interface. "Hey, Brother Vuong, are you there?" Lin Jichen scanned his surroundings and thought with a smirk, "I've got to scam Wang Jinghao one more time." On the other end, Wang Jinghao tilted his head. "Brother Lin Jichen, you're video calling me at dusk, with the last rays of light fading over the crowded streets." Feng Ku Shushen, Wang Jinghao, and Lin Jichen were engrossed in conversation on the second floor of a restaurant. "Brother Lin Jichen, why did you call me here?" "Didn't I come here specifically to apologize to you?" Lin Jichen politely poured him a drink, while Wang Jinghao waved his hand and laughed. "It's nothing. Life is precious, but love is even more valuable. If you and that girl succeed, wouldn't I be the one who helped bring a beautiful couple together?" His face looked gloomy and sad. He sighed while pouring the drink, but that didn't help Brother Vuong at all. "I feel uneasy," he exclaimed in surprise. "That's a big problem. A brother finding a wife is the most important thing." He raised his cup, smiling gently as he made an offer. "But since you've helped Nangong Yue and get through this hurdle, if you have some time, please help our van, the guild, just this once." Lin Jichen's expression shifted, his cheerful face vanishing. He quickly probed, "Brother Lin Jichen, what's wrong? Is something difficult?" With a troubled expression, Lin Jichen sighed, raised his glass, and poured out his woes. "Brother Vuong, it's not that I don't want to help. It's mainly because my girlfriend doesn't want me helping you guys. Since the 2 guilds are fighting so fiercely, it would be great if I could help you all." On the surface, he was pretending, but inside, he was secretly gloating. "Guildmaster Jiang Luoyu of Oyin Lin, sorry. I'll definitely compensate you all later." Hearing this, Wang Jinghao took it for real, his expression changing as he muttered to himself, "That woman is truly vicious, always using the Nangong Yue and guild to go against me." Lin Jichen slammed his untouched cup onto the table, using a fake, seductive tone to lure him. "Brother Vuong, how about this? Even though I can't help you directly, I can sell you the strategy for the Da Quat Kwai Lin dungeon." A wicked smile appeared on his face along with the offer. "I don't need much. Just give me 8,000 spirit stones. What do you think?" Hearing that, he stood up and hit the table, agreeing firmly and clearly, while you calmly kept drinking. 8,000 spirit stones? Fine. Brother Lin Jichen, you're really righteous. I'll transfer it to you right now. Outwardly, he was bold in closing the deal, but deep down, Wang Jinghao was filled with uncertainty and extreme anxiety. Our guild had to pool everything together to reach 8,000. This is everything. But whatever. You can't catch a wolf without baiting it, and you can't get a dungeon guide without spending spirit stones. Lin Jichen had already pulled out pen and paper. Brother Vuong, wait a second, I'll write it out for you right now. Wang Jinghao asked, confused. Brother Lin Jichen, can't you just send me the file? Why go through all that trouble? Lin Jichen explained while scribbling away. Brother Vuong, you don't understand. The more primitive it is, the more secret it stays. He handed the paper to him, and the other man trusted him completely. So that's how it is. Brother Lin Jichen is truly cautious. Wang Jinghao happily took the paper and left. Chu Shanks, brother. I'm taking my team to challenge the hell-level Da Quat Ma Lin. You responded with a polite bow. Safe travels, Brother Vuong. Lin Jichen wore a sinister smile, thinking to himself with amusement. He's still just as confident as in our previous life, isn't he? Still thinks everything will be fine just because he has a guide, but he won't expect that with their strength, even with guidance, they'll get beaten half to death for sure. Night had fallen, and the street lamps were lit. At this moment, Lin Jichen was standing in front of a shop in Feng Kuk City at night. He walked in, decisively threw down his heavy money pouch, and demanded loudly, Shopkeeper, wrap up all the poison in the shop for me. He glanced at the shopkeeper's fair legs and added, Take everything you have, I'll buy it all. She sat casually on the shelf and straightforwardly reminded him, You're very generous, boss, but the poison in my shop isn't cheap. The way she jumped down to greet him was highly provocative. She checked the money pouch while he asked if it was enough. He leaned back against the counter and confidently declared, If it's not enough, I'll add more. She wasn't greedy and replied clearly, It's enough. She walked gracefully from behind the counter, moved closer to him, and teased, Little brother, you really have a knack for earning spirit stones. She intended to use her seductive charm to entice him. Why don't you open a shop with me? She leaned against the counter, turning her back to him to lure him in. How about this? I'll give this shop and myself to you. Lin Jichen was momentarily distracted by the curves in front of him. I guess I can always unlock some unexpected ways to play, huh? He regained his composure and bluntly refused her. Shopkeeper, I'm really sorry. My ambition doesn't lie here. He closed his eyes, focusing on his goal. Stop these distractions. No, I want to be a sword cultivator. His determination was clear on his face. She left coquettishly, not forgetting to brush against him. All right then, I'll go wrap up that poison for you. Little brother, wait for me. Lin Jichen watched her retreating figure and a thought crossed his mind. I'm regretting it now. Is it too late? She stood at the door, waving goodbye. Little brother, come back again when you have time. Lin Jichen waved back, most definitely. He walked leisurely down the street, secretly happy with his plan. This time I hoarded over 200,000 bottles of poison. Next time, I'll rely on this to make a fortune. Other players still didn't know that this poison was the key to clearing the Thivuong Valley. Lin Jichen looked at the vial in his hand and smiled slyly. Without this bottle, once you're infected by the poison, you'll never pass the level. By that time, I'll sell these bottles at a very high price, and I'll make a killing. Lin Jichen headed toward the city gate, deciding to look for resources. Currently, his cultivation level was sufficient, but to reach the 6th stage of foundation establishment, he still needed materials, so he had to find a place to gather them. In a barren, scorching rocky mountain, sparks flew the land of spirit energy, the land of blazing fire. Lin Jichen arrived, surveying his surroundings. This was the place with the highest concentration of fire spirit energy. From beneath the ground, a tail lunged toward him. A huge, sturdy monster with 2 massive pincers leaped toward him. Compared to Lin Jichen, the monster was still too small to pose a threat, so he prepared to handle it. The monster couldn't react in time to Lin Jichen's sharp sword strike, and both of its large pincers were severed. His sword technique was absolutely perfect, flawless. The lesser beast winced in pain and collapsed to the ground. Realizing it couldn't win, it tried to scramble away. But Lin Jichen had already set his sights on it. He lunged forward with a stern expression, having no intention of letting the beast go. Where do you think you're going? With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his sword, striking the beast down instantly as it let out a final, piercing cry. The beast lay motionless on the ground before dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind a pile of rewards. Lin Jichen meticulously inspected the loot, evaluating its worth. He picked up a shard of spirit stone and sighed regretfully. What a shame. The purity of this fire spirit stone is way too low. A notification panel popped up. Fire spirit stone shard contains a small amount of fire spirit energy. Collect 50 shards to forge a complete fire spirit stone. Lin Jichen looked ahead and made a decision. Whatever. I'll just gather them for now. I can always sell them for cash later. If I want higher purity, I'll have to head deeper into this area. He shouted a challenge to the powerful beast lurking within. Hey, you yellow-maned wolf, inside. Get out here and face your end. A brown, glossy tail emerged, pulsing with power. Huo finally appeared, looking quite majestic. I never expected her to be so round and plump. I snapped back, annoyed. You jerk! Who are you calling a ground squirrel? Lin Jichen just smiled, raising his sword in a provocative challenge. Well, I never thought a ground squirrel like you would grow up to be a fox. Huo hissed in anger, fanning her tails and launching 3 fireballs at him. Shut your mouth. Fiery tail flame trap. The 3 powerful fireballs exploded, but they didn't do any damage to Lin Jichen at all. Huo gritted her teeth, annoyed. You're fast. Lin Jichen just kept that smug grin. You again? If you didn't like me calling you a fox, why are you trying to burn me to a crisp? He pointed his sword directly at her. Looking for a beating, are you? Huo wasn't scared. In fact, her attitude was just as arrogant. Don't get cocky. She fired a series of sharp energy slashes his way. Using Wind Ripple, Lin Jichen spun around, parrying her strikes. I'll use your own attack against you. Take this fire back. She was caught completely off guard and hit by her own move. What? Huo collapsed, completely unable to fight any longer. Huo reverted to her beast form, trying to bolt. Lin Jichen summoned the blood-eating beast and ordered, Hung Duong 2. This is your meal. You haven't evolved yet, have you? Only used to eating greens, huh? I remember the iron-eating beast isn't a picky eater. He tossed her toward Huo, and the beast happily bared its sharp fangs. Go get her. Huo looked back to check the situation. The blood-eating beast had grown into a giant, baring its claws as it chased her, terrifying Huo. The blood-eating beast sat on a cliff to rest after its meal, and Lin Jichen walked up behind it. How was that? Satisfied with this trip? The blood-eating beast, sounding arrogant, replied, It was all right. Honestly, I haven't had a proper meat meal in ages, so this wasn't quite enough. Lin Jichen walked over to the loot dropped by Huo and sighed. Not bad at all. This fire essence is 100% pure. It smells amazing. A notification panel appeared. Fire essence, containing fire elemental energy, is one of the 6 great essences, 100% purity. He moved quickly without delay. There were still 5 more essences to find. Time to head somewhere else. His phone started ringing incessantly. The loud sound snapped him out of his thoughts. Lin Jichen quickly unplugged his gaming gear to answer. Hello. On the other end, Renlan's voice came through. She was struggling with a stack of books while asking him for a favor. Lin Jichen, we're on break now. Help me move my stuff. Okay. I want to stay at your place until the semester starts. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate. Sure. I'll be there right away. He smiled, thinking about her. It just so happened that Renlan, a fitness fanatic, was moving here. If he asked her to help him build an exercise plan, that wouldn't be an issue, right? Lin Jichen imagined the intense training and the results. He had to try his best to improve his physical condition over the next year, no matter what. The window reflected his anxious face as he thought about the future. After all, in a few years, the world would change completely, peace would be gone, and humanity would enter an era of war. Lin Jichen silently walked outside. A peaceful life would no longer exist. Renlan's voice, accompanied by a giant bag, cut through his focus. Hey, why are you so slow? I'm dying to get back and play in my gaming pod. He rushed over, confused. That fast? Aren't you still at school? She explained happily. Exactly. It's really close by, which is why I got here so fast. Renlan shoved her luggage at him and waved goodbye. I'm leaving the luggage to you. Excitement was written all over her face. Ba Hoang, here I come. He smiled, watching her figure drift away. Lin Jichen stiffened when he tried to drag Renlan's massive pile of luggage. He looked at the bags in utter disbelief. What kind of gear is this? Lin Jichen laboriously hauled the luggage, trailing behind Renlan. He asked with concern, Did you talk to your parents? They aren't going to come drag you back, are they? She boasted with full confidence. No way. I told them I was going on a trip with my best friend. That best friend of mine is going to help me cover it up. Renlan hurried to put on her gear, eager to start playing. Meanwhile, Lin Jichen whined, worried. If you put it that way, if your parents find out, I'm not going to be able to shoulder that responsibility. She leaned back, impatiently urging him. Stop dragging your feet. Lin Jichen, tell me quickly how to play this game. Lin Jichen looked at the screen, slowly guiding her. First, you have to verify your real name, then log in and choose your class. Depending on your preference, you can choose between 4 main classes: Chi Cultivator, Body Cultivator, Medicine Cultivator, and Law Cultivator. In front of her, the words logging in appeared. Renlan was amazed at the game's interface. Welcome to Ba Hoang. Please enter your character name. She wondered, is this where I start creating the character? A series of prompts appeared. Create character, choose face, choose physique, choose body, choose attributes. Renlan asked curiously. So this is the so-called character creation interface, right? Renlan was beautiful in real life, and her in-game avatar was just as round, fair, and cute exactly like that. She stepped gently in front of a door, and Nuwa appeared, as magnificent and beautiful as ever. Nuwa began softly, "Mortal, I shall lead you on the path of immortality." Renlan's eyes lit up with excitement. Nuwa is so beautiful. The beautiful Nuwa began her work. Please receive this blessing. Renlan suddenly floated up as a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have received the innate talent, Immovable King. She was surprised by what she got. Immovable King. Nuwa took out a large scroll and asked her to choose. You may now choose your place of birth. Renlan stared blankly at what was in front of her. Birthplace? Lin Jichen appeared and explained in detail so she would understand. Choose your birthplace based on your class. Vin Ning Xiao is the best place to cultivate as a law cultivator, and Nangong Yue Hoe Xiao is the most suitable for the medicine cultivator class. Mo Tian Xiao is for qi cultivators, and Hoifeng Xiao is suitable for body cultivators. Renlan was shocked to see him. Lin Jichen. Her eyes were glued to him. Lin Jichen, that old-fashioned outfit of yours actually looks pretty good. He answered humbly. You're too kind. So, what innate talent did you get? Renlan waved her hand to show him what she got. Look at this. The system panel appeared. Immovable King. Base stats increased. Every time you level up, attack and defense power increase by 5 points. The body cultivator skill bonus is 10%, and the body cultivator aptitude is 20%. Looking at her talent, he gasps in shock and admiration. No way. She's basically a top-tier player. With this kind of luck, this talent is practically tailor-made for a body cultivator. Hearing this, she doesn't hesitate to choose. Then I'll go with body cultivator. He reminisces, feeling happy for her. In his past life, only 2 people had the Immovable King talent, and both were ranked quite high on the heaven board. Who would have thought this girl, Renlan, would get such a smooth start? Not bad. Kid, you've got potential. She hurriedly asks him, what do we do next? Should we go straight to the novice village quest? He proposes a plan, not in a rush. First, come with me to Feng City. We'll sell some items for spirit stones, and then I can buy you some gear. As they arrive in Fengku City, the streets are filled with massive buildings and bustling crowds. Cries from vendors echo everywhere, and though Renlan looks around, she doesn't forget to follow Chen Jichen. Come over here, take a look. We have top-quality spirit herbs here. 2 other players nearby are scratching their heads in confusion. This is weird. How come I can't find corpse poison in any of the medicine shops? If we can't buy it, how are we supposed to clear the Corpse King Valley? Is this game rigged? We're only in the early stages. There are barely any alchemists, so no one can craft corpse poison yet. Seeing his opportunity, Jichen steps up. Hey, you too. I actually have some corpse poison left. 8 spirit stones per bottle. What do you think? Outwardly, he looks shy, but inwardly, he's thrilled. If this succeeds, he'll have made 16 times the cost of this batch. The 2 men exchange wide-eyed glances. The surrounding crowd, catching wind of it, rushes over to buy from him. Someone is actually selling corpse poison? Finally, I can get my hands on some. Boss, give me 1 bottle. Me too. Jichen beams, holding up a bottle to calm the crowd. Everyone, don't rush. Please line up. I have plenty of stock right here. Watching his hustle, Renlan is incredibly impressed. You can even play the game like this? Lin Jichen, you've got some skills. A woman's voice cuts through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Guoji appears, looking incredibly seductive. It really is you. The surrounding crowd, annoyed by her attitude, murmurs. Who is this girl? Is she an acquaintance trying to cut in line? Even if she's pretty, she's not allowed to skip. Resources are limited. First come, first served. She walks up and uses a sugary, fake tone to compliment him. I saw your name on the player list. At first, I couldn't even believe it. I never expected you to be this good in the game. In her mind, she's already planning how to use him. This bastard Lin Jichen actually awakened his hidden potential. I'll give him a little sweetness first, then scam him out of some corpse poison and get him to carry me through the game. Jichen easily guesses her motives and stays on high alert. This rotten snake must be trying to swindle me for corpse poison. She intentionally acts seductive to lure him. Why haven't you come to see me lately? Do you not miss me? The crowd watches the reunion with interest. Is this his lover or his girlfriend? Some hot gossip. Renlan steps forward, pinches him, and sternly reminds him. Lin Jichen, don't you forget how she was with other men. He winces in pain. Hey, easy there. She grabs his arm and says softly, Lin Jichen, have you forgotten what you said to me? Despite her act, he remains cold and firm. I could never forget the things you said. She pretends to be sad and asks, "Then why are you playing games with Ren Lan? Didn't you say I was the only one in your heart?" Jichen is suddenly caught off guard as an arm loops behind his neck. He gets pressed against Ren Lan's generous chest, completely distracted and oblivious to his surroundings. She confidently speaks with a provocative tone toward Guo Jie. "Sorry. Whatever Lin Jichen said to you is in the past. From now on, please keep your distance. Because Lin Jichen is my boyfriend." Jichen is left spinning, his head completely clouded by her presence. Guo Jie grits her teeth, feigning deep affection. "Ren Lan, I know your father is the principal, but let me tell you something. Guo Ji, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Jichen and I haven't broken up yet. He is my boyfriend, so watch yourself." Jichen speaks up coldly. "We're already over." She stammers, confused, and demands, "Lin Jichen, what do you mean by that?" He replies with a calm, icy demeanor. "What do I mean? Can't you think for yourself?" His face shows clear irritation, and his words are filled with bitterness. "You were hitting on Zikui every single day, and even eating the candy he bought you. Did you think I was clueless?" She bows her head, lowering her voice. "Lin Jichen, it was all a misunderstanding. Please, just listen to me." Jichen pulls out a photo of them posing together under a large umbrella, making Guo Jie's eyes go wide. With this photo as evidence, what else could she possibly say? The gossiping crowd jeers. So she's a total cheater. Jichen casually puts an arm around Ren Lan and announces to her, "Oh, by the way, let me clarify. I'm not her boyfriend. She's my treasure and my fiancé. We're getting married soon." Ren Lan plays along, sighing, "This guy Lin Jichen is really something." Their perfect coordination leaves Guo Jie stunned. Ren Lan follows the act and dismisses her. "Guo Ji, hurry up and go wherever you are going. Don't stop my husband and me from making money." Guo Ji is chased away by the jeering crowd. "That's right, get lost. Don't ruin our shopping." Guo Ji leaves, looking resentful and on the verge of tears. "Fine, Lin Jichen, Ren Lan, you two dogs, I'll remember this. You'll see." Busy all day, the two finally get a break. Jichen looks at the pile of money and sighs with exhaustion. One bag is 100 spirit stones. It's a good haul, but it took all day. If we keep going like this, the efficiency will be too low. Though tired, Jichen doesn't forget to help Ren Lan with her novice quest. "Take these spirit stones to buy some gear. Then go to Huafeng continent to complete your novice quest. Just do exactly as I said. Don't bother with those messy quests in the novice village. Go straight to the guild leader. There's an opportunity there." She asks with concern, "What about you?" He stands up, looking confident. Ren Lan is stunned by his air of assurance. "Obviously, I'm going to find a more efficient way to make money. Just wait and become a wealthy woman." By now, he had split off to travel on his own. Deep in the forest, surrounded by massive trees, he thought, "If the entire Mo Liu Hazan province is under the control of the Guo Jilong royal family, then with my reputation, I might actually be able to buy a plot of land and open a pharmacy." He smiled happily, daydreaming about a wealthy, comfortable life once he succeeded. He knew that in the next 5 years, property prices in the 8 wildernesses would far exceed those of the real world. If he started investing now, he wouldn't be losing out or getting overcharged. Just as Lin Jichen was lost in his dreams, a black shadow loomed from above. A beast lunged at him, radiating murderous intent with its razor-sharp claws bared. Lin Jichen noticed it instantly and happily drew his weapon to fight. "Oh, a wolf? Did you come here to deliver some treasures to me?" The beast, enraged, bared its fangs and charged right at him. Lin Jichen unleashed a flawless sword strike at the beast. He landed gracefully while the beast collapsed, beginning to dissolve. Its howling echoed through the forest, catching his attention. "Help." A system notification flashed, triggering a hidden opportunity. "The princess of the Guo Jilong royal family is asking for your help. Do you accept?" Dong Yin was running frantically, looking for aid. "Save me. Please, help me." With a curvy figure, she tearfully ran toward him, begging for help. "Fellow cultivator, I am a princess of the Guo Jilong royal family. Could you go to Fenghui City and deliver a message for me? Tell my father that the people who attacked Dong Yin are from the Ghost Soul Palace. My father will surely reward you generously." Lin Jichen searched his memories for this scene. It seemed there was a plot point in the 8 wildernesses about a grand princess of the Guo Jilong royal family who was targeted by the demonic cult while traveling. She was hunted down and ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of the demon prison. She panted heavily from exhaustion, while he remained calm, assessing the situation. "Why would you, a royal princess, be out here in the middle of the night?" Dong Yin teared up, her voice trembling as she explained. "We were ambushed by the demonic tribe on the road. In the chaos, my guards were separated from me, and I just kept running." Before she could finish her story, he cut her off. "That's enough. Lin Jichen looked imposingly at the group of figures in black cloaks ahead and shouted, "You bold demonic scum! How dare you hunt down a Guo Jilong princess? I think you're tired of living." The leader of the group smirked arrogantly. "You cocky little brat, do you even know who we are? Since you want to play the hero, today will be the day you die." Lin Jichen calmly pulled out a piece of paper, held it up, and provoked them. "Well then, come and get it." Lin Jichen activated the paper, and it erupted with a barrage of violent lightning, forcing the enemies to scramble back in defense. The demonic group stared in shock. This aura is. Lang Feiyan appeared on the scene, her aura surging with immense power. She demanded, "Who dared to hurt my disciple?" Lin Jichen pointed his sword at them and quickly played the victim. "Master, it's them. They are all demonic cultivators. They wanted to take my life, and they even said they'd make you lose your only disciple so you have no one to care for you in your old age and die in solitude." The demonic group shuddered in terror. Lang Feiyan scowled at them in disgust and flicked her wrist decisively. "Daring to hurt my disciple? Then all of you can go straight to hell." Her attacks appeared effortless but were devastating, leaving the enemies screaming in agony. "Damn you, Tianyin Sword Sect." Lin Jichen looked thrilled and started praising Lang Feiyan endlessly. "Master is amazing. Master is mighty. Master is the most beautiful." Lang Feiyan looked around before turning to check on him. "Disciple, why are you here? You haven't returned to the sect in a long time. Do you not want to go back?" He sheepishly scratched his head and made up an excuse to appease her. "How could I, Master? I was planning to go to the Guo Jilong royal family to buy some land. If I open a shop and make some money, I can buy more gifts for you, Master." Lang Feiyan wasn't too harsh, simply leaving him a talisman and telling him to get back to work. "If that's the case, hurry back. Take this prime spirit talisman. If anything happens, just reach out to me." He obediently agreed. "Chu Shank you, Master. Once I finish my business, I'll return immediately." Her silhouette vanished into thin air. Lin Jichen was left looking at the talisman in his hand. Dong Yin smiled and stepped closer to express her gratitude. "Chu Shank you for your help, young master. Dong Yin will never forget the kindness of the Tianyin Sword Sect. My Guo Jilong royal family is eternally grateful." The system notification rang repeatedly. "Successfully rescued the Grand Princess of the Guo Jilong royal family. Gained 10 points of favorability with the Grand Princess. Reputation points in all cities of Mo Liu Heizan province increased by 5,000. Lin Jichen babbled about righteousness. "Eliminating demons and protecting the path is the fundamental duty of us righteous cultivators. Princess, you don't need to take it to heart." He secretly rejoiced. "With this reputation, I can pick any land I want in Fenghu City." Dong Yin blushed shyly, seemingly having developed a bit of a crush on him. "Young master, you are too humble, but it is a fact that you saved me." He spoke with conviction, and she was captivated by his heroic demeanor. Righteous versus evil, fighting for survival. These are 8 words that every righteous cultivator must keep in their heart. The notification sounded again. Favorability of Dong Yin toward you increased by 5. Current favorability, 15 points. For happy events, she now trusts you. "Young master, could you escort me back to the palace?" The notification popped up again. Dong Yin's attitude toward you has increased to respect. She offered a reward to entice him. "My father will surely treat you as a guest of honor and shower you with gifts." Lin Jichen agreed. A while later, the two arrived at the vast imperial palace. "All right, please lead the way, princess." He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's the royal family. This great hall looks truly majestic." Ahead, Jichen was already waiting. He stood on high and spoke down to them. "Word is, the disciple from Heavenly Sword Sect actually saved Princess Dong Yin." He approached with a calm, refined demeanor to welcome them. Dong Yin's eyes lit up the moment she saw him, and she called out, "Brother." Na Lian rushed to his side, while Lin Jichen carefully bowed and introduced himself. "Greetings, Your Highness. The disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect you mentioned. That would be me." Ko Chu Shen smiled, wanting to offer a reward. "You protected her, so you've performed a great service. As her brother, I'm truly grateful. If you have any requests, Taoist, just name them." Lin Jichen didn't hesitate to ask. "I do have a favor to ask of the royal family. I was wondering if Your Highness could help me secure a piece of land to open a shop." He generously tossed a wooden scroll to him. "Small matter. I actually happen to have a shop right here that I'll grant to you." He held it in his hands, not forgetting to offer his thanks. "I am deeply grateful, Your Highness." He examined it carefully, his face lighting up with joy. "This position, the way it's decorated, it's absolutely perfect. I've made a nice profit on this trip." Lin Jichen walked over to the pharmacy to take a look, and seeing it with his own eyes left him incredibly surprised. He smiled, unable to stop singing its praises. As expected of imperial property, it's truly magnificent. "I've hit the jackpot this time. Lin Jichen looked around, assessing the location. Honestly, this storefront's position was simply perfect. It was in the heart of the city with heavy foot traffic. Behind him, from the high floors above, girls were calling out, "Young master, come over and play. Come have some tea, young master." They were doing everything they could to entice him, begging him to let them perform music for him, especially their flute playing. Lin Jichen was quite stimulated by their curvy figures. Oh, and right next door was the Thu Nangang Yue Pavilion. With just a wink from Lin Jichen, those women went wild. "You're so handsome and charming, young master. Come on up." Lin Jichen was determined. He had to develop this business seriously. In his mind, visions of grand success were already forming. Lin's pharmaceutical empire, a titan with a market cap of 100 billion. He was absolutely certain about the pharmacy's future. In a few years, this store could be worth as much as a major corporation, with a market valuation in the hundreds of billions. Lin Jichen walked into the pharmacy with a dignified air. 3 people were already waiting inside to greet him. "Welcome, manager," one of them said, stepping forward with a ledger to greet him respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Lin. We have received the imperial edict. From now on, you are the owner of this new hidden dragon pharmacy." The young girl introduced herself, looking a bit shy. "Greetings, manager. I know a bit about pharmacology and hope to be of service to you," she said, confidently patting her chest. "Manager, just leave the shop to us. Rest assured, I'll make sure this place stays clean and tidy." Seeing the demeanor of the 3, he felt reassured and turned to leave. Very good. The attendant followed him closely. "Manager, here is the ledger for our hidden dragon pharmacy. Please take a look." Lin Jichen took the ledger and gave a serious reminder. "That's right. From now on, this is no longer the hidden dragon pharmacy, it's my territory." He announced to them with an imposing air, and from this moment on, it would be renamed. The 3 were stunned. They sat down at the table for a serious discussion. Lin Jichen demanded they keep this in mind. "For now, we will only sell the corpse poison medicine. We sell 10,000 bottles a day." Then immediately close up shop. 2 of them cried out in worry. "What? Only 10,000 bottles? What if that's not enough to meet demand?" He clasped his hands on the table, praising the question. It was a very good one. He instructed them on how to handle it. "Just tell the customers they're sold out and that they have to wait for the next shipment." Seeing the announcement posted at his shop, the crowd went insane, rushing to buy. "The new shop is selling the corpse poison medicine. Everyone, hurry up and buy some for your missions." Seeing this frantic scene, he secretly praised his 3 employees. "Not bad. These 3 staff members seem pretty reliable. Now I can safely head back to the sect." Scene changed to a room hidden behind the trees. Lang Feiyan was sitting up high, reading, when Lin Jichen entered to pay his respects. "Master, your disciple has returned." She rested her chin in her hand, asking haughtily, "You're back?" He bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." He confidently assumed that since he had been gone for so long, she must have missed him. As the ancients say, a little distance can be better than the honeymoon phase. Lang Feiyan's lazy posture combined with her sharp eyes as she questioned him were incredibly captivating. "Back so soon? You saved the Grand Princess of the Hidden Dragon royal family, so surely the royal house treated you well, right? Did the emperor not try to take you as his son-in-law?" Lin Jichen turned pale at these words. With a serious face and determined eyes, he began to make things up. "Impossible. Don't even mention him taking your disciple as his son-in-law. Even if he asked me to be the emperor, I would never agree. I, Lin Jichen, was born a member of the Sword Sect, and I will die a member of the Sword Sect." Lang Feiyan flicked her finger lightly, and Lin Jichen was pulled toward her by her power, unable to resist. Lang Feiyan gently lifted his chin and probed, "Is that really true?" Anxious, he did his best to flatter her. "Of course, it's true. Master has been a benefactor to me. It is carved into my heart and soul. Your kindness is deep, and I honor my master and the path. May the sun and moon bear witness." Lin Jichen pulled out a gift bag and offered it to Lang Feiyan, surprising her. "This is a gift I brought down from the mountain for you. I hope you like it." Every word he spoke was like honey poured into her ears. There's a saying, a disciple with a master is like having a treasure in the house. A disciple without a master is like a blade of grass. Unless your disciple turns to dust, I will cling to you forever, carefree. Lin Jichen took her hand and helped her put on the bracelet. "Master, let your disciple put it on for you." Lang Feiyan was too shy to look him in the eye, and the notification sounds rang out continuously. Favorability +5, favorability +5, favorability +5. Lang Feiyan's favorability toward you is +5. Current favorability is 50 points. Spiritual connection established. Lin Jichen held her hand, full of confidence. "Oh yeah, the strategy to conquer Master is almost complete." Just as he leaned in to kiss her hand, she shyly reminded him. Disciple Lin Jichen regained his composure, continuing to flatter her to increase their intimacy. Master, you look truly beautiful wearing this bracelet. It's just like the ancient poem. The hibiscus flower cannot compare to the beauty's makeup. Wind from the water palace carries the scent of pearls and jewels. Lang Feiyan changed the subject to avoid the embarrassment. You wicked disciple. You only know how to say sweet things, your tongue is slippery as oil. So, have you found the materials for foundation establishment yet? He confidently reported, Master, your disciple is fully prepared. I can reach foundation establishment at any time. Deep down, he was eagerly waiting for this, and just as he hoped, she said that if that were the case, he should go into seclusion and break through to foundation establishment. Lin Jichen pretended to be shy as he requested. Master, the thing is, when I break through, I'm afraid I'll face the lightning tribulation. Lang Feiyan understood and ordered. Then just break through here. I will guard you. Lin Jichen sat down to cultivate while Lang Feiyan stood by to monitor the situation. Lin Jichen focused on controlling his energy, and a series of notifications appeared. Breakthrough in Realm, Early Foundation Establishment Stage. All combat attributes plus 20, HP plus 10, Health plus 2000, Mana plus 2000. Heaven-defying Destiny talent activated. Heaven-defying Way. All combat attributes doubled. Heaven-defying Destiny talent activated. Born of Heaven. Receive new random talent. Eye of the Heavens. The Eye of the Heavens gives a 20% chance to learn a skill from other cultivators during combat. Cooldown is 30 days. The system carefully reminded him, 30 minutes remaining until the heavenly tribulation arrives. Please proceed with caution. Outside, lightning was already rumbling across the sky. Lang Feiyan sensed it and took action, creating a protective shield around him. Lin Jichen felt smug inside seeing Lang Feiyan protecting him. Little Yang, one day I'm going to slash you to bits. I'm not afraid, because now I've got a protector. Lang Feiyan radiated a powerful aura to shield him, keeping a close eye on his condition. With a serious expression, she announced, Disciple, I'm afraid you can't rely on your master to weather these lightning tribulations for you anymore. Lin Jichen was so distracted by this that he nearly tripped over. With a gloomy face, he turned back and asked, Why is that? Lang Feiyan gently and kindly explained, It's not that I don't want to protect you, but I've been observing these lightning strikes. They're incredibly violent, and their power exceeds anything I anticipated. She looked up, revealing her fair skin, and shared her concerns. If I keep taking these lightning strikes for you from now on, the tribulations will only get more and more terrifying every single time. I'm afraid that by then, even I won't be able to hold them off. Lang Feiyan laid out the pros and cons clearly for him. Furthermore, for a cultivator who hasn't been cleansed by a lightning tribulation, their body and soul won't be fit for the path to immortality. Hearing this, Lin Jichen was crying in agony inside. So, the bodyguard service is over, huh? Lang Feiyan smiled and added, But don't be too worried. It's not like there isn't a way to deal with the lightning tribulation. He quickly asked, What way? Lang Feiyan's expression turned serious as she described the method. At the Thunder Marsh in the Western Territory, the image of a mighty dragon guarding the land appeared in her mind. Lang Feiyan pointed the way. You can go there to train rigorously. Ideally, you should find the Thunder Dragon there and kill it. Once you obtain the Thunder Spirit heart and refine your body into a Thunder Spirit physique, you won't have to fear lightning tribulations ever again. Lin Jichen wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was thrilled. Right, the Thunder Marsh. Even though it's dangerous, I braved it in my past life. But in this life, I have the primal spirit talisman Master gave me, and the little blood-thirsty beast too, so what do I have to worry about? He bowed to thank her. Chu Shenkyu for your guidance, Master. This disciple will head out to the Thunder Marsh now. Suddenly, Lang Feiyan placed her hand on him and reminded him anxiously, You must remember this. Lin Jichen listened intently to her instructions and the critical information she provided. The Thunder Marsh wasn't just a place of lightning, it was a lawless zone. A place where murder and robbery were everywhere, and the strong preyed on the weak. The last thing she said hit him like a bolt of lightning. And also, the primal spirit talisman won't work there. Upon hearing this terrible news, Lin Jichen could only scream to the heavens in his heart. No place to hide from the lightning, and the primal spirit talisman was useless too. By now, Lin Jichen had stepped into a barren, desolate land with withered trees and storming weather. The Thunder Marsh, he muttered, clenching his fists with determination. Even without Master shielding me, I, Lin Jichen, will still be a real hero. He hadn't finished being cool for long before a bolt of lightning struck a tree right in front of him. Oh, for heaven's sake. Lin Jichen immediately whipped out an umbrella. It was the gift Lang Feiyan had given him. He looked at the tree and felt relieved. Good thing Master gave me this lightning-proof umbrella. Lin Jichen remembered the moment Lang Feiyan gave it to him. Disciple, take this umbrella. It can help you resist the lightning of the Thunder Marsh. This trip, you have to rely on yourself. He took the treasure but didn't forget to casually touch her hand, keeping a straight face as he thanked her. Chu Shenkyu, Master. This disciple will definitely repay you well in the future. Lang Feiyin coldly pulled her hand away from his intimate gesture. Lin Jichen ran across the land, umbrella in hand, reciting a line from a book in his head. 9 rivers guide the path. Lightning descends by the stream. The alliance of the earth is the seal of the marsh. Thunder marsh, thunder god, dragon-headed, man-armored. Lightning dwells beneath. Despite the umbrella, the hurried pace still left him caught in some raindrops. That thunder god. That really is the thunder god. He kept running, searching everywhere, thinking to himself, the thing I'm looking for is the thunder dragon to get its thunder spirit heart so I can protect myself from future tribulations. Suddenly, a strange beast lunged out from the lake, jaws wide with sharp fangs, wanting to devour him, but Lin Jichen easily dodged it. Lin Jichen unleashed his bloodthirsty beast. Fierce, time to train. Help me take down this thunder alligator, and you can have all the meat. The beast pounced on its prey, the creature wailing in pain. The strange beast was completely helpless against the bloodthirsty attacks. Lin Jichen put away his umbrella and smiled at the fierce battle. Fierce was also a thunder attribute spirit beast, so its fighting power was on par with this thunder alligator. He drew his sword and decided to join the fray. Fierce, don't let it go. The beast took his strike and bled instantly a critical hit. After his powerful yet effortless attack, the beast collapsed completely. The bloodthirsty beast quickly tore into its prey. This thunder alligator is yours. Eat up. Lin Jichen stepped forward to evaluate the loot. This armor sucks. It slows you down once you put it on. It's better suited for a tank player. I'd better give it to Lin Jichen. He picked up the crystals and realized the Thunder Spirit crystals might be of some use. A notification sounded. A special item had been automatically moved to his inventory. The notification left him stunned. Holy crap, it even dropped a special item. The system panel displayed what he had received. Lin Jichen was amazed. Let me see. Is this thunder alligator egg really that powerful? Suddenly, a pair of slender, fair legs appeared nearby. Lin Jichen immediately grew alert. Qi Nuok and Nu Yen appeared with their stunningly slim figures, but their expressions revealed evil intentions. Qi Nuok demanded, "Hey, little guy, hand over that thunder alligator egg, and we'll let you go." Lin Jichen remained calm despite their threat. Two beauties, even a gentleman who loves money should do it the right way. I hunted this egg myself. You're planning to rob me. That's not very nice. Nu Yen smiled menacingly while holding a signal flare. You're the one being robbed. See this signal flare in my hand? As long as we fire it, experts will be here in an instant to surround and kill you. I suggest you be smart. Lin Jichen, still looking indifferent, taunted them. You think I'll fall for that? Qi Nuok bristled with anger, drew her bow, and aimed it at him. You little brat, we don't have time to play with you. Let me tell you, we work for the young sect master of the Myriad Demon Sect. This time, he brought thousands of experts to the Thunder Marsh to find the Thunder Dragon. Do you think you can escape? Hearing that, his expression changed and became serious and cautious. The Myriad Demon Sect, that was the most famous demonic sect in my past life. Lin Jichen pondered the ranking system of the sects. Within the 8 Desolations, sects were classified into specific tiers, generally divided into third-rate sects, second-rate sects, and first-rate sects. As for the great sects and super sects, the 10,000 Demon Sect was a super sect, with strength in no way inferior to the Heaven Edict Sword Sect. He compared the relative strengths of the two sides. Although the two sects had never engaged in open warfare or had much interaction, the Heaven Edict Sword Sect only had Lang Feiyin in the Ascension Realm, while the 10,000 Demon Sect had 2. Lin Jichen winced, feeling aggrieved as he made his decision. He realized there was no need to offend such a superpowered sect over these 3 eggs. If he didn't hold back, it could lead to a massive catastrophe. He quickly grabbed his things and handed the items over to the 2 of them. Qi Nuok received the items and lowered her guard, her face lighting up as she blurted out, "Good, at least you know your place." Nu Yen suddenly noticed the blood-eating beast gnawing on the remains of the strange beast. Pushing her luck, she decided she wanted to steal the blood-eating beast from him as well. "Is that blood-eating beast your pet? You might as well hand that over, too." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as his hand moved to his sword, ready to strike. "Aren't you two being a bit too excessive?" Seeing his movement, Qi Nuok launched a swift attack. Lin Jichen coldly shattered her arrow without breaking a sweat. He moved with such speed that the 2 of them couldn't react in time, barely managing to let out a few cries. Before his decisive and swift actions, the 2 were completely defeated. They collapsed to the ground, and Qi Nuok complained, "Why? Why can't I move?" Enzi Yen shouted in a bitter tone, What are you trying to do?" Lin Jichen replied calmly, "Rest assured, I don't hit women." He tied both of them up with a rope. The way Lin Jichen tied the knots looked rather peculiar, oddly provocative. Wait, stop. Don't do that. It's ticklish." He pulled out a feather and waved it in his hand. "I don't hit women, but you two still need to pay the price for your behavior, right?" The two of them were driven to uncontrollable, teary-eyed laughter by his trickery and had no choice but to beg for mercy. "Big brother, hero, master, please let us go. We really can't take this anymore. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have tried to rob you." He twirled the feather, wondering, "Letting you go isn't out of the question. But will your boss let me off the hook?" Niu Yen trembled, begging him once more. Yes, definitely. "Big brother, please let us go. We won't tell the young sect master." He used his sword to cut their ropes. The moment they were freed, they turned hostile again, shouting, "You actually let us go? What a complete idiot." They immediately fired a signal flare to threaten him. "You're finished. The young master will be here in a heartbeat." Before Chi Nuok could finish her sentence, he drove his blade right through her, silencing her loud mouth as blood splattered everywhere. "You're dead meat." Niu Yen retreated in terror as she saw him pull his long, blood-stained sword from Chi Nuok's body. "I said I don't hit women, but I never said I wouldn't kill them." Niu Yen, teary-eyed and desperate, lunged at him. "You bastard." A giant green python lunged to attack, but he stood there calmly. The python was impaled through the throat instantly, and the same strike hit in Ju Yen. She vomited blood and collapsed, joining the glassy-eyed Chi Nuok lying on the ground. He looked down at them with disgust, criticizing, "You went back on your word time and again, testing my patience. This is the price you pay for your actions." Lin Jichen took out his umbrella and called out, "Hung Dang 2, let's go. The weather here isn't getting any better. It just keeps raining." Someone walked by, splashing water everywhere. Jing Han looked at the two women covered in blood on the ground, clearly annoyed. Young sect master. Jing Han looked disgusted, showing no sympathy for the two, only hurling insults. That signal was meant to be used only when you found the lightning dragon. Yet these two useless pieces of trash called me here to save them. Wasting my time, chop them up and throw them to the lightning crocodiles. His subordinates obeyed his orders immediately. A flame appeared on his palm, and in a fit of rage, he decided to hunt him down. "I can't believe someone actually dared to kill members of my 10,000 demon sect. You've got a death wish. I will find you, no matter what." Xing Hun's face was twisted with bitterness as he clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. While he was busy with his soul-extracting threats, Lin Jichen was still, hiding in a corner, clutching the blood-eating beast and observing the situation. Xing Han, a brilliant figure among the young demonic sect members, was notorious for his arrogance and ruthless, venomous nature. In the future, when the worlds merged, he often led the demonic sect to attack human cities, turning players and citizens into his own demonic subordinates. He peeked out, acting with extreme caution. Now that he had made an enemy of Xing Han, every step he took had to be calculated with the utmost care. He sighed sadly, wishing, "If only Master could come to support me right now, that would be great." Images of Lang Feiyan giving him a massage flashed through his mind, though. Admittedly, his master was usually there to discipline rather than protect. Well, only his female master, the male ones didn't count. A sudden sneeze echoed through the quiet space. Elsewhere, Lang Feiyan felt a strange sensation and wondered, "Is someone talking behind my back? I must have put in too much chili." She entered with her big, round eyes, carrying a pile of goods. "Sect Master, these are the things you asked for." Lang Feiyan was busy cooking something herself. "Very good, just leave them on the table." She looked at the items on the table, checking them off. Not bad. The abyssal spirit fish, 7 moonflower pork, and snow realm whitewater duck, everything is here. In her mind, the image of her taking care of Lin Jichen resurfaced. "Once I learn how to cook properly, I can nourish my disciple with a hearty meal." A scorching flame erupted across the barren land. Lin Jichen was facing off against a powerful, multi-headed creature, which was growling and breathing out waves of intense, searing heat. Faced with the beast's ferocity, he felt no fear. On the contrary, he was excited. "My luck isn't half bad, is it? Just after offending the 10,000 demon sect, I run into a Kaimei beast." His expression grew serious, his sharp gaze fixed on the beast. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Great opportunities are often hidden in the most dangerous places. Lin Jichen unleashed a perfect sword strike toward the beast. Frost Moon Slash. The beast roared, ignoring his incoming strike. His attack blew away the creature's searing flames, and suddenly, snowflakes began to fall. Wisps of hair are floating in the air, and his sword is glowing, emitting a powerful flame. Jichen decisively swings his arm, generating a terrifying surge of power to strike the exotic beast. The beast remains aggressive, bracing itself to face his attack head-on. His massive, scorching attack lunges toward the beast. It has nowhere to dodge and takes the hit directly. In a crowded area, a notification board suddenly appears, catching everyone's attention. Congratulations to player Lin Jichen for completing the quest to slay the first boss of the Golden Core realm. You have received 3,000 reputation points, 1 random legendary grade equipment, 1 heart-refining fruit, and a Medal of Honor. Good luck to all other players. Hope you can catch up. Radiant with energy after his attack, Jichen lightly kicks the ground. A notification pops up. Received. Northern Underworld's Soul-Snatching Blade. Part 1. He looks at the item in his hand, beaming. It actually dropped the Northern Underworld's Soul-Snatching Sand. Unbelievable, this is the most critical material for the Heavenly Dao Condensation. Even though there are alternatives, they aren't nearly as effective. The item stat window appears, Legendary Grade, Mountain Crushing Boots. Speed, 25. Evasion, 7%. Base strength increases by 100 points when out of combat. It comes with the skill, No Trace Left, which hides all movement. It's a passive skill, no activation required. He chuckles with delight and puts the boots on. Nice, another top-tier item. Once equipped, his speed skyrockets, and best of all, he leaves absolutely no tracks behind. In his past life, during the game's peak, a pair like this was worth as much as an entire apartment. He happily imagines himself gracefully gliding through the air. Besides that, the other 3 items aren't bad either. Being able to fly on a sword, roaming the heavens and earth, it's incredibly cool. He looks at the remaining loot and makes a decision. Even though he doesn't need the Scarlet Moon Bow or the Universe Axe, he can still sell them at the shop. Suddenly, Jichen senses an unusual presence. Someone is coming. Jichen quickly hides, leaving the beast's carcass a bloody mess. The group of spiritual souls arrives at the red puddle left on the ground. A mysterious subordinate following behind asks, "Young master, in this chaotic area, could someone have already discovered the Thunder Dragon?" He explains, "It's not the Thunder Dragon. There are claw marks everywhere. It must have been a Caitian beast." The 3 of them stand there, pondering as they look at the beast's remains. The beast's heads have glazed-over eyes, void of life. The spiritual soul leader mutters to himself. His curiosity about Jichen piqued. It seems this sword cultivator who killed our Wan Yao sect disciple actually has some skill. I really want to find him and see who exactly he is. Jichen, meanwhile, is leisurely exploring, looking around everywhere and trying to find traces of the Thunder Dragon. He's been at it for half a day and still hasn't found it. The further you progress in the game Ba Huang, the more patience you need. It usually takes a long time to find specific materials or equipment. So, it's better to think of it as experiencing another life rather than just playing a game. Suddenly, something catches his attention. Down below, a one-sided battle is unfolding. Junior Sister Fang, now that you know my true identity, I have no choice but to stop you. Fang Qingzhu is being beaten mercilessly and cannot fight back. Liang Bai, flying in the air, refuses to hold back. Surrender and accept your fate. For the sake of our time in the same sect, I'll make your death quick. Don't blame your senior brother for being heartless. Covered in wounds and looking pathetic, Fang Qingzhu tries to scold him. Liang Bai, I never imagined you were a pawn of the demonic sect. If the sect leader finds out, they will hunt you to the ends of the earth. His hand ignites with fire, his eyes cold as he decides to finish her. The sect leader won't find out, because you're going to die here today. Hiding high above, Jichen pretends to act. Amitabha, mercy, mercy. Hearing a third person, Liang Bai nervously asks, who goes there? Jichen found a black robe somewhere, draped it over himself, and with a gesture looking very much like a compassionate monk, he says, "You're a monk who interferes in others' business. You love money. You love women. In short, let that girl go. If you have a problem, take it up with me." Liang Bai scoffs, still confident and mocking him. Where did this wild monk come from? Instead of chanting sutras in your temple, why are you here looking for trouble? He attacks decisively, sending rocks flying everywhere. Then I'll send you to the western heaven to meet the Buddha. Liang Bai is shocked by what happens next. Jichen dodges his strike and lands lightly on his hand before he even notices. My Buddha is merciful. The grievances of the world all stem from killing. Why doesn't the benefactor put down the butcher's knife and attain Buddhahood right here? Liang Bai, annoyed, waves his hands frantically and yells, "I'll put down your mother." He goes crazy, frantically looking around for them. Where are you? Where did Fang Qingzhu go? Did you take the chance to run away? Liang Bai slashes wildly in every direction trying to find them. Get out here. Liang Bai, sweating, struggles to find any presence of them. This is demonic. They vanished in the blink of an eye, not even a footprint left behind. Could this guy know earth-traveling arts? Jichen used those boots to quickly flee while carrying Fang Qingzhu. Of course, there were no footprints. That's exactly what my new mountain-crushing equipment does. Fang Qingzhu, though injured, tries to look up at his face. This monk is so handsome, but why did he save me? He stops in front of a cave and decides to hide inside. First, let's hide in this cave. It's hard to be found here. He exhales in relief and looks back. He definitely can't catch up now. Fang Qingzhu sits opposite him, hurriedly thanking him. Many thanks to you, little master, for your help. Fang Qingzhu will keep this debt of salvation in her heart. Jichen waves his hand lightly. Don't be so formal. I'm not a disciple of the Buddhist sect, nor am I a monk. Looking disheveled, she shyly confides, regardless, you saved my life. I still need to thank you. I just don't understand why you saved me. Jichen starts faking righteousness. That, of course, was for justice. As a righteous cultivator, I am at odds with a demonic sect. How could I watch a girl like you be murdered by a demonic cultivator? She is quickly won over by his sweet-talking facade. He is such a handsome and kind person. A system notification sounds. Fang Qingzhu's favorability toward you has increased by 30 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Jichen smiles, seeing the favorability increase by 30 points in an instant. Nice. That's awesome. He stares at her, deep in thought. But why does the name Fang Qingzhu sound so familiar? After searching his memories, he finally recalled who she was and her legendary exploits. Jichen realized that Fang Qingzhu was the most promising intersect disciple of the profound medical sect. Furthermore, she had once accomplished something incredibly heroic. She had saved the entire city of Jianglang. After the world fusion, Jianglang City was attacked by demonic beasts. The image of Qingzhu bravely saving people in the midst of the brutal battlefield flashed through his mind. At that time, Fang Qingzhu just happened to be passing through Jianglang. Seeing the situation, she resolutely joined the Jianglang army. She used her medical skills to save countless wounded soldiers and civilians. She didn't just provide support in the rear, she fought on the front lines as well. In the end, she went to the front lines to fight the demonic beasts until the very end. Despite her efforts, Qingzhu could only offer support from the back since she was, after all, just a healer. In terms of combat strength, she was no match for those powerful demonic beasts. Under a fierce attack, Qingzhu was unable to fight back or defend herself, and in the heat of the intense battle, her fate became unknown. Her end back then was truly tragic. Afterward, the soldiers found her amidst a pile of monster corpses. By the time they reached her, she had no breath left. Qingzhu's body was not even intact when they found her. One of her arms had been bitten off by a monster, and even her beautiful face had been ruined. Because of her selfless righteousness, they built a statue in her honor. Later on, to express their gratitude and respect, the city of Jianglang erected a statue of her in the central plaza. Jichen pondered, trying to find what was amiss. According to the original plot, Fang Qingzhu should have lived until the world merged. So why was she almost killed by Liang Baiye right now? In the Eight Desolations, if one NPC is killed by another, they disappear forever. Could the plot of the Eight Desolations have changed? Suddenly, Qingzhu held out a letter. Fellow Taoist Lin, I hope you can accept this. He took it, full of questions. When Jichen saw the words inside, he realized what this was. Is Fang Qingzhu trying to recruit him into the profound medical sect? The system notified him. A letter from an intersect disciple of the profound medical sect. Anyone holding this letter is eligible to go directly to the profound medical sect and become an intersect disciple. The prerequisite is that one has not joined another sect or has not withdrawn from a sect they already joined. Jichen worriedly weighed the pros and cons. If his master found out, he would be skinned alive. He had worked so hard to warm up his relationship with his master. He absolutely could not lose that. Jichen smiled and responded to her gift. I appreciate your kind intentions, fellow Taoist Fang, but I have already taken a master. I will hold on to this recommendation letter for now. If I happen to meet someone suitable in the future, I will definitely recommend them to your honorable sect. He already had a suitable candidate in mind. Gu Chushu would be a perfect fit for the profound medical sect. He would have to see if she had any intentions of joining later on. Qingzhu was gentle and didn't force the issue. If fellow Taoist Lin does not wish to join the profound medical sect, I will not compel you. Under the flickering firelight, Jichen asked curiously, What are your plans now? Qingzhu leaned back against the cave wall, feeling dejected as she confided, I was originally ordered by my master to go to the Thunder Marsh with senior brother Liang Baiye to find the Thunder Dragon, but I never expected this to happen on the way. Hearing this, he asked for clarification. You came to find the Thunder Dragon too? She shared the information without holding anything back. That's right. My master needs the essence blood of the Thunder Dragon to refine a peak Earth-grade medicinal pill, the Dragon Blood Pill. Are you perhaps here to find the Thunder Dragon as well? Jichen stood up, looked outside, and shared. Actually, my goal is the Thunder Dragon's heart. Xingzhu replied softly, so that's how it is. Her expression suddenly changed to one of pleasant surprise, and she stood up to propose a partnership. In that case, why don't we two work together? You want the heart, and I need the dragon blood. He didn't refuse and agreed. Very well, two people working together, supporting each other is for the best. Jichen cautiously reminded her. However, the 10,000 demon sect is also looking for the Thunder Dragon, and your senior brother is likely still in this Thunder Marsh looking for you, so we must be very careful. Xingzhu's expression shifted, becoming a bit anxious. No wonder Liang Baiyi was in such a hurry to kill me. Jichen asked curiously, is there something more to this? Xingzhu speculated on the reason. Liang Baiyi has likely betrayed our master. He wants to obtain the Thunder Dragon to offer it to the 10,000 demon sect. She sat down, feeling aggrieved as she lamented. To make sure I don't find out, the best way is to eliminate me. She hung her head in sadness, guessing that when he returned to the sect, he would fabricate a lie that she had died in the jaws of a beast. He asked, full of questions. Why is the 10,000 demon sect so eager to find the Thunder Dragon anyway? Xingzhu shared what little information she had. I heard that the demonic cult has been making big moves lately. Hearing this, he analyzed the situation. It seems the plot is progressing faster than expected. The great war between the righteous and the demonic is about to begin. Smoke drifted out from their stone cave hideout. The next day, Jichen stood at the cave entrance, feeling the weather. It was a rare sunny day. Xingzhu looked at him with affectionate eyes. This was the first time she had slept near a member of the opposite sex. Fellow Taoist Lin is not only handsome but also a very upright person. The system notification rang out. Fang Xingzhu's favorability toward you has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is 35 points. Spending their days and nights together, she had completely fallen for him. He is a good man, worthy of being entrusted with my life. Jichen had an ulterior motive in his mind. After just one night, her favorability had increased by 5 points. If they spent a few more nights together, would it be possible to? Suddenly, a noise inside the cave caught their attention. He quickly grabbed her to move away, but Xingzhu still tried to look back. Oh no, we have to run. A giant beast with 2 sharp horns burst through the cave, destroying it as it charged out. But luckily, they both managed to dodge easily and safely. The beast growled continuously and lunged at them. Jichen recognized it, the Purgatory Dankang. This is the strongest beast in the Thunder Marsh, aside from the Thunder Dragon. Xingzhu asked, puzzled, has this guy just been sleeping deep inside the cave the whole time? She pulled out her weapon with confidence and commanded, fellow Taoist Lin, step back. I will protect you. She quickly launched an attack toward the beast. The beast was struck and severely injured, crying out in pain. Watching her powerful combat strength, he felt a bit insecure, feeling as if he had been looked down upon. From above, a figure appeared, watching their battle. Baiye revealed clear, murderous intent, planning to ambush them. It's a good thing you two caused such a commotion. I finally found you. It just so happens that I can borrow the strength of this Dankang beast to finish you both off. The two of them noticed a rumbling echo and focused their attention. Where's that old monk trying to run? You dare to trick me? I'll deal with you first. Fang Xingzhu screamed out at the sight. Liang Baiye had a noble heart. She was determined not to burden him with her requests. Fellow Taoist Lin, I can never repay the kindness you've shown me, Fang Xingzhu, but I absolutely cannot let you die for my sake. I'll hold off the beast and him. You need to get out of here. Lin Jichen felt helpless, thinking to himself, she can't even beat his senior brother, let alone take on 2 people. Isn't that just suicide? Suddenly, a thunder dragon appeared in the sky, capturing everyone's absolute attention. Lin Jichen drew his sword with grim determination, his words firm. I've worn out my shoe soles searching for this. There's no way I'm leaving now just because a thunder dragon showed up. Lin Jichen quickly formulated a plan, his feet already surging forward to attack. First, take care of the Dankang beast, then kill Liang Baiyi. Finally, he would take out the thunder dragon. The scene was pure chaos due to the dragon's presence, and even that strange beast, terrified by the dragon, turned and fled. Lin Jichen watched it run and scoffed bluntly. Running away already? Is this that legendary bloodline suppression everyone talks about? The beast was so terrified it lost its mind and ended up impaling itself. Fang Xingzhu gasped in shock. Oh my god, it just stabbed itself to death. Do you think it was scared out of its wits? Maybe it thought the thunder dragon was here to kill it. How incredibly stupid. Both of them suddenly focused on the area behind them, sensing something. Fang Xingzhu quickly voiced what she felt. The fluctuations are intense. Sensing several unidentified auras heading their way, he realized what was happening. It's people from the 10,000 demon sect. We're no match for them. Baiye stood high above and laughed loudly, arrogantly declaring, You're all dead. When he looked back, the two people had completely vanished, leaving only the man muttering to himself. The guy, pale-faced, scrambled to look around. What's going on? Where did they go? Why can't I see them? Zheng Hun, seeing the man's bewildered state, demanded. You found the Thunder Dragon, so why haven't you made your move? What are you just standing there for? Do you even want to join our 10,000 demon sect? Terrified, the man bowed and prostrated himself, trying to appease him. I do. Of course I do. Young master, this is my first time seeing a Thunder Dragon, so I was a bit startled and didn't have a chance to report it to you yet. Did you bring your subordinates here? Disgusted by the man's pathetic display, he openly mocked him as trash. He looked up at the sky, his hands forming a sphere of lightning. Beast! He unleashed the attack, sending a barrage of black lightning bolts that caused the Thunder Dragon to roar in pain. Will you finally just die quietly? The dragon struggled against Zheng Hun's control. Hidden to the side, Lin Jichen breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Shenk, goodness, he used the shadow concealment skill just in time, or things wouldn't have been easy to handle. Fang Qingju, worried and nervous, asked him, fellow Taoist Lin, what should we do now? The system interface displayed the details of the skill. Earth-grade shadow concealment can hide the user's presence and body from sight silently. You can move normally while active, but you cannot use spirit, power, or you will be revealed. Duration, 30 minutes. Lin Jichen laid out his plan solemnly. First, go to the border water town, west of the Thunder Marsh, and wait for me there. Once I have the Thunder Dragon's heart, I'll come find you. She asked anxiously, how can you possibly handle all of them alone? Fang Qingju reached out to grab his arm, whispering a vow to him, fellow Taoist Lin, don't worry. I'm with you through life and death. If there is killing to be done, we will do it together. Lin Jichen regained his composure when he saw her shy, blushing expression. The two of us are clearly not their match, so there's no need to throw away both our lives. Lin Jichen insisted on giving her his lightning-shielding umbrella. Take this and get out of here first. If I don't appear within a day, you must take this umbrella and go to the Jian sect to find my master. He groaned, heavy with guilt. I'm counting on you. Master, your disciple really didn't want to drag you into this, but the path of cultivation is full of ups and downs. Only by clinging to your thigh can I hope to go further. Fang Qingzu said her goodbyes and left. Fellow Taoist Lin, be careful. I'll be waiting for you in the town. Fang Qingzu departed in tears, deeply grateful for his help. Fellow Taoist Lin had saved her time and time again, even choosing to sacrifice his own life so she could escape. Such great benevolence. A notification chime sounded. Fang Qingzu's favorability toward you has increased by 20. Current favorability, 55 points. No longer distant. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon was still struggling against Zheng Hun's control. Lin Jichen cautiously approached the battlefield, while Zheng Hun was busy toying with the dragon, paying no attention to anything else. It's no wonder a master from the 10,000 demon sect plays with a Thunder Dragon like it's a game of snake catching. My concealment is about to wear off. I have to get ready. The Thunder Dragon was completely suppressed and unable to fight back. Zheng Hun created a spear out of pure energy, preparing to finish it off. Farewell. He decisively plunged the spear into the dragon, causing dragon blood to spray everywhere. Each drop of the dragon's blood pouring out felt like such a waste. He wiped his hands, dismissively sneering. A beast like you dares to call yourself a dragon? How laughable. Bai Yi eagerly stepped forward to fawn over him. Young master, this swamp is filthy. Please don't dirty your hands. Let me help you extract the heart and soul bead. He nodded and ordered, go. The man hurriedly obeyed. Yes, sir. Lin Jichen took out his own magic treasure and prepared to use it. The system displayed the item's info. Earth-grade magic treasure, the Purgatory Horn. Blow the horn made from the Dang Kang beast to activate the Purgatory demonic sound, dealing 1,000 base skill damage to cultivators within a 1,000-meter radius and temporarily forcing demonic beasts below the nascent soul stage to fight for you. Lin Jichen blew the horn, secretly happy. The old ancestor was right. Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. Meeting that Dang Kang wasn't exactly lucky, but the treasures dropped from it have been a huge help. His horn began to take effect, shaking everything around them. Zheng Hun heard the sound and wondered, was that a horn just now? What happened? From a distance, a swarm of demonic beasts came charging wildly toward them. The beasts had been driven into a mindless frenzy by Lin Jichen's horn. Zheng Hun cursed in annoyance. Are these beasts crazy? Go wipe them out. His subordinates rushed forward. Bai, meanwhile, was still rummaging through the Thunder Dragon's body. The dragon's heart must be right here, right? Suddenly, a frog leaped out of the water. Its unexpected appearance caught Bai completely off guard. It's crawling all over his face and won't let go. He's just screaming in pure desperation. Damn it, what is this thing? Get off me. It burns, my face. Seizing the moment while he's distracted, Lin Jichen lunges forward with a decisive strike. He easily snatches the Thunder Dragon's heart. With a wicked smirk, Lin Jichen grabs his loot and slips away. Trying to fight me? You guys are still wet behind the ears. Liang Bai, clutching his head in frustration, flings the toad away, groaning. This is so annoying. Where the hell did this toad spirit come from? Get lost. Damn it, my eyes are killing me. But as he opens his eyes, he freezes, stunned by what he sees. The Thunder Dragon's heart, it's been stolen. And the soul parasite is gone too. Xing Hun stands tall, looming over him, and barks. Protector Liang Bai, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you brought the items to me yet? Liang Bai is trembling with fear, stuttering, young master, everything that dropped from the Thunder Dragon, it's all gone. Without a word, Xing Hun unleashes his magic on Liang Bai. The man is lifted into the air against his will, his body completely paralyzed, while Xing Hun, now beyond furious, grips his throat and roars. Protector Liang Bai, you've got some nerve, don't you? Daring to pocket the young master's treasure, he tosses Liang Bai aside like a piece of trash and warns, you're asking for death. Staggering to his feet, Liang Bai coughs up a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to explain, young master, it wasn't me. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare do something so stupid. Please, young master, you must see the truth. Just then, a figure slowly emerges from the white smoke. It's Lin Jichen. His invisibility skill has worn off, leaving Liang Bai and Xing Hun completely stunned. He wastes no time, grabbing the loot and bolting. But then, Tran stops and glances back. Liang Bai, regaining his senses, points and screams, young master, look at that brat. He's using an invisibility art, he's definitely the one who took it. Lin Jichen offers a sheepish, awkward grin. You guys carry on with your chat, okay? I've got somewhere to be. So, see ya. With that, he jumps onto his flying sword, desperately thinking, run faster. If I don't, I'm dead meat. Lin Jichen zips into the sky, pushing his speed to the absolute limit, but Xing Hun is already in pursuit, his bloodlust terrifying. Stealing from me? Do you even want to live? He bellows, kid. Drop the loot and I might spare your life. Lin Jichen retorts, like I'd fall for that. You think I'm stupid enough to believe a word you say? Xing Hun stops playing around and fires a lethal blast at him. Lin Jichen, caught off guard, takes the hit and goes spinning out of control, crashing to the ground. Glancing back at his pursuer, Lin Jichen calculates quickly. This is bad. I have to make it to the teleportation array in the border town. He then uses a burst of speed as fast as lightning to zip toward his target. Fang Qingzhu, startled by the massive commotion behind her, turns around, her eyes wide with worry as she raises her hand and shouts, fellow Taoist Lin Jichen, over here. As Lin Jichen flies toward her, the pursuer doesn't let up, warning, you aren't getting away. Fang Qingzhu's expression sours the moment she sees him. That villain, Xing Hun, is here too. She immediately unleashes her heart-cleansing power technique at her opponent. As the spell takes effect, Lin Jichen gets a notification. All combat attributes increase by 30 points. Duration, 30 seconds. He gasps, realizing, I'm faster now. This is Fang Qingzhu's buff. Seizing the chance, Lin Jichen stops right in front of her, pulls out his sword, radiates a chilling bloodlust, and spins around. Lin Jichen unleashes a devastating slash towards Xing Hun. Frost Moon Slash. The blade connects instantly, triggering a freeze effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Lin Jichen grabs Fang Qingzhu by the wrist and urges, let's go. 3 seconds is all we've got. They look back at the situation, quick to assess the next move. If we can just start the teleportation array, we can get out of here. Xing Hun is frozen in place, his body compressed, but he uses his raw power to shatter the cage trapping him. Xing Hun roars, with my stamina, that only held me for a single second. Pay with your life. The assassin Xing Hun closes the distance in the shadows, channeling dark arts and unleashing a sinister blast of purple energy. With eerie, graceful movements, Xing Hun weaves a hand seal, spins around, and fires a razor-sharp, crescent-shaped wave of sword chi that screams through the air. Facing the overwhelming power, Lin Jichen and Fang Qingzhu stand side by side, momentarily thrown by the sudden assault. Lin Jichen shouts in panic, damn it, there's no time. Beside him, Fang Qingzhu tears up in despair. It's all over. A close-up of a catastrophic punch. Surging with roiling dark energy crashes down like a thunderbolt, powerful enough to level mountains. Amidst the swirling white smoke, Xing Hun stands tall like a heartless god of war, coldly watching his opponents vanish into dust. As the smoke clears, a massive, bottomless crater is revealed, a chilling testament to the devastating power of that strike. He smirks at his handiwork. They're fast, I'll give them that. Their energy vanished before I could even land the hit. Xinghun pulls off his hood and adds, but I've remembered your faces. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Elsewhere, Lin Jichen and Fang Qingju have successfully escaped the area, dodging Xinghun's attack. Lin Jichen breathes a massive sigh of relief. That was close. I think we're safe now. That was too lucky. Regardless, Xinghun is a demonic cultivator. If he dared to show his face here, the Vinnin royal family would hunt him down instantly. Fang Qingju, we should head back to our sect soon in case the 10,000 demon sect has a backup plan. She stares at him blankly, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Is he saying goodbye already? She wonders if she'll ever see him again. Reluctantly, Fang Qingju says, that sounds wise. Take care, fellow Taoist Lin Jichen. Let's meet again sometime. Deep down, she harbors a flicker of hope, wishing they could meet again sooner. Lin Jichen replies, until next time. He smiles happily, though he can't help but feel a bit embarrassed being stared at by a girl like that. Arriving back at the Thian Dian Sword sect, Lin Jichen yells out, Master, I'm back. A part of him is still lingering on the memory of their encounter. Being looked at by a woman like that, it really makes a man feel a bit shy. Lang Feiyan steps out of the house and answers, You're finally back, my good disciple. She looks at him with a gaze that is 9 parts tender and 1 part vibrant, truly stunning. Lin Jichen freezes, noticing the unusual look on his master's face. He thinks to himself, wait a minute, my master's smile. It seems a bit strange. Did I accidentally upset her? He quickly presents the items, the Thunder Dragon Soul Parasite, Mysterious Grade Equipment, and the Dark Star Bracelet, one by one. Earth-Grade Crafting Arts, Earth-Grade Herbalism, 1. Earth-Grade Spirit Technique, Lightning Armor, 1. 3 medicinal pills, then reported, Master, your disciple has not failed your expectations. This is the gear dropped by the Lightning Dragon. I brought it back as a gift for you. I thought to myself, not knowing what Master wants, I better just obediently present the spoils of war first before saying anything else. Seeing the tributes, Lang Feiyan was stunned and blurted out, You took down a Thunder Dragon all by yourself. Lin Jichen replied, It's a long story. Master, you should take the spoils first. She firmly refused, You keep these items. I don't need them. I'm just curious, how did you manage to defeat the Thunder Dragon? He hesitated and answered, To be honest, I didn't actually kill it myself. I managed to sneak in and steal it. Lang Feiyan didn't look pleased. You stole it? Lin Jichen was completely honest. You could say that. She remained expressionless, turned around, and walked inside. Fine. Come into my room, and tell me in detail about your training in Thunder Swamp. She thought to herself, My disciple has really worked hard. I prepared a surprise for him. He'll find out soon enough. Lin Jichen, relieved that he wasn't in trouble, replied happily, Yes, Master. Once they were inside, he honestly recounted everything. After listening, Lang Feiyan remarked, I see. So, not only did you get the Thunder Dragon heart, but you also had a romantic encounter. It seems this Feng Chu Shen truc is quite the beauty, worth risking your life to save. Lin Jichen immediately defended himself, Master, I just couldn't stand by and watch a righteous cultivator be slaughtered by demonic practitioners. Since ancient times, the righteous and the demonic have been sworn enemies. I definitely wasn't looking at her face. Besides, in this whole world, who else can even compare to you, Master? To say anyone else is beautiful would be belittling myself, wouldn't it? Lang Feiyan listened to his sycophancy, her expression cold, and asked nonchalantly, If that Feng Chu Shen truc were a man, would you still have stepped in? Without a second's hesitation, Lin Jichen confirmed, Of course, I would have helped regardless. She sighed and conceded, I'll take your word for it. He then stood up and bowed. If you don't have anything else for me, Master, I'll take my leave to wash up and rest. Lang Feiyan suggested, Bathe here at my place today. I prepared some spiritual herbs for your bath to help you break through to the next level. Upon hearing this, a rather mature and romantic image flashed through his mind. Is Master really letting me bathe in her private chambers? Lang Feiyan added, The warm water is ready, go ahead. I'll be waiting outside. Lin Jichen's smile froze instantly. He muttered to himself, I obey, Master, while his heart bled. I'm supposed to be bathing alone. He stripped off his clothes, preparing for the bath, telling himself not to think those kinds of thoughts. Lin Jichen grabbed the edge of the tub and jumped in. As soon as he touched the water, the warmth relaxed him completely, and he let out a satisfied sigh. Lang Feiyan, standing outside, blushed as she heard his groans from within the room. Embarrassed, she shouted, You foolish disciple, just bathe. What are you moaning about? Hurry up. I have a surprise for you later. Lin Jichen forced a laugh. Master, prepared a surprise for me? If there wasn't a surprise, I really wouldn't want to leave this place at all. After all, Master's spiritual herbs are incredibly effective. If I keep soaking, I might break through again. But just as he thought that, he was startled. Lin Jichen suddenly realized if he broke through, he would have to face the lightning tribulation. But since he had already obtained the Thunder Dragon Heart, maybe he could withstand the tribulation on his own. With that thought, Lin Jichen immediately began his magical breakthrough. A protective circle formed around him, shielding him from the bolts of lightning raining down. Just as he was focused on surviving the lightning, a beautiful woman entered the bath area. She stepped right into the tub, leaving Lin Jichen completely stunned. She put a finger to her lips to signal silence, causing him to blush furiously, and then the beauty leaned in and locked lips with Lin Jichen right there in the bathtub, in such an intimate and sensitive setting. The scene shifted to a bed, where Lin Jichen lay tucked under the covers, his face pale and terrified, whispering, "Master." He woke up with a jolt and shouted, "Master." But when he saw Lin Feyan sitting majestically on a chair nearby, Lin Jichen realized in a daze, so it was just a dream. He looked down at his hands, remembering, wait, I really did break through, didn't I? I survived the lightning tribulation. Successfully passed the lightning tribulation. Achievement medal unlocked. Achievement medal, Thunder Lineage Successor. All skills now cost 20% less mana. Seeing her disciple successfully level up, Lin Feyan smiled. Good disciple. Congratulations on surviving the lightning tribulation all on your own. Lin Jichen scratched his head shyly. It's all thanks to your guidance, Master. If you hadn't given me such great courage and encouragement, I wouldn't have been confident at all. She stood up and urged him. Go on, go see the gift I prepared for you. Not paying attention, Lin Jichen pulled off the blanket and replied clearly. Then he suddenly jumped, realizing, wait, where are my clothes? After getting dressed and coming out, Lin Jichen didn't forget to flatter Lin Feyan to express his gratitude. He thought to himself, whatever master gives me must be high quality. I wonder if it's a divine weapon or an ultimate secret manual. She didn't say a word, leading him inside to a room where a long table was covered in food. Lin Jichen walked over and stared at the table in shock. He observed the unappealing dishes on the table in panic, feeling confused and wondering what on earth these were. He turned away, choosing not to look at them anymore. Lin Feyan stopped and said, the surprise is right there next to you. Where are you going? Lin Jichen asked in surprise, Master, are you saying this is the surprise you prepared for me? She smiled proudly. That's right. I made this while you were unconscious. Eat up while it's still hot. He looked at the spread of food and was momentarily stunned. Is this stuff even edible? But if he didn't eat it, Master would definitely be displeased. Thinking of this, Lin Jichen suppressed his instincts, pinched his nose, and held back the pain in his heart. If Master isn't happy, at best my favorability rating will drop, and at worst, she might kick me out of the sect. He raised a hand and asked, Master, what is that black thing? My vision is a bit blurry, I can't quite tell. Lin Feyan came over and replied, that's cloud-piercing pig wing, made from spirit boar meat and dove wings. It seems the temperature wasn't controlled very well, so it looks a bit burnt. After the introduction, Lin Jichen decided to pick it up as an appetizer. He slowly put it into his mouth, silently comforting himself, it's only a little burnt. It should still be edible, right? Lin Jichen silently ate the food as Lin Feyan watched with excitement. But the horrific taste of the food made it impossible for him to hide his pale expression. Lin Jichen jumped to his feet, managed to swallow the food, and shouted, delicious. No, wait, it's so tasty. Your cooking skills are truly amazing, Master. Lin Feyan was overjoyed, pushed him back down into his seat, and reminded him, really? Well then, you should eat more. Eat until you're absolutely stuffed. Lin Jichen then had no choice but to grit his teeth and shove every single piece of food into his mouth. His face revealed the horrific flavors of the meal. Super fishy attack to the throat, minus 300. Super sour attack to the throat, minus 300. Tongue burn attack to the throat, minus 300. Lin Feyan, unaware of how strange things were, happily pointed at other dishes. Come on, try some more of these. Affection level, 55 points, intimate and close. Lin Jichen looked at the plate of food, which looked like it had been scooped up from a sewer, along with a bowl of ascending fish that had been rotting for a year, and thought to himself, is this even fish? Why is it slimy like rice water? Lin Feyan excitedly scooped up a spoonful and introduced it. This dish is called sea spirit fish of the pure realm. It's prepared from that cold sea spirit fish. You just finished your tribulation and your body is still weak, so this is very nourishing. Saying that, she decisively dumped the whole spoonful of soup into Lin Jichen's bowl. He picked up the bowl of soup with fear and trepidation. Do I really have to eat this? It smells absolutely wrong. Forget it. It's come to this, might as well just eat it. Consider it the price for a beautiful woman's smile. Seeing Lin Jichen look up at her, Lin Feyan asked anxiously, Disciple, What's wrong? He didn't say anything, just downed the whole bowl, thinking to himself, screw it, at least it isn't poisonous. After draining the bowl, Lin Jichen's mind became delirious and hazy, but he didn't forget his task to keep praising her. Not bad, it's so delicious. This food is even better than the finest restaurants. His eyes rolled around, while his mind was a tangled mess, wondering, why does it feel like the world is spinning? Then Lin Jichen stumbled and fell flat on the ground, making Lang Fan call out in worry, "Disciple. Oh no, you've been hit by a poison-type attack. You've lost 1,500 points." Lasting for 5 seconds, after regaining a bit of strength and clarity, Lin Jichen trembled as he sat up and asked, "Master, I just remembered. While the cold sea spirit fish is a delicacy, it has a poison sac. When you prepared it, did you take the sac out?" Lang Fan was finally stunned as she realized. "I forgot, disciple." Lin Jichen felt his soul leave his body upon hearing that. "Master, are you doing this on purpose or by accident?" Lang Fan tried to shake him awake in fear. "Disciple, what's wrong? You, disciple, wake up!" Lin Jichen was heartbroken, thinking, "My goodness, other people's cooking is hard to swallow, but my master's cooking is literal poison." She teared up, choking on her words. "It's all my fault. I forgot to remove the poison sac. After a few days, when I finish my secluded meditation, I'll cook you a much bigger feast." Hearing this, Lin Jichen felt like he had been awakened. The feeling of poison seemed to vanish on its own, and his body practically faded away from the conversation entirely. Lin Jichen still forced himself to reach out and hold Lang Fan's hand, thinking to himself, "Forget the food, at least I get to touch these small hands. I risked my life to increase the affection level, I should at least get to touch her a little." He then put on a heartbroken face and said, "Master, are you really going into seclusion?" Lang Fan replied, "Now that you've passed the lightning tribulation, I can finally rest easy and go into meditation." Lin Jichen asked chokingly, "So, all these departures are planned, aren't they? Master, you're going to leave your disciple, aren't you?" Hearing these words, she was startled, feeling a little shaken inside. Lang Fan blushed and turned away, answering, "What are you talking about? I'm just going into seclusion. I'm not leaving you." Lin Jichen was overjoyed to hear this and asked, "Really?" She stammered in response, "I. What else? No. How could I ever leave you?" He then overreacted, grabbed her hand, and said, "Master, you must be careful during your seclusion. Your disciple will always wait for you. Even if the sky falls and the earth crumbles, even if the seas dry up, your disciple will wait for you until the very end." Lang Fan felt like she had been hypnotized upon hearing these words. "I see," she thought. Affection level 60. No distance between them. Too shy, she unceremoniously dumped Lin Jichen on the ground. Lin Jichen stood up, feeling awkward, and said, "All right, I'm leaving." Lin Jichen, however, felt no pain, only pure joy, thinking to himself, "Well, at least I gained some affection points. If I can get a little more to pass the 70 mark, that would be... Heh, it's really something to look forward to." At the Sky Evolving Sword Sex Sword Palace, a new day began with Lang Fan's instructions. "After I go into seclusion, you must be more careful. Don't get distracted by the worldly life and go play around." Lin Jichen obediently replied, "Understood." She continued her warnings, "And absolutely do not go picking flowers or chasing butterflies, do not be a flirt, and do not meet that royal princess again. Did you hear me, disciple?" Lin Jichen, defeated, could only bow his head and answer, "Understood, understood. Outside of waiting for you, I won't even think about them." Once she had finished her orders, Lang Fan turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and spoke up. "Oh, that's right. During this period of seclusion, I'm afraid it will take a few months. Take these secret manuals and magic treasures first." Receiving the precious items, Lin Jichen trembled with joy and replied, "Shu Shenkyu, Master." He thought to himself, "As expected, the surprise Master gave me is definitely not just that feast." Lang Fan didn't stop there and added, "I have 2 more things I need you to do." Lin Jichen, still in his happy days, replied, "Master, just say the word. Don't say 2 things, even if it were 100 or 10,000. This disciple wouldn't even bat an eye." She said, "In a few days, it will be the birthday of Ko Hong Nak, a member of the Hidden Dragon royal family. Ko Hong Nak has invited all the major sects to the banquet. You will go in my stead." Lin Jichen immediately complied. "No problem, Master," he thought to himself. "And here I thought it would be some difficult task. Who knew I'd get free delicious food and drinks?" She continued, "The second task is that our sword sect has a branch at the border of Motian province called the Imperial Sword Pavilion. Recently, for some reason, we haven't been able to contact them. You go there in my stead. After finding the cause, return and report to the sect immediately. Go now. I have to begin my seclusion. Lin Jichen bowed and greeted her. Understood, master. Don't worry. This disciple will definitely complete the task perfectly. His face suddenly turned serious, calculating internally, logically. The storyline of the Imperial Sword Pavilion should only be updated after the second major righteous demonic war. Looks like the pace of the plot is getting faster and faster. In the distance, there was a strange disturbance. From the air, a fan came spinning and shot straight toward Lin Jichen. He reacted quickly, caught it, and looked up. Seeing this guest appear, Lin Jichen was startled for a moment, blankly calling out, "Senior sister." Nangong Yue stood on the roof and replied, "Little junior brother, long time no see. I just saw a heavenly tribulation at the back mountain of the Sword Palace. That was your lightning tribulation, right?" Lin Jichen proudly boasted. "That goes without saying. I've broken through again, but I haven't forgotten my promise to you, senior sister. Tonight, I'll take you to Fuang Kuk City to have some fun." Nangong Yue answered, satisfied. "Well, look at you, being so thoughtful. It's been a while. I honestly thought you'd forgotten about your senior sister." After saying that, she jumped down to the ground. Nangong Yue stood face to face with Lin Jichen and spoke up, "But we can't go together. If my father or grandfather found out, they definitely wouldn't let me out." He ruffled her hair and replied, "All right, let's head out one by one. I'll wait for you at the east gate of Fuang Kuk City." Lin Jichen was feeling uneasy inside as well. She was afraid of her father, and he was just as terrified of his master. Even though he had already carried her, what if she found out about his secret date with his senior sister? All the hard-earned favorability points he'd built up to 60 might just vanish. As night fell over Fuang Kuk City, the streets were bustling with crowds. "Look at this. Fresh, delicious candied hawthorns. Get your candied hawthorns here." Lin Jichen generously ordered, "Boss, give me 2 of the large skewers." The man replied, "Coming right up." Following close behind, Nangong Yue happily called out, "Little junior brother." She flashed a sweet, gentle smile. But the romantic moment didn't last long, as Lin Jichen bluntly shoved a candied hawthorn skewer right into Nangong Yue's mouth. She shrieked in annoyance, "Little junior brother, what are you doing? You're so annoying." He looked at her, bewildered, and replied, "I just thought all girls like sweets." Nangong Yue retorted, "I got sick of those kinds of snacks when I was a child." Lin Jichen quickly smoothed things over. "Senior sister, you're so beautiful. Even when you're angry, you're still gorgeous." Nangong Yue liked hearing that, but she still put on a show and turned away. "The candied hawthorn might be sweet, but it's not as sweet as your tongue. Where are we going anyway?" Lin Jichen muttered anxiously, "No one is following us, right? No one noticed us, right?" She reassured him, "Don't worry. I was very careful." He worriedly thought to himself, if his master found out, he'd be done for. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate to pull Nangong Yue into his arms and boldly suggested, "I know a theater where there are performers who play the zither beautifully and dance wonderfully too. Let's go watch that first." Nangong Yue blushed and replied softly, "Okay, I'll let you lead." Cutting to another scene, applause filled the room. Before their eyes, women with stunning figures were swaying their bodies to the rhythm of the music. While she sat there holding an apple and staring wide-eyed at the performers, Lin Jichen glanced over at her. Nangong Yue turned to him with a confused look. "Little junior brother, why do you keep looking at me? Why aren't you watching the show?" He didn't hesitate and calmly replied, "How could the show be better than you, senior sister? You don't need to worry about me. You watch the show, and I'll watch my senior sister." Just then, someone behind them brought something over. "Young Master Lin Jichen, here is the item you requested." Lin Jichen grinned, Chu Shanks. He happily handed the item to her. "I prepared this especially for you." She turned, looking curious. "What is this?" As soon as she saw the book inside the silk wrapping, Nangong Yue gasped in surprise. It was a romance novel. With a flushed face, she hugged the book to her chest and smiled. "Little junior brother, thank you. You're so good to me, and you even bought me a romance novel. Only you truly understand me. My father and family would never be like this." At that moment, a system notification appeared. Favorability increased to 65, a perfect match. Lin Jichen winked triumphantly. "Senior sister, I remember you saying that between us, there's no need to act like strangers." He thought to himself, "A girl's heart is fragile. I know at least that much, right?" Suddenly, Nangong Yue turned and hesitantly asked a question. "Little junior brother, will you always treat me this well?" She waited for an answer, but the person beside her didn't speak. Suddenly, his hands reached out from behind to touch her blushing cheeks, accompanied by his soft, gentle voice. "Of course I will." Lin Jichen leaned in close, blushing, as he confessed, "I am but a mediocre man, with a narrow heart, so I can only devote myself to caring for you, senior sister. At the same time, Lin Jichen thought excitedly to himself. In my past life, to chase after the heroine, I spent all my time learning how to flirt with girls. You could say my skills are maxed out. Next, he pulled out a necklace with a green jade pendant and said, I carefully chose and bought this for you, senior sister. I thought you would look absolutely beautiful wearing it. Let me put it on for you. The system chimed again. Favorability 70 points. Harmonious couple. Lin Jichen thought excitedly. It worked. After putting it on Nangang Yue, he raised an eyebrow and asked, well, senior sister, how does it look? Nangang Yue's face turned beet red as she nodded slightly. He thought to himself with delight, now I can finally hold her hand without worry. But something unexpected, not in the script, happened. She suddenly turned and gently pressed a kiss onto Lin Jichen's cheek. The people around them watched the scene in awe. Wow, someone actually got kissed by an NPC beauty. I can't even get 2 words out of one. I've been in love with a senior sister NPC in the Dao sect for so long, and she doesn't even care about me. Why is that? This NPC senior sister is so beautiful. Why don't I have that kind of luck? After the party ended, Nangang Yue turned and informed him, oh, by the way, my father is taking me to Vin Bian City to attend the Sword Sect Assembly, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave the Sword Sect for a while. Lin Jichen gasped in surprise. The Sword Sect Assembly? Nangang Yue replied softly. He furrowed his brows, thinking seriously. The Sword Sect Assembly is held once a year, and only disciples who have reached the Crystal Realm or higher can participate. In my past life, I participated in an event like this for the Dharma cultivators, but my ranking wasn't very high. Then, Lin Jichen cheered loudly to encourage her. Then, senior sister, you must win decisively. Beat your opponents until they're flipped upside down, and make them kneel and beg for mercy. She giggled. Then I'll borrow some of your luck, little junior brother. Nangang Yue grabbed his hand and firmly promised, little junior brother, I will take first place. Next, she looked up with a flushed face and added, and I'll give that reward to you. Lin Jichen scratched his head, looking shy. Why? Why would you do something so kind? But inside, he couldn't hide his excitement. The Sword Sect really is a good place. There are powerful people everywhere to rely on. He saw Nangang Yue smiling with a flushed face, and then she waved goodbye. Little junior brother, I'm heading back now. He cheered her on happily. Take your time, senior sister. I'll be waiting at the sect for your triumphant return. Lin Jichen happily made a finger heart gesture toward her. Winning or losing is secondary. As long as you're safe and sound, I'll be at peace. Nangang Yue didn't reply but turned and ran into the crowd. He immediately put on his serious face, crossed his arms, and thought, time is tight. I need to level up as fast as possible. Just then, a loud voice rang out from nearby. This is a high-grade spirit beast pill, starting bid at 120 spirit stones. People there gasped when they heard the price. Good heavens, why is it so expensive? Lin Jichen suddenly widened his eyes, stunned, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Before his eyes were countless blue spirit beast pills in a bowl. The system then provided information on the item. The spirit beast pill can help spirit beasts below the crystallization realm break through their current stage and strengthen their cultivation. The auction price is 120 spirit stones. Without a second thought, he quickly snatched them up. Boss, do you have any more in stock? I want all of them. Give me 200 pills. The merchant, seeing such a big spender, excitedly declared, yes, 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 you truly are my boss. Scene change. A giant, black foot with sharp claws stomps heavily onto the ground. Lin Jichen looked at his blood beast, which had a confused expression, and muttered to himself, given this bear's constitution, taking the pill will be highly effective. This spirit beast pill is definitely worth buying. Plus, the price is low right now, but in a few months, it will double. If I sell the leftovers later, I can make a huge profit. The people present immediately started whispering as soon as they saw him. Wait, isn't that Lin Jichen? From the Tianyan Sword Sect. It really is him. I've never seen a blood beast as fat as that one. He really is a big spender. There's a saying, show off, and you'll get struck by lightning. People like this who pretend usually end up dead as soon as they enter. Look, everyone, he chose the Hell mode. One of them laughed disdainfully. The guys who entered Hell mode half a month ago only managed to clear 80% of the trials so far. Who knows where he got the guts for this? Just then, someone suddenly pulled out a piece of cloth. A man suggested with interest, anyone want to place a bet? Let's bet on who will clear the secret realm first. Lin Jichen or the guys who went in half a month ago. Those nearby happily joined in. The one who entered half a month ago is Egzi Lingyang. His innate talent is the soul eye martial spirit. His strength is extremely formidable. What else is there to think about? I bet 5 spirit stones that Shi Lingyang will finish first. Spirit stones were tossed down, accompanied by the chatter of many different people. All right, I'll bet 3 spirit stones. I'll bet 5. 2. At the same time, a person placed a large bag down and clearly declared, "This is 100 spirit stones. I bet Lin Jichen will clear the trial first." Liu Hazi smiled with interest, thinking to herself, "The man I have my eye on, how could he possibly lose?" They couldn't hide their shock at her spending habits. Who is this girl? Betting that much? Well, that's fine too. Once that Lin guy loses, we'll make a huge profit. Voices rang out from all around. Lin Jichen, at this moment, slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a vast space that looked like a village. Lin Jichen walked while scanning his surroundings, his thoughts racing. Speaking of nightmare, it's undeniably one of the classic settings in the Eight Desolations. Nightmare isn't like the night-devouring Ghost Ridge. It actually has a storyline. And this storyline is extremely tragic. Everyone who has cleared this trial has shed tears afterward. He broke into a cold sweat and sighed inwardly. Many people, while searching for the boss, have lost their minds and tried to change the plot. Some couldn't even bring themselves to strike when facing the final boss. Just then, the sound of a horse neighing caught Lin Jichen's attention. The image of Yuen'er, looking delicate and graceful, appeared as she lifted the carriage curtain. She stepped down from the carriage. An old man was already standing there waiting. Yuen'er then held out the item in her hand. After the old man opened the paper, he glanced at her and suggested, "Follow me." She didn't say a word and gently followed him. A man began to drool after seeing Yuen'er's figure. Not bad at all. The one next to him looked lecherous. Just by looking, you can tell she's a loose woman. The sky gradually turned to sunset, and the sunlight began to fade. Yuen'er stepped inside and hesitated before speaking. "Village chief, I've been married for many years, but I haven't been able to have a child. I want to continue the family line for my husband who is away at war." She blushed and broke into a sweat, bowing her head. "I heard that you have children for adoption here. A friend recommended this place to me." The village chief laughed enthusiastically. "So that's how it is. Being able to help you, madam, is my honor." He then happily suggested, "Please, follow me, madam." Yuen'er followed naively behind him. As soon as they stepped inside, the room was filled with the sound of crying infants. While she covered her mouth to hide her surprise, the village chief, standing behind her, reminded, "Madam, you may choose from these children. But, young lady, you must keep our village a secret at all costs." Although Yuen'er felt a bit uneasy, she turned back and smiled. "Rest assured, I will keep it strictly confidential." He laughed, holding a weapon in his hand. "Of course, I'm assured." Lin Jichen stood outside, quietly observing the situation, and then the village chief struck her hard on the head and declared smugly, "Because you're not getting out of here." The guys outside, seeing him knock Yuen'er unconscious, excitedly rushed in. "Well done." The perverts looked at her lying on the floor and commented excitedly, "Her body is so beautiful." "That's right. It's been years since we've had merchandise of this quality. I couldn't even help myself when she arrived just now." Then, a man rubbed his hands together and grinned. "Village chief, tell us, how are we going to split this?" Watching this disgusting scene, he couldn't help but sigh in contempt. The village chief touched Yuen'er's soft skin and made a decision. "How about this? You all take the money from the carriage, and she belongs to me." The guy immediately retorted, "Look, boss, we're stuck in this godforsaken place. The thing we need least is money. Have you forgotten why we joined you in the first place?" The guy next to him immediately chimed in. "Exactly. We rob money, rob food, rob women. Now that we're well-fed and clothed, she is the woman we want." Seeing that the two wouldn't compromise, he stood up and questioned them. "Then you tell me, how should we split it?" The guy said excitedly, "The old way. Each of us takes her home to be our bride for 2 days." The other guy laughed with interest. "If she gets pregnant, we'll draw blood for a paternity test. Whoever the child belongs to, she's his." The village chief didn't object and turned his head. "Then I'll go first." "No objections, right?" The guy didn't say anything, but the other one was a bit unhappy and sighed. "All right, boss, be gentle, don't break her." He replied hurriedly, "Fine, in 2 days I'll bring her to you guys. Now get lost." After shooing the two of them away, he quickly locked the door tight. The area fell into an eerie silence. Mayor Chan stood frozen, then suddenly turned around, his lips curling into a sinister, scheming smirk. The sound of the wind rustling through the green leaves echoed, though they soon began to turn yellow. Crowds of people bustled along the road. A torrential rain poured down, creating an atmosphere of deep sorrow. As time drifted by, the village remained as busy as ever. White snow began to fall, and the leaves began to drop alongside it. A single drop of bright red blood fell, and a pool of blood slowly spread out. One-eyed Long, witnessing this, couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter. "She's mine. That woman belongs to me." The two men beside him looked disappointed, They hadn't expected the girl to fall to One-Eyed Long. Too many women had already died at his hands. It was such a buzzkill. We haven't even had our fun yet, one complained, turning around with a sour expression. What are you two mumbling about? What's behind me? Mayor Chan stood nearby and happily declared, all right, the results are in. Let's not break the rules. She belongs to One-Eyed Long. One-Eyed Long grabbed Yuen'er by the hair and suggested excitedly, let's go, girls. Follow me so we can enjoy ourselves. Her broken body was dragged across the filthy ground. The others shouted, One-Eyed Long, be gentle. Leave a little something for the rest of us. That's right, he laughed triumphantly. She's in my hands now. You still want a sip of soup in your dreams. Watch how I play her to death. Her face, covered in wounds, came into view. In Yuen'er's eyes, any reason to keep living had completely vanished. Lin Jichen sat there, silently observing the scene unfolding before him. Then he frowned slightly and let out a sigh. In the quiet of the night, the agonizing screams of One-Eyed Long rang out. You bitch, how dare you? Hearing the screams, the group rushed over, shouting that someone was being murdered, but by the time they arrived, it was already too late. One-Eyed Long had been sent to his grave by Yuen'er. His entire body was submerged in a vat of blood-red water. Mayor Chan witnessed the horrific sight and trembled in terror. What? The man next to him frowned and confirmed. Damn it, it must be that woman. Suddenly, he jumped and looked to the side. The window was wide open, and red blood stains were still lingering underneath it. Mayor Chan immediately ordered, hurry and chase her. She's wounded. She can't have gone far. Hearing this, they immediately scattered to search everywhere. Loud shouts echoed through the night. Check over there. There are footprints here. Have you found her yet? Search carefully. It's freezing. She can't get far. That damn girl. There were bloodstains on the ground, and in her hand, she clutched a large knife still stained with red. Alongside it came the sound of labored, exhausted breathing. Yuen'er, in her thin clothing, tried to drag her nearly lifeless body through the thick snow to escape, but she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. The men behind her had caught up. Found her. She's over there. One man ran up, grabbed her hair, and jerked Yuen'er's head back. You dirty bitch, where do you think you're going? Yuen'er couldn't hold back a scream of pain. The man looked up anxiously. Boss, what do we do now? Should we report this to the authorities? The man behind him roared in anger. Report it? Is your head frozen? Stupid. If the officials find out what happened here, what are we supposed to do? He looked flustered. Then how do we handle this? Should we bring her back? She couldn't hide her fear upon hearing that. Yuen'er brought her hands up to cover her mouth, while the men continued to chatter. To catch her, I called everyone in town. Now that we've found her, it's best not to let anyone else see her, to avoid any unnecessary trouble later. Mayor Chan, with a sharp sword in his hand, coldly declared, Then I'll take care of it. He didn't hesitate to bring the blade down. She didn't cry or scream. She only offered a satisfied smile. My husband. The sound of the blade piercing deep into the thick, white snow echoed through the air. One man complained, his hands on his hips. Damn it, we haven't even had our turn yet. Why is all the dirty work dumped on us? The man next to him stopped working and grumbled. Can you shut it for a second? It's freezing here. Hurry up and finish so we can go to sleep. He then showed a bit of pity, saying, The boss is really cruel, hacking off all her limbs like that. Lin Jichen sat on a tree branch, frowning as he looked down at the scene below. He heard the cry of a black crow in the remote forest. A man with an anxious face was talking to two others. Lately, several people have gone missing for no reason. All of them were involved in the previous incident. Do you think maybe there's a ghost? The man beside him broke into a cold sweat but tried to sound tough. You're crazy. That happened months ago. What ghosts are you talking about? Suddenly, a man came running, panicked, and shouted, Sir. It's bad, sir. Something terrible has happened. Mayor Chan's face turned pale as he heard the news. The three of them rushed to the scene. Seeing the horrific sight, the mayor gasped. Damn it. 4 limbs severed and hung from the rafters again. He asked in terror, who could it be? How could anyone be so vicious? Sweating profusely, he suggested loudly, hurry and report this to the authorities. But suddenly, the memory of One-Eyed Long dying in the exact same state flashed in his mind, making Mayor Chan shiver. Also, go fetch a sorcerer. At that same moment, a low voice echoed. The incident is over. Wake up from this dream. Thoughts simultaneously surfaced in Lin Jichen's mind. That's right. This is a dream, an endless dream for those who are always suffering. If this were a new player, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist slaughtering the whole village, only to realize they failed the level. This is just a dreamscape, which is why I must remain an outsider. Within Yuen'er's memories and dreamscape, seek the clues and find the final boss. He picked up a fragment of a dry bone, shaped like a hand, and frowned. Next, Lin Jichen tossed it aside and kept digging. But when he saw what he needed, he gasped, I found it. He looked at the ring in his hand and smiled to himself. This is the token of love between Yuan'er and her husband, and it's the source of the inner strength that kept her resilient. Moreover, this ring is the key to clearing the stage. After finding what he wanted, Lin Jichen gripped it tightly as the chaotic scene behind him began to blur. At that moment, the hand of a demon with sharp, hooked claws slammed into the ground, causing it to crack. Yuan'er, in the form of a vengeful female demon, let out a massive, hateful roar. Lin Jichen turned back instantly, smirking as he declared, "It's a grudge-bound spirit. Humans die to become ghosts, and ghosts die to become grudge-bound spirits." Chapter 44. After transforming into a grudge-bound spirit, Yuan'er let out a loud, menacing shriek. Countless arms sprouted from her body, as if trying to tear through her fragile skin. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and slashed off all of Yuan'er's arms. With a stern expression and a furrowed brow, he suggested, "I sympathize with your situation, but it's time to let go." Yuan'er roared back in agony, "No." Lin Jichen stood before her and said in a deep, persuasive tone, "The people you hate are already dead. There's no point in killing the innocent. Don't live in suffering anymore." His gaze was filled with genuine sincerity. Yuan'er ignored his advice and grew even more furious. "No." Watching her state, he continued to explain, "Your life story is truly tragic, but that's no excuse to stay here and commit evil." Afterward, Lin Jichen raised his sword. "The feud is settled. Let go of your obsession." Then he charged at her with a powerful move. "Go through the cycle of reincarnation." Lin Jichen lunged at Yuan'er, striking repeatedly. Yuan'er's painful screams echoed through the space. She tilted her head toward the sky, and a stream of orange liquid spewed from her mouth. Blood rain infiltration. The system notification appeared. The monster was named Grudge-Bound Spirit. Its skills were blood rain infiltration and self-healing. It was a spirit-possessing grudge ghost. As lights flickered, he stood there watching, his lips curving into a faint smile as he muttered to himself, "My spirit shield is working." Before him, Yuan'er's massive body was still spewing blood rain infiltration. At the same time, he crouched down to brace himself. Then, Lin Jichen surged straight toward her. With fluid movements, he slashed his sword across her body with incredible sword chi. Lin Jichen's next target was her mouth, filled with sharp, jagged teeth. He furrowed his brows and lunged forward with a bang, and only her pained scream could be heard. The powerful strike hit her directly. The health bar above Yuan'er's head had dropped by half. Her heavy panting followed, as she frantically stuffed the severed hands back into her mouth and screamed, "Bring them all to me." Her health began to regenerate. Seeing this, Lin Jichen frowned and thought to himself, "The spirit is starting to heal itself. I can't keep wearing it down like this. I need to end this quickly." He firmly pointed his sword forward and unleashed a move. Phoenix Dance erupted, sending scorching flames directly at where Yuan'er stood. She shrieked in pain as she was hit. Her entire body gradually turned gray, and the health bar above her head turned completely red. After letting Yuan'er taste his strike, Lin Jichen looked back, his hands clawing at the ground. Her choked voice drifted out, "I'm not content. I'm not. I have to kill them all." At that moment, a voice echoed, "Dear wife." Yuan'er froze upon hearing that familiar voice. She looked up, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Yuan'er stared wide-eyed toward the source of the voice. As soon as she saw the person before her, her eyes shimmered and tears streamed down her face. Yuan'er reached out to him and sobbed. "Husband." She clung to him, tears and snot smearing his clothes. "Husband, I miss you so much." The man couldn't hold back his tears either, his hand gently stroking Yuan'er's head. "My dear, I'm late." She pulled away, looking at him in astonishment. "Husband, you. Why are you here?" He leaned back, his own back bristling with arrows, and whispered, "It's shameful. In the last great battle, the whole squad was wiped out, and that's why I was able to sense you and come to your side." Yuan'er's husband sobbed, "Dear, forgive me. It's all my fault. Because I was incompetent, I shouldn't have let you come here alone, to suffer like this. It's all on me. I'm a useless wretch." Yuan'er leaned into her husband's chest and wept softly. "It's okay, husband. I've never blamed you. From now on, we won't have to suffer anymore." Finally, they both vanished right before Lin Jichen's eyes. He raised an eyebrow, his expression stern, and whispered, "Rest in peace." Her body transformed before him. Yuan'er was no longer a grudge-bound spirit, just a thin frame with a skull for a face. Lin Jichen looked at the ring in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Finally, the quest item. He gently placed it on her index finger. As soon as the ring was worn, Yuan'er's entire body shattered, as if all her grudges had dissolved. The system popped up with numerous notifications for items and skills received, such as Dream Nightmare Cloak, Fish and Air Technique, and Obsession Ring. He looked at the loot on the ground, unable to hide his shock. 3 mysterious grade items dropped. At the same time, outside the gate, a message appeared. Congratulations to player Lin Jichen for completing the first hell-level nightmare realm in the Eight Desolates. Those outside were stunned when they saw the text. Lin Jichen actually cleared it. People who had bet against him were now looking panicked. Xiling Yang is still stuck at 80%. Oh no, my spirit stones. Did Lin Jichen really pass the hell-level nightmare realm? Liu Hazi looked on with admiration, blushing as she exclaimed, Lin Appa is truly the strongest among the strong. He cleared the hell-level nightmare, as if he were just going for a walk. She spread her arms wide and cheered excitedly. I will always follow and support you. Elsewhere, onlookers began to whisper upon seeing the notification. Someone cleared the hell-level nightmare. Damn, it's real. Why wasn't it me who cleared it? Why not me? Renlan, startled, turned her head to look, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Jichen cleared it again. Renlan rushed off. She didn't expect Lin Jichen to be this powerful. She had to hurry and cling to this big shot. She excitedly demanded, Lin Jichen, I've completed the beginner quest. I'm coming to find you now. Hurry and send me some travel money. Lin Jichen frowned on the other end, puzzled. You're a rich lady. Why are you asking me for travel money? Then he calmly suggested, how about I come find you? Just wait outside the city gate. I'll be there in a bit. Renlan got furious and yelled at the stingy man. Scene changes to Hoei Fong Chao. At Truknet City, a pale blue glow filled the air. Standing alone before the city gates, Renlan stood with her arms crossed, looking thoroughly annoyed. She frowned and grumbled. That cheapskate won't even cover the toll fee. Seems like he's itching for a beating. I'll have to kick him into shape. Meanwhile, a few men nearby startled when they spotted her. The brown-haired guy immediately closed in, smirking as he coaxed her. Hey, beautiful. Why don't you let us take you to clear some dungeons? We're all in the late stage of chi refining. Normal dungeons are a piece of cake. Brother Ying here can definitely protect you. She snorted with a look of pure disdain. You guys are in such a sad state, and you still want to pick up girls? The guy gritted his teeth, furious. Little girl, you're just a weakling in the early stage of chi refining, and you dare to talk down to us. Two guys behind him chimed in gleefully. That's right. This chick must have had her brain eaten by a wild boar. Renlan just tilted her head with a scornful smile. If you want to take me along, you'll have to ask my boyfriend first. If you guys are as capable as him, then I'll go with you. Jichen, standing behind her, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The guy in white froze when he saw him. When did he get here? We didn't even sense a thing. The guy next to him stammered, eyes wide. He looks like. All three men turned pale with panic as they finally recognized Jichen. Holy crap, that's Lin Jichen, the legendary #1 expert of the Eight Desolations. No way, isn't Lin Jichen supposed to be in Mo Liu Hazen province? Aren't we in Huafeng province right now? We're screwed. Jichen warned in a low, impatient voice. Keep barking, and I'll knock every single one of your teeth out. Renlan playfully pointed at them and tattled, Honey, these guys wanted to challenge me. But before she could finish, the cowards had already turned and bolted. Nothing here. We've got business elsewhere. Excuse us. Sorry about that, miss. Satisfied, Renlan looped her arm through Jichen's. You don't even know who Lin Jichen is? Your fame is really blowing up. Jichen cast a sidelong glance, looking unamused. What's wrong? Not bad, right? She reached out, eyes sparkling with anticipation. You're getting pretty full of yourself after just a couple of compliments. So, where's my gift? Didn't you say you were going to give me one? Feeling a bit helpless, he pulled some items from his inventory. You remember that, huh? Here, these are high-value items, like spiritual artifacts, like these storm gauntlets, which come with a violent fist skill. Renlan's eyes widened in shock. Aren't these the gauntlets rank at the top of the artifact list? The happiness was so sudden, she couldn't help but hug the items tight. Next, Jichen pointed at the items on the system screen. There's also this secret manual and 2 pieces of defensive spiritual gear. All for you. These 2 protective items aren't that expensive, maybe 12,000 each. As for the gauntlets, selling them for 8,100,000 wouldn't be a problem. And the Fire Fist skill is worth about 500,000. Looking at him in awe, Renlan exclaimed, Lin Jichen, you're the best. Jichen's eyes gleamed as he rubbed his hands together with a grin. So, when are you going to pay up? I don't need much. I'll give you a 20 to 30% discount. Seeing him acting like such a money grubber, Renlan's smile faded. She tugged at her collar, blushing as she gave a coy smirk. Where would I find that much money? How about I pay you with my body instead? Jichen started sweating buckets and quickly refused. Forget that. I've reached the state of being indifferent to beauty. Renlan narrowed her eyes, thinking. He didn't take the bait. Meanwhile, he frowned to himself, trying to use that trick to catch me again. In my past life, I got beaten up just because I believed that nonsense. If I fall for it again, I'd have to be an idiot. Without hesitation, Ren Lan handed the items back to Jichen. I only need the 2 protective pieces. You should sell the gauntlets in the book, they're too expensive. I can't afford them. He smiled, the corner of his mouth curling up. Just keep them. I was just teasing you. These were prepared for you anyway. If I really wanted to sell them, I would have done it already. After saying that, Jichen pushed the high-quality items back toward her. Renlan looked up, her face flushed. But these are worth 1 or 2 million total. If we don't sell them now, they'll lose a ton of value once better gear starts dropping later. Jichen grabbed Renlan's shoulders and reassured her gently. Use this gear to get stronger. Once you do, you'll be able to farm even better loot and pay me back later. Just use them with peace of mind. She still sounded worried. But I'm not good at games, and I don't have any talent. Investing in me is just a waste. You should probably spend your resources on someone else. He ruffled her hair with a grin. Who says you don't have talent? Isn't Immovable King a talent? The Eight Desolations isn't like a normal computer game. I guarantee you'll become a top-tier player. Renlan couldn't hide her joy at the compliment. Really? Jichen chuckled. Of course. With your innate talent and my guidance, even a pig could become. Before he could finish, a fist slammed straight into his face. Renlan snapped, "You're the pig." Jichen went flying backward from the blow, his mouth still trying to finish the sentence. Could become a genius. Ouch, he thought to himself. Got hit again. He ended up face-planting into the ground, a truly pathetic sight. At the same time, Renlan walked over to him and spoke calmly. There's something I need your help with. When I joined the sect, an inner palace elder took an interest in me. The old man said he'd take me as an inner disciple, but only if I finished a mission first. She sat down and asked playfully, Great hero Lin, will you help me? Looking wronged, he shouted, You just beat me up, and now you're asking for a favor? Is that any way to ask for help? Scene shift to a tea house. Jichen's voice sounded disgruntled. Fine, tell me. He rubbed his cheek where he'd been punched, frowning. What kind of mission is it? Let me see if it's hard. Ren Lan sat across from him, her expression serious. He told me to go to Lake Taiyao to catch a scarlet carp, so I don't know how hard it is. Hearing this, Jichen stood up. Let's go, then. To Lake Taiyao. She was a bit surprised and tilted her head, confused. Right now? Lake Taiyao seems really far. Do we need to teleport there? Jichen shot her a playful look. No need, we can just fly straight there. Your level isn't high enough yet, so hop on. I'll carry you. Ren Lan didn't hesitate. She hopped onto his back with excitement. Her chest pressed against his back, Tren couldn't help but get a nosebleed. With a slightly flushed face, he raised an eyebrow and warned, I'm taking off. Hold on tight. Don't you dare fall off. And so, Tren took off quite reluctantly, while Lin Jichen behind him was grinning from ear to ear with delight. Higher, go higher. Suddenly, she leaned forward, her chest brushing against the back of his neck. Red blood immediately gushed out of his nose. Lin Jichen looked confused, seeing Tren swaying in midair. And then they both took a nosedive to the ground. She immediately looked up at the sky and shouted, Lam Tren, can you even do this properly? He broke into a sweat, frowning as he suggested, Nonsense, how could I not? Just sit still and stop yapping. Cutting to the Taiyu Lake, Tren was carrying Lin Jichen on his back while thinking to himself, Taiyu Lake is very famous in the Hoafong region. The lake is home to a type of fish called red carp, which is fresh, tender, and even contains spiritual energy. If you bring these red carp to a tavern, they can be sold for quite a few spirit stones. That's why many beginners love coming here to fish and earn money. But at the bottom of Taiyu Lake live river demons, and the red carp are their food. Once they discover someone trying to steal their food, they will immediately swarm to attack. The strength of a standard river demon is only at the middle stage of chi refining, but they love to live in packs. A weak beginner like Lin Jichen, even if she caught a fish, would find it hard to get away. He landed forcefully on a rock and announced, We're here. Then Tren looked at the clear blue water in front of him and spoke up. This spot is pretty good. Looks like some other players already got here first to set up shop. Huh. Fishing for red carp depends entirely on luck. If your luck is bad, you might have to sit there all day. Beside him, she suddenly started and blurted out, I think we didn't bring a fishing rod. He took out a piece of spirit spider silk and raised an eyebrow, replying, Who uses a rod in a game? This will do. After that, Tren skillfully cast the hook, baited and ready, far out into the water. He handed the spirit spider silk to Lin Jichen and warned her wearily, You have to hold on tight. There's only one strand of this silk. You just take your time fishing, and I'll go take a nap. Next, Tren lay down beside her and opened his fan to shade himself from the sun. She took the baited silk and sat down to fish. If I'd known this quest was so simple, I wouldn't have bothered you to come. I could have done it myself. Tae-Tren heard this and calmly responded, just wait a little, and you won't think that anymore. Right at that moment, the shadow of a fish appeared under the clear blue water. Seeing this, Lin Jichen started and shouted, it's biting, it's biting. Lam Tae-Tren, look. Just then, Lin Jichen's slender hand clamped down tightly on the fish, and right at that moment, countless other creatures appeared underwater. They jumped out of the water with a frenzy. Tae-Tren, behind her, kept his eyes closed and smirked. Little sister, do you know how hard this quest actually is? Don't panic, I'm here. Suddenly, she turned around and threw the fish in her hand straight at him. Lam Tae-Tren, hold this tight for me. Tae-Tren stood there, bewildered, reaching out to catch the fish. And Lin Jichen, after passing off the fish, angrily clenched both her fists. Then, she charged straight toward the ferocious swarm of creatures. With an agile body, she coiled up and launched herself toward a swordfish. Next, Lin Jichen kicked hard, square into its head. Sweat poured constantly down her face. Afterward, Lin Jichen grabbed the nose of the swordfish with one hand and punched its belly hard with the other. She let out a loud shout, simultaneously unleashing all her power, and then Lin Jichen threw the swordfish down. The fish below were hit by it and immediately scattered in panic. All those creatures fell straight back into the water. Lin Jichen, with a massive surge of energy radiating from her body, hovered over the surface. Then, she unleashed moves like Violent Fist, Fire Fist, and Piercing Body Fist. The powerful attacks were sent straight down into the clear blue water. Tae-Tren, standing on the bank, witnessed this scene with his eyes wide open and jaw dropped. After teaching those creatures a lesson, Lin Jichen lightly landed near him. Then, with a playful expression, she reached up to wipe the sweat from her face. These river demons really don't play fair, ganging up on me like that. Good thing my fists are harder than them. He stood behind her, sweating, and silently thought to himself, if I had entered the 8 wildernesses at the same time as Lin Jichen in my past life, perhaps my achievements wouldn't be as high as hers. Can't deny it. Body cultivation really suits her. Huh. Tae-Tren then leaned over and suggested, let's go turn in the quest quickly before those river demons come back and we have to fight again. Get on, I'll take you to the teleportation point. Lin Jichen hesitated a bit and spoke up. Actually, I could go back on my own. He carried her up and reminded her, but how could it be this fast? Let's turn in the quest early and enter the inner hall, lest long delays cause trouble. Suddenly, Lin Jichen extended an invitation. Oh right, I'm going to the gym later. Are you coming? Tae-Tren, with a flushed face, looked back to answer. Let's go, why not? Go ahead and train me however you like. Hearing this, she reached up and brushed her hair. All right, outside the game I'll train you, and inside the game, it's your turn to train me, okay? Hearing these words, he couldn't help but get a nosebleed. Thinking to himself, why does that sound so strange? It's like there's an extra word in there, but you can't exactly cut it out. Back to reality, Tae-Tren was lying still in a modern device, and at the same time, Lin Jichen, wearing tight sportswear, walked up with her arms crossed. She touched his chest lightly and whispered a reminder. Lam Tae-Tren, get out. It's time to go exercise with me. Being touched, he groaned slightly, then Tae-Tren broke into a cold sweat and reached up to take off his blindfold. He sighed wearily and complained, it's only 6 o'clock. Isn't that a bit early? Lin Jichen grabbed Tae-Tren by the neck and dragged him away forcefully. Stop whining. You were the one who asked me to train you. It's too late to regret it now. Let's go running. Tae-Tren struggled as he was dragged away. I'm going. He snuck a glance at Lin Jichen's chest and couldn't help but have blood spray from his nose, his mind excitedly exclaiming, so tight. She noticed his sneaky gaze. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate and slapped him hard enough to send him flying. Where are you looking? You scumbag. On the tree branch, a bluebird chirped away. She was panting, sweat dripping down her face as she ran. Lin Jichen chased after her, gasping for air as he called out, I can't do it anymore. Let me take a break. Hearing this, Renlan stopped and stood with her hands on her hips, laughing. Your stamina is just too weak. Lin Jichen didn't even have the energy to argue. He just slumped over, gasping for breath. Then, drenched in sweat like a waterfall, he collapsed to the ground, huffing. Fine. I'm weak, okay? Just let me rest. Renlan checked her phone and nodded. All right, 5-minute break. Lin Jichen, still breathless, frowned to himself. No wonder it takes months to fully recover his strength. After the game merges with the real world, he really had to start training seriously. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she pointed to the side. Lin Jichen, look at that little girl over there. She is so adorable. In front of Ren Lan was the tiny figure of Tang Tang. Tang Tang was sitting there, dusting off her plush rabbit. Chapter 48. Lin Jichen's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the scene, seeing a woman gently patting Tang Tang's head. Tang Tang was beaming with joy, and seeing this, Lin Jichen blushed, thinking, she really is cute. Suddenly, Lin Jichen was startled, wondering to himself, that woman looks so familiar. Where have I seen her before? At that moment, Ren Lan turned and suggested, let's go. It's time to head home. But when she saw him spaced out, she arched an eyebrow and shouted at him. Then, Ren Lan angrily pressed Lin Jichen's cheek into her chest and yelled, are you serious? I didn't think Lin Jichen was that kind of person. Startled by the sudden outburst, Lin Jichen immediately protested, you crazy woman, what are you doing? Ren Lan clenched her fists, glared, and snapped. I told you to look at the kid, and you're already eyeing her mother. Do you have a thing for married women? Lin Jichen quickly explained, I just thought she looked familiar, let me go. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Yeah, right, my dog's excuses are more believable than yours. Stop it. Next, Ren Lan firmly dragged him away. Let's keep running. He looked disgruntled as he was dragged along. Didn't you say a 5-minute break? It hasn't even been 1 minute yet. She left him behind and started sprinting forward. Stop whining. Finally, the training session came to an end. He returned home, completely exhausted. Thoughts raced through his mind. Hadn't he already said this? It was his first time doing such high-intensity training, and he just couldn't handle it. Even though his real body was too weak, he wasn't like that in the game. Lin Jichen put on his VR gear, silently vowing that he would reclaim all the dignity he lost in reality tenfold within the game. Scene shift. Inside the game, he descended with a surge of flaming power. Lin Jichen frowned and looked ahead. Seeing the vast landscape before him, he muttered seriously, this has to be the right place. Lin Jichen stepped into the cave, thinking to himself that in his past life, there was a segment called Number 1 on the server. This show would interview top-tier players and have them discuss their gaming experience and journey to success. A flaming torch appeared in his hand. Lin Jichen was sweating, scanning the surroundings while cautiously thinking. In his past life, the first sword god, Tran Uyen, said his first lucky break was finding a hidden cave containing 2 skeletons. Looking at the ruins, both must have been top-tier experts. Who knows what kind of grudge led them to kill each other here? In the end, they both died from exhaustion. By the looks of it, one was a sword cultivator, and the other was a Buddhist cultivator. Just then, his foot stepped on a book. He continued his train of thought. Tran Uyen had mentioned finding a secret spirit skill manual near the sword cultivator. Because it conflicted with his own techniques, he left it behind. In Lin Jichen's hand was the sword blade storm. He tucked the book into his shirt and smiled to himself, thinking, no wonder the sword god couldn't help but talk about such a good find. This spirit skill is truly powerful. I'll take it back and study it later. Lin Jichen bowed respectfully. Thank you for the legacy you two have left behind. I am a junior paying my respects. Please rest in peace, seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, both skeletons suddenly exploded. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sweat in surprise. A golden scroll rolled down from above. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate to reach out and grab it. What he was holding was a profound grade spirit skill. This was an item only those in the Foundation establishment stage could learn. After reading the contents, he grinned with excitement. A surprise bonus on top of everything? Suddenly, piercing sounds echoed around him, making Lin Jichen wince in discomfort. Back in reality, he took off his VR headset and shouted angrily, who the hell is knocking? This is so annoying. Ren Lan, who was cooking, also rushed out from the kitchen. Could it be that my parents found out where I am and came to drag me home? Lin Jichen walked over, scratching his head. I don't know. He frowned and looked through the peephole. Let me see. But when he saw that there was nothing outside, Lin Jichen was confused. No one's there. But the forceful knocking continued. Startled, he yelled, is there a ghost or something? At that moment, she came over to ask, what's wrong? Is there no one out there? The loud knocking continued, making them both jump. Lin Jichen grabbed the doorknob, sweating nervously as he wondered, it can't be a ghost, can it? He opened the door, but saw no one. At that same moment, a clear voice called out, grabbing their attention. Big brother. Before them stood the tiny figure of Tang Tang. The little girl looked up at them with a curious expression. Are you Lin Jichen? Lin Jichen sat down and asked happily, what's the matter? Are you looking for me? Tang Tang calmly replied, I came here to inspect my house. He squinted his eyes, questioning with a hint of suspicion. Checking my house? So, you're the owner then? Duo asserted confidently. That's right. Ren Lan happily stepped forward, scratching her head in exclamation. Isn't this the little girl I saw on the street this morning? Oh my god, she's so cute. She's this small and she's already the room owner. You're truly impressive. Duo didn't even pay her any mind, walking calmly into the house. Excuse me, coming through. Then, the little girl scanned the entire house with a sharp gaze. Seeing that everything was neat and tidy, Duo looked extremely satisfied. Next, she clasped her hands behind her back and spoke in a stern voice. Handsome guy. Yay. I'm done checking. You did a great job. The room is super clean. But, I have one more question. Lin Jichen shrugged, signaling her to go ahead. Go for it, kiddo. Tang didn't beat around the bush and asked straight up. Are you two a couple? Why do you share a room? Lin Jichen and Renlan exchanged glances without a word. Then, she wrapped her arm around her friend's shoulder and laughed. Sweetie, we're not a couple. Just roommates and good buddies, that's all. Tang narrowed her eyes, pouted, and warned. In that case, Mr. Lin, you better be careful and protect yourself. Renlan couldn't help but laugh at that, then arched an eyebrow. Little girl, what's that supposed to mean? Do I look like a bad person to you? The kid didn't answer, just slowly backed up behind Lin Jichen. Tang frowned, hesitating. I just feel like Mr. Lin is a total hottie, and hotties get taken advantage of easily. Hearing this, Renlan shrieked in frustration. Hey. Lin Jichen, answer me honestly, did you put this kid up to this? Are you trying to get back at me for the morning workout? He broke into a cold sweat and retorted. What kind of petty person do you think I am? She fumed, raising her voice even more. Who knows? If this kid doesn't know you, why is she sticking to you like glue? I've been so sweet to her, yet she's terrified of me. Where's the logic in that? Humph. Lin Jichen smirked triumphantly. I don't know about that, but children are very good judges of character. Maybe it's because you're always so grumpy. Suddenly, a sound came from the kitchen, making Renlan panic. Oh no, crap. She rushed to turn off the stove, worriedly muttering, It's ruined. It's totally ruined. At the same time, Tang's eyes locked onto the steaming food on the table. She crept closer to the table, staring intensely at it. Renlan noticed this, pointed at Lin Jichen behind her, and asked, Little girl, have you eaten yet? If you want to eat, tell me the truth. Did that wicked brother over there ask you to come and annoy me? Tang turned her head and replied honestly, I didn't come here on my own. That statement caught Renlan off guard. Sighing in defeat, Renlan rubbed her head. Fine, whatever, you win. Are you hungry? Why don't you stay and eat with me? Even though she really wanted to, the kid firmly refused. No thank you, she said. Her aunt told her not to just eat food from strangers. At that moment, he sat down in front of Tang and suggested cheerfully, Wait a second, little one, it's getting so late. Your aunt probably already ate. How about you stay and have dinner with your big brother here? I'll take you home after we're done. What you say? The little girl blushed, embarrassed, and answered, Shu Shenkyu, handsome guy. Seeing her reaction, Renlan lost it and yelled, already learning how to be biased at such a young age. Lin Jichen then led Tang to a chair. It's all right. Kids don't know any better. Let's eat. I have to head back to the sect after this. At that moment, Feiyan's elegant figure flashed through his mind. He smiled to himself, thinking, It's been way too long since I've been back to the sect. I'm definitely going to get scolded by my master. I wonder if she's finished with her seclusion yet. While Lin Jichen checked his phone, Renlan enthusiastically piled food onto Tang's plate. Here, eat up. Slow down. Be careful not to choke. A message popped up. Luo Shi announced that the Moon Shadow Guild had cleared all modes of the Corpse King Valley, and now only Hell mode remained. Luo Shi wanted him to come and lead them. He replied that he'd be in touch once he was online. Lin Jichen put his phone away and asked, By the way, little one, do you live far away, or are you in this same building? How come I've never seen you before? Tang, with a beet-red face, chewed her food and replied, My aunt and I just moved here. My aunt is really pretty, and she sings beautifully, too. He blushed slightly, thinking to himself, Could the person I saw this morning have been her aunt? But why does she look so familiar? Like I've met her somewhere before. Suddenly, Lin Jichen bolted upright, startling both Renlan and the girl. I remember now. He broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide, thinking, No way, right? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from outside the door. Is anyone home? Tang, are you inside? Hearing the familiar voice, Tang called out, Handsome guy, it's my aunt. Lin Jichen's face turned beet red. He rubbed his nose and stammered, Wait, her aunt is here? The door opened. The woman stood there, slightly out of breath. Hello. I'm Tang's aunt. I'm here to pick her up. Seeing how beautiful she was, he instantly froze. Lin Jichen felt a spark of excitement, confirming to himself, It really is Tan Liu Hazio Wei. Right then, Tang ran out from inside. Auntie, She saw the girl and happily placed a hand on her shoulder. Tang Tang, why are you eating in a stranger's house? Lin Jichen looked at those sharp, refined features and whispered in surprise, Tan Liu has you away. The future queen of music is standing right in front of me. Even though she's unknown and unpopular right now, once she integrates into the game world, her fame will rival that of any top-tier superstar. And the folk-style songs she writes will be massive hits. He reached out his hand to greet her. Excuse me, are you Tan Liu Haziawei? Lin Jichen said with an expression of pure admiration as he reached toward her. Isn't your first song The Old Desk? I love it. I'm a huge fan. Tan Liu Haziawei looked a bit surprised. How did you know that? Renlan frowned, wondering to herself, since when did Lin Jichen start paying attention to unknown singers? Meanwhile, he began humming the song like a die-hard fan, the notes dancing on the blackboard. The dividing line on the oak desk connects to the past. Countless smiling faces in the notebook, those warm memories. Tan Liu Haziawei happily hummed along. Today is a little longer, with you by my side, silently holding hands. Watching them from the side, Renlan clapped enthusiastically. That was really beautiful. Miss Tan, you have such a lovely voice. Tan Liu Haziawei said, looking a bit shy. Thank you for liking my song. I actually thought nobody noticed it, and nobody liked it. To be honest, during this whole time, I've been struggling with whether or not to keep singing. Lin Jichen pointed at himself and firmly asserted, your songs are truly amazing. I'm just one of the thousands of people who listen to your music. I believe that in the future, many more people will love your songs. Then, he blushed and encouraged her. So, please keep going. Seeing his handsome, sincere face, she was momentarily stunned. Then, Tan Liu Haziawei bowed quickly. Thank you for your encouragement. I'll keep trying my best. Renlan jumped in, smiling. I'm a person who always speaks the truth, and honestly, your song is fantastic. Oh, one more thing. My name is Renlan. Let's be friends from now on, shall we? She happily replied. Of course, it would be my honor to be friends with all of you. Suddenly, a tiny hand shot up, and Tang Tang declared loudly, don't forget me. Next, Tang Tang looked up and introduced herself. My name is Tang Tang, but everyone just calls me Tang Tang. Renlan sat down, tilted her head, and exclaimed, oh, so you're Tang Tang? Who gave you that name? It sounds so sweet and adorable. The little girl blushed. My mom gave it to me. She immediately exclaimed, your mom is great at naming things. Is she moving here, too? Tang Tang's voice dropped. She passed away, so she couldn't move here. Startled, she quickly explained, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I just meant that your name is really lovely. Lin Jichen then sat down and gently patted the little girl's head to comfort her. My mom is gone, too, and my dad is also gone. You're actually luckier than me. At least you still have someone to look after you. Tang Tang suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Then she said firmly, it's okay. I can look after you from now on. Lin Jichen stroked her hair and comforted her gently. So, let's be best friends from now on. All right. Tang Tang smiled happily and nodded. Just then, Renlan chimed in. Stop standing by the door. Come on in and eat. He turned around and walked inside, smiling as he said, there's still some business in the wilderness that I need to check on. Everyone go ahead and eat, don't wait for me. With that, Lin Jichen logged into the game world. He frowned at the scene before him and muttered to himself, this is the place. The Wangu Valley secret realm. The air around him reeked of death. The people there all turned their heads the moment they saw Lin Jichen. Seeing who had arrived, they closed in on him and started making offers. Buddy, I heard you're still a freelancer. Interested in joining our Rome the Four Seas Guild? Brother Lin Jichen, come join our Mad War Guild, and I'll make you the Vice Guild leader. Your skills are amazing, brother. I'm truly impressed. How about joining my Miss Pavilion? I'll give you 50,000 in monthly salary, plus bonuses. What do you think? Lin Jichen politely declined without beating around the bush. I appreciate all your kind offers, guys, but I'm used to being alone, so I'm not planning on joining any organizations. Thank you, though. He thought to himself that it was better not to offend them if he could avoid the trouble. Living a low profile and making money quietly was the smart way to go in this life. Suddenly, a man with an aggressive air appeared before him. A loud shout followed. Lin Jichen. Luo Bei glared at him with an angry expression. It's about time we settled our old scores, isn't it? At the same time, Wei and Lin rushed over to guild leader Jiang Luoyu, pointing at the crowd and shouting, Master Lin Jichen is there. Hearing this, she looked serious. Let's go over there. Then, Jiang Luoyu angrily questioned, what do you people from the Blood Slaughter Guild think you're doing? One of them laughed casually when he saw Jiang Luoyu. Isn't this guild leader Jiang Luoyu? Don't be so hot-headed. My boss just wants to have a word with Lin Jichen, nothing to worry about. She didn't pay any heed to those words and pushed him away furiously. Get lost. Seeing that, he shouted aggressively, "Who do you think you are? Do you think we, the Blood Slaughter Guild, are afraid of you?" Zhang Luoyu frowned and turned back. "What? You want to fight?" The man couldn't help but feel intimidated by her expression and started stuttering. Meanwhile, Luo Bei pointed and laughed. "Lin Jichen, look at you. The entire Moon Shadow Guild showed up for you. How much of a kept man are you, really?" Laughter echoed through the area. Lin Jichen was so furious that a powerful, threatening energy emanated from his body. Luo Bei shrugged with a casual look. "I won't waste words with you. That incident at Kanglan Wing Valley. You owe me an explanation." Lin Jichen asked impatiently. "What kind of explanation do you want?" The guy leaned in close to his face and poked him in the chest. "You killed many of my men and snatched our loot. Don't you think you should pay some compensation?" Lin Jichen lowered his head and smirked. "Reasonable. So, what kind of compensation do you want?" Luo Bei shamelessly demanded without showing any respect. "I won't make it too hard on you. 10,000 spirit stones and 3 pieces of gear. I heard you have a pet too, just hand that over as well, and we'll call it even. How about that?" After hearing the other party's conditions, he tilted his head and muttered, "Like this, huh?" The guy assumed Lin Jichen was terrified and gloated to himself. A newbie who hasn't seen the world, and he's already scared just because he brought a few people with him? Luo Bei pointed at himself triumphantly. "I know the Moon Shadow Guild can help you, but my Blood Slaughter Guild is many times stronger than her guild. Do you think they'll fight to the death with us just for you? Even if they tried, would they even win? I suggest you pay up like a good boy. I promise I won't give you any more trouble, and I might even invite you to join us." But before Luo Bei could finish his sentence, he was hit with a strike that left him no chance to say another word. The men behind him were stunned and stepped back in horror. "The guild leader is dead." Lin Jichen held his sword, eyes glaring, and spoke up. "Tell your guild leader for me. Ask him how he wants to die, so I can order a coffin for him tomorrow." They were so intimidated by his appearance that they fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. After being sent back to the respawn point, Luo Bei woke up in the real world in a panic. At the same time, the system asked if he wanted to respawn. His body trembling, he cursed in frustration. Damn it, he actually dared to do that. Then Luo Bei went berserk and screamed, "Kill that brat for me. His name is Red. Break all his equipment, damn him." The guild members, seeing Lin Jichen take down their leader, couldn't hide their rage. "You dare touch our guild leader? Kill him." The boss said, "Break all his gear." Zhang Luoyu saw this and grabbed her weapon, ready to fight. "Everyone, go help Master Lin Jichen kill them." Countless ultimate skills were unleashed by both sides. Ice Freeze, Earth Bind, Gravity Art. At that moment, he used his Illusion Step ability to dive into the chaos. Lin Jichen gripped his weapon tightly and shouted a challenge. "Come on, let's have a glorious fight." He frowned angrily and declared, "I, Lin Jichen, don't provoke anyone, but I'm definitely not afraid of anyone either." A sharp blade swung down. Moonbone slash. Everyone who saw the power of the attack scrambled to flee. But before they could get far, Lin Jichen had already sent them all to the respawn point. A long slash appeared on the ground, as if something carrying immense energy had just swept past. With a surge of power radiating throughout his body, he landed on the ground after his strike. The men behind him looked at the pile of high-quality items dropped on the ground, their eyes filled with greed. Can you believe what happened to the Bloodshade Guild? They were all carrying top-tier treasures. Since they're all dead, that means we could. Lin Jichen realized what they were planning, shot them a cold glare, and turned around. When they saw the murderous look in his eyes, they scrambled back. Forget it. Forget it. I was just joking. You don't want to mess with him. It's not worth it." Meanwhile, Zhang Luoyu stepped forward. "Master Lin Jichen, the Bloodshade Guild members are completely wiped out." Lin Jichen turned to the group and said softly, "You all should split this gear among yourselves." She blushed and nodded. "Okay, thank you so much." Lin Jichen then flashed a slight, playful smirk. "I should be the one thanking you. Without your help, I couldn't have taken down the whole Bloodshade group by myself. We've got enough gear for now, so follow me to a secret spot." Zhang Luoyu, curious, raised an eyebrow. "Where to?" "Army going through the King's Valley Pass." Lin Jichen squinted, keeping his tone calm. "Obviously, I'm taking you to cleanse your red names. If you head into the dungeon while you're still marked as PKers, and you die in there, you'll lose a ton of cultivation and equipment. Plus, if Li Fuangvan comes back to ambush us, that would be a disaster." She gasped in surprise. "There's actually a way to get rid of red names that fast?" Lin Jichen replied nonchalantly. "Of course there is." He led them through a forest filled with pink leaf trees. Finally, Lin Jichen stopped and announced, "We're here." Before them lay a vast lake with water as clear as jade, They were stunned and shouted, "Master Lin Jichen, what is this place?" Lin Jichen replied coolly, "This is where you can wash away your bloodlust. Everyone, hurry up and get in for a soak." The four of them looked at each other, hesitant. Meanwhile, Lin Jichen crossed his arms and let his mind wander, imagining a paradise-like scene as the girls began to splash around in the water, laughing and playing. "You're so annoying," Jiang Luoyu muttered, looking skeptical. "Master Lin Jichen, you really mean we can wash off our red names? I've never heard of such a thing." Lin Jichen's voice dropped, turning serious. "You can't just use normal water to wash it off. There's a massive demonic magic stone deep under this lake, and the water has been infused by the stone's power, allowing it to cleanse bloodlust and erase your infamous status." He paused, looking suddenly flustered. "It's just that." She tilted her head in confusion. "Just what?" Lin Jichen suddenly felt his face burning with embarrassment. "It's nothing, really. It's just that you have to take off your outer gear before soaking. You have to keep on the base layer that the system mandates, though." Jiang Luoyu's eyes went wide, and she was speechless. Lin Jichen cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Maybe I should go first? You girls can hop in once I'm done." A mischievous smirk played on Lin Jichen's lips. Suddenly, the water in front of him erupted as he dove in, sending sprays flying into the air. The space went quiet for a moment. Water droplets trickled down his hair and across his toned, muscular frame. The girls stood there with their mouths agape, their faces flushing red with excitement. Lin Jichen struck a proud pose and declared, "Look at this. My bloodlust has already faded quite a bit. I wasn't lying to you all, right?" She spoke up hesitantly, looking shy. Master Lin Jichen, how much longer are you going to be in there?" His eyes flickered with mixed emotions. "About 4 hours or so." Jiang Luoyu's face darkened immediately. 4 hours just to wash up? They all sighed, feeling helpless. "I promised to go out with my boyfriend tonight, and he's picking me up in an hour. President, I have a class tonight, and I have to pick up the kids. I have a hospital checkup tonight, and I'm even scheduled for surgery." She stepped forward with resolve. "Well, how about we all go together?" Laughter and excited chatter erupted. "Master Lin Jichen, we have a favor to ask. Let us all join you so we can save some time." Jiang Luoyu's expression shifted, looking conflicted. Lin Jichen froze, his eyes complex. "Master Lin Jichen, I'm coming in too." He felt a chill run down his spine. No, wait." The water erupted again, and Lin Jichen turned pale as a sheet. Master Lin Jichen, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice filled with panic. "Are you okay?" As they surrounded him, he stammered, I'm fine, really, I'm fine." His clearly defined muscles glistened, radiating a powerful and charming aura. "Master Lin Jichen, I had no idea you were so fit. Could we touch and see if it's real?" Lin Jichen immediately jumped up. "Wait, that's not a good idea." His gaze wavered, his skin glistening with water under the light. Lin Jichen's expression remained a mix of complex emotions. "I didn't really notice when you were wearing all that gear, but I never realized Lady Jiang Luoyu had such a beautiful figure." He stopped mid-sentence as she leaned in close. "Lady Jiang Luoyu, you." Jiang Luoyu whispered, looking alluring. "That's right, Master Lin Jichen. I actually have something to tell you." Lin Jichen's eyes flickered. "Go ahead." Her voice grew low and guarded. "Actually, there are people investigating your identity, your background, and your address. You need to be careful." He hesitated. "And? Do you know who it is?" Jiang Luoyu sounded skeptical. "No, but they definitely have strong connections. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed to find any leads." Wei and Lin paused, startled. "President, when did she and Master Lin Jichen get so close?" She giggled excitedly. "What's so weird about that? I could tell from the very beginning." Lin Jichen looked proud and declared firmly, Chu Shenkyu, Lady Jiang Luoyu. Now, everyone, enjoy the divine energy of the lake. You really must soak for the full 4 hours." Laughter and splashing filled the middle of the lake. "President, get over here. You're so annoying." He relaxed into the water. In the game, he could afford to be ruthless, because he had the mentor Leng Feiyan to rely on. But in reality, he was just an ordinary nobody. If a powerful figure really targeted him, he'd be lucky just to survive. Memories flashed through his mind like a movie. In his past life, an average player named Ha Min had accidentally stumbled upon a top-tier celestial treasure. Relying on that item, his power skyrocketed, and he became a legend. Lin Jichen fell into deep thought. The end result was him opening a studio. It was like falling into an endless abyss. After his data was wiped, they stole his treasure and silenced him. He had to be extremely careful this time. "I absolutely cannot let this go off the rails." Lin Jichen's eyes turned determined and resolute. "Because I, Lin Jichen, am someone who has already died once. I absolutely cannot let things go off the rails this time. Lin Jichen's eyes turned determined, his expression almost frantic, because he, Lin Jichen, had already died once before. The expression on Lin Jichen Dan Sen's face was complex. Chu Shenk, goodness, Jiang Luo Yu warned him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even realized he was being watched. People often say the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. Even though he didn't need to pay much mind to these petty people, it was still necessary to take some basic precautions. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a smirk of amusement. Luckily, property prices were low right now, and the money he'd earned from the game was enough to buy a place. Later, he'd install cameras in the new house and buy a car to park in the basement of the complex as a cover. Those calculating eyes were watching the building intently. That way, if anyone tried to dig up information on him, they'd only find his new apartment. By then, his current living situation would be safe. The scene shifts to the Kim Palace, outside the bedchamber of Lang Feiyan. Lin Jichen stopped in front of the palace gates and bowed respectfully. "Master, are you in? Your disciple has something to discuss with you." His gaze was filled with complex emotions. According to his calculations, his master should have finished her seclusion by now. A lazy, yet enchanting voice drifted from inside. "Good disciple, come on in." The corner of Lin Jichen's mouth quirked up, looking excited. "Yes, master." The pale purple robes clinging to Lang Feiyan's soft figure created a truly seductive sight. The moment he saw the scene before him, he involuntarily froze. He hadn't realized that after increasing her affinity, he'd be able to see such a provocative sight. Her eyes were indifferent, yet deep as a nighttime lake. "Good disciple, why have you come to see me?" Lin Jichen grew flustered and stammered in response. "Well, it's just that. The disciple will keep it brief, but it's a long story." His mind descended into chaos, impossible to control, especially in a situation like this. Lin Jichen immediately covered his eyes with a suspicious look. Is this a cat, a snake, or what? The specific situation still had to be assessed. Lang Feiyan's mouth slowly curled into an amused smile. She laughed excitedly and teased. "What cat, snake? Are you playing a word game with me?" He immediately clasped his hands respectfully and reported, "Master, your disciple is opening a pharmacy in the city, but we are currently short on medicinal ingredients. I wanted to see if our sect could collaborate with me. I'll handle the sales, and we can split the profits based on a certain ratio. Would that be possible?" Lang Feiyan asked, voice full of doubt. "Why would you want to open a shop in the city? Has what I given you not been enough?" Lin Jichen quickly denied it. "Of course not, master. It's just that I wanted to earn some extra spiritual stones in my spare time." His expression was a mix of complex emotions. "That way, I could buy beautiful jewelry for you, and we could also contribute more to the sect. If you need the spiritual stones I earn, master, I'm willing to offer them all to you." A meaningful smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Why would I want the spiritual stones you worked so hard for?" Lin Jichen paused briefly, then firmly denied it. "It's not hard work at all. What's mine is yours, master, and what's yours is still yours." Lang Feiyan maintained her casual demeanor and spoke gently. "Fine, I'll agree to this little request. Tomorrow, go talk to Tian King and Thian Coat the Ba about it." He let out a sigh of relief. "Sure enough, it's good to have a big tree to shade you. Having a backer really is nice." She paused when she saw Lin Jichen kneel. "What is it now?" He immediately adopted a flattering, clever tone. "Many thanks, master. How have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you in a while. Have you been eating well and sleeping soundly?" Lang Feiyan sighed with a helpless expression. "I haven't been doing so well these past few days." Lin Jichen's eyes widened in frustration. "Why is that? Who dared to bully you? Let me go vent your anger for you." She remained calm and spoke softly. "My cultivation has been stagnant at the peak of the Ascension Realm for too long. There's still no sign of a breakthrough. And here at Sword Palace Mountain, there's no one for me to talk to." Lang Feiyan sighed gently and added mockingly, "So, I just felt like going into seclusion." He paused, eyes full of skepticism. "What? Seclusion again? If master goes into seclusion, it could last a few days or even a few years. If I get into trouble while she's away, who am I supposed to lean on?" Lin Jichen spoke up decisively, looking excited. "For a powerhouse at your level, master, being stuck in your cultivation means going into seclusion might not even be effective. This disciple suggests you try a different method. You might find a new realization." She asked calmly, "What kind of method?" "Let me hear it." The corner of his mouth quirked up. "How long has it been since you've walked among the mortals, master?" Lang Feiyan looked skeptical. "The mortal world? It's been a few hundred years, I think." Lin Jichen stood up abruptly, eyes filled with determination. "That's exactly it. Perhaps staying in the sword sect for too long is the problem." His expression was complex. He said, "As the saying goes, if one cannot save oneself, how can one save others? Your Taoist heart is missing something. It's hard to explain. You need to experience the mortal realm. Lin Jichen's voice dropped, sounding serious. Calling oneself heavenly when you're just like a single green lamp in the dark. He clenched his fist and declared clearly, but if 10,000 homes light their lanterns, it will create the true energy of seeking immortality. She froze, standing rooted to the spot. The corner of Lin Jichen's mouth slowly curled into a meaningful smile. The Taoist heart of the mortal world might help you, Master, he announced firmly. Master, my fairy, you should descend to the mortal world. Lang Feiyan asked, sounding suspicious. Descend to the mortal world? Lin Jichen's eyes twinkled with mischief. Master, let me accompany you down. Let's go down the mountain together. For a date. She spoke shyly, her gaze wavering. A date? A system notification sounded. Affinity increased by 5. Lang Feiyan immediately responded, looking excited. Then when do we set off? Where are we going? Her eyes wavered again, and she hesitated, looking flustered. I mean, for the sake of attaining the Taoist heart, of course. The corner of Lin Jichen's mouth quirked up with amusement. I've heard that in the north of the Motian continent, there is an ice city called Eternal Winter City. It's near the northern region where snow falls all year round. The lanterns create such a romantic atmosphere, the scenery is breathtaking, and there are so many ice sculptures and snowmen carved there. At night, everyone even releases calming lanterns. She paused, her expression complex. The sky filled with brilliant lanterns, it looks incredibly beautiful. He continued to introduce it with great enthusiasm. Not only that, the hot springs in Eternal Winter City have been quite famous lately. Soaking in hot springs, drinking fine wine, and enjoying the snowy scenery are wonderful ways for you to wash away your fatigue, Master. Lang Feiyan spoke decisively in a gentle tone. Then let's go to Eternal Winter City. When are we leaving? Lin Jichen's face changed, looking a bit embarrassed. Can you wait until I finish organizing the shop before we head out? Please? The corner of her mouth slowly curled up. Fine. Get it done quickly, and then come to the sect to find me immediately. Do you understand? He immediately clasped his hands respectfully. This disciple understands. I will return as quickly as I left. With that, Lang Feiyan turned and departed. Master will go find the 2 patriarchs, Tianqing and Tiankui, to discuss what you just mentioned. Jichen immediately reported, Shu Shenkyu, Master. He fell into a brief silence. If this succeeded, leaping up in social status would no longer be just a dream. Jichen intently watched the system interface transition to the first floor, the equipment shop. Rows of weapons were displayed beautifully. Since the first floor will specialize in gear, let's call it the wholesome equipment shop. The scene immediately became lavish. The second floor is where auctions will be held, so let's call it the honest auction house. His expression was a mix of complex emotions. As for the third floor, let's call it the medicine god's sanctuary. From now on, it will only sell vitality-boosting elixirs. Jichen's eyes snapped open as a voice echoed. Young master, come in, come over and play. She sighed softly, looking excited. Looking up here, our ladies have been singing for this day. A subtle, knowing smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Finally, after arranging for several beautiful ladies, the system announced that staff recruitment had multiplied by 20. In front of the lobby, several women dressed in alluring outfits waited to welcome guests. Welcome, honored guest. How may we help you today? He became completely lost in the beauty. I want something big. Jichen chuckled, noting that using beauties for marketing worked everywhere. Everyone paused when the system broadcasted, Anonymous Player. I am at the heart of Fenghui City, operating the Great Medicine Hall, the Wholesome Equipment Shop, and the Honest Auction House. Opening today, we will hold the server's first auction in 3 days. The special final auction item will be a profound grade weapon. All players are invited to attend. The crowd began buzzing with astonishment. Someone actually opened 3 shops at once? What kind of ability is that? Damn, and it's even inside the ladies' city, no way. That's impossible. Everyone excitedly rushed off. Heading to Fenghui City, huh? He slowly stood up, stretched, and sighed. Finally, everything was set up. Jichen felt his whole body heating up, still immersed in the beauty. Next, it's time to go soak in the hot springs with my beautiful master. Lu suddenly appeared and reminded him. Aislinn, are you free right now? What about our plans to gather at Corpse King Valley? He froze in confusion. He had almost forgotten he promised to help the Moon Shadow Guild clear the dungeon. Jichen felt a chill down his spine. If he went to Corpse King Valley, how was he going to explain it to his master? His expression was conflicted. But if he didn't go to Corpse King Valley, what was he going to tell the Moon Shadow Guild? Jichen's eyes dimmed, and he hesitated. This was a bit of a predicament. Jichen fell into deep, calculating thought and replied, All right, meet me at Corpse King Valley. His expression turned arrogant as he mused, I had an appointment with guild leader Jiang first. Plus, I have experience with Corpse King Valley anyway. A cryptic smile played on Jichen's lips. Clear the valley, then go find Master that way. I can enjoy our date together even more. Just then, the barrier gate suddenly shook, causing the crowd to erupt in agitation. Everyone spoke up in unison, looking thrilled. Look over there. Lin is here. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere solemn. It's really him. Amazing, we've got this in the bag. Luo Yu hurried over, her eyes overflowing with excitement. Lin, you're here. She spoke in a gentle, respectful tone. Lin, thank you for agreeing to lead us through this secret realm again. Whatever the conditions, just name them, and our Moon Shadow Guild will definitely fulfill them. Jichen declared clearly, the conditions are the same. Listen to my commands. The sword cultivation gear is mine and don't ask about the rest. Hearing this, Luo Yu smiled happily, unable to hide her excitement. No problem. In that case, I hand the captaincy over to you. You have full command over the troops. His eyes were complex as the system announced the transfer of leadership. Jichen's face darkened as he remarked, there are way too many spirit cultivators in the team and too few healers. We need at least 100 healers. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless hands shot up from the crowd. Me. I'm a healer. Me. I'm a healer too. His mouth curled into an amused smirk. All right, any healers who have learned the purification skill, raise your hands. A girl named Jing Hua stepped forward, looking proud. Me. My purification is about to reach the next level. Many others chimed in. Me. I learned it too. He nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, and declared, excellent, great spirit. Now, healers with over 8,000 HP shouldn't be hard to find, right? A girl with a toned physique immediately crossed her arms confidently. That goes without saying. Jichen's voice immediately dropped, carrying a pressure that was hard to argue with. Divide yourselves into groups, each group consisting of one healer and one tank. These two will stand in the very front row. Su Wanling immediately spoke up with skepticism. Lin, you want the healers to stand in the front row? In any combat team, shouldn't the healers stand in the back to protect themselves? He remained calm and slowly explained. Corpse King Valley is different from regular dungeons. These tanks with high health need to stand in front to block maximum damage and provide crowd control. Furthermore, purification is crucial, but the range for it is too short. If they stand in the back, they can't protect the others, so they have to stand in front. Her eyes dropped in anxiety. In that case, can the healers even survive? Jichen's expression turned utterly confident. That is exactly why I've assigned a healer to each team and specifically placed them in the front. As long as the tanks can hold the line, the healers in the front won't take much damage, and they will be healed by other healers as well. That is enough. Hearing this, Wanling's eyes lit up as if she suddenly understood. That's right, why didn't I think of that? But shortly after, she froze, her expression becoming complex. Wanling looked away, feeling flustered. You keep leading, I won't interrupt anymore. He simply walked forward coldly and declared loudly, remember, once the corpse tide hits, you must not lose your cool. The front line, even if you die, must hold your position. There is no retreating allowed. Everyone's eyes burned with fierce determination. Before you're struck down, your mission is to exhaust every single one of your skills. Taichen's voice dropped, sounding imposing. And those in the back, keep filling the gaps. Absolutely do not let a single zombie break through. Luo Yu Danson's expression was complex. That's it. Everyone who joins must strictly follow the rules. He spoke with firm resolve. Do you understand? The crowd immediately shouted with great spirit. Understood. We understand. Lin Jichen's lips curled into a smirk, brimming with excitement. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This feeling. It's amazing. This is exactly what a man's peak feels like. With that, he led the way toward the barrier with an air of pure arrogance. So, shall we get started? The crowd followed closely behind, their determination burning bright. Lin Jichen gripped his sword tightly, lost in thought for a moment. According to legend, a grand elder of the Yin Corpse sect had a wife who had an affair with the sect leader of a smaller sect, pinning a green hat cuckolding on him. Once the grand elder found out, he was absolutely furious. He ended up refining the entire minor sect from the sect leader down to every last disciple into zombies. He then locked them away here, in this corpse-nourishing valley, leaving them unable to ever reincarnate. He shouted clearly and authoritatively, steadying the formation. Suddenly, rows of zombies erupted from the ground, their chilling roars echoing through the space, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Lin Jichen immediately barked orders, his voice thundering across the battlefield. First squad, charge. Melee fighters, deal the damage. Mages, back them up with extra hits. Everyone rushed forward, eyes full of resolve. Watch it. No skills yet, just basic attacks. As they clashed with the first wave, the scene descended into total chaos. A piercing scream rang out across the field. Don't let them through. Without hesitation, Oyen Lin brought her Meng Qing sword down hard, eyes wide as she gasped for breath. Lin Jichen quickly raised his hand to signal. The second wave is coming. Mage squad, prepare, falling rock rain. All the mages struck their staves against the ground in unison, chanting incantations before raising them high together. Massive boulders materialized in the pitch-black sky. They crashed down with a roar, crushing the monsters below. The girls in the center cheered with joy. Looks like we've won this round. Lin Jichen cut them off with a stern voice. Don't celebrate too soon. Fire element mages, get ready. Archers, take your positions and draw your bows. He continued, fire, loose. A volley of flaming arrows whistled through the air, igniting everything. A sea of fire spread rapidly, engulfing the monsters. The captain kept the orders coming. Keep it up. The monsters, scorched and battered, collapsed to the ground, wailing, though a few still tried to crawl back up. Jiang Luoyu watched in panic, noticing more waves coming. But he just sat there, calm and collected, reassuring them. Don't panic. Everyone, stay in your positions and do exactly as I ordered. Just burn through your skills. Everyone, heads up. This next wave includes casters, so the front line needs to brace for impact. It's time to test our healers. Healers, heal up. The girls responded in unison. Understood. Beams of light quickly enveloped everyone. Yuyan Lin muttered happily, stamina's back to full. Suddenly, the monsters reared back and spat out a ghastly green liquid. Lin Jichen stood up abruptly, warning. It's a poison attack. Purify. The girls in the team quickly clasped their hands, chanting as they deployed a purification shield. A solid barrier instantly erected itself, covering the entire formation. All the poison vanished the moment it touched the shield. A notification popped up. Region progress for Protector King Valley has reached 90%. Yuyan Lin swung her sword down decisively, wiped the sweat from her brow, and sighed. That must have been the last one. Lin Jichen turned around, commanding, check for casualties. Everyone, take 2 minutes to recover. A moment later, Yuyan Lin reported back cheerfully. Casualty rate is under 2%. The whole team erupted in excitement. We're so good. Are we about to clear the level? Jiang Luoyu ran over from a distance, calling out, Master Lin Jichen, you truly are a brilliant commander and leader. I feel like you could easily start your own guild. Lin Jichen stared at her in silence, his face darkening. His voice went cold. A guild? I have no intention of starting a guild. Being free and on my own is just fine. Memories flickered through Lin Jichen's mind, not so pleasant ones. I started a guild years ago, but because my head was completely filled with romance, I gave full control to Quach Kiat and my good brother Hua too. Turns out, they both betrayed me. Seeing his expression, Jiang Luoyu looked a bit flustered. I misspoke. Master Lin Jichen, my apologies. Did I say something wrong? He shook his head slightly, explaining, it's got nothing to do with you. Just some bad memories coming back. Don't take it to heart. She offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Mountains and seas meet again in time. The wind and clouds will eventually converge. Whatever weighs on your heart will eventually be resolved. Everything will be all right. Master Lin Jichen, I believe you'll achieve your ideals. Lin Jichen let out a confident laugh at that. I'm sure I will. Seeing that smile, Jiang Luoyu froze, her cheeks flushing red. He turned away and added, all right, time to get ready for the boss. The final wave. Lin Jichen stared ahead, whispering to himself. Everything before this wasn't even worth mentioning. This last one is the hardest gate in the secret realm. The ground suddenly shook violently as strange, massive tentacles began to crawl out of the earth. A giant monster emerged and roared savagely. Its stats immediately appeared. Corpse King Hanbat, boss level, strength, early crystal stage. Skills, indestructible body, sonic shredder, thunderclap, 1,000-year poison breath. Lin Jichen quickly lunged forward and barked. 10 more zombies coming. Late-stage corpse soldiers. Help me hold them off while I deal with this old guy. No sooner had he finished speaking than he gripped his sword and charged straight at Hanbat. Lin Jichen's eyes turned sharp, his voice icy. Taste my blade. Hanbat immediately raised its massive arm to counter. As that terrifying blow came crashing down, he immediately activated ghost steps to dodge to the left, the ground beneath shattering into a giant handprint. Lin Jichen narrowed his eyes. That was close. He raised his sword again. Phoenix Dance. 20 sword strike. A barrage of brilliant, lethal light beams erupted, flying straight at Hanbat. The moment they hit, the boss's HP bar plummeted. Hanbat roared in madness. Lin Jichen seized the opportunity and flashed right in front of it. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he brought the blade down hard. Critical hit. Minus 2,460. The creature collapsed and slowly dissolved. Jiang Luoyu ran over, ecstatic. Master Lin Jichen. We took care of all the minions. He turned around, smiling. I'm done on this end, too. Just then, the system notification flashed. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Hell-level Corpse King Valley. Jiang Luoyu cheered. We cleared it. The others swarmed around Lin Jichen. Master Lin Jichen, I love you. Master Lin Jichen, you're the best. God tier. From now on, you're my eternal idol. Hero, want to go on a date? I'm single. Send me your location. I'll come find you. Send your coordinates. As soon as I log out, I'm booking a flight. He leaned back, surrounded by that soft fruit garden, laughing in pure satisfaction. Haha, you're all being too formal. A few days later, at the Sword Palace gates, Tai Chen stepped forward and spoke softly. Master, your disciple has returned. He looked up, feeling uneasy as he thought to himself. Coming back this late, I wonder if Master will scold me. Lang Feiyan spoke slowly from inside. Come in. So, you finally remembered to return. Why does your master feel like you're so attached to the mortal world? You seem to care more about it than the sect 100 times over. Tai Chen immediately clasped his hands and bowed to explain. Master, you've misunderstood. This disciple is absolutely not attached to the mortal world. Aside from running the shop to earn some money to buy gifts for you later, all my time is spent putting my heart into cultivation. She asked coldly, Is that true? He hurriedly added, Of course. I always keep your teachings in mind, training day and night, never daring to slack off. Oh, by the way, Master, when are we leaving for Yongdong City? Lang Feiyan rose from her chair and walked down gracefully. No rush. Before we leave, I will help you raise your strength a little. Follow me. Tai Chen pointed at himself, confirming, Help me increase my strength. His face flushed with excitement. Things are moving way too fast. Under the windy night sky, the two stood facing each other in the quiet training courtyard. Tai Chen's mind started having some inappropriate thoughts. Could it be that Master intends to do that right here? A thin tree branch suddenly appeared in Lang Feiyan's hand. Seeing that, Tai Chen immediately blushed again, his mind wandering off. Master even has props? Is she really going to play it like that? She looked at his strange expression and wondered, Disciple, what are you thinking about? He cleared his throat to regain his composure. Nothing. Lang Feiyan pointed the branch at him and ordered, Draw your sword and attack me with everything you've got. Hearing that, Tai Chen hurriedly shook his head. How could I do that? How could a disciple commit such an act of treason against their master? She narrowed her eyes, a question forming in her mind. Why does that sound so wrong? Lang Feiyan sighed and corrected herself. How about this? If you can touch the hem of my robe, you win, and I'll reward you with 2 gifts. But even if you lose, you'll still get 1 gift. His face turned red again. There are gifts? Just then, a system quest board suddenly appeared before his eyes, initiating opportunity trial. Accept challenge from Lang Feiyan, decline or accept. Tai Chen shrugged and asked, Then that's acceptable. So, any method is allowed. His heart was restless. The gifts his master gave were all extraordinary items. Lang Feiyan nodded. Of course, regardless of what tricks you use, as long as you touch the edge of my robe, you win. Furthermore, you can use any skills you want, while I will only use foundation establishment level, strength, and no skills. Hearing that, he smirked. Too bad. I'm being looked down on, aren't I? Tai Chen slowly drew his sword, warning, Fine, then this disciple won't be polite. Master, if you lose, don't get angry. She said coldly, Do you think I'm that petty? Besides, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Tai Chen immediately channeled spiritual power into his sword and lunged forward. Lang Feiyan narrowed her eyes, silently evaluating. I never expected the disciple to improve this quickly. He swung his sword horizontally at her waist, but the figure before him vanished. Lang Feiyan suddenly appeared behind him. The branch in her hand lightly tapped his back. A burst of powerful force exploded, sending Tai Chen flying forward. He crashed face first into the ground. Tai Chen was dazed for a few seconds before turning his head back. Lang Feiyan laughed and teased, Disciple, you relaxed too soon. He immediately jumped up, wiping his face as he spoke. Again, let's go again. She shrugged, provoking him. Come at me whenever you're ready. Tai Chen grabbed his sword and lunged again. He launched a series of deadly strikes, but Lang Feiyan easily parried them all. He was countered so hard he was sent tumbling backward. Tai Chen struggled to regain his balance, secretly shocked. I can't break through her defense at all. She then reached out, took out a medicinal pill, tossed it to him, and advised coldly, Eat this pill first, and take a rest. Tai Chen didn't hesitate to swallow it. Seeing the pill's effect description appear before his eyes, he secretly exclaimed in awe. The Supreme Moon-slaying blade condenses magical power. I never expected that once it reached the supreme level, it would increase by this much. Dazzling Sword Chi, it's already supreme, and it has an additional surprise effect. Not bad at all. Plus, both of them have reached the supreme level. Achieving this has an incredibly low probability. It requires luck, perception, and talent. You can't be missing any of them. There are so many players who haven't had a single skill reach this level even after 5 years. And here I am, with just one of Master's pills, I have 2 skills that can reach supreme level. Truly, the feeling of having a powerful backer is amazing. Watching him calmly absorb the medicinal power, Lang Feiyan said with satisfaction, "Disciple, your talent isn't bad at all. Are you done resting? Do you want to continue training with me now?" Tai Chen jumped to his feet, confirming. This disciple wants to try one more time. Internally, he calculated quickly. If I win, I get 2 gifts. Why would I pass that up? But if I play hard against hard, I definitely can't beat Master. So, I have to use a sneak attack. He swung his sword quickly toward her. She still calmly extended the branch to block it. A light move, yet it was enough to send Tai Chen flying away. He slammed into the ground and lay there motionless. Lang Feiyan rushed over in a panic. She hurriedly asked with concern, "I went a bit too hard just now. Disciple, are you all right?" At that moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sly smirk. He thought to himself, triumphantly, "Ha, hook, line, and sinker." Lin Jichen immediately reached out and grabbed the other person's robe. "Master, you lost." "I won." But instead of grabbing the fabric, his hands landed right on that soft, pomelo-like chest. His face turned beet red. Lang Feiyan was just as flushed with anger, and she pushed him away with all her might. Lang Feiyan clutched her chest, her breathing becoming ragged. Lin Jichen was thrown dozens of meters away. She tightened her grip on the branch in her hand and marched straight toward him. With a swift, decisive motion, she unleashed a lash with her whip. Lin Jichen panicked, clutching his rear as he scrambled around the training ground. Lang Feiyan chased closely behind with a branch, Lin Jichen wincing and howling in pain with every step. A moment later, Lin Jichen knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. She pointed a branch at his face and said coldly, "Quick, do you still dare to be disrespectful to your master?" He lifted his swollen face to beg. I don't dare. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, master, calm your anger." Lang Feiyan's face was still flushed, but she continued to warn him in a stern voice. "This is the consequence of being disrespectful to your master. If you dare to offend me again, I won't let you off so easily. Let's leave today's matter at that. Once your wounds are settled, wait for me outside my chambers. Here, take this Shangdan elixir." No sooner had she spoken than she tossed the vial straight at Lin Jichen. He sat on the ground, clutching his face and sighing to himself. Reality had proven that if your affinity level isn't high enough, you really need to be more careful. After tending to his wounds, he walked slowly down the corridor, lost in thought. Even though his master had nearly beaten him to death, he hadn't received any notification that her affinity level had dropped. This proved that his master wasn't actually angry. If she wasn't angry, that was a good sign. Plus, he'd managed to touch her chest. That felt amazing. Lin Jichen reached the door and bowed, announcing, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Her familiar voice came quickly from within. "Come in." He stepped inside slowly, his eyes instinctively scanning the room. "Where is Master?" At that very moment, Lang Feiyan walked forward, calm and composed. She wore a jet-black robe that made her look both chillingly cold and incredibly seductive. Lin Jichen blushed instantly, stuttering, "Master, you." Inside, however, he was screaming wildly. Even a fairy descending to the mortal realm couldn't look any better than this. Lang Feiyan cleared her throat and asked, "Didn't you say you were taking your master to Yangdong City to enlighten your Dao heart?" "I just went to bathe and change into a casual outfit. What's wrong? Not pretty enough?" Lin Jichen immediately perked up, giving her a serious thumbs up as he marveled. "Calling you pretty would be an understatement, Master. You should be called a peerless beauty of the world. Like a crane among a flock of chickens, in a lover's eyes, beauty knows no bounds. To put it mildly, my enemies would see you as the legendary Shi. Lang Feiyan was stunned for a few seconds, her cheeks turning bright red before she quickly turned away. "Sweet talker, you're just trying to trick me." Lin Jichen placed a hand over his heart, looking completely sincere. "How could that be? Your disciple always speaks the truth." She turned toward the door with a smile and added, "All right, let's set off. It's getting late." He immediately stepped forward to stop her. "Wait." Lang Feiyan turned, puzzled. "What's the matter with you?" Lin Jichen scratched his head, sheepishly explaining, "Master, look at me. I like to take a bath and change my clothes before we leave. If that's okay." He thought to himself, the lower your cleanliness points in the 8 Desolations, the more likely the anti-fans are to hate you. I just fought a battle with Master, and I smell terrible. Lang Feiyan pointed in the other direction and said, "Then I'll wait here for you to bathe. There's a bathroom in the back." The water inside is celestial mountain spirit water. It's very good for the body. Lin Jichen took off running but didn't forget to turn back and thank her. Understood. Chu Shenkyu, master. He hurried into the bathhouse. Staring at the steaming tub of hot water, Lin Jichen couldn't help but marvel. Is this where she usually bathes? The first time entering the master's private quarters, and I get this? It was so warm, the temperature was just perfect. Leng Feiyan called out from outside, "Disciple, come out soon. I just bathed there, so the water hasn't been changed yet." Hearing that, he immediately got a nosebleed, his mind spiraling into chaos. If he stretched the truth a little, wouldn't that mean he was basically bathing with his master? While his mind was wandering, his eyes accidentally landed on the laundry rack nearby. What was that? Could it be? Lin Jichen tremblingly reached out to pick up the delicate piece of clothing, hypnotizing himself as he looked at it. Just a peek wouldn't hurt, right? It still held the warmth of his master. Was this what she was wearing just a moment ago? Right then, Leng Feiyan walked in holding a water jug, her voice as calm as ever. "Disciple, I brought you some spirit spring water. You should change the water after all." The scene before her left her frozen, her gaze slowly fixing on the item Lin Jichen held in his hand. Her face, already flushed, turned even redder. Leng Feiyan lunged forward, slamming his head into the water while scolding the perverse, lustful brat. Lin Jichen's heart felt like it was shattering. It's over. It's really over. It took so much effort to build up a little affection, and he just lost 10 points in one go. After bathing, he knelt obediently before her. Lin Jichen looked up, trying to justify himself. "Master, if I told you I only did that out of pure curiosity, would you believe me?" He was calculating frantically in his head. Things had reached this point. The only way out was to fix his attitude and hope for her forgiveness. Leng Feiyan asked coldly, "Do you think I believe you? I never expected you to be this kind of person. You've disappointed me greatly. If you do this again, I will never forgive you." He immediately bowed his head to the ground, swearing, "Your disciple will take today's lesson to heart. I will absolutely never dare to do it again." Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't continuing to lecture him, but after causing such a scene, she probably wouldn't want to go on a date with him anymore. She turned around coldly and began to walk away. "All right, it's getting late. Let's leave early and return early." Lin Jichen nodded quickly, trying to appease her. Yes. The two of them quickly mounted the azure pheasant and took off. His heart felt much lighter. He hadn't expected this wouldn't affect the master's travel plans. Once they arrive at Yeongdong City, he would have to perform well and try to make up for everything he'd lost. The azure pheasant spread its brilliant blue wings and soared into the high sky. Leng Feiyan stroked its feathers gently and gave the order. The bird continued to fly north. He looked at the spirit bird beneath his feet, unable to hide his amazement. "Master, I never expected your spirit beast to be a Qingluan." Leng Feiyan's eyes dimmed for a moment, and she said softly, "This is the Qingluan that I saved in the Red Nether Polar region 300 years ago. They were a pair, but unfortunately, the male was killed by a three-headed serpent beast. I killed the serpent to avenge the female, and since then, she has recognized me as her master and I named her Azure Pheasant." Lin Jichen stared at her blankly, a sense of deep admiration rising in his heart. A beast at the martial transformation stage, killed just like that. Among avian spirit beasts, the Qingluan is on the same level as the vermilion bird, the Baifang, the Guhuo, and the three-legged golden crow, only slightly below the phoenix. In my past life, I had only heard of them. I had never seen one in person. If I hadn't met you in this life, Master, I probably would never have had the chance to see one. If you unleash your full strength, I doubt anyone in the entire 8 Desolations could stand against you. Is that right? He asked further. "Master, could you defeat the Candle Dragon?" Leng Feiyan explained calmly. The Candle Dragon is the most terrifying beast in the 8 Desolations. Its strength has reached the level of a Tao Immortal. Unless all the experts across the 8 Desolations join forces, it would be impossible to handle it. Or perhaps, when I reach the Tao Immortal realm, I might finally be able to fight it. Lin Jichen sighed softly, unpleasant memories surfacing in his heart. In his past life, it was because he was defeated by the Candle Dragon that he created an opportunity for Quokia to harm him. But as things stood now, the Candle Dragon was the #1 boss of the 8 Desolations. There was still a long road ahead before he could have his revenge. The Azure Pheasant, from high above. The sword slowly descended onto the snow-covered ground. Both of them jumped down. In front of them was Eternal Winter City. The freezing wind swept across, making him groan. "Master, wait for me a moment. I need to go buy a padded jacket to wear." Leng Feiyan quickly unleashed her spiritual energy to surround them both and casually continued. "Even though you have reached the late stage of foundation establishment, your constitution is still a bit weak. After we return, I will find a body-refining secret manual for you." Lin Jichen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, "Chu Shangqiu, master." Deep down, he marveled. "That's incredible." I warmed up instantly. He followed behind her, asking curiously, "Master, with your current constitution, you probably aren't afraid of the freezing cold or the scorching heat anymore, right?" Lang Feiyan replied firmly, "That goes without saying. Even if I were to fall into lava, it wouldn't matter at all." His eyes filled with even greater admiration. This is what a true cultivation powerhouse is. Not only is she unaffected by heat or cold, her body is untainted by the dust of the world, and she possesses a lifespan of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They say the higher the cultivation, the stronger the constitution. So, for top-tier powerhouses like Master, ordinary flying swords or Dharma treasures couldn't possibly cause even the slightest bit of damage. Subconsciously, his mind started wandering again. So, is she like that even when doing that kind of thing? Doesn't that make her like tempered glass? Lang Feiyan angrily pinched his ear. "What are you giggling about like an idiot? Don't tell me you're thinking about something inappropriate again." Lin Jichen immediately denied it. "No, no. How could a disciple dare?" "Master, let's go. It's very crowded over there. I'll take you to experience what the hustle and bustle of the mortal world is really like." Eternal Winter City was extremely lively at this moment, with the sounds of vendors shouting echoing through every street. "Fresh baked cakes here. Fragrant and sweet. Traveler, come take a look. Top quality medicinal herbs, mid-grade medicinal herbs. We have everything here. Steam buns, fresh out of the steamer, piping hot." She looked around, and her heart gradually swelled with a sense of nostalgia. My disciple isn't wrong. It really has been too long since I've come down to the mortal realm. To seek the Tao and become an immortal, one must maintain a clear heart, free from distracting thoughts, but one shouldn't be completely isolated from the world either. The warmth of the mortal world is the best thing to soothe the heart. If one's Tao heart isn't stable, how can one talk about transcending the secular? Just then, he ran up to her with a steaming paper bag and said softly, "Master, I bought some red bean cakes. Try one." Lang Feiyan took the cake and took a small bite, murmuring, "Although it's been a long time since I've eaten these mortal treats, I didn't expect the taste to be exactly as I remembered." Lin Jichen asked in surprise, "Master, have you had red bean cakes before?" She reached out to touch the petals, flying in the wind, and recounted, "When I was a little girl, my father once took me down to the mortal dust streets. Back then, I ate many kinds of snacks, but time waits for no one. 100 years ago, my father and mother passed away together." He lowered his head, his voice dropping slightly. "So Master is just like me, having no family left either. My parents passed away when I was very young." Lang Feiyan's eyes showed clear regret. "I'm sorry. I suppose I've brought up some unhappy memories for you." He just shook his head gently. "It's fine. I've been used to being alone for a long time." She placed her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "From now on, I am your family." Lin Jichen stared at her, stunned, a surge of emotion rising in his heart. This is the first time someone has said such things to me. Aside from Gu Chu Shuo. Just then, the system sound rang in his head, favorability +5. Suddenly, a group of people came rushing from afar, quickly stopping in front of Lang Feiyan and Lin Jichen. A monk wearing the robes of the Heavenly Sound Temple stepped forward, pressed his palms together, and chanted a Buddha's name. Amitabha. This must be the disciple of the Heavenly Flame Sword sect. "Lin Wuchen, you are Donner Lin, aren't you?" Lin Jichen stepped in front of Lang Feiyan, his voice cold. "That's me. What do you want?" He was cursing silently in his heart. These bald donkeys are really well informed. Luckily, Master is here. Chi Chu Shen pressed his palms together and bowed his head. "Donor Lin, this humble monk is Chi Chu Sheng from the Heavenly Sound Temple. We came here precisely because of the reincarnation Buddha seal that you have learned." He crossed his arms over his chest, cutting straight to the point. "Then just speak your mind. What exactly do you want?" Tin Tu frowned and chimed in, "Donor Lin, this reincarnation Buddha seal is the ultimate technique of my senior brother Chi Chu Shen. And furthermore, it is a supreme Buddhist art." Chi Chu Shen also continued in a stern voice. "Although we don't know where Donor Lin learned this technique, it is originally a Buddhist spiritual art. For it to be known that an outsider has learned it would make it difficult for our Buddhist sect to stand in the world. I hope you will come with us, so the abbot can use a mental secret technique to erase the reincarnation Buddha seal from your consciousness." Lin Jichen wore a mocking expression. "Are you kidding me?" Tin Tu pointed directly at his face and shouted, "You learned our Buddhist sect's technique by stealing, and you're still acting so arrogant? Who gave you the courage to do that?" He glanced at Lang Feiyan behind him, coughed a few times intentionally, and then gave a challenging smile. "When did you ever see me steal it with your own eyes? Did I kill a disciple of your Buddhist sect and rob him of it?" Chi Chu Shen retorted angrily. Even if you didn't kill our disciple, it is a fact that you learned our Buddhist ultimate technique. Tin Tu also stepped forward to argue. Anything belonging to our Buddhist sect, if one is not a member, is strictly forbidden to be learned in secret. He observed Lin Jichen a few more times and judged him silently. Observing his heart and soul carefully, this disciple has excellent roots. No wonder a mere sword cultivator could learn the reincarnation Buddhist seal. Such natural talent is truly rare. If we could get him to work for our Buddhist sect, what's the harm in letting him cultivate this technique? Shi Chushen's tone softened a bit. Donner Lin, this humble monk has another solution. I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. He replied immediately, tell me. The monk pressed his palms together and continued. Donner Lin was able to learn the reincarnation Buddha seal, which proves you have a predestined affinity with the Buddha and excellent wisdom. If you have such talent for Buddha's cultivation, why settle for being a sword cultivator? Why not join our heavenly sound temple instead? I guarantee the abbot will take you in as his direct disciple. Buddha's affinity is boundless. Lang Fei's eyes immediately turned cold. Lin Jichen also looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Lin Chen muttered to himself, have these monks lost their minds? It was bad enough they tried to trick me into learning their secret techniques, but now they're trying to poach me right in front of my master. My brain is definitely intact. I need to seize this chance to show my loyalty to master. He took a deep breath and shouted, shut your mouth. That is absolute nonsense. Since I, Lin Jichen, stepped into the Tianyan sword sect, I have been a disciple of the sword sect, and I shall remain one until my dying day. There is no such thing as betraying my sect. Furthermore, my master's kindness toward me is as heavy as a mountain. Forget about you monks trying to take me as a disciple, even if the Buddha himself appeared. I would never submit, even in death. Lang Feiyan looked at him with satisfaction, thinking to herself, this kid is quite the smooth talker, isn't he? The system notification updated, favorability increased by 5. Jing Hui flew into a rage, drew his sword, and roared, you bastard. You really don't know what's good for you. Brother Ji Qing, there's no need to waste more words on him. Ji Qing, losing his patience, commanded in a deep voice, disciples, seize him. Take him back to Tian'an Temple and let the abbot deal with him. The disciples behind him shouted in unison. Lang Feiyan slowly raised her arm, spiritual energy surging violently around her, her voice calm yet carrying an overwhelming pressure. Gentlemen, the sword sect is not so easily bullied. A bolt of lightning struck down directly, knocking the disciples flying until they were scattered all over the ground. Lin Jichen stood with his arms crossed, his voice filled with pride. Bunch of bald idiots. Seen enough. You think the sword sect is easy to push around? Ji Qing scrambled backward in a panic, thinking, who exactly is this person? With this kind of cultivation, even someone at the manifestation stage like me can't see through her. No wonder this brat wasn't afraid of us. It turns out he has a powerful backer. He bowed and asked, may I ask, esteemed master, what is your honorable name? Lang Feiyan replied coldly, Len of the Tianyan Sword Sect. Ji Qing stammered as he repeated it. Tianyan Sword Sect. So it's the sect master herself. I have long heard of your great reputation. Please forgive this humble monk's ignorance. Jing Hui, standing nearby, quickly knelt as well, his voice trembling. Jing Hui pays respects to sect master Lang. Lang Feiyan coldly interrogated them. You have a lot of nerve, trying to poach my disciple right in front of my face. Do you think that just because my father has passed and the sword sect lacks a successor, you can bully us as you please? He hurriedly cupped his hands to explain. Sect Master Lang, you've misunderstood. I only spoke that way because I saw the extraordinary talent of disciple Lin. I have absolutely no hostility toward the sword sect. She replied calmly, I don't think so. If I weren't here, you would have already dragged my disciple off to your Tianyan temple. You might have even forced him into monkhood. After all, your Buddhist sect has done these kinds of things more than once. Shi Qing said anxiously, Sect Master Lang, our Buddhist sect would never do such a thing. Today is truly a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against this humble monk. Amitabha. Deep down, he was in a state of absolute panic. I never expected this kid to be the disciple of Sect Master Lang. No wonder he didn't care about our Buddhist sect at all. Lang Feiyan crossed her arms and proposed, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you said you would take my disciple to Tianyan Temple to contemplate for 3 days, then, Reverend, you will follow me back to the sword sect instead and stay at the Reflection Cliff for 3 days. Just then, Qingji swooped down from above, grabbed Jing Hui with its claws, and shot back into the sky. She screamed in terror, Brother Ji Qing. He looked on in shock but didn't dare to intervene. Lang Feiyan curled her lips into a faint smile and added gently, in 3 days, I will bring this reverend to Tianyan Temple and have a chat with your abbot. It's been a while since I discussed the Tao with anyone, and I look forward to giving your abbot some pointers." In the night sky, Qingji flew forward rapidly, its feet clutching the gagged and struggling Reverend. Lin Jichen sat behind Lang Feiyan, nervously asking, "Master, will doing this lead to a war between our two sects?" She didn't seem to care and calmly dismissed the idea. "Not at all. Those monks know very well that Tianyin Temple is no match for our sword sect." Lin Jichen clutched his chest and sighed in relief. "That's good. If a war started because of me, I would be a great sinner." Fei glanced back at him. "By the way, why did you learn those Buddhist techniques? Do you really want to embrace the Buddhist path?" Lin Jichen waved his hands frantically. "Master, you've misunderstood. It happened like this." He recalled the scene and explained. "That day, I found two skeletons in a cave." Thinking of the two skeletons sitting across from each other, Lin Jichen continued, "One was a sword cultivator, and the other was a Buddhist disciple." He added calmly, "I thought they must be the remains of seniors, so I bowed to them 3 times. Lin Jichen remembered what happened right after. To my surprise, a Buddhist rebirth seal book suddenly fell down. Lang Feiyan smiled at him. "It seems this was your own stroke of fate. I misunderstood you. It's good to learn an extra spiritual technique for self-defense. That way, when I'm not around, you won't be bullied by others." Then, she waved her hand gently, and a book appeared in midair. He looked at the book in front of him and asked, "Master, this is?" Lang Feiyan turned her head and replied, "This is the reward you earned for beating me earlier. Even though you used some tricks to win, I keep my word." As soon as Lin Jichen opened the book, the system notification popped up. Profound grade spiritual technique, grief-gathering needle. During combat, each time you execute a skill, you generate a layer of grief-gathering power. Each layer increases attack and defense by 2 points, stacking up to 10 times, and converts the power into resentment. Consuming a layer allows you to trigger an active effect. Each layer of power deals at least 200 base skill damage points. The profound grade purple origin ring adds 1 point of innate charm and has a 1,000 slot space pouch. He sighed in relief, thinking, "I thought that by using tricks to annoy Master and gain the upper hand, she would definitely be furious and withhold the rewards. I didn't expect the rewards to come anyway, and there are 2 of them." Lin Jichen watched her retreating figure and sighed with emotion. "It seems Master still cares about me a lot." High above, in the moonlight, Qingji flew forward rapidly. On the stone bridge, Lang Feiyan instructed softly, "After traveling through the mortal realm with you, I've had quite an epiphany. I am planning to go into seclusion for a while. During this time, make sure you take good care of yourself." Lin Jichen, walking behind her, was startled. "How long will you be in seclusion?" He lamented inwardly. "Wait, are you just going to leave me here?" She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I have a feeling this will only be a short-term seclusion. It'll take anywhere from half a month to 2 months to finish my seclusion." Lin Jichen put his hands on his hips and shouted, "Then, Master, hurry up and go into seclusion. Don't worry about your disciple anymore." He thought to himself, "I expected it to take years, but 2 months is actually a relief." Lang Feiyan reached up to brush her hair and said with a smile, "All right then. You treated me to so much good food when we went to Yongdong City. Once I'm out of seclusion, I'll cook some delicious dishes for you to try." Lin Jichen shuddered, recalling the last time he ate her cooking. Hearing that, Lin Jichen immediately cupped his hands above his head and shouted, "Master, just focus on your seclusion. You really don't need to trouble yourself for your disciple." The next day, in front of the alchemy room, a crowd gathered and shouted, "The Great Commoner Alchemy Auction is officially open. Countless rare treasures, we cordially invite all you big shots to participate in the auction. Even if you don't bid, there are amazing prizes for everyone." Lin Jichen crossed his arms, sitting on the 2nd floor, looking down. "While Master is in seclusion, it's the perfect time to sell all that gear I looted from the Blood Fiend Guild and make some cash." Zhang Luoyu turned her head and asked, "Expert Lin, can these weapons really be sold at auction?" He glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, you can trust me." Right after that, the female auctioneer pointed to a weapon and introduced it. "The first item today is the Spirit Grade Piercing Gale Spear. This spear has top-tier attributes for a Spirit-grade weapon, and it was acquired by our auction house from a master." Her voice rang out, announcing, starting bid, 200 spirit stones. The crowd immediately started calling out bids, 220, 225, 230. The members of the Blood Fiend Guild grew restless. "Boss, Lin Jichen, this guy actually brought the equipment our brothers looted and sold it to the auction house's shop." Luo Bei frowned and ordered, "Investigate the background of the auction house owner. Daring to go against our Blood Fiend Guild, let's see if he can handle the consequences." Lin Jichen looked down from above, thinking to himself, "They wouldn't even dream that this shop belongs to me." Then, Luo Bei raised his paddle and shouted, 500 spirit stones. Lin Jichen immediately stood up and raised his hand. 599 spirit stones. Luo Bei screamed in agitation. Lin Jichen, you're here too. Immediately, Luo Bei pointed forward and bellowed. 600 spirit stones. Lin Jichen's lips curled into a smirk. 699 spirit stones. Luo Bei, looking arrogant, shouted at the top of his lungs. 700 spirit stones. He thought to himself, once the price hits 700, I'll stop bidding. Isn't Lin Jichen supposed to be so smart? Then let him spend 799 spirit stones on his spirit-grade weapon and play the fool. Next, Lin Jichen clapped his hands and said, congratulations to guild leader Luo for a successful transaction at 700 spirit stones. Luo Bei was stunned, frozen in his tracks. Wait, what? He's not bidding anymore? Luo Bei looked up and cursed. Lin Jichen, you bastard. You set me up. Lin Jichen remained perfectly calm and said, watch your language. We're having a civilized auction here. Beside him, Jiang Luoyu chuckled. Expert Lin is truly skilled. Lin Jichen smiled, thinking to himself with a sneer. What an idiot. Trying to drag me into this? You're still too green. Just then, she turned to look at him and asked, oh, that's right, Expert Lin. In real life, you must have had plenty of women chasing after you, right? Have you liked anyone before? Lin Jichen hesitated. Have I? He frowned, wondering to himself, why would the guild leader suddenly ask me this? Lin Jichen covered his face and said, actually, a long time ago, I did like a girl, but she and my best friend betrayed me, leaving me in a pretty miserable state. Jiang Luoyu was shocked. How could that be? He acted relaxed and said, Chu fully, it's all in the past now. She leaned in, asking, if you're willing, could you tell me about it? Lin Jichen fell silent. Jiang Luoyu, startled, bowed her head and said, I'm so sorry. I brought up a painful memory for you. He smiled slightly and waved his hand. It's all in the past. People have to look toward the future. Lin Jichen picked up the teacup on the table. If those things hadn't happened, I might still be lost in petty romances instead of finding the motivation to work hard for my career. He looked at his own reflection in the water, thinking, and I wouldn't have the motivation for my career either. If I told Jiang Luoyu that Guo Jie and Xu Zichang didn't just frame me but also killed me, I wonder what she'd think. But what others think doesn't matter. Since the heavens gave me a second chance at life, I must seize this opportunity to live a brilliant life and make them pay in blood for what they did. Then, Lin Jichen downed the tea in one gulp. He stood up and gently waved the fan in his hand. Guild leader Jiang, I'll take my leave. I only take 30% of the auction proceeds. You all can split the rest. Jiang Luoyu stood up and replied, Chu Shenkyu, Expert Lin. She watched his back as he left, sighing to herself. I never thought Expert Lin had such a heartbreaking past. No wonder every time I tried to probe, he said he didn't want to be in a relationship. Lin Jichen frowned and sighed. Talking about unpleasant things is just irritating. I haven't trained in a while. I might as well go out and get some exercise. In the real world, he went for a run through the streets alone. Lin Jichen gasped for air as he ran, thinking, I've been training for a few days now, and my physical stamina really seems to have improved. I used to get exhausted after just a kilometer or two like a fool, but now I can run several kilometers without any issues. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the school gate. What kind of trashy university is this? By what right are you expelling my daughter? She continued. My daughter's behavior is improper. Isn't it just dating a few boyfriends? A dumpy school like this isn't even worth attending. My daughter has countless rich young masters chasing after her. Lin Jichen stopped to look over. Is that Guo Jie's mother? Guo Jie's mother screamed at the top of her lungs. Liu Hasio Ji, let's call your rich boyfriends to drive their supercars over here, and wait until you've taken a walk around the school gate for me. My daughter is destined to marry a dragon among men, he sighed. Only Guo Jie's parents could say such absurd things. Lin Jichen watched her wipe her tears, thinking, from what I remember, her parents were incredibly materialistic. They didn't just look down on me for being poor. They constantly mocked and harassed me in every way. But why was Guo Jie expelled? As I recall, in my past life, Guo Jie was very popular in school. Even the student council president was chasing after her. Guo Jie's mother raised her hand and yelled, Liu Hazio Ji, call your rich boyfriend already. People with money have connections. Just have him ask around, and you can transfer to another university and keep studying as if nothing happened. Hearing this, she cried, Mom, can you please stop screaming? All those guys have already broken up with me. She screamed at hearing that. What? You broke up with him? The father of Quach Kiat also spoke up harshly. I've told you so many times, when you look for a boyfriend, just pick the richest one with the best background. Who told you to keep messing around and keeping a bunch of backups? Quach Kiet frowned, wondering why the rich young heirs who used to swarm around her have all vanished without a trace. Some of their families have even gone bankrupt. Everyone in their circle calls me a jinx, so they all steer clear of me. No matter how much I try to reach out, they won't give me the time of day. Lin Jichen froze, his hands clenching, thinking. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Kuo Ji offended someone? He pulled up his hoodie, deep in thought. Even though he didn't know who was targeting her, having someone take her down is actually a good thing. It'd be best if she just kept spiraling. Lin Jichen brushed past the three people who were causing a scene, making his way through. Kuo Ji stood still, watching him walk by. Lin Jichen glanced back over his shoulder. Once I'm stronger, it'll be my turn to settle the score. Elsewhere, a phone rang and a report came through. Miss, the matter you requested has been handled. Kuo Ji has been expelled. The girl responded in a low voice. I see. In another location, Ren Lan threw a powerful punch forward. Seeing Lin Jichen approach, she smiled and asked, Back already? How was it? How are you feeling now? He called out with a look of pure joy. Great. Honestly, it's all thanks to having a coach as talented as you constantly pushing me. Lin Jichen grabbed a drink and said, Oh yeah, did you hear? Kuo Jie got expelled. He turned his head, looking back to ask, I ran into her at the school gate. Do you know who she ticked off? Why was she suddenly expelled? Lin Jichen turned to look at Ren Lan. Wait, it wasn't you, was it? Did you get your parents to step in? Ren Lan raised an eyebrow. That's a good point. If I'd known, I would have had my parents kick her out a long time ago. If you had such a great idea, why didn't you say so sooner? Now someone else beat you to it. What a waste. He blushed as he asked. She scolded him. You're blaming me? She raised her fist and said, Today's a good day, so get over here and spar with me for a bit. Lin Jichen turned away, refusing. No way. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself, Is this girl planning to use me as a punching bag? Then, Lin Jichen scratched his head and walked off. I've got to go shower and get some sleep. Immediately, Ren Lan grabbed his jacket and yanked him back. She pulled him hard. Stop whining. Get over here. I'm only going to spar for a second. Just a second. I won't go too hard. Lin Jichen started flailing his arms and legs, struggling. Wait, he thought to himself. There's no escaping this today. He stood his ground and tried to negotiate. Fine, but take it easy. Ren Lan instantly landed a punch right on Lin Jichen's face. He clutched his face and collapsed. She looked startled. Eyes wide, Lin Jichen lay on the ground and yelled, Didn't you say you'd go easy on me? Ren Lan rushed over. Are you okay? Lin, I'm sorry. I really didn't use that much force. All right, I'll be gentler. From outside on the grass, the sounds of Lin Jichen and Ren Lan shouting echoed. It still hurts. Can't you be a little lighter? Who told you to get so carried away and lose track of your strength? My bad. Okay, still, it hurts like hell. Just hurry up and finish it. I'll try to end it quickly. Bear with it a little longer. Half an hour later, he collapsed on the ground, pale-faced. Ren Lan laughed from the side. Lin Jichen, your performance tonight wasn't bad. Go get cleaned up. I'll let you shower first. Lin Jichen hunched over as he sat up, looking exhausted and worn out, cursing under his breath. What kind of life is this? After that, Lin Jichen quickly fled the scene. A long while later, he collapsed onto his bed. Lin Jichen closed his eyes, groaning. My bones are about to fall apart. I honestly don't know where that crazy woman gets all her energy. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached toward him. The hands gently stroked Lin Jichen's thighs. He kept his eyes closed, mumbling for her to go a bit higher. Suddenly, Lin Jichen's eyes snapped open. He bolted upright, looking at Ren Lan, who was staring at him with a completely calm expression. His jaw dropped in shock, thinking to himself, No way. I already satisfied that crazy woman's need to beat me up. Does she want to satisfy her other urges too? Lin Jichen shouted, What are you doing? He was filled with fear, wondering if he'd be able to keep his virtue. Suddenly, he paused, suspicious. What's that smell? Lin Jichen looked at the liquid on his hands and asked, Are you putting medicine on my thighs? Ren Lan looked down and replied, Well, I did go a bit too hard earlier, didn't I? He muttered under his breath, So you do know you're heavy-handed? Then, Lin Jichen rested his head on his hand, leaning against the wall, and said, Fine, go ahead. He felt her crawl closer to massage him. That crazy woman's technique isn't bad. Ren Lan's hand lifted slightly, stroking him gently. Lin Jichen jumped, eyes widening, and shouted for her to stop. Wait. He stared at his glowing staff standing at attention and shouted in panic, Damn it, I think I'm getting a reaction. Ren Lan also looked at the glowing staff in shock. Then she reached out and smacked it hard. With a look of utter disdain, she snapped. She turned and walked away, still cursing. Lin, you put all your energy into this. No wonder you're so weak and useless. If you keep this up, I'm done with you. Lin Jichen sighed, pulled the covers over himself, and immediately logged into the game. Suddenly, a mission from Lang Feiyan appeared before him. Mission: today is the birthday of Ji Hongyu, a member of the Guoji Long royal family. Don't forget what your master told you. Go and offer your birthday wishes. Outside the main hall, groups from various sects gathered, waiting. One by one, they entered the hall to offer their gifts. The sect master of the Scarlet Flame Fist, Quan Buming, brought his disciple, Fang Feifeng, to present 10 fiery black crystals. The abbot of Tian'an Temple, Master Zhi Wen, brought his disciple, Cheng Juwei, to present 5 Bodhi heart flowers. The great elder of the Extreme Blade sect, Wang Shuwei, brought his disciple, Jiang Wei Shuang, to present 5 curved spirit ginsengs. The great elder of the Lanqing Dharma sect, Chu Feiyan, brought her disciple, Ruo Tai, to present 5 bottles of earth-grade broad spirit pills. Dong Yin's little sister looked around and exclaimed, "Big sister, it's so lively today." Hearing this, she looked over. "You're the one who loves lively places, aren't you? Happy today, right?" The little girl leaned into Dong Yin's ear and whispered, "Sister, I'll tell you a secret. Yesterday, when I went to Mother's chambers, I heard her tell the Empress Dowager that today's birthday celebration is for 2 reasons. 1, to celebrate Father's birthday, and 2, so that you can choose a husband." She immediately covered her sister's mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. I didn't hear anything." The little girl looked serious and said, "It's true." The Empress Dowager agreed. 2. She told Father to help look out for you. I heard there's even an activity for it. Just then, an announcement echoed. Disciple of the sect master of the Heavenly Manifestation Sword Sect, Lin Jichen, presents a jade brick for the birthday celebration. The crowd outside erupted in murmurs as he entered. The disciple of Thian Dian Kim Tong, Lin Jichen, brought an 8-foot jade brick to offer as a birthday gift. The crowd around him grew loud and rowdy as he walked in. He is a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Tianyan Sword Sect. The sect leader, Lan Feiyan, is the most powerful cultivator in the Mo Liu Hazan region, having reached the peak of the Ascension Realm. "Is that her direct disciple?" a man remarked, his presence exuding an extraordinary aura. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Lin Jichen, representing the Tianyan Sword Sect, to offer my well wishes for your birthday. May you live a long and prosperous life." Seeing Jichen, Dong Yin cheered happily. "It's young Master Lin." Emperor Ji stood up and said, "No need for formalities. The fact that the Tianyan Sword Sect sent someone here already brings me great joy." Looking toward the emperor, Jichen explained, "My master is currently in seclusion, meditating on the heavenly Tao, so she couldn't make it to your birthday banquet in person. She specifically sent me here in her stead and hopes you will not take offense." Emperor Ji stroked his beard, laughing heartily. "Not at all, not at all. Sect leader Lan's seclusion is a major event. The fact that she sent her only disciple here is the highest honor for me, Ji Hongyu." Emperor Ji sat back on his throne and said with a booming laugh, "Besides, you saved my daughter, Dong Yin, back then. I, Ji Hongyu, will always remember that debt of gratitude." His voice echoed, "Young Hero Lin, please, have a seat." Dong Yin didn't dare glance at Jichen and turned her head away. Jichen quickly took his seat. Shortly after, maids carrying food filed into the room. Jichen called out, staring at the dishes placed on the table. He started drooling, thinking, "Damn, this stuff looks amazing." Jichen grabbed a piece of roasted chicken and took a huge bite. It was absolutely delicious. The surrounding crowd saw this and began to mock him loudly. "Look at that table, manners. And he's supposed to be sect leader Lan's disciple? How embarrassing." "Exactly. This is a royal banquet, and he doesn't understand the most basic etiquette. Sitting at the same table as this guy is such bad luck." Jichen, holding food in both hands, chewed voraciously while thinking. The food at this banquet is full of treasures. The royal family is so generous. Everything here is a rare treasure, packed with spiritual energy. Just then, Emperor Ji stood up and smiled. "Chu thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. I also thank you for the gifts from your respective sects. There must be give and take. Please, move to the next area. I have prepared a special gift for the younger generation today." Jichen, having eaten until his stomach was full, leaned back and let out a burp. After the banquet ended, the crowd gathered in a courtyard in front of a building guarded strictly by soldiers in iron armor. The crowd stared intensely at the building. Emperor Ji raised his hand to introduce it, saying this was the most important secret location of the Guojialong royal family, the Scripture Pavilion. Looking at the building, he added, "Inside are all the secret cultivation techniques of our Guojialong royal family. Every disciple from your sects may enter, and the pavilion's Dharma statue will bestow upon you one cultivation technique." Watching the crowd's excitement, Emperor Ji called out, However, what grade of technique you receive depends entirely on your luck. He then pointed inside and said, "Distinguished guests, please enter." A skinny man stepped forward, stretched his back, and declared, "Let me go first." He snorted coldly at the crowd. Immediately, a system interface appeared. Congratulations to player Feng Fei for receiving the Spirit Grade Martial Art Gale Fist. The crowd whispered among themselves, "Feng Fei's luck doesn't seem that great, does it?" "Right, only a Spirit Grade technique. What a waste of an opportunity." Then, Shang Kang stepped up and shouted, "My turn." The system announced, "Congratulations to player Shang Kang for receiving a profound grade mental cultivation technique, the Liu Hazio Dao Classic." The crowd immediately formed a long line. "I'm coming too. I'll be next, everyone just line up." Then, a stream of notifications appeared. "Congratulations to player Jiang Wei Pan Pan for receiving the Spirit Grade Martial Art Earth Drilling Technique. Congratulations to player Liu Hazio Mi for receiving the Earth Grade Spirit Technique, Binding Ghost. Congratulations to player Wang Mani for receiving the Profound Grade Martial Art, Wind Flying Vehicle." They frowned, glaring at the library in annoyance. Everything pulled was either Spirit or Profound Grade. Earth Grade was rare, and it was hard to say if there were any Heaven Grade techniques at all. Maybe Ji Hongyu is playing tricks. That's possible. Heaven Grade items are treasures. Any sect would cherish and hide them. Who would just give them away for free? That's true. There's no reason for the Guo Jialong royal family to be so generous. Emperor Ji stood to the side, stroking his beard and thinking. Heaven-grade treasures certainly exist, but I've hidden them in the deepest level, and the success rate is extremely low. Only after you've all finished drawing will I personally step in. That way, I can prove the Guo Jilong royal family's generosity and at the same time shut everyone's mouth. Killing two birds with one stone. Taichen, standing in the back with his arms crossed, watched with a calm smile, thinking. The more low-level items drawn earlier, the higher the chance for a gold drop later. I'll just see how it goes. Seeing Taichen standing back there, Emperor Ji was moved. No wonder he's sect leader Lan's disciple, very calm and patient. He walked over to him and said, "Young hero Lin, you're the only one left." Taichen smiled and walked forward. "All right, let me try my luck. Young hero Lin, good luck." Right then, the doors to the room swung open. Fireworks erupted, and a system interface appeared, broadcasting to the entire server. Player Lin Jichen has received the first heaven-grade movement technique among the 8 emperors. Within 7 days, any player who kills Lin Jichen will receive this technique. Every day, Lin Jichen's real-time location will be announced in the game lobby. Time until location reveal, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The crowd looked up in shock. No way. Someone actually pulled a heaven-grade movement technique. Damn, that's definitely a trap. 59 minutes, 48 seconds. A blessing in disguise. Tichen's hand grasped a scroll, and the system voice echoed. Heaven-grade movement technique, blood-burning shadow escape. Passive effect, evasion plus 15%, speed plus 20%. Active effect, burn 20% of HP, force teleportation to a random location 100 miles away. After teleporting, you will fall into a weakened state for 3 days. Weakened state, all combat stats reduced by 30%. He stared at it, impressed. I didn't think my luck would actually work. Obtaining a heaven-grade movement technique just like that, this is the perfect thing to escape fate. Taichen tucked the scroll into his chest, thinking, it's a pity I can't learn it until after 7 days of danger. He then quickly headed outside. A reminder appeared on the screen. Note, player Lin Jichen cannot enter cities or sects while holding the treasure. After 1 hour, you will be forced to leave the city, and the system will automatically announce your location. Taichen sighed. A heaven-grade movement technique, even just holding one is worth a fortune. This is going to be a rough time. The screen then showed the worried face of Luo Yu. Lin, I've heard the news. Tons of players and guilds are gearing up to hunt you down for that treasure. Get to my spot. With the Moon Shadow Guild backing you, those people probably wouldn't dare touch you. Chen Ti frowned and thought. He remembered that in his past life, the first person to obtain a heaven-tier treasure was the leader of a major guild in Moonflower Province. Even with tens of thousands of members, they couldn't protect the treasure and were eventually besieged by a coalition of top guilds. They forced him to hand it over. Looking at the situation, Chen Ti's emotions were complicated. In the end, the treasure was lost, the guild leader was killed, and the guild disbanded. So, the only way to keep a heaven-tier treasure isn't to fight to the death, but to escape. Unless he was backed into a corner. He shrugged, feeling confident. It's useless. In reality, people risk their lives for profit, let alone in a game. If your guild helps me, you'll just become a target too. I have a way to handle this, don't you worry. Seeing this, Ren Lam panicked and shouted, Lin Te, run. There are so many people in our sect trying to catch you. Send me your location. I'll come help. Chen Ti's lip twitched. This girl was really overthinking things. Still, he stayed firm. Don't come. Whoever comes to help will just be wasting their time. Just do your own thing. I'll be fine. Ren Lan was stunned for a few seconds. Really? Chen Te coldly huffed and snapped. Even if it wasn't real, you coming to help would be pointless. The silly girl, she knew her friend's personality, so she had no choice but to compromise. All right, I hope you can hold out. If there's really no other way, just hand the item over to them. Better than dying once and losing experience. Got it? He smirked and hung up. Understood. As Chen Te walked by, the bystanders whispered behind his back. That guy won't survive till tomorrow. Exactly. Once he teleports out of the city, the big shots will immediately jump him. But right then, someone called him back. Young hero Lin, wait. His Majesty requests your presence. Chen Te felt a jolt of panic. What now? I'm trying to find a place to hide. From the shadows, the figure of Emperor Ji appeared. He glanced at Chen Te with a sharp, cold gaze. That look sent a chill down his spine. Is this old man regretting it? Is he going to go back on his word and kill me to silence me? If so, I'm done for. Panicked, Chen Te hurriedly offered the item back. Emperor Ji, I'm returning this. I don't need it anymore. Please spare me. Unexpectedly, Emperor Ji burst into hearty laughter. Kid, do you think I, Ji Hong Yue, am a petty villain? I gave it to you. Why would I take it back? Rest assured, I'm not that small-minded. Chen Te let out a few awkward laughs. A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. So, why did he summon me? Emperor Ji got straight to the point. There are two things. First, regarding the siege on the demonic cult. They are plotting a grand scheme to harm our orthodox sects and the imperial court. So, I want to ask for your master's opinion, sect leader Leng. Chen Te cupped his hands in respect. Please rest assured, Emperor Ji, even without asking, all orthodox sects would unite against the cult. Although my master is in seclusion, I can guarantee that if you need it, she will do her utmost to help. Emperor Ji nodded in satisfaction. That puts my mind at ease. Now, for the second matter. Chen Te looked ready to listen. Please, go ahead. The next thing he said was totally out of left field. Young hero Lin, you are the direct disciple of sect leader Leng. Are you married yet? Chen Te's jaw dropped. Not yet. Seizing the moment, Emperor Ji immediately offered his daughter's hand. Young hero Lin, what do you think of my daughter, Dong Yin? You two know each other, and you've even saved her before. You must have an impression of her, right? Goosebumps covered his skin. Oh my god, what is this? Does he want to make me his son-in-law? Seeing Chen Te's constipated expression, Emperor Ji added, Young hero Lin, don't worry, I'm just asking for your opinion. Would you be willing to marry Dong Yin? Surprisingly, Chen Te actually agreed. The emperor has treated me with such favor, and Princess Dong Yin is a beauty. No one could refuse. Inwardly, he was terrified of being killed. If he refused now, he would surely anger Ji Hongyo, and he might not even make it out of the palace. Hearing his answer, the emperor threw his head back and laughed. That's wonderful. Once Emperor Ji finished, Chen Te cleverly made an excuse to back out. However, I am still a disciple of the Sword sect, and a direct student of the sect leader. I must ask for my master's permission, so I hope the emperor understands. A teacher for a day, a father for life, parents' orders are absolute. This was the best excuse he could come up with. I'll just stall for now. The emperor found it reasonable. Very well. When your master leaves seclusion, I will speak with her about this. Our Heavenian Sword sect has a good relationship with the imperial clan, so I doubt she will refuse. Chen Te replied with flattering tone. Understood. I will certainly pass the message along. With that, the emperor brushed his robes and left. Since that's settled, I have other matters to attend to. Dong Yin. Show him around the palace and see him out when he's ready. Only the two of them remained in the courtyard. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Chen Te decided to break the silence. Princess Dong Yin. She was startled. Yes. Young master? Actually, I know you might not like me. I understand that. We are both from powerful families, and we can't always decide our own affairs. He gave an awkward laugh. Chu Shenk, you for understanding, Princess Dong Yin. I will go back and consult with my master. Chen Te felt guiltier by the second, not daring to look her in the eye. If I rush into this marriage, wouldn't my master kill me once she comes out of seclusion? Unexpectedly, her favorability increased. Ji Dong Yin's favorability toward you +10. Current favorability, 35 points. Getting closer. Hearing that, Chen Te felt pleased. At this rate, it won't be long before I get the princess's favorability rewards. It's just that, while he liked eating soft rice being a kept man, this soft rice was too hard to swallow. If he became the son-in-law, he'd have to give his life for the imperial clan. and he'd lose his freedom. Thinking of that, he made an excuse to bolt. Well, time is of the essence. I must return to this sect and see if my master has come out of seclusion. Dong Yin's expression couldn't hide her regret. As soon as he reached the gate, Lin Jichen let out a long sigh. Finally, he was out. Just then, shouts of bravo suddenly rang out from ahead. Look, it's Lin Jichen. He has a heavenly grade secret technique on him. That's right, it's him. Don't let him get away. TVM led his minions to quickly surround him. The whole server is looking for him, so he was hiding in the TM Long Imperial Palace all this time. You're right, it was him here all along. He won't escape. Hold him. Lin Jichen, did you ever think you'd have a day like this? Today, it's not just our blood-slaying guild dealing with you, it's the entire server. Lin Jichen glanced at his opponent from head to toe with a look of disdain. Who do you think you are? The corners of his mouth stretched wide into a sinister, devious grin. I am your daddy, TVM. In contrast, Lin Jichen didn't waver at all. You're A. He raised an eyebrow and made a provocative gesture. The scum was driven mad. 2VM immediately bared his teeth, looking ready to kill. His fists surged forward with sparks, leaving a massive wave of heat spreading in all directions. The bystanders were terrified by this sight. It was no wonder the blood-slaying guild's techniques were so powerful. Yet, Lin Jichen didn't lose a single drop of health. 2VM was so shocked he blurted out, "What?" He looked at the person in front of him like he was watching a clown dance. Are you an idiot, playing the game without reading the tutorial? This is a safe zone. Players are forbidden from attacking each other here, if you break the rules. Before he could finish, the name above his head suddenly changed color, turning red. 2VM got even angrier and immediately shouted at his minions, "Red name or not, everyone attack. Kill him." They rushed forward like hunting predators. But just before they could strike, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. Stop. The next second, a group of people appeared at the end of the road. It was Jiang Luoyu and her guild. Anyone who dares to give Master Lin Jichen trouble, don't blame our Moon Shadow Guild for being rude. Seeing them arrive, Lin Jichen winked. Jiang Luoyu looked confused. The master player is winking at me. Does he already have a countermeasure? But she still signaled her people to stop for now. 2VM wasn't scared. Instead, he laughed deviously. Lin Jichen, you're definitely dead today. No one can protect you. Lin Jichen didn't say a word from start to finish, just folded his arms and watched them. A second later, a murderous aura suddenly surged toward them. That's a powerful aura. Even Jiang Luoyu was stunned by it. A figure landed with a heavy thud. Chief Chao stood right between Lin Jichen and the group. He glared coldly behind him, and immediately, a full squad of guards stepped out. The group was surrounded and everyone panicked. What's going on? What is this situation? Chief Chao bowed respectfully to Lin Jichen. Master Lin Jichen, this humble servant is late. It is my failure in duty. But 2VM still didn't know fear. You damn eunuch, get lost. Since when is it your place as a servant to interfere? As the words left his mouth, the old man swept his eyes back with an overwhelming murderous aura, and 2VM felt a chill down his spine. You. Why are you looking at me? I'm talking to you. The next second, Chief Chao waved his hand, and 2VM was instantly lifted into the air. Unable to breathe, he began to foam at the mouth. Let me go, let me go. Even Lin Jichen himself was surprised. Is this old man actually a curse master? The crowd was absolutely spooked. Damn it, this game is too ridiculous. How can an NPC interfere in a player's fight? Does Ba Hoang have some kind of bias? Why is an NPC protecting him like that? Chief Eunuch Cao scoffed coldly and barked, "You ignorant fool, daring to cause trouble in Team Long Imperial City? Killing you would only dirty my hands." With that, he flicked his hand hard. TVM was thrown to the ground with a thud. Throw this person into the TM Long Heavenly Prison for 30 days. Not a day less. 2 guards immediately hauled him up like a pig and dragged him away. As you command, Chief Manager Cao. Only then did Chief Eunuch Cao notice TVM's minions. And you lot, a bunch of blind fools, throw all of them into the Heavenly Prison for 3 days. Hearing this, they immediately erupted in chaos. By what right are you arresting us? We didn't even hit him. We don't accept this. This is biased enforcement. I'm going to report this to the female emperor. Chief Eunuch Cao, you are abusing your power. Does Princess Dong Am know about this? Chief Eunuch Xiao's face remained unchanged, but his voice turned colder. You dare bring up the princess? Let me tell you, rabble. According to the royal law, anyone who resorts to violence will be locked in the heavenly prison 1 day for a minor offense, 3 days for a major one. One bold person pointed right at him. What right do you have to lock us up for 3 days? Besides, Lin Jichen was the one who provoked us first, so why not arrest him? Chief Eunuch Cao's face turned dark. You idiots. The person you are surrounding is a valued guest personally praised by the princess herself. Locking you up for 3 days is me being merciful to your lot. If you dare to make any more noise, I will tell the princess and see how she deals with you all." They were dragged away, still shouting loudly. Damn it. I was wondering why Lin Jichen didn't fight back earlier. It turns out he set us up. He intentionally provoked us and forced us to make the first move. Who can stand being locked up for 3 days? It's fine. It's only 3 days, right? I don't believe Lin Jichen can stay in the city for 7 days. Once the task was done, Chief Unexao immediately withdrew his troops. "Master Lin Jichen, please." Lin Jichen clasped his hands in gratitude. "Many thanks, Unexao, for breaking up the trouble." At this moment, Jiang Luoyu excitedly walked over. Master Player puffed out his chest confidently, looking like a peacock fanning its tail. "Look, I told you so, didn't I? It's a good thing you didn't make a move." She let out a sigh of relief, her cheeks blushing slightly. "That's right, it's a good thing you winked to warn me." At this point, Lin Jichen cupped his hands respectfully. "Miss Jiang Luoyu, your righteousness is appreciated. I will remember this favor. If the Moon Shadow Guild ever needs anything in the future, just tell me." Jiang Luoyu responded softly. "You're too kind. So what do you plan to do next?" "Keep hiding in the city," he answered her. "The city is safe, but it's too comfortable. These 7 days are a risk, but also an opportunity. I'm going to the Beast Forest to rest. The terrain there is very complex. I just need to find a random cave to hide in. They won't be able to catch me." Hearing this, Elder Luo smiled and told the ace, "Lin, if you ever find yourself in danger, you can always reach out to us. The Moon Shadow Guild will always stand by your side." With that, they vanished, leaving Jichen to turn and walk away into the cool breeze of the late-night forest. At that moment, he was all alone, soaring forward on his sword. Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up. "Your last reported location was at the gate of the Hidden Dragon Imperial Palace. Your next location update will be in 36 minutes and 58 seconds. Jichen thought to himself, "Perhaps more than half of the players who wanted to kill me for my treasures have already been rounded up by the Hidden Dragon Royal Clan." At the giant tree, where the demonic beasts roam, Jichen calmly landed on a nearby branch. He quickly summoned his blood-eating beast and gave it a command. "Little bear, let's get to work. This forest area is our hunting ground and our safe haven. Go find some loot. If you find something good, I'll treat you to a massive feast." No sooner had he finished speaking than the blood-eating beast darted forward obediently. Then, Jichen chuckled to himself. "I really need to make it up to Elder Nangong with a high-quality pet, since I snatched this bear away from him. More importantly, if I can monopolize the market for top-tier pets, that's where the real money is." Just then, a massive falcon suddenly flew over Jichen's head. He thought to himself, "That's a red-eyed talon hawk. The snake it's carrying is almost certainly heading back to its nest. Following it might lead to a nice surprise." With that, he decided to tail the talon hawk right away. After chasing for a while, Jichen suddenly stopped at a corner. His eyes widened, thinking, "Found it." He saw the talon hawk perched at its nest not far away. Jichen pondered, "If I give a Foundation Establishment stage flying pet as a gift, it might not be enough." Suddenly, the talon hawk spotted him and shrieked loudly. Jichen calmly blocked its attack, thinking, "A Foundation Establishment little beast, it's like a back scratch to me." Then, he decided to approach its nest of chicks. They were actually quite high-quality specimens. The talon hawk was furious to see Jichen nearing its nest. Jichen picked up one of its babies and said in a soothing voice, "Big sister hawk, don't be so worked up. Look, if you come with me, you'll eat your fill of spirit beast meat and live in a luxurious spirit beast garden. Once they grow up, I promise to find a powerful master for them. Their future will be bright way better than this forest. Just feel free to lay eggs, the more the better. I'll come back to buy more later. Pleasure doing business with you." As soon as he finished, he slipped away with the talon hawk's babies, leaving it stunned. A moment later, Jichen stopped a short distance away. He sat down, tied the bag tight, and tucked his smaller pouch away. Jichen thought leisurely. Done. Now, let's see if the little bear found anything over there. Suddenly, he sensed danger approaching. The system flashed a message, "Demonic Beast, Thunder-Patterned Silver Moon Tiger." It was at the mid-stage Golden Core realm. Jichen hid in a corner to watch the blood-eating beast fight the Moon Tiger. Jichen thought, "A mid-stage Golden Core Thunder-Patterned Silver Moon Tiger? Good thing this bear is tough, or it would have been gone in one bite." He decisively drew his sword and quickly unleashed the Bone Moon Slash technique. He landed a hit right on the Moon Tiger's heart. The system notified minus 4,675 damage. The Moon Tiger was quickly slowed, movement speed reduced by 30%, and frozen for 3 seconds. Jichen shouted, "Little bear, hide behind me." Very quickly, the moon tiger broke free from the freeze. Seeing that, Jichen unleashed a flurry of attacks. The moon tiger took hit after hit to the heart, its health bar dropping rapidly. With a sharp gaze, Jichen yelled. On the final blow, the moon tiger glared at him, furiously striking back at him from out of nowhere. Jichen retreated, noticing two moon tigers had appeared. He grew suspicious. Are they pregnant? Are these two a pair? Even so, the other moon tiger was still in a fit of rage and roared loudly. Just then, the blood-eating beast didn't hesitate to roar back, but Jichen stopped it. Little bear, back off. Don't touch them, he whispered, leaving the beast confused. Even the two moon tigers looked at each other. So, Jichen softened his voice to explain, brother tiger, sister tiger, don't be tense. Let's negotiate. Truth is, I could kill you both easily, but I'm a reasonable guy. Once your cub is born, give one to me. How about that? I promise I won't take it for nothing. The two moon tigers didn't listen. They just glared at him angrily. Seeing things might go south, Jichen sighed and called out, don't get excited. Just let me finish. Do you know Elder Tianyuan? He's the one in charge of the Spirit Beast Mountain at our Heavenly Evolution Sword sect. They eat spirit herbs and fruits until they're stuffed, and they bathe in spirit springs. If I take your little one to him, it's like enrolling it in the top-tier preschool for geniuses in the cultivation world. Following an elder means a limitless future someday. They'll transform into a great demon and return home in glory. The two moon tigers stopped attacking after hearing that, but they still looked conflicted about Jichen's offer. Regardless, 7 days later, the sound of a broom sweeping echoed. Elder Tianyuan was leisurely sweeping the front courtyard when Jichen walked up from afar and waved. Elder Tianyuan, how have you been lately? Upon seeing him, Elder Tianyuan started grumbling. It's you, that glib-tongued brat again. Get out, get out. My Spirit Beast Mountain doesn't welcome you. Just seeing you reminds me of that poor blood-eating beast of mine. However, Jichen brought out the baby moon tiger and introduced it. Elder, please, don't be angry. Look at this. My disciple risked his life, not afraid of being swallowed whole by a golden core great demon, just to find this apology gift for you. This thunder-patterned silver moon tiger cub is a rare find. Hearing it was a thunder-patterned silver moon tiger, Elder Tianyuan immediately widened his eyes and shouted, what? He immediately ran over to hold the baby tiger, saying, a thunder-patterned silver moon tiger, quickly, let this old man see. Then he added, I suppose you have a conscience. After all, to bring back such a treasure. Suddenly, Jichen curiously asked, by the way, where is senior sister Nangong? Why haven't I seen her? Elder Tianyuan replied, she's out on a mission. Kid, you're quite lucky to not be in the sect. Otherwise, you would have been sent too. He asked with some concern. A mission? What kind of mission is that urgent? Where did she go? Elder Tianyuan answered, to the demon sealing land. You know it? The seal, there has been tampered with. Jichen panicked and cried out, the demon sealing land? Oh no, senior sister Nangong is in danger. In his memories, the sealing of that land was part of a plot by the demonic cult. He quickly said to him, Elder Tianyuan, I won't hide this from you. I just attended the birthday banquet of the Hidden Dragon Emperor, and I heard some news about the demonic cult there. This incident at the demon sealing land is likely a trap they set. Elder Tianyuan asked, are you sure? Jichen explained, the demonic cult's vanguard has occupied the southern regions for a long time. They want to unite with the evil demonic creatures in the demon sealing land to ambush us. I'm afraid all the sect disciples sent there will be severely injured. Elder Tianyuan couldn't help but grow anxious upon hearing this, then said aloud, Moon, if Nangong Yue is truly in danger, then we're in big trouble. He gently placed the moon tiger cub down and instructed, little one, be a good girl and stay here. Once he hurried off and returned, Jichen said, I have to get there right now. Elder, would you like to call the other elders to join us? Elder Nangong Tianyuan gritted his teeth in anger. This isn't confirmed yet. What if this is just a lure to draw the tiger away from the mountain? If the sword sect is left without any masters guarding it, wouldn't we fall right into the demon sect's trap? I'll head over there with you first. In the blink of an eye, Elder Nangong Tianyuan had summoned his mount to the demon sealing land. At the demon sealing land, a member of the demon sect shouted, do you really think a few juniors from the sword sect can stop our grand plan? That's nothing but wishful thinking. And then, a battle broke out, with waves of demon sect soldiers attacking the sword sect disciples. One of the sword sect disciples screamed, Senior brother, please do something. If this keeps up, we're all going to be wiped out. At that moment, the senior brother was fighting fiercely against the demon sect members. It was none other than senior brother Suo Tianhan. He turned anxious and asked, Nangong, junior sister, are you okay? She replied, Senior brother, I'm fine. You should go help the others. Tianhan shouted with confidence. Of course, I will do everything in my power to protect our fellow disciples, but I'm worried about you, junior sister Nangong. I just can't feel at ease. Hearing this, Gong Yue thought to herself, you act like such a gentleman, yet you value your fellow disciples' lives so cheaply. If junior brother Lin were here, things would never be like this. Suddenly, a cold, chilling laugh echoed from the distance. A figure appeared and said, isn't this the genius of the Sky Origin Sword sect, Suo Tianhan? It's been a long time, hasn't it? After saying that, she burst into laughter. Down below, Tianhan was shocked and called out, Luo Muqian of the Soul-Sealing Palace. Luo Muqian of the Nether Palace smirked and said, I didn't think senior brother Suo would still remember me. It seems our fight last year left quite an impression on you, enough that you're always thinking of me. Then Muqian chuckled and added, it seems the Sky Origin Sword sect is in a transition period. Look at all this trash. Are you really telling me that besides Suo Tianhan, none of the rest of you can even throw a punch? Hearing her words, Tianhan and Gong Yue, standing below, were filled with fury. They glared at her with sharp, lethal eyes. Seeing this, Muqian laughed mockingly. Looking at our genius Suo, I'm sure he doesn't dare lay a finger on me. You guys should just surrender like good little sheep. Tianhan thought to himself in a panic. Luo Muqian is the most outstanding young demonic cultivator of the Soul-Sealing Palace. She's powerful, ruthless, and incredibly skilled at manipulating hearts. When we fought 5 years ago, we had both just stepped into the core formation realm. I never imagined that meeting again now. She'd already be on the verge of reaching the soul-severing realm. Plus, those figures in black robes behind her. Every single one of them has a powerful aura and unfathomable cultivation. Suddenly, Gong Yue gripped her sword and charged toward Muqian. She shouted, Demon woman, don't be so arrogant, take this. Tianhan shouted from behind, Junior sister, stop. You're no match for her. Gong Yue ignored him and kept charging forward. Muqian saw the sword tip closing in and remarked, little junior sister, you've got decent talent. If I gave you more time, I might actually be a little intimidated. But you're still too green. So, I've decided to send you to your grave first. Seeing her sword easily blocked by the woman's single hand, Gong Yue screamed in shock. How could she deflect my sword so effortlessly? Then, she was struck directly by Muqian, spitting out blood as she was sent flying back. Tianhan saw this and screamed in terror for his junior sister. He gritted his teeth in pure rage and yelled, Luo Muqian, if you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. With that, he swung his sword with all his might. Tianhan poured every ounce of strength into a strike aimed at Muqian's head. Meanwhile, Elder Nangong Tianyuan suddenly appeared. He landed a lethal blow straight through the chest of a demon sect member and growled, Die. That guy was defeated in an instant. Then, Elder Nangong Tianyuan rushed over to Nangong Yue and asked, Yue, my dear, are you all right? She could only murmur in response, Grandfather, it's over. Elder Nangong Tianyuan decisively fed her a pill and reminded her, Don't say anything for now. Swallow this pill. Immediately, Elder Nangong Tianyuan used his healing energy on her and asked, How is it? Do you feel any better? Just then, on the other side, the screams of the demon sect members erupted as they were cut down one by Jichen's blade. As soon as she saw him, Nangong Yue jolted up, shouting, Junior brother. Elder Nangong Tianyuan scolded her in his mind. You heartless girl, do you only have eyes for that boy? I rushed here to save you, and you don't even have a word of thanks for me. Gong Yue said to Jichen, Junior brother, the demonic energy here is overflowing and incredibly dangerous. You shouldn't have come. He replied to her, It's precisely because it's dangerous that I came. How could I let my senior sister face this peril alone? Today, either I die or we leave together. Those demonic cultivators won't lay a finger on my senior sister. Hearing this, Nangong Yue was deeply moved, yet she scolded him playfully. You silly junior brother. Suddenly, a group of demon sect members appeared above Jichen. They swarmed in to attack him. Nangong Yue quickly grabbed Jichen's hand and warned, Watch out, junior brother. Leave these small fries to me. Just like that, in a flash, Nangong Yue defeated them one by one with lightning speed, leaving the rest of the demon sect members in awe. So fast! Jichen stood on the side watching, thinking to himself, It seems my little senior sister has made quite a lot of progress while I've been away. Suddenly, a demon sect member appeared behind Jichen, planning a sneak attack, but Jichen sensed him immediately and dodged the strike with ease. Lin Jichen immediately surged his power into his sword, stabbing the guy right through without a second thought. Then, he unleashed his technique, Moonbone Sever, blasting the guy far away. Right at that moment, a member of the demonic sect suddenly launched a weapon straight at Lin Jichen. Gong Yue noticed it instantly and rushed over to Lin Jichen, shouting, Watch out for the hidden weapon. Junior brother, I've got your back. Lin Jichen said softly. Got it. Thank you, senior sister. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Guojie and Tian Han were constantly clashing in midair. Mo Guojie chuckled and said, Chu, your attacks seem a bit faster than usual. What's the rush? Chu, it seems the one you're pining for doesn't care much for her big brother here. Just look at her, sticking to that new junior brother like glue. Their little lovey-dovey act is just seamless, isn't it? Tian Han roared in a rage. Shut your filthy mouth. As soon as he swung his sword toward Mo Guojie, she immediately retreated. Tian Han yelled in frustration. Where do you think you're going? He cursed under his breath. It's this Lin Jichen again. I heard rumors that he had designs on our junior sister, and seeing this today, it's clearly true. Damn it, Lin Jichen. I am the prestigious head disciple of the Tianyan Sword sect. What could I possibly be lacking compared to a guy like you? Why? Why must you steal my junior sister away? Why? Lin Jichen, Lin Jichen, Lin Jichen, Lin Jichen. Tian Han gritted his teeth and screamed, Lin Jichen. Everything seemed to be going according to Mo Guojie's plan. She cheered triumphantly. The inner demon has been born. She channeled all her power into her palm and struck Tian Han straight in the chest. He was sent flying instantly. Feeling something amiss, he looked down at his chest. This is the soul-snatching seal. As his inner demon was triggered, Tian Han let out a blood-curdling scream. Mo Guojie stepped closer to him. She whispered softly into his ear. Do you see it now? He is taking everything that belongs to you. Your glory, the look in the eyes of the one you love. Aren't you furious? Are you not jealous? What are you waiting for? Kill him. Use his blood to wash away your humiliation and take back your Nangong Yue. Meanwhile, Jichen was busy driving his sword through the chest of another demonic cultist. The man spat out blood in agony. Just as the man vanished, a sword came flying toward Jichen out of nowhere. Jichen gasped. What the hell? He quickly summoned his shield to block it, but even his thunder armor couldn't hold it back. The sword pierced clean through Jichen's left shoulder and embedded itself in a rock far behind him. Blood poured endlessly from Jichen's shoulder. He gritted his teeth and shouted, It's you? Chu Tianhan, have you lost your mind? Nangong Yue cried out in panic from behind. Big brother, what are you doing? Stop it, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Tianhan held out his hand and the sword, as if obeying a command, flew back into his grip in a blink. He attacked Jichen again, screaming, Die. Just die. Jichen narrowly blocked the blow, his eyes burning with rage as he questioned him. Chu Tianhan, I have no grudge against you. Why are you suddenly attacking me? Suddenly, the seal burst open. Seconds later, a massive surge of energy erupted, powerful enough to shatter the seal entirely. Nangong Yue was stunned and screamed, Oh no, the seal is broken. Cracks spread across the barrier at a terrifying speed. Elder Taiyuan shouted urgently, Sword Sect disciples, hear me, fall back. Do not engage, return to the sect immediately. The disciples scrambled to retreat as fast as they could. Watching from afar, Mo Guojie laughed triumphantly. The century-old seal of Nangong is finally destroyed. The doomsday your righteous sect keeps talking about is upon you. I'll spare your life for today. Mo Guojie's eyes were filled with wild ambition. Next time we meet, I will surely take your head. With that, she vanished. Elder Tianyuan roared in fury. Witch, don't run. Just then, Nangong Yue ran over. Frantic, Grandfather, Chu Tianhan betrayed us and turned on our own. You must stop him. Tianhan, consumed by his inner demon, was wildly swinging his sword at everyone in sight. Something was attached to his chest. Elder Tianyuan recognized it immediately, the soul-snatching seal. So that's what it is. He slipped behind Tianhan and struck him with a palm blast, instantly knocking the inner demon out of his body. Tianhan snapped out of it, looking around in confusion. Elder, what happened? What's going on? The elder didn't answer, pulling him away instead. We shouldn't stay here any longer. As they took to the air, the ground below them exploded. A short while later, everyone regrouped safely at the main hall. Nangong Yue asked worriedly, Junior brother, drink this recovery pill. That witch Mo Guojie is truly ruthless, who knew she could manipulate the head disciple into attacking you. Jichen replied weakly, Senior sister, no need. I'll be fine after a little meditation. He glanced at Tianhan. He must have been set up and couldn't control himself, but deep down, Jichen was calculating. The soul-snatching seal. For Chu Tianhan, a peak golden core cultivator, to be so easily branded by Mo Guojie, who was at the same level, he had already seen through Tianhan's cowardice. This loss of control was just a convenient way to use someone else's hands to kill him. A very calculated move. This big brother wants me dead even more than the demonic cultists do. I have to level up my strength, and fast. Tianhan knelt to confess his crime. Master, Elder, I accept my punishment. I was caught off guard by a demonic agent who cast a curse on me, almost causing a disaster by hurting junior brother Lin. He spoke with feigned sincerity. I am ready to accept any punishment. Elder Tianjian Yang Gengjian replied sternly, as the head disciple of the sword sect, to be so careless as to severely injure a fellow disciple is unacceptable. However, it seems you were manipulated, so there are extenuating circumstances. He issued a firm order. You are confined to the reflection cliff for 10 days. Reflect on your actions. Tianhan bowed his head. Yes. But as he did, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I can't believe I didn't kill him. Nangong Yue was unsatisfied and retorted. Elder Tianjian, that punishment is too light. Junior brother Lin was nearly killed, and the head disciple only gets 10 days of reflection? That's biased. Jichen hurriedly intervened. Senior sister Nangong, please, say no more. He stepped in to defend him. Elder, I believe the head disciple didn't mean to do it. Mo Guoji is a saintess of the demonic cult. Her schemes are devious and unpredictable. Even someone of the head disciple's caliber fell for it. That shows just how dangerous she is. Jichen trembled slightly, clutching his wound as he continued, It's just that the head disciple and I have had some misunderstandings, but I know him to be a fair and upright man. He would never hold a personal grudge, let alone intentionally use a demonic cultist to harm me. He coughed weakly, making Nangong Yue even more worried. The others present felt awkward, while Tianhan was seething with rage. Lin Jichen really knows how to play the victim, acting all pitiful to get some sympathy. Just then, Feiyan entered from outside the sect master had arrived. Her cold demeanor and chilling aura immediately engulfed the entire hall. Everyone was confused. Sect master? Isn't the sect master in seclusion? Why are you out already? Lin Jichen and Gong Yue were also stunned by Feiyan's appearance, and she quickly fixed her gaze on Lin Jichen. Feiyan was shocked as she touched his wound, not expecting it to be this severe. Lin Jichen's master awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, Disciple is fine. No need for you to worry. Feiyan bluntly interrogated, Xiao Tianhan, tell me the truth. Did the demonic cultivator's soul-seizing seal make you lose your mind? Her eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Or was it your own jealousy that made you willingly get possessed, just so you'd have a legitimate excuse to kill my disciple? Tianhan jumped at these words. He panicked and kowtowed. Sect master, please be reasonable. I've been framed. I swear to the heavens I never had such thoughts. That Demoness's methods were just too eerie. I lost my guard for a moment. Feiyan calmly pulled out a small fruit. I just got this recently. It's perfect to use today. She firmly commanded. If you have nothing to hide, eat this, so I can get to the bottom of this. Tianhan's face turned pale as a sheet, and he trembled, unable to form words. Yan Ganjian hurriedly stepped out to mediate. Sect master, please calm down. Tianhan is a disciple I raised. He has a kind heart, and would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding here. He pleaded for the sect master to investigate fairly. Feiyan, hearing this, grew even angrier and snapped back. A kind heart, Elder Yan, if it were your own direct disciple who had been severely wounded by someone else, would you just let it go like this? I just want the truth. Yan Ganjian could only bow his head and say, Understood. Feiyan then turned to pressure Tianhan. Xiao Tianhan, are you going to eat it or not? Tianhan took it in terror, his entire body shaking violently, his eyes wide with panic. In the end, Tianhan gritted his teeth and swallowed it. He immediately reacted, tensing up and letting out a scream. Tianhan lost all control and spilled everything without leaving a single detail out. I saw junior sister Nangong treating Lin Jichen so affectionately, so I became jealous. That's why I didn't use my full strength to block Luo Moqian's corpse casting technique on purpose, and I chose to accept the soul-seizing seal, hoping to kill Lin Jichen in the chaos. Every word he uttered was crystal clear. If I had succeeded, I would have blamed the demonic cultivator and removed a thorn in my side. Unfortunately, he had a tough life and didn't die. Everyone who heard this was absolutely horrified. Senior brother, I can't believe he's that kind of person. Feiyan erupted in anger and questioned. For your own selfish desires, you colluded with demonic spirits, harmed a fellow disciple, and framed others. Elder Yan, is this the kind of good disciple you've raised? She sternly demanded. Tell me, what is the punishment for such a wretched person? Yan Ganjian's face went grim, and sweat poured down like rain. By now, Tianhan had regained his senses, his face still showing traces of absolute terror. He was panicked and whispered to himself, It's over. Everything is completely over. A moment later, Feiyan produced a bottle of medicine. This is the 9-turn Jade Dew pill. It's extremely effective for internal injuries. Take it. She said soothingly, With me here, no one can bully you today. Lin Jichen bowed respectfully. Chu Shenkyu, master. This disciple understands. Before leaving, Feiyan added, I'm heading back now. You should get some rest early. Lin Jichen smiled and nodded obediently. Right then, a system notification suddenly popped up. You have received a friend request from Gu Tuxue. Please confirm. Tuxue's image appeared on the screen, and she excitedly called out, Little Chen. Lin Jichen was overjoyed to see her. Gu Tuxue, when did you enter the 8 wildernesses? Tuxue suddenly looked behind her in a panic. Little Chen, let's not talk about that for now. I just received a recommendation letter from the Profound Medicine sect, but a few people keep following me to kill me. They want me to add them to my friend list, or they won't let me leave the village. I've already been killed by them so many times. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate for a second and rushed off. Send me your location. I'm coming for you. Tuxue is currently surrounded by 3 guys. They were mocking her. Pretty girl, you're pretty stubborn, aren't you? Killed you so many times and you're still not giving in. Exactly. Just add us, and you won't have to suffer like this. Right. A girl like you in this game still needs a backer. Just add us as friends. We'll take you grinding later. Tuxue grew even more terrified. She vaguely understood the game rules. If you add someone to your friend list, they can physically interact with you. They were trying to take advantage of her. Just then, a flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky. One of the guys gasped in shock. Holy crap, look! Someone's flying toward our village. The whole group was excited and chaotic. Damn, that's Sword Flight. If I knew, I would have picked Sword Cultivator. Seriously, someone else started guessing. Is that a top-tier player? Why would they come to the newbie village? Could there be a hidden quest? Tuxue looked on in amazement as Lin Jichen landed right in front of her. The guys were curious and delusional, a high-level big shot coming to the newbie village to bully the weak. But why land right in front of us? Are we the chosen ones? Lin Jichen asked with concern, Sis, are you okay? Tuxue laughed happily. Little Chen, you're finally here. Those troublemakers finally realize, damn, they know each other. Lin Jichen's cold gaze swept over them. With a light wave of his hand, he unleashed countless sharp slashes in the blink of an eye. The group started screaming in terror. Damn it, I don't want to respawn. In just a moment, only 3 lonely gravestones remained on the ground. Lin Jichen turned back and said excitedly, Sis, it's okay now. Follow me, I'll take you to the Profound Medicine sect. From now on, if anyone bothers you, just tell me. Tuxue's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. A moment later, they both sat on Lin Jichen's flying sword, parting the clouds as they returned. Gu Qiushu looked down, feeling flustered. Little Chen, slow down a bit. I'm a little scared. Jichen spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. Don't be afraid. Hold on tight to me. Gu Qiushu sighed, sounding self-reproachful. Little Chen, it's all my fault for being so useless, making you take care of such a small matter for me. Jichen comforted her softly. What are you saying, sister? Why are you being so distant? Besides, you're just a beginner. How could you possibly defeat 4 people on your own? And even if you don't know how to play yet, I promise to guide you every step of the way until you become the #1 healer in the 8th Imperial Realm. Soon after, they touched down in front of the Xuanyi sect gates. Their sudden arrival immediately caused the surrounding crowd to buzz with excitement. He's so handsome. Seriously, look at him. But wait. Why does he look so familiar? Isn't that the guy? That's Lin Jichen from the Mo Liu Hazen Zhou sect. The top-tier expert. And who's that girl next to the master? Could she be his partner? Gu Qiushu felt awkward and quickly waved her hands to explain. No, I'm just his older sister. Nothing more. The crowd grew even more enthusiastic. Oh, so she's the big sister of the legend himself. Greetings, sister. Hey, sister, are you looking for a younger sister to join the family? Suddenly, a voice called out, making Jichen jump and turn around. Fellow Taoist Lin. Fang Qingju walked over, looking delighted. It really is you, Jichen replied warmly. Fellow Taoist Fang Qingju. She quickly noticed Gu Qiushu. And who is this? Jichen introduced her happily. This is my sister, Gu Qiushu. She's a newcomer. I brought her to the Xuanyi sect, hoping the sect could help nurture her potential. Fang Qingju nodded slightly. I see. She immediately gave orders. Everyone, take Sister Gu to see the master right away. Tell them I sent her. Upon her clear command, several other women eagerly pulled her along. Sister Gu, come with us. Gu Qiushu looked back at Jichen, feeling flustered. Little Chen. He gently reassured her. Don't worry, Sister Gu Qiushu. Just try your best training here. I'll come to visit you again very soon. Fang Qingju watched them, praising her. I never expected Sister Gu to have such great potential. Jichen scratched his head and spoke slowly. Oh, by the way, fellow Taoist Fang Qingju, are you? She paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, I was just about to head out for a mission. Would you like to come along? He was slightly stunned and asked, feeling a bit awkward, "What kind of mission?" A thoughtful look flashed in Fang Qingju's eyes as she softly replied, "A mission to eliminate a pill demon." Hearing about hunting a pill demon, his eyes lit up immediately. A pill demon. This mission was a gold mine. They held so many treasures and soul insects, and sometimes even high-grade pills. As he thought about this, Tekken felt secretly smug. In his past life, he had killed hundreds of pill demons, quickly rising to become a 6th-rank alchemist. Still, he was a bit curious and asked, "To find a pill demon, don't we need the art of feng shui divination?" She reached out her hand and said cheerfully, "Yes, just follow me." A massive magical diagram suddenly appeared, countless golden lights swirling like waves. Tekken stood there, stunned in surprise. He was dazed, wondering to himself, "So this is the art of feng shui divination. It feels so wondrous, it seems quite different from the traditional techniques." After walking a few steps, they arrived at a dark, gloomy cave. Fang Qingyu spoke up, "Found it. They're inside." Deep in the dark, hollow cave, countless screams and pleas echoed through the space. "Immortal Master, please spare us. My parents and children are still waiting for me to earn money to survive. Please, I beg you, let me go." Inside, the man sitting in the center sneered, as if watching a farce. "Parents? Wives? Children? How short-sighted. Helping me refine pills and becoming part of a heavenly grade elixir is your honor. Heh heh heh." Suddenly, a strange noise in the darkness made him look up. Sensing a terrifying surge of sword energy closing in, he panicked. Such powerful sword energy. The energy surged toward him like a tsunami breaking a levee. He leaped from his seat, bracing for combat. He looked up, frowning. Humph. A figure stood tall, towering amidst the wild sword energy. He looked up, his voice hoarse with terror. "Who are you?" Tekken lunged down, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're dead." Landing with a fatal sword strike, he muttered, "It doesn't matter who I am." The man frantically waved his arms, barely blocking one of his strikes. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he struggled to defend himself. Finally, unable to withstand the overwhelming sword pressure, he was sent flying backward. Tekken felt smug. As expected, this wasn't a very strong pill demon. "I can handle this alone." He looked up and pointed, ordering, "Fang Qingju, go save the innocent people. Their safety is more important." With a cold gaze, Tekken curled his lip. "As for this pill demon, leave him to me." Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he lunged forward, slashing directly at the old man who had just collapsed. The man screamed in agony. "Arg!" Fang Qingju quickly arrived, guiding the people to retreat to safety. "Everyone is safe now. Follow me closely. I'll lead you out." They cheered with gratitude. "Chu Shenkyu, immortal lady. This is wonderful. We're saved. We will never forget your great kindness as long as we live." The panicked crowd hurried to flee. "Run, run. The exit is ahead. Hurry up." Fang Qingju watched them, her heart filled with joy. To be able to risk one's life for people. She looked toward Tekken, who was struggling in battle, and thought to herself, "Fellow Taoist Lin is truly someone I can rely on." Tekken charged forward with wild sword energy, his voice hoarse. "It's over." The pill demon, unable to resist, was blasted away once again, screaming in pain. "Arg." Sent flying dozens of yards without stopping, he kept wailing. Just as everything settled, a sparkling object appeared, as if something had just awakened after the battle. Tekken was thrilled. It was all worth it. He grabbed everything, rushing over. Mysterious grade pill refining method. Poison fire pill can be refined and applied to weapons. After hitting an opponent, it inflicts poison fire damage. He eagerly picked it up to read, discovering its miraculous effect. Each hit drains 200 health points, reduces the enemy's healing effectiveness by 30%, lasts for 10 seconds, and cannot be stacked. He pondered another item. "Besides, this furnace is quite good. Although I'm not refining pills right now, I can lend it to an alchemist." Earth-grade furnace, spirit lung phoenix pattern furnace, pill refining efficiency plus 30%, success rate plus 15%, finished product effect plus 3 points, quantity increased by 1. Mission complete. Fang Qingju hurried over and called out, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I brought everyone out safely." Tekken turned. "Good, thank you for your hard work." She was moved by what had just transpired, her eyes downcast with emotion. She never expected her own sectmates to have fallen this low. "Chu Shenk you for stepping in, fellow Taoist Lin. If it were just me, I fear I would have hesitated out of sentiment for old times." Her eyes darkened with sorrow, never expecting her fellow disciple to have fallen this far. "Chu Shenk you for stepping in, Lin Jichen. If I were alone, I fear my attachment to our past friendship would have made me hesitate." Lin Jichen placed a hand on Fang Qingju's shoulder to comfort her. Many people lack a stable Dao heart. Haste makes waste. Every sect has its share of such people. Don't take it to heart. Suddenly, a loud scream made both of them jump. Ah, save me. What the hell is that? Without a second thought, the two rushed off to investigate the situation. Two demons suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc and sending the villagers into a panic. Help! Someone help me. I don't want to die. A monster used its long, twisted tail to snatch a villager, dangling them in midair. It growled and gnashed its teeth, the villagers begging desperately. No. Fang Qingzhu's voice trembled with fear and anxiety. That's a soul-slaying evil pouch. It must have escaped from the demonic Feng region. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect demons to be causing such chaos in territory managed by the Xuanyi sect. The world is on the brink of falling into total disarray. Fang Qingzhu gripped her sword firmly, looking determined. Fellow Taoist Lin Jichen, let's split up to deal with them. Lin Jichen responded swiftly. Got it. But after a moment, Lin Jichen stood deep in thought, as if planning his next move. His sword unleashed a burst of power, wounding the monster and making it shriek in agony. Lin Jichen swung his hand, landing another blow that sliced the monster in two, but then he suddenly froze, stunned. He didn't understand what was happening, simply staring at the demon as it screamed in despair. It didn't stop there. For every demon that vanished, even more appeared that hadn't been dealt with yet. Fang Qingzhu looked back in terror. What? They were completely surrounded by a sea of demons. Fang Qingzhu gasped in shock. How are there so many? Lin Jichen's face went pale. They could handle 3 or 5, but at this rate, being worn down to death was only a matter of time. Suddenly, Lin Jichen shouted decisively, Fang Qingzhu, I'll hold them off, you get out of here now. She frowned, weighing the situation, then replied without hesitation, no way. If we're leaving together. In an instant, she activated the Qingming incantation. With everything sustained for 30 seconds, he closed his eyes, focusing his summon the Six System Heart method, the Yufeng Gale technique. Opening his eyes, Lin Jichen felt a terrifying surge of power. At that same moment, the demons charged frantically. A dark, shadowy hand lunged out, trying to grab him. Lin Jichen braced himself, bring it on. He slashed his hand, shouting clearly, Frost Moon Slash. Lin Jichen realized something was off and stumbled back. It's a dual-form illusory demon. This is trouble. He used every ounce of his strength to leap high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jichen yelled, taste this then. He quickly unleashed a lethal strike toward his opponent. Phoenix Gale Dance. As the attack landed, all the demons were struck. But while he wasn't looking, another hand lunged out, a slash tearing across his body and leaving him in searing pain. Seeing this, Fang Qingzhu frantically screamed his name. Fellow Taoist Lin Jichen. He clutched his stomach in agony but forced himself to speak. Fang Qingzhu, listen to me, get out of here. Run as far as you can. If you don't leave now, I'm never going to bother with you again. Tears streamed down her face, and she couldn't find the words. A low, mocking laugh echoed, and a sphere of spiritual energy was summoned right where Lin Jichen stood. Seizing the moment to taunt them, he shouted, Hey, you ugly freaks, look over here. I've got rare goods, a dragon heart demon core. He boasted with a confident tone, only 998. First come, first serve, whoever grabs it, keeps it. Lin Jichen then bolted, trying to create an opening for Fang Qingzhu to escape. As he ran, he kept screaming, Fang Qingzhu, run. Yet she still stood there, tears flowing endlessly, as the high-stakes chase continued. After a while, Lin Jichen suddenly smirked triumphantly. That's it. Lure them away first, then figure out the rest. He spun around, his sharp gaze scanning everything. After a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword and dived back into the fray. A wave of spiritual energy exploded, sweeping the demons away from their positions. Even though he braced himself, he was sent flying by a heavy punch. He gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at his opponent. Damn it. Without missing a beat, they attacked again. Lin Jichen tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to strike. He swung his sword frantically, unleashing countless beams of sword light. Just then, Lin Jichen was hit by the Demon Slayer's attack. The system sounded an alert. Warning. Plasma levels below 20%. Impending death. Lin Jichen thought to himself, I can't block this. Am I really going to get worn down to death here? He gripped his sword and shouted, Screw it. If I die, I'll just respawn. Without hesitation, Lin Jichen swung his sword at the Demon Slayers, but they countered his attack. He coughed up blood continuously. The system continued. Critical damage. Warning. Health levels below 10%. Lin Jichen plunged his sword into the ground, standing amidst the smoke, gasping for air. He calmly took a deep breath and thought, looks like this is where it ends for me. It was supposed to be a standard demon pill mission. I never expected this. Even so, the Demon Slayers stood tall. Suddenly, a blue light appeared, enveloping Lin Jichen. He shouted, Healing magic? Wait, no. What the hell? I'm coughing up blood again, the system announced. Chi and blood restored, mana restored. The demons all looked up toward the sky. At that moment, a hand reached forward from above. The hand clenched into a fist, creating a powerful blast of light right in front of Lin Jichen. He opened his eyes wide in shock at the person standing before him. It was the Xuanyi sect master, Van Lan Wai. She had flown in to stand between him and the demons. Lin Jichen bowed respectfully with cupped hands. Chu Shenkyu, Senior, for saving my life. Van Lan Wai replied, Fang Qingju told me you saved her. If that's true, then it's only fair that I save you. Lin Jichen quietly assessed her. Oh my god, can she cast healing spells that casually? With this cultivation level, she must be an elder-level powerhouse from the inner hall. Van Lan Wai introduced herself. I am Van Lan Wai, the current sect master of the Xuanyi sect. Lin Jichen fell into deep thought. Van Lan Wai, sect master of the Xuanyi sect. In the future, once the world merges, she would be one of the top-tier powerhouses. Her fame was no less than his own master's. The game had only been open for over a month, and he'd already met his second Ascension Realm powerhouse. He replied politely, This junior is a disciple of the Tian Dian Sword sect, Lin Jichen. It is an honor to meet Sect Master Van. Van Lan Wai smiled slightly. The Tian Dian Sword sect. Interesting. Which elder of the Sword sect is your master? Lin Jichen happily replied, My master is Lang Feiyan. Upon hearing that name, Van Lan Wai's eyes widened instinctively. She let out a sharp scoff and said, So you're Lang Feiyan's disciple. You saved Fang Qingzhu, and I saved you. One life for one life we're even. My Xuanyi sect does not welcome you. From now on, you are forbidden from setting foot into the Huyanwei sect, and don't even think about getting close to Fang Qingzhu. If you dare to disobey, don't blame me for being heartless. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished, leaving Lin Jichen behind, who could only shout, Wait. Even so, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Huh? What was that all about? Talk about a mood swing faster than flipping a book. Doesn't the Sword sect and the Huyanwei sect usually mind their own business? Could it be that she holds a grudge against my master? A short while later, Lin Jichen walked step by step toward the Huyanwei sect's territory. As soon as he reached the perimeter, the guards stationed there stepped forward to block him. On the orders of the sect master, the Huyanwei sect does not welcome you. Please turn back. Lin Jichen sighed deeply to himself. Great. Just perfect. They were so welcoming before. What kind of nonsense is this? The moment he turned to leave, a voice rang out from behind. Lin Jichen. Wait. He excitedly turned to tell Gu Chushu. Gu Chushu asked him, Did Sister Tran Fuong just tell you that you've offended Sect Master Van? What actually happened? She said she wanted to help you plead for mercy. Lin Jichen sighed and explained, Sis, I didn't offend her. It's highly likely she has a grudge against my master, Lang Feiyan. As soon as she heard the name Lang Feiyan, her face darkened. I'm just caught in the crossfire, probably some old feud, and as her disciple, I've inexplicably become a scapegoat. It's so unfair. Gu Chushu smiled and replied, Well, that's quite dramatic, isn't it? Let me go ask my master about it. He quickly waved his hands to stop her. No, sis. These kinds of grudges between high-level figures, we shouldn't get involved. Wait, your master? You've become a disciple of Van Lan Wai Thu? Gu Chushu nodded and said, My master is exceptionally good to me. I just don't know why she has such a poor attitude toward you. Lin Jichen sighed and lamented, My luck is terrible. You don't even know. Before I mentioned my master, she was looking at me with quite a caring gaze. Maybe something could have developed. Hearing this, Gu Chushu pinched his ear and scolded. What are you thinking? This is a game. They are all NPCs. You're not even sparing the NPCs. Lin Jichen panicked and said, I was just joking. Don't you need to build good relationships to get good quests? Gu Chushu said, But you can't go to Huyanwei sect anymore. Should I still go talk to my master? If it doesn't work, I'll log out and switch to another place. After all, it's just a game. Seeing this, Lin Jichen quickly raised his voice to stop her. Absolutely not, sis. Being accepted as a personal disciple by Sect Master Thu is a rare opportunity. You should seize this chance. Learn your skills well from Sect Master Van. I'll need you to protect me in the future. At this moment, Lin Jichen began to comfort Gu Chushu. You don't need to worry about me. Once my master finishes her secluded cultivation, I'll go ask her what happened. If I can't go to Huyanwei sect, then if you miss me, you can come to the Sword sect to find me. Gu Chushu nodded and replied, Okay, then you must take good care of yourself. If anything happens, send me a message. Lin Jichen replied softly, Don't worry, you too. Take good care of yourself. Then Gu Chushu took out a vial of medicine and instructed Lin Jichen. By the way, This is what Sister Fuang asked me to give you." He took the vial, happily saying, "Sis, you stay at Haoyanwei sect and keep building a good relationship with Sect Master Van. Just a little bit of her favor will be enough for you to get by. I can't stay at the gates of Huyanwei sect any longer. So, I'll be going now." At Spirit Beast Mountain, Lin Jichen leisurely climbed the stairs. Holding the vial in his hand, he thought to himself, helping Sister Gu Quishui join his sect was a quest that even rewarded a treasure. Suddenly, Elder Thian Wen stood in front of him, blocking his path and saying, "You little brat, why are you running over here again?" He gave a bitter smile and replied, "Elder Thian Wen, are you home?" Elder Thian Yuan shouted, "Nonsense, this is my territory. If I'm not home, where would I be? Follow me, I have something for you." A moment later, both of them stepped into the deep forest. Lin Jichen asked cautiously, "Elder, is there something else?" He calmly replied, "Although the sword sect suffered heavy losses this time, it was fortunate you reminded me to rush over with reinforcements. Otherwise, many more sword sect disciples might have perished. After the meeting, the 12 elders and I decided to reward you." Lin Jichen exclaimed in surprise. "A reward?" Elder Thian Gwain said, "This is your reward. Don't get cocky, you brat. You must continue to work hard." The moment Lin Jichen held the reward in his hand, the system displayed, Thian Dian Sword Sect Contribution Token, 10,000 points. Earth Grade Technique, Mountain Splitting Sea Cutting Sword. Seeing he had received the reward, Elder Thian Wen cleared his throat and reminded him, "It's getting late, you should head back." Nangong Yue has already gone to sleep. Lin Jichen bowed and replied, "Understood. I will come to visit the young senior sister another day." With that, he turned and left before Elder Thian Wien's eyes. Watching his retreating figure, the elder thought to himself, "This kid is sincere toward Nangong Yue, but it's still not meant to be." Late at night, at Lin Jichen's place, he began to open the vial of body-refining pills. Lin Jichen gulped them down in an instant. A surge of immense power enveloped his entire body. The system notified him, "Breakthrough to mid-crystallization stage. All base attributes plus 40. Health plus 4,000. Mana plus 4,000. Using the top-grade body-refining pill, free attributes plus 80. Congratulations, player Lin Jichen. You have reached the mid-crystallization stage." Early the next morning, having finished his cultivation, Lin Jichen headed out. He pondered, "With the boost from the body-refining pills, my cultivation level has broken through very quickly. It's just that having just reached the mid-crystallization stage, I've hit a new bottleneck. I need to use more medicine to keep breaking through." He looked at the quest board in front of him. There was a very difficult quest: lead a training team. The description: lead 50 Outer Sect disciples to the Stormy Valley for 3 days. Ensure the safety of all disciples and return without any deaths. Only then will the quest be considered complete. Quest rewards: 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 sect contribution points, 1 top-grade body-refining pill, 1 mysterious grade secret technique. Quest hint: the Stormy Valley is full of dangers. Beside countless beasts and frequent natural disasters, recently many evil spirits from the demon sealing land have also been hiding there. Proceed with caution. Lin Jichen scanned it and thought, leading a training team, 0 death requirement, and it's at the Stormy Valley. They are really pushing their luck. If it weren't for the top-grade body-refining pill, I really wouldn't want to take this. At the Thiandian Sword Sect's outer courtyard, voices of complaining echoed through the area. "We have to go out for training again. I hope we can kill more spirit beasts this time. I only need 1,000 experience points to level up. I wonder who will lead us this time. I hope it's a beautiful senior sister." Others said, "I hope this time we have a stronger elder. Last time, an intersect disciple led us. Damn it, the moment things got dangerous, that guy ran away first, causing me to die miserably and lose a lot of experience." Just then, someone walked over and asked Han Oyen Lin, "Sister Oyen Lin, who do you think will be the captain leading us on this training trip?" She replied, "Doesn't matter who it is, just get the job done." At the same time, someone walked up to inform Lin Jichen, "Junior brother Lin Jichen, this group of Outer Sect disciples is the team you will be leading for training." He replied respectfully, "Chu Shenkyu, senior brother, for showing the way." The senior brother also politely said, "My pleasure, my pleasure. Junior brother Lin Jichen, if you ever need anything in the future, just come find me." Then, a few seconds later, someone shouted, "Everyone, look, he's leading the team now." The girl next to Yuyan Lin whispered, "Sister Yuyan Lin, look, that's Master Lin Jichen. Why is he the team leader?" Yuyan Lin muttered to herself, "Master Lin Jichen is actually the leader." Lin Jichen walked over to them and called out in a loud voice, "I will be leading this training mission. I hope everyone can follow my commands for the next 3 days. If anyone acts on their own or disobeys orders, I will deduct their entire evaluation score. So, if anyone here isn't happy with that, you can leave now, and I'll bring others in to fill your spots." A few people whispered in dissatisfaction. "Look at him acting all tough now. Just don't come crying for us to protect you later. That would be embarrassing." "Right? He's just at the crystallization stage. I'm at the golden core stage and I haven't even said anything yet. Make sure to record everything later. If Lin Jichen gets scared and runs away, post it online to make him look like a fool." Lin Jichen didn't pay them any mind and continued with his instructions. "Remember, for the next 3 days, we act as a unit. If you need to buy pills or other supplies, do it now. You have 30 minutes, and then we meet at the city gate." After hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed while chatting. "All right, let's go. Let's see what we can find to snack on for the trip. I'm going to go buy some health recovery pills first." Once everyone had left, Lin Jichen snapped his fingers and summoned his blood-eating beast. He told it, "Fatty, come on out. I'll give you something to eat. We're heading out soon." When Lin saw the beast, she ran over and complimented, "Master Lin Jichen, your spirit pet is so cute. I never imagined you'd be the one leading our training. How did you end up with this job? I don't think I've ever seen you take on this kind of mission before." Lin Jichen flashed a bright smile and told Lin, "It's my first time, so I'm counting on you." She looked at him with a confused expression. Seeing her like that, Lin Jichen teased, "Just kidding. Do you want to ride on the bear?" Lin asked back. "I'm allowed to," he replied. "Of course. This guy just loves it when beauties ride him." Lin reached out to pet the beast's head, marveling at how surprisingly well-behaved it was. At that moment, Lin Jichen placed a hand on Lin's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Let's head into the bamboo forest." After that, the two of them sat on the back of the beast and ventured deep into the woods. Lin felt a bit shy, so they both sat quietly on its back without saying a word. Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. "What is the meaning of this? You're the dignified one Shi Guild, and you're stooping to looting while others are vulnerable. How pathetic." Lin quickly turned to ask Lin Jichen, "Master Lin Jichen, did you hear that?" He nodded. "It's the people from the Wan Shi Guild." Sam gestured loudly. "Thak hai nangong yue. So your luck finally ran out? You've pulled quite a few good items from our guild's shop, haven't you? Do you really think you can just walk away from this?" Lin Jichen thought to himself, "Thak hai nangong yue. Is she the #1 gacha queen from my past life?" "Hi," Nangong Yue retorted. Hey. It's an open shop. I have good luck, so I drew the prizes fairly. A guild as big as yours, surely you aren't afraid to play fair, are you?" Sam replied irritably, "The other stuff, I'll let you keep. Just hand over the golden core of the mysterious tortoise spirit beast and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you're about to play a much harder game." Then, Lin Jichen cut him off from behind. "Hey, I don't know about this, but isn't it a bit ungentlemanly for a bunch of grown men to be bullying a girl?" Some of the Wan Shi Guild members recognized him and shouted, "Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen, what did you just say?" Lin Jichen replied calmly, "My apologies. I meant, friends from the Wan Shi Guild, is it really appropriate for grown men like you to be picking on a girl?" Hearing this, Sam gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Jichen, out of respect for your relationship with our guild master, I suggest you stay out of this. Don't blame us for being rude if you don't." Lin Jichen smiled and said, "Oh, so you know I'm acquainted with Guild Master Vuong, but I don't know you. Who do you think you are? I feel like minding this business today." The Wan Shi Guild members gnashed their teeth in anger. Sam held them back and said, "Wait, back off. Lin Jichen, I've heard quite a bit about your business in the Eight Desolations. You're a sword cultivator, right? Good. Today, I'll let you experience what it means to be the #1 body cultivator in the Eight Desolations." Lin Jichen immediately hopped off the beast. He didn't forget to tell Lin, "Help me watch the bear, will you? I'm going to go have a word with him." She nodded. "Master Lin Jichen, be careful. Stay safe." Lin Jichen drew his sword and said, "Don't worry." He poured all his energy into the blade. Then, he unsheathed his powerful sword, his eyes lighting up with intensity. In a heartbeat, Lin Jichen shot forward like a bullet toward Sam. Fast as lightning, he slashed through the bamboo behind him, leaving Sam visibly shaken. His speed was incredible, and Lin Jichen took the opportunity to close the distance just as Sam was leaning back to dodge his previous attack. Seeing him approach, he channeled all of his strength into his axe. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Mountain Splitting Strike. Lin Jichen retreated, instantly recalling. In his past life, Sen was recognized as the #1 axe wielder and would eventually rank extremely high on the Eight Desolations heavenly rankings. He had clashed with him before. Back then, Neither his technique nor his reflexes were a match for him. But he had long since been reborn and transformed. He quickly used the mirage step to attack Xing Sen. Seeing the blade drawing closer and closer, Xing Sen cried out in shock. What? Just like that, Lin Jichen slashed horizontally right through Xing Sen's body. Xing Sen couldn't stop thinking. This guy slashed straight through me. And why did a normal attack trigger a critical hit? Refusing to give up, he gripped his axe firmly, gritting his teeth as he continued to attack Lin Jichen. Despite this, Lin Jichen kept countering him relentlessly. Xing Sen was pierced by countless strikes from Lin Jichen. He screamed in agony, unable to take it anymore. He unleashed his hellish ghost axe technique. Lin Jichen took a hit, frowning to himself. I couldn't dodge it. That was careless. The system warned, bleeding effect with a 100% activation rate, causing a 5% loss of current health over 30 seconds. Sensing the situation, he knew if this continued, it wouldn't end well. Lin Jichen resolved to use the Moon Bone Slash, and instantly, the move froze Xing Sen in place. The system reported, Moon Bone Slash, 1,850 damage, 100% chance to trigger a slow effect for 10 seconds, 10% chance to trigger a freeze effect for 3 seconds. Xing Sen was stunned, thinking, it triggered even with a 10% chance? What kind of insane luck is this? At that moment, Xing Sen felt the danger. Seeing Lin Jichen standing tall above him, he gasped. This is bad. Lin Jichen didn't hesitate, gripping his sword tightly, gathering his strength as he shouted the name of his technique. I have here the sword that cuts mountains and seas. Chaotic as the passing tide, he unleashed the finishing move, the mountain-dividing, sea-parting sword, slicing Xing Sen in two. The power was so terrifying that even the ground split in half behind him. And just like that, Xing Sen was soundly defeated by Lin Jichen. All the members of the 10,000 Worlds Guild cried out in panic, Brother Sen. Then they turned to each other, run fast, hurry back and inform the guild leader. However, before they could even move, Lin Jichen slashed through them all in one stroke, and just like that, the whole group vanished. Lin Jichen sighed, you still want to run? It's done. You go pick up the soul seeds and share them with the sisters in the Moon Shadow Guild. Yuan Lin was startled and asked, give them all to us? Chu Shenkyu, Master Te. Just then, Hai Nangong Yu stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Chu Shenkyu for stepping in to save us. I owe you my life. Thach Hai Nangong Yue, I will remember this kindness forever. Oh, by the way, this is a spirit herb I obtained earlier. It has excellent healing properties. Please take it. Lin Jichen looked at the bottle in her hand and thought to himself, no wonder she's the goddess of luck of the Eight Desolations. She's certainly generous. But in my past life, although she relied on her lucky draw skills to earn millions a month, she also made many enemies and was later hunted down by the Q family, dying at the hands of bandits. Lin Jichen politely replied, Chu Shenkyu, but I have 2 more things to say. If you rely on your talent for gaming, you can earn a good living. But it's very easy to offend people. If you offend the wrong big shot, they might not hesitate to spend real money to end your life. Hai Nangong Yue heard Lin Jichen's warning and exclaimed in panic, are there really people like that? Lin Jichen shook his head, sighing. They say the human heart is hard to fathom. She really is a naive girl. Hai Nangong Yue offered. Then I should probably quit the game. I don't want to lose my life just for money. Lin Jichen comforted her. It's not that bad. If you open soul seeds, you're sure to find better treasures than the average person. Use them to focus on improving your strength. Once you are strong enough, you won't have to fear the bad guys anymore. Hai Nangong Yue nodded and said, I understand. At that moment, Yue and Lin approached Lin Jichen, Master Te, everyone is almost gathered. Shall we set off? Hearing that, he bid farewell to Hai Nangong Yue. We still have things to do. Let's meet again later. She replied, I look forward to it. A while later, at the Storm Valley, everyone cheered to encourage one another. We're in front of the Storm Valley now. Let's do this. Holy cow, no wonder it's called Storm Valley. This wind is so strong, it's hard to even stand. Lin Jichen stood high up and called out, everyone, regroup. That's it for today. Assemble here tomorrow at 9 sharp. Everyone rest and regroup. I'll keep watch for you tonight. The next day, when everyone was still fast asleep, a voice suddenly rang out, assemble. One by one, they started logging in, saying to each other, I'm online. Let's assemble, assemble. At that point, 48 people were online. Someone asked, why are 2 people still not here yet? Another said, I came here on an empty stomach. I should have eaten breakfast before logging in. Lin Jichen said sternly, there are still members not online, everyone. Be patient and wait a little longer. Soon, 2 people stepped out of their tent. Seeing them, everyone started to complain. Are those the 2? How could they do this? That's right. How many of us do they expect to wait for them? Jikai said to Lin Jichen, "Team leader, we're really sorry." Lin Jichen didn't hold back. He warned them in a cold voice. "You are exactly 2 hours late," Jikai said embarrassedly. "I woke up late. If a girl doesn't sleep enough, her beauty will fade, you know." Lin Jichen reminded them, "If you're late at any point during these 3 days, I will directly deduct points from your training evaluation." Jai Lei was furious and complained. "On what grounds? Isn't it just being a little late? Isn't it normal for girls to be late?" Lin Jichen was annoyed by her attitude. He gritted his teeth and said, "If that's your attitude, then get lost. I'm not leading you anymore," he thought. "At worst, the mission fails, I'll just accept it. Bringing these kinds of pig teammates on a mission is just like stepping on a landmine." Jikai scolded him, "Aren't you a man? Do you have any class at all? A petty man like you is just amazing." Jai Li chimed in, "That's right, apologize to us right now, or don't expect anyone to do the mission." Yui and Lin couldn't take it anymore and shouted from behind, "You're late, and you still have excuses. And if you keep talking nonsense, I'll be the one to drag you back to the sect right now." Jikai sneered, "Who do you think you are? You bimbo." However, the next second, she had to shut up when she saw the sharp, icy glares not just from Uyi and Lin, but from everyone else. Both Jai Lei and Jikai stood there in total silence. After settling things, Lin Jichen spoke up. "All right, everyone stay close. Do not stray. And if you end up dead, don't say I didn't warn you." The storm in the valley. Namkung is named after the constant storms that sweep through the narrow, long valley. If you want to traverse the entire place, it would likely take days even by flight. Their mission is to search for spiritual fragments. Each person must collect 10. With 50 people, that's 500 total. Someone shouted, "I found one." Another said, "There's nothing here." "Wait, I found one." Even so, Lin Jichen kept thinking. Although he told them to act together, they would surely split up soon. To finish his own task, he had to figure out how to get more fragments, because they couldn't just work together like cooking a giant pot of rice. He sighed heavily, thinking that once everyone split up, the workload would get even heavier. It was going to be tough. Suddenly, a desperate scream for help cut through the air, grabbing Lin Jichen's attention. Gaiakai was panicking, shrieking, "This beast is way too strong. I'm done for. Someone, please, help me." Startled by the cry, Lin Jichen rushed over, trying to soothe her. "Hang in there." But as he caught sight of the scene, he froze in his tracks, letting out a sharp gasp. Looking over at Gaia Le and Ji, they were losing their minds, screaming, "Don't you dare come over here with an early-stage crystal beast." Gaia Le kept yelling, "Stop coming this way and swinging your sword around like a madman." Gaiakai, cowering behind, shouted, "You can't just hack away like that. You'll just piss it off." He retorted, "I don't have time to deal with all that." Lin Jichen clutched his face, sighing in frustration, thinking to himself, why are these two acting just like Quech Kit? He remembered back in the day, Quech Kiet would just stand in the back. "Honey, you got this." In his past life, he'd spent countless hours carrying Quech Kiet to level up, taking her by the hand every single day to clear quests and grind mobs, only to end up being backstabbed by her and meeting a miserable end. Suddenly, Gaiakai spotted him in the distance and wailed, "It's the pro player. Save us." Gaia lay, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "We can't beat this beast, it's just too hard." Lin Jichen shook his head, replying, "Take it easy, keep fighting for a bit longer." But before they could even move, they were already pinned down. "No way, we can't." With a weary sigh, Lin Jichen unleashed a critical strike that slammed straight into the beast. Gaia Le gasped in shock. "Wait, is it over already?" Both of them bolted toward the loot, cheering, "Awesome. Quest complete." Chu Sheng's a ton, big guy. But suddenly, the loot vanished right before their eyes. Lin Jichen had calmly swiped the reward for himself. Gaia Kai and Gaia Le rushed over to him, breathless. "Big guy." Gaia Le stammered, trying to sound cute. "Could you maybe give us the gear and keep the wind spirit fragments for yourself?" Gaia Kai chimed in, "Yeah, and sorry about being late earlier, that's on us. If you help us clear this quest, I'll send you those pictures you wanted to see when we get offline. The ones with the black stockings." Lin Jichen hurriedly shook his head and waved them off. As he turned to leave, a massive giant eagle caught his eye. The Crimson Eagle was aggressively attacking the other players. People were screaming for their lives, some even getting snatched up and tossed away by the bird. Lin Jichen watched calmly, sizing it up. The Crimson Eagle was a late-stage Golden Core beast, its power rivaling the Thunder Dragon in the Lightning Marsh. It was a boss-level entity. Late-stage Golden Core, with high stats and skills like Storm Fist, Shadow Claw, Great Wind Roar, Sky Piercer, and Rain of Blades. Seeing the Crimson Eagle turn its head, the other players started yelling to each other. "That bird is back. Don't be scared, everyone. Charge and take it down. They all unloaded their attacks at once, but to the Crimson Eagle, it felt like nothing more than a light tickle. It wasn't phased at all. Realizing this, they panicked and shouted, "It's no use. It's not doing anything. Run." Just then, Lin Jichen dove in from above, swinging his sword straight at the Crimson Eagle. His critical strike landed squarely on the bird's upper body, shaving off a solid chunk of its HP. Lin Jichen thought smugly, "Not bad for the first day, running into a Crimson Eagle. My luck isn't half bad." The eagle retaliated quickly, using its talons to strike at him. With a massive swipe, the Crimson Eagle sent Lin Jichen flying. In an instant, he lost a huge amount of HP. Clutching his shoulder, he calculated. A wind element beast. Sure enough, its speed is insane. Lin Jichen immediately launched a flurry of attacks, but the lightning-fast Crimson Eagle dodged every single one of them. Lin Jichen growled in annoyance. "Don't think you can run. I'm gonna pluck your feathers and roast you." He unleashed his Wind Thunder sword technique. Still, the Crimson Eagle dodged it with ease, leaving Lin Jichen deep in thought. It actually dodged that. The bird countered with a crushing storm fist. Its attack was getting dangerously close. Lin Jichen weighed his options. He couldn't afford a war of attrition. He needed to find a way to lock it down. A system notification popped up. Wind Thunder Sword active, speed plus 70%. Creating a vortex, Lin Jichen immediately followed up with his ultimate technique, Bone Moon Slash, aiming straight for the Crimson Eagle. It hit dead on. Sensing an opening, Lin Jichen summoned countless blades to swirl around him. And finally, he unleashed his ultimate move, Blade Storm. The other players in the party watched in awe, unable to stop themselves from exclaiming, "Now that is a real sword cultivator." Lin Jichen looked incredibly imposing, surrounded by a whirlwind of swords. With a wave of his hand, the blades shot out like arrows toward the Crimson Eagle. It took significant damage, no hesitation. Lin Jichen quickly channeled another technique, and glowing runes appeared on his palms. He pointed defiantly toward the sky, and in a blink, the same runes manifested right above the Crimson Eagle. A rain of blades slashed around the bird, cutting its speed by 40%. Lin Jichen kept the pressure on. The Crimson Eagle, which had plenty of health just seconds ago, saw its HP drop by 12,000. It let out a furious screech and began to beat its wings violently. A shower of feathers rained down on the ground as it prepared to fly off. Lin Jichen watched it go, thinking, "If I let it use that ultimate, I'm definitely dead." He gripped his sword hilt, silently resolving, "I've got no choice but to go all out." Lin Jichen focused every bit of his energy, let out a thunderous shout, and launched himself into the air. He slashed straight through the Crimson Eagle. The system flashed a notification. Death sentence executed. 5% HP threshold triggered. Negative 2,050 damage. Execution. The Crimson Eagle was cleaved in two right before Lin Jichen's eyes. He wiped the sweat from his face, thinking, "Finally, that's done." As the bird hit the ground, everyone cheered. "We won. We actually won. Amazing. Our party leader is the best." While everyone was celebrating, Wu Yanlin sensed something nearby and glanced around. At the same moment, Lin Jichen slowly touched down. The group rushed toward him, yelling, "The leader's back. Great job, boss." Wu Yanlin stepped up to praise him. "You're seriously impressive, Master Lin Jichen." A few others, seeing the crowd gather around Lin Jichen, seized the chance to scavenge. "Come on." The bird dropped loot. "It's gotta be good stuff. Go, go, go. Grab a couple of things and we'll be rich." Lin Chen realized what those people were up to in an instant. He cast a sharp gaze toward the three figures running away. Without hesitation, he hurled his sword straight in their direction. The blade plunged into the ground, blocking their path. Lin Chen shouted coldly, "I'm telling you, it's not a good look to try and steal someone else's loot." The group hurriedly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. "It's just a misunderstanding. We were just curious to see what kind of treasure that bird dropped." Lin Chen couldn't care less about them anymore. He strode over to where the rewards had fallen and began calmly picking them up one by one. First was the Earth-grade weapon, the Clear Sky Sword. Its stats were incredibly powerful, and the passive ability it came with was top tier 2. Every third strike triggers true damage, and it even has life steal. Then he picked up the second item, the Earth-grade Snowflake Brocade Dress. Su Wanling and the others gasped in amazement when they saw these two items. Lin Chen looked at the second item, thinking it was a decent piece of defensive gear, but a male player couldn't equip it. Su Wanling approached him to negotiate. "Master Lin, since this outfit is only for female players, why don't you sell it to me?" He replied, "Sorry, I'm not planning to sell this. I'm going to give it to someone." She looked confused, asking who he was giving it to. He nodded and explained, "I'm giving it to my sister." Wanling was a bit surprised and curiously asked, "Your sister? Does she play the game too? What level is she at? Why don't you have her join our Moon Shadow Guild?" Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Forget it, she just started, so she hasn't even reached the chi refining stage yet." Wanling's eyes widened in surprise. "But this outfit requires the golden core stage just to equip it. Even if you lead her yourself, it would take her over half a month to be able to wear it. And if the version gets updated by then, it'll be obsolete, won't it?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "She's got a point." He then held the outfit out to her. "In that case, here, it's yours." She was stunned and quickly asked, "You're giving it to me? Well then, thank you so much. I'll pay you for it. Give me a moment to check the market price." After Wanling found out the true value of the outfit, she stared in disbelief, thinking, "This is way too valuable. I couldn't afford this even if I sold myself." She broke into a cold sweat and tried to refuse. "No, never mind. This is way too expensive. I can't take it, and I definitely can't afford it." Then, Wanling excitedly offered a suggestion. "Why don't you gift this dress to your guild leader? She could definitely afford it, and that way you wouldn't be at a loss." She gave him a thumbs up, looking pleased. Besides, the style of this dress really suits her. It's so elegant. At the same time, in reality, Liu Hazi was sitting in front of her computer, screaming in excitement as she watched Master Lin strike twice with his sword, causing that cursed flame-crowned bird to fall to the ground and drop a soul seed. She exclaimed with pure thrill, "Master Lin is just too cool." Back inside the game, Lin Chen stood on a high cliff, crossed his arms, and declared, "The trial is over. Time to head back to the sect." As he wiped sweat from his face, he thought to himself, during this trial, other than that red bird, the training process went relatively smoothly without any other unexpected incidents. The guild members held their teleportation talismans, cheering happily, mission accomplished. "Let's head back to the sect." But when nothing happened, they stared at each other in confusion. Why wasn't there any reaction? That's strange. Why aren't the teleportation talismans working? Lin Chen was also confused, shaking the item in his hand. It really wasn't working. What's going on? Just then, a loud, triumphant laugh echoed from a distance. A group of people from the Nether Soul Hall appeared in the sky. As soon as he saw them, he frowned, thinking to himself, "Nether Soul Hall. Why are they here?" Luo Muchen. At the same time, Muchen slowly descended in front of Lin Chen, a personal disciple of sect leader Leng Feiyan. "I really didn't expect us to meet like this." With her face flushed and her eyes narrowed into a smirk, she added, "It looks like our Nether Soul Hall has stumbled upon a treasure today." Muxian then used her index finger to lift his chin. "Someone as handsome as you really appeals to women. Could it be that your sect leader fell for your charm and decided to take you on as a disciple? She really knows how to pick them." With a blank expression, he frowned and demanded, What do you want?" "Oh," she said, letting go of his chin while giving him a suggestive look. "Such a refined young man. The more I look at you, the more captivating you are. Why don't you just follow me back to the Nether Soul Hall?" Muqian moved behind Lin Chen and teased, "I'll make you my personal manservant, and we can practice together every day. How about that?" Seeing her hot, seductive demeanor, the guys below began fighting to volunteer themselves. "I can do it. Pick me. I'm definitely up for it." Lin Chen brusquely swiped Muqian's hand away with a look of disgust. "What exactly do you want? If you want to kill me, just do it." Lin Chen won't even blink. Hearing this, she looked amused. "No wonder you're sect leader Lang's disciple. You really have guts. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to invite you to the Nether Soul Hall, treat you to the finest delicacies, and then, you know." Seeing Muqian crossing the line, Lin Chen shoved her away. "In your dreams." She frowned at his reaction. "Do you really think you're in a position to refuse me?" Muqian smirked, looking confident. "Or do you think you can actually defeat us?" Lin Chen wiped beads of sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, "I'm not sure if I can win this fight, but if we clash, these trial disciples will definitely end up dead. It seems I only have one choice." He raised his head and spoke firmly. "Fine, I'll go with you, but I have one condition." Seeing him compromise, Muqian couldn't hide her excitement. "Master Lin, why are you suddenly so bold as to negotiate with me?" Lin Chen frowned, looking serious. "You invited me to the Nether Soul Hall. Isn't it because you want to use this to threaten my sword sect? If you want my cooperation, you have to agree to this condition. Otherwise, I'd rather die than let you get what you want." She stared in surprise. He pointed at the people below and frankly demanded, "Let them go." Muqian hovered in midair, curious. Lin Chen pointed at himself and said firmly, "I am the one who brought them here for training, so I am responsible for them. Your target is me, so there's no need to drag these outer sect disciples into this." Muqian, looking thoroughly entertained, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "How noble. I'm starting to really like you." "Fine, I agree. After all, I have no interest in this bunch of small fry anyway." One of the members stepped forward, stuttering, "Captain." Lin Chen looked toward Wanling, raised an eyebrow, and gave an order. The women immediately crushed their teleportation talismans, forcing a return to the sect. With a worried expression and beads of sweat, Yuyan Lin asked, Master Lin Jichen, what about you? What will you do? He glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and replied, Forget about me, just go. Staying here will only increase the body count. Hearing this, she nodded and warned, All right, please take care of yourself. Then, Oyan Lin tore her teleportation talisman in two. Instantly, all of them were transported back, leaving him behind alone. At the same moment, a purple teleportation talisman appeared in Mo Tiam's hand. She smirked and tossed it forward. Let's go. It's time to keep our promise. Come, be my guest at the Ghost Soul Hall. Standing below, he reached out and caught the object she threw. Lin Jichen looked at the teleportation talisman in his hand and frowned. Speaking up, I have a question. How did you know I was in Storm Valley? Mo Tiam, hovering in midair, shrugged and replied, That has nothing to do with you. Just rest assured, as long as you cooperate, we absolutely won't hurt you. His eyes narrowed, and he secretly analyzed the situation regarding his training squad. Very few people in the sect knew about it, and as for who might bear a grudge and leak the information, a familiar name immediately appeared in his mind. Safine Han. Mo Tiam grew impatient and waved her hand slightly. All right, enough stalling. If you keep playing games, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, Lin Jichen shouted excitedly, Master, you've come. Mo Tiam, startled by the claim, instinctively widened her eyes and hurriedly turned her head to look behind her. Taking advantage of the moment, he used the blood-burning shadow escape technique to flee. Mo Tiam was shocked and cursed to herself. Damn it, I fell for it. That bastard. Lin Jichen, with a triumphant look, didn't forget to raise his middle finger in provocation. Seeing this, she quickly reached out as if to stop him. Don't even think about running. But Mo Tiam was a beat too late. The energy dissipated, and he was teleported away. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she let out a furious roar. Lin Jichen, how dare you play me? Next time we meet, I'll make you wish you were dead. At the same time, 100 miles away in an unnamed valley, a red vortex appeared out of nowhere. As the energy vanished, Lin Jichen emerged from within. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, and he thought to himself, this random teleportation is practically suicidal. I need to get back to the sect immediately. The scene shifted to the Sword Sect's outer hall. Elder Thian Wen's voice rang out, filled with panic. Is this true? Was Lin Jichen Tu Chu Shen really taken to the Ghost Soul Hall? Yuyan Lin looked up anxiously and confirmed. Yes. Hundreds of Ghost Soul Hall cultivators surrounded us, led by a woman in purple robes. Her strength seemed overwhelming. Elder Tian King, standing beside him, said in a grave tone, If that's the case, then that kid, Lin Jichen, is in grave danger. He furrowed his brows in agreement. Exactly. If he's been taken to the Ghost Soul Hall, it'll be hard for him to even die. Their mind-altering techniques cannot be underestimated. He sighed, frowning, and suggested. Before she went into seclusion, Lady Lan ordered us to take good care of this disciple. Let's go to Storm Valley and check it out. While everyone was discussing Lin Jichen's condition, Thian Han stood at a distance, arms crossed, watching in secret. He sneered with a triumphant smile. Lin Jichen, the Ghost Soul Hall is a death trap. Let's see how you escape this time. Once your mental state is corrupted and you become a demonic puppet, let's see if Lang Feiyan still favors you. At that moment, Nangong Yue rushed over in a panic. Grandfather, she called out, her expression filled with worry. Grandfather, I heard the junior apprentice brother was captured by people from the Ghost Soul Hall. I want to go save him. Elder Thian Wayne barked angrily. Stop that noise. Is that a place you can just go to? Go back. She stubbornly refused. No. Elder Tianqing said with a stern face, If Nangong Yuani wants to go, let her. Our priority is to set out immediately. No delays. Just then, Lin Jichen stepped in through the main gate. Elders, senior sister. There's no need to worry. I've returned. Although his face had a few scratches, he generally looked fine. Seeing him walk in, Nangong Yue couldn't hide her joy. Junior apprentice brother. She ran over and hugged him tightly. Junior apprentice brother, you're okay. Chu Shank goodness. He looked down and smiled, the corners of his mouth curling up. Seeing Lin Jichen return unharmed, Thian Han's eyes widened, and he roared in his head. How is this possible? How could he escape from the hands of Lac Mo Tiam? He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, and cursed under his breath. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Lin Jichen, you got lucky this time. Next time, I'll make sure you suffer eternally. Simultaneously, Lin Jichen spoke up in a serious tone. Chu Shenkyu, elders and senior sister, for your concern. I suffered some backlash after using a secret technique but I'll be fine after a few days of meditation. Elder Thean Wayne placed a hand on his shoulder and said with relief, "Luckily, you were quick-witted and had that heaven-grade secret technique. That was a perfect golden cicada escapes its shell tactic. Well done." Elder Tianxing laughed proudly. Not just escaping, he even brought back his fellow disciples. "You brought glory to our sword sect. This is a great achievement." He smiled in response. "You're too kind, Elder." The system simultaneously notified him that the favorability of both elders had increased. The elder then took out a box and said happily, "Here, you completed the training mission. This is your reward." Inside the box was a small gray stone. He also gave Lin Jichen another item. "Kid, take this. You should also help manage the miscellaneous affairs hall." He reached out to take it. Lin Jichen looked at the token in his hand and asked with a forced smile, "Is managing the miscellaneous affairs hall considered an official position in the cultivation world?" The system stated that the holder of this token could command disciples of the hall with authority equal to an elder. Then, Nangong Yue happily extended an invitation. "Junior apprentice brother, you're weak right now. Why not come back to Spirit Beast Mountain with me for a few days to recover?" he replied, feeling a bit hesitant and stammering. This isn't very appropriate." She ignored him and pulled his hand. "Don't be so formal. Let's go." He was dragged away before he could understand what was happening. Senior sister." At this moment, Elder Tianxing chuckled. "Brother Thean Wen, congratulations." Elder Thean Wen shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth." Watching this, Thean Han gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Lin Jichen, enjoy these next few days. Next time, I will personally destroy you." The scene shifted to outside the room, where Nangong Yue's voice could be heard. "Junior apprentice brother, may I come in?" Lin Jichen was busy cultivating inside. He raised an eyebrow and signaled for her to come in. She brought a bowl of porridge inside and spoke softly. "Look, I made you some spirit grain porridge and added some nourishing medicinal herbs. It's great for your recovery." As he looked at what she was holding, he worriedly wondered to himself, "I wonder if I'll start bleeding after drinking this?" But Lin Jichen still gathered his courage and slurped down the whole bowl in one go. Nangong Yue, with eyes full of anticipation, stared at him. The moment he tasted the porridge, his eyes widened in surprise. Lin Jichen wiped his mouth and excitedly commented, "This is delicious, senior sister. Did you really make this? It's amazing." Hearing this, she frowned and retorted, "What's that supposed to mean? Do I not look like a cook to you?" Seeing her pout, he quickly waved his hands to explain, No. I was just really surprised. This is hands down the best porridge I've ever had." She seemed to calm down and happily replied, "As long as you like it, I'll make more for you later." Then, Lin Jichen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Senior sister, who did you learn this craft from?" "This is good enough to be served at a banquet." Nangong Yue sat beside him and shyly revealed that her mother had taught her. Nangong Yue propped her chin on her hand, sweating nervously as she confided. Back when she was at the Lin Jichen Tin Dharma sect with her mother always said, a young lady should be well-read and skilled in cooking and needlework, so she taught her those things too. Lin Jichen slurped his porridge and glanced over, probing. "The Lin Jichen Tin Dharma sect. May I ask, senior sister, which senior of the sect is your mother?" His mind raced with thoughts. The Lin Jichen Tin Dharma sect, that was my old base. Those 4 lifetimes ago weren't wasted after all. She blushed slightly and answered honestly. "The great elder of the Lin Jichen Tin Dharma sect, Lang Feihong." As soon as he heard that name, he choked on his porridge and coughed. He thought to himself, "Lang Feihong? Isn't that Jiang Luo's master? Oh great, have I walked right into a den of big shots?" Nangong Yue gently patted Lin Jichen's back. "Drink slowly. No one is going to steal it from you." Then she handed him a handkerchief. "Here, take this." Lin Jichen immediately took it. "Chu Shenkyu, senior sister." Their hands accidentally brushed against each other. They both blushed, looking at one another in silence, and their affection points continued to climb. He gave a small cough and turned his head away. "Sorry, senior sister. Nangong Yue stammered in a rush, No problem." Lin Jichen smirked internally, feeling exhilarated. Physical contact without any avoidance. Our affection level is almost at the maximum. It looks like becoming the #1 dual cultivator in the 8 wildernesses is just around the corner. She turned her face away, wondering to herself, what's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast just from touching my little junior brother? Nangong Yue then took the bowl and stood up, feeling embarrassed. "Well, it's getting late. You should get some rest. I'll come visit you again tomorrow." With a smile on her lips, she thought happily, "I'm so embarrassed. But it's great that my little junior brother liked the porridge I made." And with that, Nangong Yue left, and the door closed behind her. Next, Lin Jichen took out a book. The system announced that he had received the skill, 3,000 lightning slashes, but only a sword cultivator with a spiritual root of 80 points or higher could learn it. After reading, he smiled and thought, my lightning spirit heart can just happen to strengthen the power of this skill. This move will surely become one of my lethal weapons in the future. Next, Lin Jichen looked at the blue orb in his hand. Almost forgot about this treasure. Let's see what's inside. He crushed it with force, and a flow of energy emerged immediately. The system stated that the wind spirit heart is a necessary ingredient for breaking through realms and increasing wind attribute resistance. Lin Jichen smiled triumphantly, thinking, having the lightning spirit heart was already lucky enough. I didn't expect to get a wind spirit heart so soon. Even I'm a bit jealous of this kind of luck. Scene shift to a mountain. He walked down the stone steps step by step. Lin Jichen breathed in the fresh air and happily told himself, I'm doomed. These past few days, my little junior sister has been spoiling me so much I can barely walk. This gentle embrace is truly a hero's grave, but damn, it smells good. Since Master is in seclusion, I might as well take on a task to stretch my limbs. He stood in front of the bulletin board and firmly declared to himself, I need to find a way to go alone this time. Suddenly, Lin Jichen's eyes widened in surprise as if he saw some information. Before him was the hell-level task of searching for the purple illusion spirit fragrance. Lin Jichen stroked his chin and deduced 1,000 sect contribution points and 5,000 spirit stones. He reached his hand forward and confidently asserted, high risk, high reward. This is the one. The mission paper flew straight into Lin Jichen's hand. A notification popped up that Lin Jichen had accepted the task. He gripped it tightly and turned to set off. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Lin Jichen. Thien Han sneered with a sinister expression. So you actually dared to take the quest to find the purple illusion spirit fragrance. Lin Jichen, you were lucky to escape twice. You've got a lot of lives, but this time you're definitely dead. Scene shift to the 10,000 Great Mountains. A breeze swept through the gloomy night. The one who created that breeze was none other than Thien Han. At the same time, Lin Jichen was sitting on the back of the blood-eating beast, sitting cross-legged and thinking, luckily, I remember the location of the purple illusion spirit fragrance from my previous life. Otherwise, this mission would be impossible. He leaned down to pat its head and said happily, Little bear, can't you walk anymore? I'm hungry too. Let's find a place to rest, and I'll get you some food. Lin Jichen then pointed to a dark cave in front of them. Look, little bear, there's a cave ahead. We can't go hungry, right? You go scout the way. The blood-eating beast went in rather reluctantly, while he stood outside, nonchalantly encouraging it. Come on, I'll wait for good news from you. Its black rear end slowly disappeared into the cave. The figure of the blood-eating beast vanished, but suddenly, it came bolting out in a panic, crying and snot-nosed. Lin Jichen was startled to see the beast in this state. Before him appeared a swarm of venomous-tailed wasps looking extremely aggressive. He was shocked and muttered, Venomous-tailed wasps. While the blood-eating beast was sweating in terror, Lin Jichen drew his sword and decided to deal with this trouble. It was also an opportunity. Without showing any mercy, he swung down an attack. Using the Frost Moon Slash, Lin Jichen powerfully unleashed a strike toward the swarm of wasps, causing their health to drop significantly. Every single one of those wasps was frozen solid. After using the technique, he narrowed his eyes and thought, it looks like there aren't too many of these wasps. If that's the case, I might as well just wipe them all out. The honey in that hive is a legendary healing elixir worth the risk. Those hornets didn't seem ready to give up, continuing to swarm forward. Standing before Lin Jichen were the beasts, the stinger-tail hornet queens. A buzzing sound echoed through the air as countless hornets filled the sky, and then, all at once, they pointed their sharp stingers straight at Lin Jichen. They launched volleys of venom-tipped needles, but with his lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged the attacks with ease. Next, Lin Jichen swung his sword to counterattack. A storm of sword energy erupted as he let out a roar, unleashing his strike at the hornets swirling before him. Their health bars kept dropping. Lin Jichen didn't stop. He leaped into the air and unleashed his skill, Phoenix Dance. 3,000 lightning slashes. A surge of raw power exploded outward, with bolts of blue lightning striking the hornets head-on. Piercing, screeching sounds filled the air continuously. After tasting the destructive force of his attack, the entire swarm fell straight to the ground. Seeing them all piled up in a heap, he slowly landed. Lin Jichen reached his hand out toward one of the hornets. The system notified him that he had received spirit-grade pills. With a satisfied smile, he muttered to himself, bloodthirst pill, bone-cleansing pill, and even a transformation pill. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Suddenly, Lin Jichen jolted, as if he sensed something. He was taken aback, wondering to himself, this aura, it's Thien Han. How on earth did he track me here? An image of Thien Han shooting forward like a bullet flashed in his mind. With a smug expression, Thien Han smirked, thinking, Lin Jichen, did you really think you could slip through my fingers? This place with its green mountains and clear waters is the perfect spot to bury you. Lin Jichen broke into a cold sweat, looking at the transformation pill in his hand, and frowned as he thought to himself, now really isn't the time to clash with Thien Han. But then, he made up his mind and swallowed the transformation pill. His thoughts continued. Oh well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Thien Han, let's put on a little show, shall we? Lin Jichen's face suddenly turned delicate and feminine as the transformation notification appeared. A moment later, Thien Han touched down on the ground. He scanned his surroundings, thinking, it must be around here. The lingering spirit energy. There was a fight not long ago. But I don't see anyone. Have they already hidden? Thien Han muttered to himself, declaring, I'll have to use my divine sense to search the area. Even if he's in the 7-inch abyss, I'll dig him out. At that same moment, the shadow of a fragile young woman appeared behind him, making him jump and widen his eyes in shock. Lin Jichen, in the guise of a delicate maiden, feigned innocence. Excuse me, brother. I heard the sounds of fighting here earlier, and I was so scared. Do you know what happened? Thien Han frowned, looking back with a confused expression. Before him stood a beautiful girl who seemed completely harmless, but hidden inside was the devious Lin Jichen. Seeing her, Thien Han asked happily, There is no need to panic, miss. I was just chasing a rat. How did you end up alone in such a dangerous place? He pretended to be pitiful, spinning a web of lies. I was ordered by my master to collect the purple illusion spirit herb, but that herb is guarded by a powerful beast. My cultivation is too weak, and I didn't know what to do. Having seen your divine might just now, I was wondering, could you assist me? Lin Jichen then blushed, revealing, Once it's done, I will definitely repay you, kind sir. Thien Han couldn't help but laugh at that. You're too kind, miss. It's just a small favor. She led the way, while a thought crossed her mind. How convenient. I happen to be on a mission for that herb myself. Lin Jichen, we shall meet at the summit. In the shadows of the night, he now in a female body was walking ahead with Thien Han. Suddenly, Lin Jichen excitedly pointed upward. Brother, it's right over there. Before them, growing on a dangerous cliffside, was the pale purple illusion spirit herb. But lurking nearby was a monkey with sharp, serrated teeth. Wanting to show off for the lady, Thien Han confidently drew his weapon. Just watch how easily I take this thing down. Thien Han charged forward with force. Die, you beast. He swung his sword at the cliff face, causing the monster to lose its footing and tumble backward. Lin Jichen stood below, observing the fierce battle. A smug smirk curled his lips as he let out a soft breath. Then, Lin Jichen, moving with graceful, flowing steps, approached the flower. His slender fingers gently plucked the purple illusion spirit herb. Once he had what he needed, Lin Jichen lightly landed on a nearby rock outcropping. He looked at the herb in his hand and narrowed his eyes, whispering to himself, Chu Shanks for the hard work, senior brother, Thien Han. Let's see how I repay you later. Lin Jichen watched the fight ahead and chuckled. Things are getting really intense, aren't they? With a playful tilt of his head, he lamented, Senior brother is working so hard. At that moment, Thien Han was struggling against the gorilla-like beast. Cornered, Thien Han gritted his teeth in pure hatred. The beast roared, raising its massive arms to crush him. Thien Han gripped his sword hilt, teeth clenched, and roared out, You beast, damn it, break. His razor-sharp blade pierced straight through the target. Taking the full hit, the beast collapsed heavily onto the ground. After defeating the monster, Thien Han landed coldly on the ground. A smug smirk crept onto his face. Lin Jichen. Oh, Lin Jichen. You're always one step behind me. Once you struggle all the way here only to find the immortal herb already gone. I wonder how that will break your heart, but don't worry. I won't let you return empty-handed. I'll make sure you don't return at all. Thien Han looked up toward the beautiful woman sitting above. Miss, the mountain demon has been defeated. Did you manage to get the purple illusion spirit herb? Lin Jichen, holding the herb, replied, I got it. Many thanks to senior brother Thien Han for your righteous help. He then blushed and excitedly leaped down. I'm coming over. Lin Jichen, in his graceful form, smiled faintly. Senior brother Thien Han, you've done such a huge favor for me. How could this little girl not repay you? Thien Han, basking in the joy, raised an eyebrow. You're too polite, miss. It was just a small gesture, not worth mentioning. Suddenly, Thien Han jolted, thinking, Wait a minute. Senior brother Thien Han? I never told her my name. How does she know? As his face twisted into a realization, a possibility flashed through his mind. Could it be? He only saw Lin Jichen show no mercy, swinging his leg and kicking him straight in the face. Fine Han couldn't react in time and slammed hard into the dirt. At that moment, Lin Jichen couldn't hide his smugness and burst into laughter. So, miss, huh? Senior brother, these eyes of yours are useless. Mind if I donate them to someone else? After returning to his true form, Lin Jichen was delighted, pointing at himself and declaring, "Take a good look, it's me, your junior brother Lin Jichen." Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and hissed in rage. Lin Jichen, it really is you." He wore a twisted, gleeful grin that he couldn't hide. "Big brother, thank you for helping me complete the quest." The junior brother was endlessly grateful. Once Tian Han realized he'd been played, his fury reached a boiling point. "Damn it, you think you're getting away." He furiously hurled his sword forward, but even then Tian Han forced himself to calm down, his breathing slowing until he finally collapsed, filled with self-reproach. "Su Tian Han, oh Su Tian Han, you really are an idiot. Why would a female disciple suddenly appear out of nowhere to fawn over you in the middle of this desolate mountain range? So stupid." Then, with eyes burning with rage, Tian Han snarled, "Lin Jichen, Su Tian Han swears by the heavens, if I don't kill you, I am no longer human." Meanwhile, Jichen landed gently in a different spot, the purple mist spirit herb in his hand, unable to stop himself from letting out a triumphant chuckle. Jichen then stood in the middle of the bustling crowd and burst into a laugh. People behind him whispered curiously, "What's up with that guy? Did he find a treasure? Who knows? Looks like he's been through something pretty intense." He walked ahead with a calm, steady pace. Right then, Jichen opened his hand, letting the purple mist spirit herb float into the air. The purple flower was absorbed into the white scroll, and a quest complete notification popped up. His system notifications began to scroll through. Hellgrade quest, retrieve the purple mist spirit herb completed. Rich rewards followed immediately. The people nearby couldn't help but gasp. He cleared a Hellgrade quest. Hellgrade, whispers filled the air. "It's true. I saw the quest rewards earlier. Grand Elder Tian Jian's Enlightenment Transmission." That was incredible. Hearing these words, Jichen smugly thought to himself, "No doubt about it. I've hit the jackpot." Grand Elder Tian Jian is the sex pinnacle combatant, second only to the master himself. His thoughts continued. In his past life, after the worlds merged, the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect defended the Huaxia army against countless demonic beast attacks. His most famous moment was the Nirvana Great War, when the capital was besieged by a sea of monsters. With just a single sword, Elder Tianjian charged into the enemy's rear, slaughtering 4 Dao-sensing stage demonic cultivators and 3 world-shaking Dao-sensing stage spirit beasts. Back in the present, the deep, rumbling voice of Yan Ganjian echoed through the room. "Young Lin, today I pass this cultivation to you. I hope you don't just increase your power, but also use your soul to grasp the sword philosophy hidden within. These are the profound insights I have gathered throughout my entire life regarding the way of the sword. I hope they serve your future path well." Then, the old man added sternly, "But how much you truly comprehend, that depends on you." Jichen, sitting below, bowed respectfully after hearing his master's words. "I understand, master." Yan Ganjian pointed his index finger forward, and a stream of energy shot toward him. Jichen immediately closed his eyes tight, absorbing the surge of power. His cultivation and sword mastery soared, and his entire body began to glow with a brilliant white light. The system prompted him to break through to the next level of cultivation. After a while, Jichen reached the heaven-grade sword art, returning to the origin, the path that pierces the heavens. Sword dance of the autumn wind, cutting through the mortal dust. His eyes snapped open, cold and sharp. His mind raced. With this sword technique, what path ahead could possibly stop me? Su Tian Han will settle our debts slowly. Then, Jichen bowed low to thank him. "Shu shank you for your guidance, Elder Tian Jian." Suddenly, the old man raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Tian Han is back. Where did you go?" Tian Han, covered in cold sweat, stammered, "Master. Tian Han started, then caught sight of him. He glared, thinking to himself, "Lin Jichen, that bastard actually dared to come back?" Yan Ganjian stood up and asked, "What is it?" The old man stepped forward, and Tian Han reported hesitantly, "Master, this disciple spent the last 7 days meditating before the ancient sword scar, gaining some small insights, and my mind has finally settled." Yan Ganjian nodded, then looked over at Jichen. Good. You two are the future pillars of my sword sect." He smiled warmly. "Han, as the senior brother, you must strive even harder." He bowed in acknowledgement. At the same time, Tian Han looked at him and said smoothly, "Junior brother Lin is truly a prodigy. I am deeply impressed. If you have any trouble with your training, just ask. I certainly won't hold back anything I know." Jichen crossed his arms and laughed. Senior brother, you're too kind. You are the true role model here, not just for your profound cultivation, but for that admirable spirit of always helping others. Jichen shrugged, adding, I bet that when you go out on missions, you're just as enthusiastic like helping people clear out those troublesome mountain ghouls. A truly boundless accumulation of merit. Tian Han's face darkened instantly. Yan Ganjin, seemingly unaware of the tension between the two, calmly began to walk away. All right, you two should get closer. I'm going to go get some rest now. Tian Han bowed respectfully. Farewell, master. As soon as he was gone, Tian Han glared at Jichen, who was still smiling lazily. Lin Jichen, you are courting death. A powerful, furious burst of energy erupted from his body. Jichen raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to strike me down? Aren't you afraid of breaking the sect rules? Tian Han didn't care at all and laughed mockingly. Sect rules? Who gives a damn about the rules? The worst they'll do is cripple my cultivation and kick me out, but as for you, junior brother. He unleashed his attack, snarling. You won't live to see tomorrow. A bolt of blue energy from Tian Han surged toward him. Jichen caught the strike with just 2 fingers. Then, Jichen flicked his hand forward, and a golden stream of energy countered. Tian Han's eyes went wide with shock. He thought, This is the sword chi of returning to the origin. Jichen stood his ground, saying casually, Senior brother, it seems I don't have the blessing to enjoy your guidance today. Jichen raised an eyebrow, a provocative smirk on his face. I wonder. How about you try taking one of my moves first? Tian Han frowned, his expression tense. Don't think that just because you've mastered the origin sword chi that I'm afraid of you. I just didn't want to start a fight with you today. Tian Han turned to leave, but didn't forget to glance back with a warning. We're not done yet. Hearing this, he hardened his expression and thought to himself, just let him act arrogant for a little longer. If I were to kill him right here and now, I'm afraid even my master wouldn't be able to protect me. That would completely ruin my plan for the path of the sword. Taichen stepped outside, walking while curiously wondering to himself, it's been a while since I last saw a master. I wonder if she has finished her secluded cultivation yet. A notice hung on the door of the room stating she was in secluded cultivation. Those who are not involved are not to disturb, and all matters, big or small, are to be handled by the elders. Seeing this, he sighed softly as his thoughts surfaced. His master was still in seclusion, and the beautiful, elegant face of Fei Liu Hazan appeared in his mind. Taichen blushed and smiled, silently noting that without her, the sword sect felt like it was missing so much life. Following that, he pulled out a notebook and wrote on it with his finger. Once finished, Taichen gently stuck the note onto the door. He then turned around calmly and left, saying to himself, forget it, let me go to Fenghu City first to see how the shop is doing, and while I'm at it, I can deliver the dress to Jiang Liu. At the gate of the Tianian sword sect, someone looking frantic came running over and shouted, which surprised Tichen. Tichen, wait for me. Kuo Keat said, her face flushed and beads of sweat on her forehead. Taichen, I finally found you. Seeing her about to throw herself at him, he immediately dodged, causing her to lunge at thin air. Taichen looked at Kuo Keat and coldly thought to himself, this is Kuo Keat. After that rich kid dumped this woman, she actually followed me into the game, and even chased me all the way to the sword sect. She's like a ghost that won't go away. In my past life, I was toyed with by her and ended up dying a tragic death. In this life, I won't even let her get within a step of me. Kuo Keat refused to give up and stood right in his way. Wait, she said with a pitiful expression, her eyes welling up with tears. Taichen, I know I was wrong. After being away from you, I realized only you truly cared for me. Those other people were just playing with me, she said, choking back sobs as she shouted, can we go back to how we were? I promise that from now on, I'll only love you. In her mind, Kuo Keat had thoughts full of mockery. This simp is actually doing much better than before. A random piece of equipment he has is worth millions. As long as I can hook him, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. He didn't even look at her, instead furrowing his brow and telling her, get out of the way. She clung tightly to Taichen's arm, pretending to cry pitifully. No, I won't let you leave unless you forgive me. Taichen, don't you think I'm pitiful? In the sword sect, the chores I do are the hardest. I do all of this just to be a little closer to you. Without paying her any mind, he waved for 2 people, standing nearby to come over. You two, come here for a second. They approached, and the leader asked happily, Brother Lin, do you have any instructions for us? Taichen pointed directly at Kuo Keat and coldly asked, this woman has sinister intentions. She keeps pestering me and is trying to cling to me. I suspect she has infiltrated the sword sect with ulterior motives. According to sect rules, how should this be handled? Hearing this, the two couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lin, leave it to us. People like this who disturb the peace of the sect must be immediately taken to the law enforcement hall for questioning. If it turns out she has any malicious intent, at best, we'll cripple her cultivation and kick her out of the sect. At worst, she won't keep her life. Kuo Kia turned pale with fear upon hearing this. No, Lin Jichen, you can't do this to me. I just like you. Jichen replied with a cold, expressionless face. Take her away. Keep a close watch on her. Without my permission, don't let her come within a step of the mountain gate. He then turned away calmly. Hard work for you guys. One of them chuckled excitedly. Will do. We will handle this perfectly. As she was restrained by the two, she struggled endlessly. Lin Jichen, you can't do this to me. You'll regret doing this one day. Hearing those words, Jichen frowned and thought to himself, this is just the interest on the debt from my past life. Kuo Kia, we'll settle our debts slowly. The scene shifts to Fenghu City as night falls. The city is bustling with life, and crowds of people are gathered in one place. Jiang Leiyu gently brought over some tea. Young master, please enjoy your tea. Jichen took the cup, looking contemplative. Suddenly, she transformed her outfit and blushed, asking, so, how does it look? He was stunned as he looked at her. Jichen then gave a sincere compliment. Not bad, it really suits you. Leiyu smiled happily. I want this dress. Boss Lin took the money. Seeing this, he stood up to take his leave. Chu Shanks. Well then, I'll be taking my leave now. She asked with a hint of disappointment. Just like that? Jichen tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something else? Leiyu, face flushed, reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear. I've already spent several thousand spirit stones. Could you stay with me for a while? Seeing her shy appearance, he smiled and suggested, let's go. To the Immortal Tower, my treat. The scene shifts to the Immortal Tower. Leiyu sat by the window, propping her chin up, and asked, what have you been busy with lately? Why don't I ever get to see you? Jichen, sitting across from her, looked out the window. I've been finishing up some quests I took on. Following that, she blushed and revealed, Lin Jichen, I might be going to Jiangling soon. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his curiosity. You're going to Jiangling for work? Leiyu leaned forward and confessed, you could say that. I'm planning on opening a new company in Jiangling. Jichen said happily, that's great. Welcome, CEO Jiang, to come boost the domestic product of Jiangling. Hearing this, she exclaimed excitedly, then, I'd like to meet up with you there, will you come? He hesitated, sweating a little as he felt put on the spot. I don't really go out much usually. At the same time, he thought to himself, it's not that I don't trust her, but one still has to be wary of capitalists. Seeing his attitude, Leiyu shrugged and said, all right, I won't force you. I don't have much time anyway. Jichen breathed a sigh of relief. Sympathy is great, he thought. He then called out loudly, waiter, bring the food. The waiter immediately replied, right away. At that same moment, Leiyu raised an eyebrow and reminded him, oh, by the way, the Wanshi Guild has been targeting you lately, so be careful. He and Ui and Lin had ruined the Wanshi Guild's plans last time, which had infuriated Wang Can. Lately, the Wanshi Guild had been frequently causing trouble for Nangong Yuan. Hearing this, Jichen suggested, so, is your guild doing okay? Do you need any help? She replied nonchalantly, it's just some small friction. We at Nangong Yuan aren't afraid of them. He rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, that's good. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me. For the next 2 days, I might have to head somewhere. If you run into any trouble, just send me a message. Lin Jichen said, looking at Luo with wide, curious eyes as he questioned her. Where are you going? He didn't answer her, lost in his own thoughts. The scene shifts to another location. Lin Jichen muttered under his breath, the Haoku Ghost Domain. At the same time, his thoughts surfaced. The Haoku Ghost Domain is an ancient battlefield in the eastern part of Huafeng Province. Because various yin veins intersect here, it is the perfect breeding ground for yin spirits and ghosts. That place is suffocating with killing intent, often referred to as the Ghost Gate Pass. If it weren't for the sake of obtaining the 9-colored spirit orchid, if it weren't for the most essential ingredient to break through to the golden core stage, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this hellhole. In a world where cultivation and demonic entities clash, chaos is inevitable. After the world merged, a massive wave of vengeful spirits and ghouls poured into the modern cities. It was total pandemonium. Countless innocent civilians in Jiangling City were slaughtered. Fortunately, the military reacted quickly, deploying an army of cultivators to hunt down the ghouls, though they paid a heavy price with the sacrifice of 2 nascent soul stage masters. Only then were they able to beat back the monsters and kill the Ghost Emperor General. In this new era, ghouls and evil spirits are everywhere. If you let fear control you, even a high cultivation rank won't save you from a miserable death. He stomped hard on the piles of bones scattered about, his face hardening as he reminded himself, The first thing you have to overcome when facing these things is your own fear. In a place like this, the more you fear, the faster you die. Suddenly, a ghoul materialized right before his eyes, its hands gripping a razor-sharp blade. This freakish creature was a howling ghost soldier. White mist poured from its maw. Jichen furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, no wonder this is the howling ghost domain. Every single soldier here has golden core level strength. Realizing this, he pulled out his weapon. Jichen then lunged forward, his eyes narrowing as he braced himself for a serious fight. The sound of massive clashes echoed through the dead silence of the night. With his sword in hand, Jichen charged straight at the howling ghost general. He looked at it with pure disdain and challenged, "You're just a ghost soldier, and you dare to act so arrogant before me?" The howling ghost general couldn't hide its shock. Without a hint of mercy, Jichen slashed it clean in two. Dead. The creature's body began to fade away, leaving behind only a skull and a sword stuck in the ground. What lay before him was the legendary weapon, the soul-sucking ghost blade. Jichen swung the blade once, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad at all. It can summon golden core ghost soldiers and deals extra spiritual corrosion damage. He stared at the weapon in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Even though it's a mystical grade item, it counts as an accessory. If I can collect the full set of 5 for the set bonus, I could definitely fetch a small fortune at the auction house. Just then, a wave of killing intent surged from behind him. Caught off guard, he took the hit square on. His health bar dropped instantly. Jichen rolled mid-air and slammed into the ground. Wiping beads of sweat, he sneered. A sneak attack from behind? Pathetic. He quickly stowed the soul-sucking blade into his inventory. Jichen glared at the freakish entity before him, snarling. Figures. Ghosts don't know the first thing about honor. A realization flashed through his mind. My luck is terrible today. I just got here and I've already run into a ghost king. The thing standing before him was the howling ghost king. Its entire body was just a skeleton without a scrap of flesh. Jichen frowned, postured defensive, thinking, a golden core early-stage ghost king. It's a shame I haven't reached golden core yet. Otherwise, a boss of this level wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Suddenly, the creature opened its gaping maw and let out a blood-curdling screech before charging straight at him. Jichen didn't hesitate, unleashing a flurry of slashes. The howling ghost king frowned, clearly annoyed. From the depths of its hollow eye sockets, 2 green flames flickered to life. The howling ghost king then rapidly split its body into multiple copies. Simultaneously, a system notification flashed, Ghost Shadow Lock active. Movement techniques currently disabled. Jichen scanned the chaotic scene, his mind racing. A cloning skill that locks you in place. It looks impossible, but there's an obvious weakness. There's only one true body. I just need to find the real one, and the rest will just be illusions. He glanced behind, certain of his choice. Found you. Jichen wasted no time, slashing his sword toward the true form of the howling ghost king. You call yourself a king with only these pathetic tricks. Heavenly Gate Sever. His attack landed, triggering a bleed effect and a silence debuff. The monster shrieked in pain. Not giving the howling ghost king a chance to recover, Jichen lunged again with a fierce glare. He unleashed his next move. Moonbone Slash. The slowdown effect activated, followed by a freeze effect that locked the howling ghost king inside a solid block of ice. Jichen wore a sneer of utter contempt. Ghost King? Is that really all you've got? The ghost vanished, leaving behind a pile of gold and some rare loot. He looked at the Solar Heaven hammer in his hand, sighing in disappointment. The stats are incredible, but it's a shame I'm a Sword Cultivator. I can't use this, I'll just have to auction it off. Just then, a black mist billowed from behind, followed by strange, haunting sounds that made Jichen jump and turn around. Standing before him was a girl, her eyes watery and brimming with fear. Jichen squinted at her, puzzled. What's going on? Is this girl terrified? Can monsters actually be that cute? But then, he noticed something that made him frown in confusion. Wait, she's floating. She's a ghost, so why is she so terrified? Right then, a loud roar echoed behind the girl. Stop! Don't you dare try to escape. A group of ghouls with wicked grins chased after her, cackling. It's the honor of a lifetime for the Ghost Emperor to even look at you. Don't be ungrateful. The grand wedding is almost here. How do you expect a bride to run away? The Ghost Emperor is here. Let's see where you can hide now. A streak of red light tore through the air, the evil energy surging right over the girl's head. The Ghost Emperor stood before her, looking menacing, baring his teeth as he declared, Don't you dare disturb my bride. The girl backed away in terror, shouting, Get away from me. I'll never marry you. The Ghost Emperor smirked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Whether you marry me or not isn't up to you. But before his outstretched hand could touch her, a sword blocked his path. Jichen stood with his hands behind his back, calmly walking forward to lecture him. You look hideous enough as a ghost, and you still want to get married? Have you no self-awareness? You're a toad trying to eat swan meat, ugly and delusional." Hearing these insults, the Ghost Emperor roared in fury. "A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dares to barge into my howling ghost domain? Today, I'll make sure you never leave alive." Jitran thought. "The item I need is on him." He smirked with a cunning glint in his eye. The monster with glowing green pupils lunged at him. "Die, you ant." Seeing the attack about to connect, Jitran gasped in surprise. "He's fast." Jitran's expression turned. He couldn't dodge in time and took the enemy's attack head-on, his body recoiling from the sheer force. Sweat poured off Lin Jichen like a waterfall as he clutched his shoulder, thinking to himself. The Ghost King surely hadn't held back, but rather than showing any fear, he boldly challenged him. That was fast. So that's his palm strike, lots of internal power, but lacking in sheer physical force. Old ghost, did you skip breakfast? The Ghost King gnashed his teeth and hissed at those words. You insolent little brat. At the same time, countless skulls rushed out from behind him. Sounds echoing from the depths of hell filled the air. How dare you show disrespect to the Ghost King? My minions, devour him. Lin Jichen didn't just stand there waiting to die. He immediately summoned his blood-devouring beast. Hey, little bear, quit playing dead. Wake up and get to work. The moment the beast saw what it was up against, its eyes widened in terror. It turned and bolted, tears streaming down its face, leaving Lin Jichen completely stunned. Watching this shameful display, Lin Jichen angrily kicked it in the rear and roared, "Look at your pathetic state. What a waste of all those expensive snacks I fed you. If you don't snap out of it, I'm roasting you tonight to feed these little ghosts." The beast let out a long, defiant wail as if to argue back, but then it gritted its teeth, suppressed its fear, and charged forward. Meanwhile, Liu Hazieguan was crying while cheering him on. Your great kindness is something this girl will never forget. Please, destroy this Ghost King. You can do it. Lin Jichen muttered to himself. Actually, I was just passing by and wanted to hunt some monsters. At that exact moment, the Ghost King suddenly vanished. Lin Jichen stared in horror, thinking. He disappeared again. He closed his eyes and focused, telling himself, if I can't outmatch his speed, I'll beat him with better judgment. Lin Jichen snapped, his eyes open, the answer was right behind him. He whirled around and thrust his sword backward. I've been waiting for you. A loud explosion erupted, and the Ghost King was knocked backward by the strike. The Ghost King frowned, clearly frustrated, and unleashed his technique, cold, spirit-piercing strike. He shouted while firing shards of ice. Die already. Let's see how you hide now. Lin Jichen didn't show a hint of fear below. He crossed his arms to block, tensing his body and activating his defensive skill. His thunder armor flared to life. Thunder magic is the natural nemesis of these dark, gloomy things, he thought with a smirk. Before him, the Ghost King's illusions of skulls flickered, surrounded by flames that burned intensely. Seeing such a bizarre scene, Lin Jichen frowned and let out a sharp breath. He channeled his energy and lunged through the mess, breaking through the fog. But realizing these things had no intention of letting him go, he frowned and thought, this is dangerous. I'm trapped. I can't just keep taking hits like this. I need to take the initiative. He pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. Now, why don't you taste what it feels like to be trapped? Lin Jichen pointed his sword downward and unleashed his Blade Storm skill. Countless pale blue streaks of light, carrying immense destructive power, rained down on the Ghost King's position. The attack forced the ghost to cover his face, severely limiting his vision. The Ghost King couldn't hold back his rage, screaming, I will devour every bit of your flesh and enslave your soul, torturing you for all eternity. Lin Jichen just shrugged with a look of pure contempt. Big talk is easy for anyone. If you were truly that capable, why am I still standing here? In his hand, he held valuable items like bloodthirst pills and bone-forging pills. Meanwhile, the Ghost King braced himself and bellowed a command. Netherworld hell. All ghosts hear my command and rise. Horrifying entities began to emerge from the ground, summoned from the abyss. Lin Jichen looked at the skeletons with disdain and declared, more of you. Huh, perfect. Today, I'll wipe all you ghosts out in one go and send you to your graves. He raised his hand, channeling the rebirth Buddha seal. A massive, blinding golden symbol appeared in the dark sky, casting light downward and made the Ghost King and his skeleton shriek in agony. It burns. It hurts so much. The Ghost King looked at his body, which was beginning to dissolve, and gasped in shock. Is this the Buddha seal? No, no, no. The Ghost King's agonizing screams echoed through the space. Lin Jichen grinned triumphantly. This Buddhist skill is actually effective against ghosts. Truly, it's a specialized field. A bit of a rough start, but I should definitely learn more skills like this when I have the time. The ghost's body was completely shattered, accompanied by a deafening blast. As the Ghost King vanished, a glowing blue item appeared in his place. Lin Jichen landed heavily on the ground, picked up the item, and smiled to himself. Great, I finally found it. Suddenly, Liu Hazioguan called out to him happily. Benefactor. Lin Jichen tucked the item away and asked, The Ghost King has been defeated, and this place can no longer hold you. What else do you want? She blushed, looking shy and embarrassed. Your life-saving grace is like a gift of rebirth to me. When I was alive, I suffered, and after death, my soul was imprisoned by that monster. I have no home to return to. She knelt before him and pleaded earnestly. If you do not find me unworthy, I am willing to follow you, to serve as your slave and maid to repay your kindness. Lin Jichen was stunned. You mean you want to become my ghost servant? At the same time, the system notified him that the entity before him wished to become his servant. She flushed a deep red and gave a slight nod. He looked at the system screen and tapped to confirm. A notification chimed, contract established. He watched Liu Hazioguan kneeling on the ground and thought to himself, in the 8 wildernesses, a ghost servant is equivalent to a divine beast. From now on, she will be a sharp weapon in my hands. With the contract signed, the master could command this female ghost as he pleased. No matter what he asked her to do, she would obey unconditionally anything at all. An image of Liu Hazioguan in a maid outfit flashed in his mind. As she changed, she opened her sparkling eyes and looked at him. Master. Lin Jichen stared at her beauty, thinking, if she were human, her looks alone would be enough to cause kings to lose their empires. But a ghost from the Scarlet Earth realm was never simple. She looked up, slightly surprised and puzzled. Master, what's wrong? Master. He jolted out of his daydream. Lin Jichen cleared his throat and announced, You go back to the ghost servant space for now. We can't stay here long. I'll take you back to the sword sect first. Liu Hazioguan replied, As you wish, master. Under the dark sky, he flew away on his sword, leaving a trail of light behind him. Lin Jichen smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, The 9-colored spirit orchid is mine. It's time to head back to the sword sect and break through to the golden core stage. The scene shifts to the Tianyan sword sect at Lin Jichen's residence. He gestured forward and commanded, Ghost servant, come out. The moment she heard the order, Liu Hazioguan appeared immediately. Yes, master. Do you have any instructions? Lin Jichen looked at the figure before him, raised an eyebrow, and suggested, Show me your skills. She didn't hesitate to demonstrate her abilities. Yes. My first move is called Rending Claws. The second is Chain Bell, which deals damage over an area but is easily interrupted. And finally, Charm Technique, which puts enemies into a dazed state for a short time. Additionally, I have a mental-type skill called Soul Suppression. After watching her performance, Lin Jichen felt smug and thought to himself, Not bad. Almost all of them are spirit-based, which makes for perfect crowd control support. Suddenly, Liu Hazioguan stepped closer. Master, I don't have a name yet. Upon hearing this, he thought for a moment and proposed, Let's call you Liu Hazioguan. She blushed and smiled brightly at the name. Liu Hazioguan. Thank you for the name, master. Lin Jichen then ordered, Go back and rest. I'm going into seclusion. Liu Hazioguan obediently followed her master's command. A powerful surge of energy radiated from his body as he gently stretched his arms outward. Lin Jichen was entering the early stage of Golden Core breakthrough. Countless stats improved significantly, accompanied by his random talent, Spirit Energy Rain. At that same moment, a thunderous boom shook the gray sky. The door slowly creaked open. Lang Feiyan stepped out, narrowing her eyes with a smile of relief. Already formed your core after just over half a month? This little disciple of mine really never lets me rest easy. Suddenly, Lang Feiyan was startled, looking behind her. She picked up the note Lin Jichen had left and read its contents. Mountains have trees, and people have feelings. The starry night is just like you. Day 7 of Missing Master. The landscape is etched between the longing in my brows, looking to the very end. There is only that one gaze. Day 7 of Missing Master. If this life isn't with you, what is the meaning of wearing green hair and white robes? Day 25 of Missing Master. Lang Feiyan, with flushed cheeks, closed her eyes and muttered, This naughty disciple only knows how to sweet talk. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations to player Lin Jichen. Tribulation successful. Countless streams of golden light spread throughout the space. In high spirits, he stretched and laughed out loud. Damn heaven, if you can kill me later, consider yourself impressive. Who am I? I am the child of destiny, the future master of the sword sect. Just as Lin Jichen was focusing his energy, a voice both strange and familiar suddenly rang out. You've only just entered the golden core stage, and you're already daring to look down on the heavens? Startled, he looked over and realized, Master, you've come out of seclusion. Seeing her disciple's mature appearance, Ling Feiyan was extremely satisfied and praised him. It seems you've done quite well while I was in seclusion. Lin Jichen grinned and asked, Master, how did your seclusion go? Did you break through to the Immortal Core Realm? She replied, Do you think the Immortal Core Realm is like Foundation Establishment? Is it that easy to break through? My seclusion this time was just to gain some insight into my Tao heart. There wasn't any real progress. Lin Jichen patted his chest proudly. That's fine, no need to rush. Take it slow. As long as you're okay, Master, that's enough. I don't need you to break through to the Immortal Core. I just want you to be happy. In the future, leave the protection and the Immortal Core breakthroughs to me. Hearing this, Ling Feiyan turned and warned him. Stop with the sweet talk. You seemed to have such an easy time with the tribulation earlier. Why are you pretending now? Hearing this, Lin Jichen immediately faked crocodile tears, choking up. Master, you don't know the half of it. I almost didn't make it back to see you. Those 4 small lightning bolts were too hard to overcome. I was truly on the verge of life and death several times. If I hadn't held on to my last breath, yearning to see you one last time, I might have been parted from you forever. She heard these words and smiled happily. Is that so? And Lin Jichen, choking up unsure if he was crying for real or faking it, replied, It is exactly so. Ling Feiyan then exposed him. But just now, watching you from the side, you were nothing like this at all. Those 4 lightning bolts hit you, and you didn't even have a scratch. And you had the nerve to mock the heavens. How about that? Are you sure that wasn't you? Lin Jichen blushed with embarrassment and replied, I was just joking with you, Master. Don't take it seriously, just a joke. Ling Feiyan suddenly remembered and brought out the item to ask. That's right, did you write these? You dare to write such frivolous words to me? Do you know what it means to respect your teacher and the path? Seeing her extremely serious expression, a surge of panic rose in his heart. No way did Master change her personality after seclusion. She didn't refuse him when he talked about feelings before. Could it be she has cut off the mortal world and practiced the heartless path? But contrary to his worries, Ling Feiyan parted her lips and smiled beautifully. This 180-degree change in expression made Lin Jichen even more confused. There was joy in Master's eyes. Could she be doing this on purpose? He stepped forward and whispered, Master, I don't know what it means to respect the teacher and the path. I only know that when you fall in love, you can cross mountains and oceans. The person I like? It's not because of any gap in our status. Ling Feiyan heard this and became as shy as a young girl, not forgetting to warn him, You, don't spout nonsense. This is against morality. Lin Jichen didn't care. He directly took her hand and replied, Master, do you know that you were in seclusion for so many months? For a disciple, I was anxious day and night. I know what love is. If it were forever, wouldn't we be together morning and night? But I couldn't stop thinking about you day and night. I once thought I was a giant, capable of not suffering for love, but this time has made me realize, in the face of love, I can't take a single hit. Ling Feiyan hesitated, wanting to speak. I am also. Lin Jichen took the chance to continue. Even to the ends of the earth, there is only endless longing. Even when I'm just looking at the sky, watching the clouds drift by, I miss you. Even when I'm just sitting here, I miss you. Hearing these words from Tang Mi, Ling Feiyan felt incredibly sweet, and she couldn't help but recite a poem, longing for someone, yet unable to find them, looking forward toward the cold wind. If the wind rises from the heavens, does it carry the heart of a gentleman? Having bared their hearts to one another, the two then embraced tightly. Cold Ling Feiyan's favorability toward you has increased by 5 points. Current favorability is at 65 points. Like-minded souls. Tei Chen thought happily, this is great. 65 points means we're finally on the same wavelength. Surely she won't beat me up for some physical contact now, right? Are these truly the real emotions of an NPC? It's almost impossible to distinguish them from real people. Thinking this, Tei Chen reached out and cupped Ling Feiyan's blushing, shy face in his hands, then he boldly puckered his lips, clearly intending to kiss his master. Ling Feiyan was stunned for a moment, but then she gave Tei Chen a punch that made a bump sprout on his head and scolded him loudly. You rebellious disciple. How dare you take liberties with your master? It seems I've been too lenient with you. Because of your disgraceful behavior, Cold Ling Feiyan thinks you're a pervert. Your favorability rating has dropped by 70 points, leaving you at a net of -5. Disgust. As Tei Chen saw his points plummeting, anxiety welled up in his heart. Oh no, I forgot she's the sect leader of the Sword Sect. 65 favorability points isn't enough to survive this kind of death wish. He quickly turned, knelt, and bowed his head. I'm sorry, Master. I was momentarily blinded by my feelings. Please punish me. I will never dare to do such a thing again. Ling Feiyan was still fuming, but she replied, knowing you're wrong is a start. If you dare to act up again, I won't let you off so easily. Chen stood up, smiled, and vowed, I swear, unless Master gives me permission, I will never overstep my boundaries again. Cold Lang Feiyan's favorability toward you begins to slowly recover. Afterward, the two went out to the training yard. Lang Feiyan suggested, all right, enough being lazy. Since you've entered the Golden Core stage, let me see what your cultivation level is really like. She handed him a wooden sword and ordered him to attack with all his might. Chen quickly took it and got into position. Before moving, he said, Master, please forgive me for being rude. With those words, Chen lunged straight at her, his strikes decisive and impossibly fast. Seeing this, Lang Feiyan was extremely satisfied and praised him. Not bad. Within the Golden Core stage, I doubt there's anyone faster than you. However, Chen was already standing behind Lang Feiyan, preparing his next move. She said in a cold tone, still too slow. Ignoring her remark, he thrust the wooden sword straight at her. Lang Feiyan took the opportunity to teach Chen a lesson, full of openings. With a single move, the beauty easily countered his attack. Off balance, he tumbled and fell hard to the ground. Seeing this, Lang Feiyan felt a pang of regret for her student. She might have used a bit too much force. After her shocking blow, it took Chen quite a while to slowly open his eyes. He looked at her shyly and said, Master, thank you for your guidance. I've gained so much, but I'm still worried. Master, are you still mad at me? Lang Feiyan replied uncomfortably. Who said I wasn't? You've caused so much trouble today, don't you think you deserve to be punished? Chen obediently rested his head on her lap and said, I know I'm wrong. What can I do to make you stop being angry? Just say the word, and I wouldn't regret it even if I had to die 10,000 times. Hearing this, Lang Feiyan turned away and replied, What to do to stop being angry? How could you expect me to tell you that myself? Chen cleverly suggested, How about I treat you to a meal, Master? She replied coldly, Not enough. He tried another suggestion. Then, How about I buy you some jewelry? She turned away, refusing. So superficial. Am I that shallow of a person? Chen scratched his head and added, Then how about I buy you those plum blossom cakes you love so much? Lang Feiyan snapped, angry, I clearly like horseshoe cakes the best. You don't have a shred of sincerity. Chen was even more confused that didn't work either. So, what exactly? Seeing her student's distress, Lang Feiyan smiled to herself. What a silly disciple. Oh well, forget it. I won't make it harder for him. Besides, I already agreed to give him a chance to make amends. Chen, feeling helpless, decided to gamble. How about we fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed? A deafening silence filled the air. It was stifling. He realized what he had just said. Oh no, he was completely screwed this time. But contrary to his expectations, Lang Feiyan smiled happily and replied, Fine. Chen was stunned. What? Master actually agreed. Lang Feiyan asked, Are you prepared? Chen answered boldly, Master, I'm prepared. She stood up, turned, and headed into the room, saying, If you're prepared, then follow me. Chen was overjoyed. He thought to himself, happiness came so suddenly. Wait, no. Is Master testing me? No matter what, today was the beginning of his new era. The two walked into a large room. A servant carefully opened the grand doors, letting wisps of steam drift out. Chen stared at the soaking tub, which was as large as a swimming pool, and was stunned. He thought, Holy, we're doing this in a bath? Thinking this, he imagined some adult scenarios and nearly had a nosebleed. This is too exciting. A water fight. Afterward, Chen reached out a trembling hand toward Lang Feiyan. She started, panicked, and asked, Where do you think you're putting your hands? Chen flusteredly replied, Master, I'm just here to help you undress. I'll provide excellent service. Lang Feiyan understood exactly what he was thinking and cleared her throat. You rebellious brat, what is going on in that head of yours? He asked in confusion. Master, didn't you say fight at the head of the bed, make up at the foot of the bed? You agreed to it. Lang Feiyan explained, I agreed, but I didn't agree to you touching me. Chen asked again, No touching? Then what am I supposed to do? She crossed her arms and replied, What do you think you should do? Obviously, we stay on our own sides. What did you think we were going to do? He asked blankly. Stay on our own sides? Master, do you mean we're just soaking? Lang Feiyan confirmed, Right, what else would it be? Go wait outside now. Chen obeyed and stood outside the room, thinking to himself, No wonder she agreed so readily. So that's how it is. Oh well, being able to bathe with Master is still a step closer. The two then stepped into the large tub filled with rose petals. The steam rising from the clear water only made the current scene feel more romantic and provocative. Lang Feiyan was feeling extremely flustered. This is so embarrassing. If I knew, I wouldn't have agreed to this rebellious brat. It's just soaking. Don't be nervous. It's nothing. Tei Chen, on the opposite side, was actually quite relaxed, thinking to himself, it's hard not to let your mind wander when Master has such a beautiful figure. Their eyes then accidentally met, leaving them both startled. The two of them turned away simultaneously, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lang Feiyan then decided to speak up to break the awkward tension. This is the Thien Sun Spirit Spring. Since you just had a breakthrough, this is very good for your body. Lin Jichen replied, Chu Shenkyu, Master. Otherwise, I might never have had the chance to bathe in Spirit Spring water in my entire life. The two fell silent, not knowing what to say, until suddenly, a loud call came from outside. Junior brother. Lin Jichen sensitively recognized that voice. It was his junior sister. Why was she here? Outside, Nangang Yue was still shouting, Junior brother. She thought anxiously to herself, where are you? I just left seclusion and saw the sword lightning from the Sword Palace. Junior brother must have broken through to the Golden Core realm, right? But I don't see him heading down the mountain, and there's no one in the training room. Did he fail the tribulation and get wiped out by lightning? In the bath, Lang Feiyan wondered, where are you going? Little Nangang Yue is looking for you, too. What kind of relationship do you two have? Lin Jichen stammered in response. What are you talking about? Senior sister must have just seen me survive the tribulation and break through to Golden Core, so she came to congratulate me. Don't worry, Master. I'll go say a word to her so she doesn't worry. Lang Feiyan blushed deeply, quickly rushing toward Lin Jichen to cover his mouth, warning, don't you dare speak. Lin Jichen felt even more flustered with his master's assets right before his eyes. Emotions surged like he was playing with dough, causing Lin Jichen to instinctively wrap his arm around Lang Feiyan's back. She jumped back, hugging herself and shouting, You can't say a word. If little Nangang Yue knew you were in the same room as me, what would people think? He regained his composure and hesitated before replying. I won't say anything, but... Senior sister Lang Feiyan crossed her arms, showing her dissatisfaction. It seems like you care a lot about that junior sister of yours, doesn't it? She decided to stand up and demanded, Turn around and close your eyes. Don't you dare peek. I'll go distract her. As for you, wait here. If you try to spy or make any noise... Lin Jichen followed orders and turned around decisively, promising disciple wouldn't dare. He was blushing furiously, thinking to himself in confusion. In this game, why does it feel like I'm having an affair? Outside, Nangang Yue was pacing back and forth looking for Lin Jichen. She tried to peek through every door crack, then muttered in disappointment, he's not here either. I can't find him anywhere. Did junior brother really? Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, Little Nangang Yue. She turned around. Master Lang Feiyan had stepped out and asked directly, Little Nangang Yue, why are you looking for your junior brother? Inside the bath, Lin Jichen was still leisurely enjoying the pleasure of the warm water. He exhaled in relief, feeling the water embrace his body, when suddenly the door in front of him swung wide open. Lin Jichen asked in shock, Master, what's going on? Little junior sister, what do you need me for? She stood on the steps and replied. She said you broke through to the Golden Core realm and came specifically to congratulate you. I told her you were in seclusion, so she left. Little Nangang Yue seemed very interested in their relationship. You two are quite close, aren't you? Lin Jichen hesitated. I don't know much about the inner palace, but senior sister Nam Kung is the only fellow disciple who visits often. If Master feels it's not appropriate. Lang Feiyan dipped her hand into the warm water and interrupted. I don't see anything inappropriate. In the Sword Palace, you are my only disciple. It is quite lonely here. It's good for you to make friends with other disciples. I also once had a very good friend. Lin Jichen asked curiously, Who was Master's friend? How come I've never heard of them? She turned away coldly and replied, I don't know her anymore. She is not from our sword sect. If I could make her kneel at my feet once more, all that money would be mine. Hearing that, Lin Jichen felt a sense of bewilderment. In the game's settings, he hadn't seen this plotline. Was there a hidden quest? Lang Feiyan turned and walked away. Enough, don't talk about this anymore. An old friend is not worth discussing. Let the past sleep. Lin Jichen still didn't have the sense to stop and asked, Well, Master, do you still want to soak a little longer? You go ahead and soak, Lang Feiyan refused. I'm done. He had to accept it. All right, I'll soak alone then. But Master, the water is getting a bit cold. Could you help me warm it up? She looked at her student's arrogant behavior and could only sigh in frustration. To be able to order your master around like this. I'm afraid you're the only one in the world who could do that. Lin Jichen, having no shame, directly suggested, Master, my back is itching and I can't reach it. Could you help me for a moment? Lang Feiyan felt annoyed and demanded, Scratch it yourself. I really can't reach it. She relented, kneeling on one leg and reaching out. Lang Feiyan asked, Where? Lin Jichen stood back and pointed to his back, answering, right there. Lang Feiyan touched it and asked, here, right here. Feeling the relief, he happily exclaimed, yes, 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 to the left a bit. Perfect, right there. After a moment of teasing, Lang Feiyan couldn't take it anymore, stood up, and decided to leave. That's enough. Once you're done, get out. Don't soak for too long. Lin Jichen answered, understood, master. After a thoroughly refreshing break, Lin Jichen confidently stepped out onto the path. Everyone looked at him with envy. Look, everyone. Who's that? Damn, it's Lin Jichen. I heard he's already formed his core. Big boss, notice me. Can I get a photo? Big boss, please form a party for the dungeon. In the chaotic crowd, Quash Kate shouted happily, Lin Jichen, I finally found you. I've been waiting for you for so long. Are you free today? I want to invite you to dinner, as an apology. Lin Jichen looked at her with disgust, inwardly sneering. Quach Kiet, it's her. She's really like a ghost that won't go away. He heard that the senior brothers at the labor hall were sent to do all the dirty work every day, such as turning soil, spreading manure, hauling fertilizer, and cleaning the toilets. How could she still have the courage to come find him? Meanwhile, Quach Hiet had a hidden agenda of her own. At first, I never would have guessed that Lin Jichen would become a top-tier powerhouse in the game. Word is, he can easily sell a few pieces of gear and buy himself several houses in a first-tier city. If I can just get him to kneel at my feet again, all that money will be mine. Contrary to her expectations and plans, Jichen just replied coldly, do we know each other? Guoji put on a pitiful act and said, you're still angry with me, aren't you? I know I was wrong. Seriously, for your sake, I even dropped out of school, and I cut off all the guys who used to chase me. I just want a fresh start with you. Watching this, Jichen could only sigh in disgust. The nerve of this woman is truly shameless. She calls getting expelled, dropping out, and getting dumped, cutting off ties. She really is the most thick-skinned person on the planet. The crowd nearby started whispering among themselves. Is this guy actually the top player's ex-girlfriend? How surprising. Maybe he made it big in the game and decided to ditch his old flame for some new fun. I never expected a top-tier pro to be like this in real life. In the middle of the conversation, he turned away coldly and declared, listen, miss, you've got the wrong person. I, Lin Jichen, swear that I have never been involved with any woman. If you keep harassing me, I'll have to call the city guards. Guo Shuiyan knelt down immediately, her eyes welling up with tears as if begging, Jichen, don't be like this. Their conversation was cut short by a loud announcement. A battle has broken out at Pingyu and Yanwu. Shadow Moon and Wan Shi are in an all-out war. Jiang Luoyu and Su Wanling are surrounded, and Shadow Moon is losing ground. Jichen's expression turned serious the moment he heard that. Shadow Moon and Wan Shi are fighting? Is the beautiful Jiang in trouble? I gotta go check this out. He bowed politely and said hurriedly, everyone, I have somewhere to be. Let's meet again if fate allows. Guo Shu was even more panicked and tried to stop him. Jichen, wait! But despite her desperate shouting, he left without a second glance, acting as if she were nothing more than air. Outside the battlefield, wave after wave of attacks slammed down. The Shadow Moon members were focused, desperately trying to push back their opponents. Tian Ku wasn't holding back, charging in with his sword and sturdy shield. In a split second, he cleaved an opponent in two. The air around them began to erupt, sounding like bombs were going off everywhere, which only made the onlookers even more nervous. It looks like something is charging this way. Watch out! A monster twice the size of a human kept sweeping its blade, mowing down anyone in its path, turning the scene into total chaos. Liu Hazi stood on the sidelines, babbling. Do you guys see this? Shadow Moon and Wan Shi are in an all-out war. Wan Shi is overwhelming them with numbers. Even though the girls from Shadow Moon have decent skills, they can't hold off that many people. Suddenly, there was a slight disturbance in the sky, making her panic. Wait, what's that? Jichen appeared right before everyone's shocked and confused eyes. He just stood on the sidelines, watching quietly, with no intention of joining the fray. Liu Hazi ran over quickly and asked, my idol, you're here too, did you come to help Shadow Moon? Jichen replied indifferently, just passing by to watch the show. High above, Hao sat comfortably in his chair, enjoying the drama and ordering all firepower to be focused on Jiang Luoyu. Don't let a single person from Shadow Moon escape today. Kill them until they lose their levels. His henchman stood nearby and replied, don't worry, boss. Those women aren't going anywhere today. Shadow Moon has some decent gear, but they don't have many top-tier players, and they're just soft women with average skills. We've got this in the bag. Another added, that's right, boss. Look, Lao San is unstoppable. He'll be through their lines in no time. Wipe out Jiang Luoyu. Below in the heat of battle, the person just mentioned was struggling to hold on. She fought while asking, Wanling, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? She reported back, Guildmaster, all our sisters online are rushing here, but many of them aren't built for direct combat, so we don't have the advantage. Luo Yu declared loudly to her teammates and opponents, even if Wan Shi is being a bully, today we'll show them the spirit of Shadow Moon, even if we lose levels for it. Wanling realized something then. Guildmaster, look, Lin Jichen is here too. Should we ask him for help? Luo Yu spotted Jichen from a distance. She hesitated and replied, no, don't drag him into this. This is a guild war, don't pull him in. Wan Shi is the type to hold a grudge, we can't let him get dragged into this mess. Behind them, other teammates were suddenly attacked from the rear without any chance to resist. Luo Yu shouted sharply, assassins. Wanling realized it too. Guildmaster, Wan Shi's assassins are hitting us from the back. This made her even more panicked. What? Jing Hao stood up in a rage and ordered, boys, move out, all-out assault. Kill Jiang Luo Yu. 50,000 as a reward, and a bonus for everyone who joins in. Hearing that, they surged forward with even more killing intent, screaming, charge, kill, charge. But just as they were charging with immense momentum, a sword appeared in the middle of the path, causing them to stop in confusion. Someone looked at the patterns on the blade and vaguely realized. A sword. Who was that? Jichen appeared in front of Luo Yu and spoke up, Guildmaster Wang, with so many people, aren't you ashamed to be bullying a group of women? If word gets out, won't you lose face? Jing Hao recognized Lin Jichen then. He laughed heartily, completely shameless, and made an offer. Little brother Lin, you came at the perfect time. This is a grudge between Wan Shi and Shadow Moon. Why do you have to get involved? How about you join us? Let's take down Shadow Moon together, and we'll give you 30% of the loot. Jichen heard this and replied helplessly, 30%? Guildmaster Wang is certainly generous, but I can't betray my girlfriend. Wanling froze in confusion. Huh? Even Luo Yu was stunned. Girlfriend. She nervously stammered to Luo Yu. Guildmaster, don't listen to his nonsense. I'll explain it to you later. Jing Hao, quick on his feet, tried to compromise. Isn't that simple? If you're willing, we won't touch your girlfriend. Just join us, and the position of Vice Guild Master of Wan Shi is yours. We'll dominate the server together. Jichen couldn't help but burst out laughing. He tilted his head, acting innocent, and replied with heavy mockery, Brother Wang, you're too good to me, aren't you? I'm so embarrassed. I worked with you before. I really am a terrible person. Chapter 96. Jing Hao thought this was an agreement and happily shouted, a man who knows when to yield is a hero. I'm glad you understand. Just then, Jichen picked up his sword and cut him off. Smart choice. Glad you get it. Now, Lin Jichen, pick up your sword and interrupt him. So, I've decided to finish you off. Consider this a lesson. Seeing this, Jing Hao's veins bulged with anger as he growled, I tried to be polite, but you just don't know when to quit. He ordered the entire squad to launch a pincer attack on Lin Jichen to break his flame fire orbs, sealing spells, and freezing blade techniques. Jichen lunged forward with terrifying speed, appearing and disappearing as he cut through the dense crowd, leaving them panicked and wondering, what is that? Our defensive spells aren't fast enough. Jichen then used his bone moon slash to slowly pick off the remaining stragglers. Watching from afar, Jing Hao thought in terror, wait, isn't Lin Jichen only at the early golden core stage? How could he possibly deal damage that broken? His minions are trying their best to attack, but the results are just ridiculous. A single critical hit takes off tens of thousands of HP, and one powerful kick makes his body collapse, unable to withstand it. They were all about to meet a truly painful and unforgettable end. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Lin Jichen stood alone, sword in hand, wiping out the fodder with ease. He stood his ground and called out, What's the matter? You actually came, guild leader. Jing Hao finally realized what true fear felt like. Stuttering, he barked out orders, calling for 30 healers to keep the magic users alive. Get 10 crowd control fighters in there. Magic users, hit him with everything you've got. Take him down, now. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoyu's troops were charging in with burning intensity. The guild leader yelled, There's a huge reward for anyone who takes him out. The battlefield was no longer just Lin Jichen's domain. It had devolved into a chaotic, fiery storm of violence. Jing Hao smiled triumphantly, thinking he had turned the tide. Lin Jichen, you might be a good fighter, but can you really handle a human wave strategy? Today, we're going to grind you into dust. But contrary to his expectations, Lin Jichen didn't even break a sweat, weaving effortlessly through the incoming attacks. Jiang Luoyu's subordinate was stunned, eyes widening in disbelief, frozen for a full 5 seconds. As for Jing Hao, the sight before him left him paralyzed with fear, his mind completely stalled. Even while locked in combat, Lin Jichen was hyper-aware of every shift around him. The battle only became more one-sided as he systematically cut down Jing Hao's useless underlings. The surrounding crowd panicked, shouting out, "His speed is too high. We can't even land a hit." Lin Jichen took a brief moment to breathe, scanning the battlefield with sharp eyes to assess the situation. Then, he struck again, not forgetting to leave a parting message. "Go back home and practice more." As he focused on the front, someone suddenly lunged at him from behind. The attacker used a poison snake fang technique, aiming to drive a dagger into his chest to inflict a lethal, fast-acting toxin. Unfortunately for him, Lin Jichen was quick to sense it, parrying with his sword. With a decisive slash, he forced the attacker to retreat. Dian Hui praised his opponent. "Fast reflexes, I'll give you that." The great sword god then moved in, his sword light flashing like lightning, tearing through the air. Dian Hui unleashed a savage barrage of ruthless strikes, trying to seize the initiative. Amidst the rain of arrows and relentless attacks, Lin Jichen skillfully tilted his body, narrowly dodging a fatal arrow by a hair's breadth. A thunderous explosion rocked the area as the arrow, imbued with Tian Kui's energy, buried itself deep into an ancient tree, leaving Lin Jichen stunned. Tian Kui smiled and chimed in, 2-on-1. "That's not bullying, right?" Caught in a pincer attack, Lin Jichen stood firm, bracing against the overwhelming pressure from the duo of demons, Tian Kui and Dian Hui. He twirled his blade nonchalantly and retorted with a mocking tone. "Top 100 on the heavenly ranking, so what? Today, I'll show you exactly where a real assassin strikes." Hearing this, Lin Jichen smirked to himself. Dian Hui, huh? With wind, thunder, and fire attributes, he's extremely fast. And Tian Kui, a sniper who loves to predict movement. He then called out, "Perfect timing, you'll serve as the test subjects for my new sword intent." Before the dust could even settle, Dian Hui drew his blade and lunged with the momentum of a hungry tiger, aiming for the kill. Die. From a distance, Tian Kui coldly drew his bow, condensing fire energy into a volley of explosive arrows that seemed ready to torch the entire battlefield. Moving as fluidly as falling flowers or flowing water, Lin Jichen dodged with effortless grace, neutralizing the duo's vicious combo by using the highest level of his swallow passing through the stream footwork. Borrowing momentum to step on the air, he transformed into a white blur, soaring into the sky. High above, Lin Jichen performed a spectacular mid-air flip, perfectly evading Dian Hui's ruthless slash, and the wind-tearing arrow from Tian Kui above. With a swift motion and incredible visual prowess, Lin Jichen reached out and gripped the incoming arrow, halting the evil attack in its tracks. With his deep internal power, he easily snapped the arrow in his hand before touching down. He stood proudly, facing Dian Hui. Suddenly, a vile, corrupted aura erupted as his opponent desperately channeled demonic arts, transforming into a massive, ferocious python meant to swallow him whole. Seeing such a spectacular sight, Jing Hao was overjoyed, thinking, "Lin Jichen, aren't you supposed to be so strong? Let's see how you handle this." Meanwhile, Liu Hazi was outside, actively live-streaming the events for the world to see, her biased commentary causing the view count to skyrocket. How truly shameless. Does the Wanshi Guild have no shame? Two top-tier heavenly rankers ganging up on Master Lin. The massive python reared its head, roaring madly, opening its blood-soaked maw with jagged fangs, waiting to devour everything in its path. Facing such a malicious, bloodthirsty formation, Lin Jichen let out a tired sigh. His demeanor remained calm and relaxed as a dazzling azure blade aura burst forth. He unleashed a heaven-severing strike, landing a lethal hit directly onto the python's body. The sword energy was so devastating that it forced Dian Hui to instantly revert to human form to dissipate the force and save his own life. Even after shedding his transformation, he was still rocked by the lingering, profound shock of the slash, horrified by the overwhelming pressure of that sword energy. This Lin Jichen. He broke my ultimate technique in a split second. Having taken the hit, he fell backward in agony as the sharp edge of Lin Jichen's sword sliced a shallow wound into his side. Seeing his ally in danger, Tian Kui immediately drew his bow from the shadows, silently firing a scorching poison arrow, pouring every ounce of his strength into the shot. The arrow whistled through the air, streaking straight toward Lin Jichen. Just as he was gathering his focus to deliver the final blow to his enemy, he didn't even bother looking back. Lin Jichen swung his blade horizontally, forming a shield of light that easily swiped aside the deadly projectile. Wait, he thought, puzzled. Was that arrow really that powerful? Staring at the arrow he just blocked, a perfect plan formed in Lin Jichen's mind. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he decided to use his enemies against one another. Using a masterful technique of borrowing force to strike back, he redirected the very arrow he had caught to shatter the remaining momentum of the demonic python, turning the situation to his advantage. Dian Hui screamed in terror as the flaming arrow pierced through his demonic form body. The dark arts crumbled and dissipated in an instant. Seeing that he had personally taken out his own ally, Tian Kui cursed, "Damn it, you piece of trash." He figured retreat was the better part of valor. But just as he started to flee, Lin Jichen was already one step ahead, standing right behind him. He whispered, "You think you can just come and go as you please?" Lin Jichen swiftly turned and unleashed a thunderous, finishing blow. It knocked Tian Kui down, officially marking the end for the demonic duo. Seeing this, Jing Hao exploded with rage, shouting, "Useless! If two of you can't even handle one man, then everyone charge. Kill him." One of his underlings stumbled over, looking battered, and reported, "Guild leader. The people from Moon Shadow have arrived as reinforcements. We can't hold them back much longer." Right at that moment, Jiang Luoshi stood in a corner, cheering everyone on. "Keep it up, everyone. We'll wipe them all out." Jing Hao's subordinate desperately tried to persuade him. "Guildmaster, let's retreat. As long as the Green Hills remain, we don't have to worry about firewood. If we keep this up, we'll be wiped out sooner or later." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it. If Lin Jichen hadn't intervened and held back the top-tier experts of the Wanshi Guild, we could have already won." Feeling utterly helpless against the dire situation, Jing Hao had no choice but to order a full retreat. But contrary to his wishes, Jichen rushed over. He always gives a warning before making his move. "Want to leave now? You're too late." Jing Hao was incredibly panicked at the sight. How could his speed be this fast? With just one slash of his blade, he quickly finished off the crafty, talkative villain. In the real world, Jing Hao suddenly woke up from a long sleep, having been eliminated in the game. He glared at his computer screen, sweating with rage. Jing Hao furrowed his brows, breathing heavily as he tried to calm down. He punched the wall in a fit of fury and declared, "Lin Jichen, I will make you pay for this." Back in the game, everyone was still in shock seeing Jing Hao fall. Guildmaster, Guildmaster. He had respawned, leaving behind a few rare pieces of equipment. The minions, seeing this, were overcome with greed and thought, "If a man doesn't look out for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. What's the harm in taking a few of the Guildmaster's items?" But another, more level-headed subordinate shouted, "You useless idiots, stop. Are you really going to touch the Guildmaster's gear?" The Yue Ying group seized the opportunity to attack, charging forward with such momentum that Jing Hao's people panicked and retreated. "Run." Afterward, they celebrated with joy. "That's great. We won." Jiang Luoshi called out from behind, "Mr. Lin, thanks to your help this time, I owe you another huge favor." Jichen smiled and replied, "It was mostly because you guys fought well. I was just there to set the mood." Yui and Lin heard this and muttered helplessly, "Who sets the mood by wiping out half an enemy squad?" Jiang Luoshi responded sincerely and seriously, "Regardless, you helped us out this time. You've definitely offended the Wanshi Guild to the core. Wang Jinghao is the type to hold a grudge. You must be careful. He might cause trouble for you in reality." Jichen reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." She then presented a generous gift and added, "The soul seeds and equipment dropped by the Wanshi Guild belong to you. Consider it a thank you gift from Yue Ying." Jichen was very satisfied when he saw the gift and accepted it without hesitation. "In that case, thank you very much." He held the items in his hands, happily talking to himself. "These purple tier stats aren't bad at all, and these two blue items are top-notch too. Whoa, wait, what is this?" Jiang Luoshi was secretly pleased. She then stepped closer and suggested, "Are you free tonight? The new Wind and Snow Prison secret realm has opened. Would you like to go with us?" Right then, Jichen also received a message from Gu Chushou. "Liu Hazio Chen, want chicken soup tonight? I'm going to go buy some chicken in a bit." Getting the message, he stood up and replied, "Can I bring my family along? I want to bring my sister and some friends." Jiang Luoshi answered, "Sure, let's meet at the entrance to the Wind and Snow Prison at 8 tonight." In the real world, Jichen and Chushu were at the supermarket. She picked up an item and announced, "Liu Hazio Chen, let's buy some spinach to make chicken and spinach soup. Little Lan will definitely love it." He switched into flattery mode and replied, "Whatever you say, sis. Anything you make is delicious." As they were talking, an elderly lady walked over to chat. "Isn't this Liu Hazio Sui? Are you here to buy vegetables too?" Chui Su answered. Then, "Missy's." Yang pointed at Jichen and asked, "Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. No wonder you kept refusing whenever I offered to introduce my grandson to you." He took the hint and affirmed, "Hello, ma'am. You're not wrong. I am her boyfriend. You seem like such a kind lady. I'm sure your grandson will definitely find an even better girlfriend in the future. Wishing you and your family happiness and health." Mrs. Yang praised him with satisfaction. What a smooth talker. Liu Hazio Sui really has a good eye. Shu Xue blushed in embarrassment and led Jichen away. I'm so sorry, let's just go shopping. The two went to another area to buy groceries. Jichen asked without hesitation, Sis, do you often tell people that I'm your boyfriend, right? Shu stammered in response, I do not. Even if I did, it was just an excuse to turn down those blind dates. Don't you misunderstand? He leaned in close to tease her. So that's how it is. I get it, sis. But why is your face so red? I wasn't even laughing at you. Shu Xue angrily gave her younger brother a hit and shouted loudly, You brat. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't cook dinner for you anymore. Jichen lowered his voice to apologize. I'm sorry. I won't say it again. I promise. But right after hitting her brother, Shu gently stroked his hair. She then pinched Jichen's cheek and asked softly, Does it hurt? He started acting, his eyes welling up with tears as he replied, It hurts. Of course it hurts. Shu warned him, Don't say things like that again in the future. The two quickly made up and continued shopping. Jichen then suggested, Oh right, sis, tonight I'll take you and Ren Lan to grind the secret realm and get some gear. And I'll meet Jiang Luoshi, the guild master of Yue Ying. I'll introduce her to you all then. Shu replied while picking out items, Why don't you and Ren Lan go? I'm still not very good at the game. I don't want to hold everyone back. He reassured her. It's fine. Won't I be there with you? After finishing their shopping, they left happily, chatting and laughing along the way. Both of them were so focused on each other that they didn't notice someone in the distance secretly taking photos to create a misunderstanding. Afterward, he reported, Guildmaster, I found Lin Jichen. The person on the other end ordered, Keep following him. We can't do anything to him in the game, but there are plenty of ways to deal with him in reality. Back in the game, at the entrance of the Wind and Snow prison, someone saw the large group gathering at the gate and asked in confusion, The Yue Ying Guild is full of beauties. Is this for a commercial shoot? On the side, Dian asked, Sister Uyen Lin, is Lin the Great actually tall and super handsome in real life? She replied, I've never met him before. You want to meet him in person? I can get his address for you. Dian became shy upon hearing this, turned away, and declined. No need. Just then, the main character, Jichen, appeared. Dian, feeling shy, turned away and declined. No, that's not necessary. Then, the protagonist, Jichen, appeared. I'm so sorry, I'm late. Luo Shi stepped out happily to greet him. You're not late, we just arrived early. Jichen then had the two beauties step forward with him and said, Let me introduce them. This is my sister, Gu Shuyue, and my roommate, Ren Lan. Shuyue stepped forward to greet guild leader Jiang, who replied, It's a pleasure. Selecting Hell difficulty. Two people stood before the gate, quietly judging the man leading a group of girls. To think he'd actually choose Hell mode let him keep playing it cool. The cooler he acts, the sooner he's done for. Lin Jichen's group then began the game. High above, the sky was filled with falling snow, and a lone bird flew through the vast, empty expanse. Unfortunately, the little bird's journey ended when it was accidentally struck by an arrow. The snow eagle crashed down right in front of Lin Jichen's group. Ren Lan looked on, anxious. Could this secret realm be a siege mission? Are there enough of us to pull this off? Lin Jichen assured her it wasn't a fortress. He guessed it was a prison. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Jichen realized the snow prison secret realm was essentially a jail, built by a demonic sect to hold captive various righteous cultivators. Our goal is to break into this prison and rescue all the righteous cultivators. Ren Lan looked even more panicked. With just us, saving everyone? Isn't this difficulty level a bit over the top? Lin Jichen calmed her down, explaining that normal difficulty isn't hard, but Hell mode is a different story. The guards are at least at the Golden Core stage, and the defensive formations are incredibly dense. One wrong step, and the whole team gets wiped. Ren Lan questioned, But you're the one who chose Hell mode. He crossed his arms and replied proudly, That's right. Seeing his attitude, she was speechless. Lin Jichen then switched to a serious tone to explain. Don't panic. Let me explain the nature of this mission first. To start, this is a completely sealed fortress with many Golden Core guards sleeping inside. Furthermore, there are formations inside that prevent us from flying. Therefore, the only option is to break down the gates to enter. Once we get near the fortress, the Snow Eagle Guardian watching from above will attack us directly. After hearing this, Ren Lan assessed the situation. It didn't sound too difficult. We just need to defeat those guardians, right? He replied that it wasn't hard, but the key is that you cannot kill it. Jiang Luoyu asked why. Lin Jichen glanced behind him and hesitated before replying, because this eagle is also one of the rescue targets. Jiang Luoyu gasped, What? He explained that this bird only appears in Hell and Abyssal difficulty levels. It is a genuine spirit beast captured by the demonic sect, then subdued and controlled through secret arts. If it's killed, the mission cannot be completed. Yui and Lin felt uneasy hearing this. Damn, no wonder no one has ever cleared this snow prison on abyssal difficulty. So that's why. But if we can't kill it, how are we supposed to get inside? Lin Jichen answered nonchalantly. It's simple. We restrain it. With that, he charged forward to take the lead. The bird Lin Jichen pointed out earlier had turned demonic, its eyes glowing red. It roared as if fueled by a new surge of power. Despite its small size, the snow eagle was not to be trifled with. Lin Jichen stopped, warning them, "You all wait here. Don't move until I open the gate." He then took his chance as the snow eagle dove at him, leaping up to grab its talons. The massive snow eagle flapped its wings and took to the sky, despite having a heavy weight hanging from one of its legs. Lin Jichen smiled to himself, thinking, this eagle is certainly fast, but it can't outmatch my wealth of experience. He deftly spun around and pulled himself onto the snow eagle's back, bragging that riding beasts is his specialty, so it better behave if it doesn't want to die. The snow eagle's stats included Golden Core Early Stage, 50,000 HP, 435 Strength, 400 Defense, 465 Speed, and 12% Evasion. Its skills included Eagle Strike, Sky-Piercing Talon, Destructive Feather Barrage, and Final Desolation. Once he climbed onto its back, the snow eagle became disoriented and started flying erratically. Lin Jichen angrily punched its body, dealing 4,155 damage, and shouted, "I told you to behave." The snow eagle refused, continuing its wild, panicked flight. Lin Jichen lost his patience. "You stupid bird, you're forcing me to be rough." The snow eagle, struck by a critical hit, spiraled in a frenzy before crashing into a treetop amidst the blinding snowstorm. The divine bird was cornered, its body heavily wounded and covered in blood, and it began a freefall from thousands of feet in the air. Standing at the foot of the cruel, snowy mountain, Renlan watched the spirit beast, her delicate face unable to hide her deep concern. From above, Lin Jichen shouted, "Help me lower its HP, but for heaven's sake, don't kill it. I don't dare hit it anymore if I go too hard. I'm afraid it won't survive." DM stepped up, drawing her bow. "Leave it to me." Zhang Luoyu added, "Count me in, too." Pain upon pain. The snow eagle was struck by a barrage of deadly arrows, its HP dropping rapidly. Lin Jichen saw the situation was going perfectly and cheerfully praised them. "Well done. Stay outside and wait for me." Then he steered the snow eagle toward the entrance. Its proud wings lost all control, its protective aura shattered, and the snow eagle plummeted toward the frozen ground. With his robe fluttering, Lin Jichen landed lightly. His protective sword aura suddenly hummed, and he jumped back, spotting a crowd of strange, murderous elites closing in. These were the guard's elite demonic cultivators at the Golden Core Early Stage, with 42,000 HP, 415 Strength, 385 Defense, and 370 Speed. There were so many that even Lin Jichen had to remark, "So many people here to greet me. How polite." Outside, everyone was incredibly tense as the battle began. Zhang Luoyu, full of confidence, reassured them, "Girls, don't worry. This guy is super strong." Facing the waves of aggressive demonic guards, Lin Jichen channeled his energy, unleashing a heaven-shaking sword strike that swept across the demonic ranks. The Saiyan sword light intertwined like a web of lightning as he fought through the dense crowd single-handedly. Even as the demonic pair roared and swarmed him, he kept a cold expression. Staying focused, he searched for a weakness while fighting. Very quickly, Lin Jichen spotted the mechanism to open the gate. That's it. With a lightning-fast kick imbued with incredible force, he decisively kicked the demonic guard, blocking his path, the sheer power sending the enemy flying into the stone wall, a fatal blow that finished off the lackey. Once the obstacles were cleared, the main mechanism to open the snow-covered gate was finally revealed. With a thunderous groan of iron chains, the massive wooden gate slowly lowered, opening a path to survival for the team. Outside, across the vast white expanse, Lin Jichen's loyal companions waited. Once the obstacles were cleared, the main mechanism of the work unit clicked open, finally revealing the snow-covered city gate. The sound of iron chains echoed, shaking the very air. The massive wooden gates slowly lowered, opening a path of survival for the heroes. 10,000 miles out in the white wasteland, Jichen's loyal companions were already in formation, waiting for the perfect moment. Renlan, seeing her chance, surged forward with blazing energy. "Lin Jichen, we're here." As the secret path opened, the whole group used their light footwork techniques, turning into beams of light as they dashed into the city. Fighting shoulder to shoulder, the heroes unleashed their sect's ultimate techniques, sweeping through the remaining demonic cultists. The heroine Renlan unleashed a poisonous kick that tore through the air, crashing directly into the enemy's vanguard. With nimble movements, she delivered a decisive strike, knocking two demonic guards backward in the midst of the brutal battle, her fist aura surging. She brought a fiery punch down from above, shattering the demonic path's protective energy barrier into pieces. The force from Renlan's move exploded violently, sending the demonic minions flying across the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, Jichen gave a thumbs up in approval. Nice move. On the other side, Dian used an air dash to leap high into the sky, firing a volley of flaming arrows from her bow, pinning the guards. Eat this! Luo Shi stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, his robes fluttering in front of countless fallen demonic cultists, with fatal arrows buried deep in their flesh. Luo Yu unleashed his power, and violent spiritual energy flooded the area, with a massive shockwave blasting straight toward the building ahead. A loud explosion echoed as dust and debris quickly filled the air. Shi Yue and the others rushed forward to check the results. She looked at the loot on the ground and said happily, "Let me check the gear." Seeing the light radiating from the items, she couldn't help but be amazed. It's all purple light. No wonder you're such a lucky draw. Just then, a strange, sinister dark light emitted from deep within the building. Jichen's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. "Watch out, it's coming." A cold voice suddenly echoed through the grand hall. "If you outsiders think you can come here to loot, you haven't asked the judge yet, have you?" The blood judge stepped slowly toward them, radiating a terrifying, ghastly aura. Jichen sized up his opponent and thought to himself, this boss looks fierce, but his actual power is mediocre. Perfect for a warm-up. Jichen turned to look at Renlan and said casually, "Why don't you go ahead and test your strength?" Hearing this, she stepped up immediately. "If you say so, I'm going in." Renlan gripped her weapon tightly and charged forward. "Old monster, take this." He gave a cold, mocking laugh. "Little girl, my fatal hook chain isn't that easy to dodge." Immediately after, the blood judge whipped his chains toward her. Not stopping there, a barrage of sharp darts flew out continuously. Just as Renlan dodged, sharp claws closed in on her face. Her pupils contracted in surprise. "Damn it, careless." The next moment, Renlan was sent flying back. Seeing things go south, Jichen panicked and shouted, "You crazy woman." Xu Yue quickly performed a hand seal, spiritual energy gathering in her hands. Clear spirit technique. She instantly cast a spell toward Renlan to break the restraint. A massive spiritual fan flew in front of her. She clutched her wound, gritting her teeth in pain. Damn it. After being healed, Renlan's expression softened. Chu Shanks, Shu Yu. The system prompt sounded immediately. Shield technique. At 3000 HP, she shook her head with a resigned expression. My cultivation level is low, so I can only offer this much support. Watching the healing effect on Renlan, he couldn't help but exclaim, Sis, your healing ability is way too strong. You're only at the foundation establishment stage. Imagine what you'll be like later. She wiped the corner of her mouth, glaring at the blood judge with annoyance. Old monster, how dare you play me like that? Spiritual energy flared violently around Renlan. Then eat this punch from me. She clenched her fist as energy gathered rapidly. Flowing river, demon-suppressing fist. The next instant, her powerful punch landed squarely on the opponent's face. The terrifying force sent his body flying backward. Renlan didn't give him any chance to counterattack. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she delivered the final, finishing blow. Soon after, another tombstone for the blood judge appeared. Renlan dusted off her hands, looking pleased with herself. Done. As soon as Shi Yue saw the loot, she excitedly ran over. Let me check the goods. She quickly reached out to touch the tombstone in front of everyone. It looked as if Shi Yue was absorbing a strange energy. She looked at the bow that appeared and turned to say, Diandian, you're the only archer here. Take this bow. Diandian happily took it, her eyes full of gratitude. Chu Shenkyu, Shi Yue, I'll make sure to put it to good use. Jichen looked toward the stone door ahead and reminded them. Let's head in. The heavenly prison is inside. Everyone immediately grew alert and followed close behind him. After walking a bit further, the group stopped in front of a strange figure. In the gloomy space, a pale hand slowly gripped the iron bars. The system prompt immediately sounded in everyone's ears, Guard Mu Chuyan, boss level. Renlan looked at her and couldn't help but blurt out, Do demonic cultivators not care about looks? I've never seen anyone this ugly. Jichen crossed his arms, sized her up, and replied calmly, There are exceptions. It's just that this one has a fairly crude build. His eyes quickly turned serious. She has high defense, so I'll draw her aggro. The rest of you, look for an opening to strike. Without a second thought, Lin Jichen lunged forward, delivering a swift, clean slash right at her. Nungthu Yen let out a sharp hiss of pain as her health bar started dropping. She stared in shock. Was that just a basic attack, doing nearly 5,000 damage? Her expression turned twisted and murderous, letting out a low growl. News Thu Yen violently ripped off her outer garment. Lin Jichen immediately looked away. Damn, I almost forgot this game had mature content. He scrambled back a few steps, looking incredibly awkward. Forget it, I'm done. My eyes are burning, this lady is absolutely unhinged. You take over? I can't handle this. Renlan burst out laughing and charged straight into the fray. Don't worry, little Lin, leave this hurdle to us. Master Lack quickly raised his hand, casting a gravity spell to support them. A massive wave of pressure slammed down on her body. Just as she managed to struggle back up, she saw her figure right before her eyes. Lin Jichen didn't hold back at all, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at her opponent. Nguk Thuyen stumbled in pain as blood poured endlessly from her nose. Right then, DM drew her bowstring taut, locking onto her target. Eat this arrow. Each sharp arrow tore through the air, streaking toward the target at lightning speed and landing a critical hit. Her body collapsed to the ground instantly. As soon as the boss was defeated, the stone door ahead slowly creaked open. Taechun looked down the dark, winding hallway and gave a warning. The Celestial Prison has 3 levels in total, and each level is packed with cells holding many cultivators. We'll clear the stage once we rescue them. He continued to explain the mechanics of this level. To unlock these cells, you're going to need keys. The guards are carrying the keys, so be careful once we head inside. Just as they stepped into the next level, the ceiling above suddenly shook violently. The heavy thud of monsters landing echoed one after another, their sheer numbers enough to make anyone go numb. Liu Yifei stared at the scene in front of her, unable to hide her shock. There were so many demonic cultivators mixed in among them. There are too many enemies. I'm afraid we can't handle this. But in the very next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The group stood by, staring in complete confusion. Renlan's eyes went wide, her expression one of utter disbelief. What is this? Are they fighting among themselves? The group watched intently as the demonic soldiers went berserk, attacking each other. She scratched her head, completely bewildered, her gaze still filled with shock. What? What is going on here? Why are they turning on each other? Just then, she seemed to notice something strange. Everyone, look! Diane immediately pointed forward, her voice full of astonishment. It's expert Lin. Jichen lunged forward with his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed down a demonic soldier. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The skill he had learned from slaying the Ghost Emperor in the Grim Ghost domain was finally paying off. The system interface quickly chimed in. Earth-rank secret technique, summoning art. When slaying an enemy, you have a 10% chance to summon their soul to fight for you. Lasts for 30 minutes. The summoned soul's combat power is 50% of your initial strength. Right after being summoned, its eyes turn a fierce, blood red. The newly summoned demonic soldier immediately turned around and charged into the swarm of its own kind. Luo Shi's pupils contracted slightly as she witnessed the scene. Is this actually reanimation? Renlan stood by, her eyes wide. They have tricks like this too? That is just too overpowered. She watched the spirits fighting ahead and whispered, this reminds me of a necromancer. She looked at Jichen's back, feeling her heart race even more. Just how many cards does this guy have up his sleeve? He remained calmly standing at the front, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Everyone, take this chance to recover. I've got things covered here. She immediately turned to look at the others and urged them. Right, everyone, recover as quickly as you can. Just then, a cold, shimmering glint suddenly flashed in the dark distance. Renlan sensed the danger and instinctively looked back, reacting purely on reflex, as she quickly retreated to dodge the blow. Seeing this, Jichen's face darkened instantly. That crazy hag. The old man didn't stop for a second, continuing to swing his blade to hunt down Renlan. Jichen's gaze turned cold, filled with killing intent, as he rushed forward to meet his death. The ghost-faced general slowly raised his head, staring at Jichen with sinister eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade hard. The immense impact sent the general crashing to the ground. The ghost-faced general slammed his blade into the dirt and slowly struggled to his feet as the system's warning chime rang out. Guardian, ghost-faced general, boss level. Jichen glanced at the people behind him and said in a low voice, "Leave this old geezer to me. You guys take care of the others and stay sharp." Seeing his opponent charge, the corner of his mouth curled up. Just in time, Jichen quickly swung his sword, blocking the descending blade. A powerful shockwave exploded, pushing both of them far apart. Sword light and blade shadows flashed at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The general suddenly unleashed his strength, forcing him back. In that very moment, Jichen felt something was off. The ghost-faced general channeled his energy, his wild spiritual power rising, and a massive cyclone quickly formed right before him. Jichen narrowed his eyes, observing his surroundings with extreme caution. The general's cold, mocking laughter echoed from above. Go to hell. At that exact moment, the ghost-faced general's figure suddenly appeared above his head. But just as the blade was about to strike, Jichen's figure vanished. The sight made the general's pupils contract. Jichen's cold voice suddenly sounded from the front. Frost Moon Slash. The ghost-faced general's expression shifted, and he spun around. What? The system sound quickly rang out in the space, activating, freezing slow. The corner of Jichen's mouth curled into a cold smirk. Idiot, the one you hit was just an afterimage. Watching the frost spreading rapidly over his opponent, he felt quite satisfied. My luck isn't bad today. One strike and I've already triggered a crowd control effect. Jichen gripped his sword hilt and immediately lunged. Combo move. The old man gritted his teeth, staring at him with lethal intent. Right after, the spiritual power on the ghost-faced general suddenly erupted violently. Having broken free of the restraint, he swung his blade forward with all his might. A deep, murderous voice rumbled from the ghost-faced general. If I can't deal with you. His gaze shifted toward the others behind Jichen. Jichen immediately realized his intent, his gaze turning icy. You want to harm them right in front of me? I guess you don't know how to spell the word death. The ghost-faced general suddenly changed direction, charging madly toward Renlan and Dian. But in the very next heartbeat, a sword pierced straight through his body. Jichen's face was cold as he used all his strength to drive the blade down. She looked at the back standing in front of her, her cheeks turning slightly red. The ghost-faced general gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, his killing intent growing even more intense. Don't think this is over yet. The spiritual power around him suddenly exploded with even greater ferocity. Taste the strongest technique of this old man. Black mist swirled madly around the ghost-faced general's body. Ultimate perishing prison strike. Watching the attack form, he just let out a cold laugh. That's your strongest move? He tightened his grip on the sword, channeling his energy into the blade. Heavenly light slash. Jichen immediately gathered all his internal power and slashed down at his opponent. His gaze became cold to the extreme. It's over. A blinding ray of sword light tore through the air and struck down directly. The ghost-faced general let out a wailing cry that echoed everywhere. No! The system sound rang out immediately after. Congratulations on your first kill of the Spirit Realm boss, Ghost-faced General. After the boss was defeated, all the demonic soldiers fell at once. Luo Shi looked at the chaotic battlefield and breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Jichen sheathed his sword and calmly began directing everyone. Everyone, clean up the battlefield and recover your strength. Just then, a pitch-black tombstone slowly appeared in front of them. Renlan excitedly ran forward. Let's see what kind of good loot this Spirit Realm boss dropped. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst into the air. Earth rank weapon, Dragon Fang Sword. Strength plus 95, Rage plus 85. Attacks carry armor piercing. Reduces the opponent's armor by 1% upon hit, stacking up to 50% reduction. She laughed and said, Lin Jichen, you struck gold. How much money could this thing sell for? Yui and Lin, standing to the side, couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, another divine artifact. She also added happily, Little Chen is truly amazing. He looked at everyone and asked, has everyone fully recovered yet? Lin Jichen was a bit surprised himself. He never expected this to drop a gold-tier stone. Renlan nodded repeatedly, her face glowing with unconcealable excitement. Seeing that, he gave a slight nod, the tension on his face easing up a little. That's good, then. Lin Jichen turned and looked toward the passage deep inside. Let's keep going. The group quickly followed him deeper in. Just as they were about to reach the exit, a piercingly cold, spectral wind suddenly blasted toward them. The gale was so strong that the group could barely stand their ground. Before anyone could react, they were all swept up into the air, and moments later, they lost their balance and crashed hard onto the cold ground. Jiang Luo Yunan winced in pain and slowly opened her eyes after the impact. As she turned her head, she realized she was pinned right on top of Lin Jichen. Jiang Luo Yunan turned beet red and scrambled off him immediately. She quickly tried to change the subject. Is everyone okay? I recall the hell difficulty version of the Wind and Snow Fortress, not having this spectral wind. This seems like something only the Abysses level has. He looked at the spectral wind ahead and turned to instruct them. You guys stay here. I'll go scout the path. Jiang Luo Yunhan said softly, be careful, okay? While observing the formation ahead, Lin Jichen pondered silently. This was a ghost ceiling formation. In his past life, he couldn't afford to study it, but in this life, his gaze grew serious. He had to figure this out. With that, Lin Jichen launched himself forward. He tried his best to recall his memories of this place from his previous life. It had been too long. He couldn't quite remember where the life gate was. Lin Jichen frowned slightly. He could only test it out, so he had to rely on his instincts and take it one step at a time. The moment he noticed an anomaly ahead, his eyes lit up. This was it. But just as he lunged forward, Lin Jichen's body suddenly slammed into an invisible barrier. He lost his balance and fell, causing Diem to look up in panic. Lin Jichen, still off balance, tumbled straight onto her soft chest. He jumped up immediately, looking mortified. Diem, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. She blushed and shook her head repeatedly. No, it's fine. Lin Jichen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute as he looked straight ahead to try again. He attempted to move forward, but once again, the formation knocked him back down. This time, Lin Jichen lost his balance and fell right into Yin Lin. Before he could even steady himself, he lost his footing again, falling straight into Gu Qiushu's chest. Unable to stop his momentum, his next tumble landed him in the arms of Ha Nanggong Yue. Seeing Renlan standing below, he immediately cried out for help. Crazy lady, catch me. But in the end, Lin Jichen still slammed right into her. Renlan's face turned bright red, and she grabbed him by the collar in a fury. Lin Jichen, I think you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you trying to take advantage of us? Lin Jichen waved his hands frantically to explain, I'm really not. Calm down, this formation is just too bizarre. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his expression shifted. Wait, the fire. Just now, when I stepped on the wrong tile, the fires all went out. Lin Jichen quickly turned to look at the entire formation and started laughing. I've got it. Follow me. The formation is broken. Saying that, he picked up his pace and headed straight ahead. She watched Lin Jichen's back with a skeptical look. Is he actually crazy? Under his lead, the group finally made it to the upper level successfully. Renlan looked at the scene before her and her eyes widened. Is this? Renlan looked at the gloomy space before her and spoke up. On the second level in the distance, a massive figure slowly turned to look at them. Its eyes were cold and sharp, scanning each of them with an icy gaze. Immediately after, the giant steps of Du Kuang shifted. He raised his massive hammer high, with spiritual energy gathering violently around his body. Seeing the incoming attack, Lin Jichen shouted a warning. Get out of the way. Hearing that, everyone immediately scattered, rushing to the sides in a panic. She frowned while looking at the giant hammer in his hands. A hammer wielder. Sensing the immense pressure from the enemy, Renlan couldn't help but be shocked. This power is too brutal. The system's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Guardian. Du Kuang boss. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Let me test him out. Renlan dashed forward instantly and landed a heavy punch on his face. Seeing the health bar barely move, she widened her eyes. What? Only that much damage? Du Kuang let out a low growl and began channeling energy into his arm. He swung the massive hammer, aiming straight for Renlan. She retreated a few steps, looking shocked. Why is this monster's damage so high? Seeing that things weren't going well, Jiang Luo Yunnan immediately raised her hands to cast a spell. Let me control him. She whipped her head toward Lin Jichen and shouted urgently, Master Lin. A massive wave of cold air instantly locked Du Kuang body in place. Seizing the opportunity, his eyes flashed, and he lunged forward. Wind and lightning sword. A sharp sword beam from Lin Jichen tore through the air, striking straight at him. Du Kuang immediately threw his head back and roared, the sound of his pained scream echoing throughout the space. But immediately after, he madly erupted with spiritual energy. Destruction water. The system's voice suddenly blared an emergency warning. Paralysis activated. While paralyzed, basic attacks cannot be used. Duration, 10 seconds. As he felt his body stiffen, his face changed immediately. Damn it, I've been hit. The boss growled, his muscles tensing all over as he slowly lifted the giant hammer. Lin Jichen gritted his teeth, watching the incoming strike. Damn it, I can't dodge this time. His pupils contracted as the massive figure closed in. Standing behind, Gu Kaishuo shouted anxiously, Little T, hang in there. I believe in you. A surge of clear wind instantly enveloped Lin Jichen's body. Clear wind technique boosts speed and removes abnormal statuses by 50%. The massive hammer slammed into the ground, creating an explosion that shook the area. But the moment he looked up, Du Kuang face shifted in shock. From afar, Lin Jichen's mocking voice rang out. Try again, you big fat idiot. Did you really think you could land a hit on me? Lin Jichen dodged and turned to smile at her behind him. Sister, watch how I beat him up. The boss was so angry he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You little brat. He felt his spiritual energy accelerating its recovery. Even though he still felt the paralysis, the buff from Gu Qiushui was enough. Du Kuang swung his hammer repeatedly, but missed by a hair's breadth every time. Lin Jichen weaved through the gaps in the attacks, the corners of his mouth curling up. What's wrong? Can't hit me? He finally snapped, roaring in savage fury. Immediately after, The muscles on Du Let's body began to bulge in a terrifying display. A system notification rang out. Executioner mode activated. Physique increased by 100%. Strength increased by 100%. His blood-red eyes locked onto him with pure murderous intent. Die. He swung his massive hammer down again, shaking the entire dungeon. She was blasted aside by the shockwave, struggling to keep her balance. Diem hurriedly raised her hands to fend off the crushing pressure. Master Lack stared ahead, his expression grim. The attack range is way too big, we can't get through. Through to it clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anxiety as she watched the battlefield.